going to be an amazing battle for the World Championship. Come on, we're ready. Here we go. Oh, what an overtake. Dives in on the inside. Magnifique. What a brilliant result. Absolutely majestic. It's a wonderful achievement. It's a brilliant result. The new World Champion. Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, welcome back to the heart of motorsport worldwide. It is Le Mans in France, and it's the MondoKart.com FIA Karting World Championship. This is the pinnacle of the sport for these excellent young men and women who have plundered their expenses. They have pushed themselves to the limits of physical agility, and they have come from far and wide around the world to show everybody who is a motorsport aficionado and petrol head, passionate motorsport fan, what they can do. This is an amazing arena, a terrific spectacle, and a very tough journey ahead. Hello everybody, Jake Sanson here in the commentary box, and I'm joined down in the pit lane by my colleague Guillaume Alvarez, who can help us to set the scene as the drivers are gearing up. It's still a little bit dark and gloomy out there. There is rain in the air. The lights are on down in pit lane, and obviously we have got ourselves a very interesting and very cool start to the day. Guillaume Alvarez should be down there in the pit lane and will hopefully be able to give us a little bit of an indication as to how everybody is gearing up as the warm-up sessions are coming to an end.
Welcome everybody from behind the scene in the heart of the Parc Fermé of the Karting International Le Mans. Happy to be here, happy to be with you, Jake Stanson. Welcome to Le Mans for the 2022 MondoKart FIA Karting World Championship. 4 classes, KZ, KZ2, Academy Trophy and KZ2 Masters, the novelty of this event. The warm-up session, as you said, are about to come to an end, and we're getting ourselves ready on track and off track as well for the first of many qualifying races to come, starting with KZ2. In between races, we're going to have a lot of interviews to give you a lot of insight, trying to have as many comments from the drivers as possible. I'll be able, hopefully, to grab as many drivers as possible for you, Jake, and for you guys joining us wherever you are in the world. Thank you for tuning in on FIAKarting.com. This is return to Le Mans for the first time since 2015 and the World Championship for gearbox classes, and it's going to be a great show all day long and Sunday as well.
What a pleasure, what a spectacle, what an amazing arena to come to the FIA Karting World Championships. For those who may be tuning in for the first time, wondering how significant this competition is to the world of motorsport, well, just 9 years ago, the top 2 men on the podium in the KZ World Championship final, which comes tomorrow, were 2 men who are now currently fighting for the Formula 1 World Championship, Max Verstappen and Charles Leclerc. They were first and second 9 years ago in this very competition, and now they are motorsport household names. It's very much a similar story for the young men and women who are trying to put on a show here this weekend. But you have 2 types of racing driver here at the World Championships. Those who are hoping to use this as a springboard to go to the likes of Monte Carlo, Indianapolis, and the circuit next door, the Circuit de la Sarthe at Le Mans for the 24 hours. But then you also get the drivers who recognize this as the pinnacle of motorsport endeavor. There is no more physical discipline than this. F1 drivers and IndyCar drivers and Le Mans stars will regularly come back to this world of gearbox karting for testing and for training. There is no more physical endurance than this sport. You are a couple of millimeters off the ground. You are 0 to 60 in comparable times to the top leading supercars on the planet. And in terms of the spectacle, you are racing against the world's best. We regularly get F1 drivers struggling to match the lap times of the competitors in KZ and KZ2. This is a real assault on the senses. Never in other forms of motor racing are you likely to crack a rib without even having an accident. And certainly in gearbox karting, it can be an all too familiar mistress of pain and despair. You've got to be fully fit and physically up to the challenge to race in gearbox. And the drivers in KZ2 are ready for that challenge. And it's an all SRP Maranello front row for the first heat of the day. The man who conquered everything yesterday, Germany's David Trevelov, is going to be starting from the front of the grid alongside his teammate and countryman, Felix Arnold. The contenders are heading out on the grid. The warm-up session is complete from the previous run. And now the drivers will head out onto the starting grid for the first qualifying heat of the day. For groups A versus D in KZ2. It's David Trevelov and Felix Arnold on the front row of the grid from Valentino Fritsch and Arthur Lehouk. Then it is Carlos Martinez and Nicolas Mazel from Genis Civico and Natalia Balbo. Marco Torman and Maximilian Paul from Leonardo Marcellia and Giuseppe Palomba. Then it is Paul Lussier alongside Archie Tillett, Oscar P and Enzo Valent. Jean Lomblo and Nicolas Picot from Kasper Nadolski and Tim Locati. Guillaume Troyard and Kevin Sayar, then Lev Lomko and Lorenzo Giannoni, Salvatore Toscano and Fotis Sotoropoulos, Noé Munier, Nathan Sharp, Tom Adams, Brian Berriot and Paul Ribera. So qualifying heat A versus D, we'll see another incredible waft of talent for this event. They really have come from all four corners of the globe, and we're going to have an excellent run for all of the contenders. They'll give us plenty of excitement and drama out there on the course. So it's definitely time for us to gear up and enjoy the sensation. They have come from all 6 continents. We have drivers here from North and South America. And we also have contenders who have given us plenty of excitement and showcase from all across Europe, from Asia, from Australasia. I think the furthest traveled driver is all the way from New Zealand. And then of course we also have the nations of Europe and Africa and Asia and the Americas all represented as well. Great to see them here, and they've come for the same objective, for the same purpose, to show the world what they can do. Hello to everybody watching, whether you're on motorsport.tv, whether you are on the FIA Karting YouTube or Facebook pages. It's going to be a great battle, and it's the Facebook page, of course, where you can drop us your messages and your comments, and I'm sure people will be doing just that. We're also on the FIA Live official Facebook page as well. Hello to everybody tuning in there. You're in for an absolutely spectacular show. Julian Brunsky is already cheering on Arthur Lehuc, and the Patrizis are watching along for their boy Michael, the former Supercars driver who is coming out later today in KZ2 Masters. You're definitely going to get a great show here at Le Mans. So the first race of the day is prominent. The red flag is withdrawn from the front of the grid. The lights will come on when they go out. We'll be racing for the first time of 30 races today. And here we go! Great start from the SRP Maranello boys on the front of the grid. Perfect run from David Trevelov. Felix Arnold tucks in behind him and off! That is one of the Sodis going straight on. Problems for Arthur Lehuc already. So Arthur Lehuc has gone straight on at turn 1. Big issue there for the Frenchman. He will rejoin at the back of the field, and there's contact further back. Oh, and there's 2 karts going off. That's a Birolart sweeping off the road with a CRG, and that is Natalia Balbo. Yet again, more disaster for her, tangling with Nicolas Mazel, and there's 2 more involved in a separate incident. That's Archie Tillett having tangled with the 149 of Paul Ribera. So problems on this first lap already, and the devastation and catastrophic misfortune for the brilliantly talented Natalia Balbo, the strongest woman in the field. She was 7th in her qualifying group, and overall she was 28th in qualifying, so she's more than capable of making the final, but she's had such bad luck. Yellow flags are out. It's yellow flags around the course, so the slow boards are out. There's just too many karts to clean the circuit efficiently without needing help from the marshals, but well done to the Orange Army. They've got that done fairly quickly. So the yellow flags will be out around the circuit, and I think they'll only be out for 1 lap or so, but they're certainly not going to get much further than that under yellow flag conditions. So this gives us a chance to take stock and look at the situation. David Trevelov and Felix Arnold from Valentino Fritsch and Carlos Martinez. Then Marco Torman, Maxi Paul, Genis Civico and Leonardo Marcellia from Giuseppe Palomba, Jean Lomblo, Paul Lussier and Enzo Valent. Then it's Nicolas Picot from Oscar P and Kasper Nadolski, Saya, Sotoropoulos, Locati, Troyard, Giannoni, Toscano, Munier, Adams, Berriot, Sharp and Lehuc, who has continued, but he's down at the back of the field, so he's going to have to try and charge his way through. We already have 5 retirements: Nicolas Mazel, Natalia Balbo, Archie Tillett, Lev Lomko and Paul Ribera. So big problems already on this opening lap. Now I'm not sure what happened to Lev Lomko, but Lev Lomko appears to have had a separate incident. Not entirely sure what's happened there to Lev Lomko, but certainly there were 2 karts entangled in each other for Paul Ribera and Archie Tillett. Those 2 karts were absolutely tangled and woven within each other, which doesn't help the clear-up job. Basically the marshals had to pick up the 2 wreckages and drag them off the line. And you can see now that David Trevelov is trying to back the field up. Obviously under full course yellows in karting, you don't have a safety car because you can't really fit a safety car adequately onto a circuit. So the leader essentially becomes the pace car, and you have to control the pace as they run through. But this is the pinnacle of a very competitive and very tough sport. Look, Pasquale Lipoli is trying to signal to David Trevelov, look, you need to back this field up even more, because this is not an even start at the moment on the restart. Drivers slamming on the brakes to try and tighten up. David Trevelov appears to have dropped the hammer and gone for it. Now, as they come off the final turn, Felix Arnold is going to have a bit of a sluggish start. Green, 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 green. We are racing again at Le Mans. So Trevelov in front of Arnold, Fritsch, Martinez, Torman, Paul, Civico, Marcellia and Palomba. We go back to green flag racing, having completed 3 laps. So a very good start from David Trevelov, who won all 3 of his races yesterday and is looking good to win his 4th. There's going to be 4 races in total for all the KZ2 drivers to do today, the most there's ever been in a weekend for the KZ2s. 7 races, and don't forget they've got to make 1 set of tyres last. Up the inside, big run there, and a big mistake actually in the end for the 136 of Marco Torman. Tried to dive in on Carlos Martinez, but ended up losing out to Maxi Paul and Genis Civico, although he did manage to get the move back in on Genis Civico in the end. Carlos Martinez desperately trying not to lose too many more places, but there goes Giuseppe Palomba through, and a little bit of nudging as Marcellia and Nomblo get very close together. After Le Huc has an investigation flag, so that may be due to what happened to him at the start. But certainly after Le Huc is now down at the back of the field trying to work his way through. He's up to 25th place already past Brian Berriot, but he's not really going to make much more of a feature in this race than that, as No Meunier is the one who has come through for the fastest lap. The privateer going very well indeed. Now second place is Felix Arnold in front of Valentino Fritsch. This is the most physical discipline in motorsport you can imagine. This isn't ordinary karting, this is gearbox karting. So not only are they flying around every apex and charging for a top speed, they're also changing up and changing down the gears. Up on the inside, big slide from Marco Torman. You get through on the inside of Maxi Paul. Now did he get through? That's the big question. I think he might have managed to. So yes, Marco Torman gets through, on Genis Civico and Maxi Paul. So Torman actually drops down behind Giuseppe Palomba. So now Carlos Martinez finds himself battling with Marco Torman in the battle for 7th position. So Trevelov leading the way. He was 3rd in last year's International Super Cup, as it was then called. This year it is called the FIA Karting World Cup in KZ2. So he's hoping to win the World Cup. Last year the winner was Lorenzo Travasanuto, who's up to KZ. Here we go on the inside line. Nice move there from Valentino Fritsch, who passes his countryman. It's a German 1-2-3 at the moment, but Valentino Fritsch has spoiled the SRP Maranello party somewhat by putting the Birolak KSW satellite kart, the team from Austria, into 2nd position. A nice run, and there's problems further back. We've got a kart going off the road at the hairpin there on the end of the back straight. One of the Tony karts has plummeted down the order. I couldn't quite make out who that was from the distance. I think it's Nicolas Picot, who is now plummeting down to 25th position, just in front of Brian Berriot, but not in front of anybody else. So Nicolas Picot having a problem at the end of the back straight. But out in front, David Trevelov, who was 3rd last year to Lorenzo Travasanuto and Senna van Walstein, 2 drivers who have stepped up to the KZ category, the Premier category, the Formula 1 of karting, if you like. They are pushing very hard indeed. And those 2 have moved up. So for David Trevelov, this is his chance to go for World Cup glory. And so far, he hasn't really put a wheel wrong all weekend. He still leads here in front of these 2, Valentino Fritsch and Felix Arnold. Maxi Paul running in 4th position, making it a German top 4. Genis Civico of Spain running close in behind in the Modena car. There he is. And then Giuseppe Palomba in the 3rd kart in this train. That is the Birolak factory driver, who had a horrible day yesterday. So Giuseppe Palomba looking for more excitement and a greater opportunity to charge his way further forward through the field. So big moments in this pack at the moment, as the contenders continue to make good work of things. But David Trevelov in front of Valentino Fritsch, Felix Arnold, Maxi Paul, Genis Civico and Giuseppe Palomba running their way forward in front of Marco Torman and Carlos Martinez from Jean Nomblo and Leonardo Marcellia, then Paul Lussier, Enzo Valent and Kaspar Nadolski from Oscar P and Kevin Sayar. But now, here comes the move again from Felix Arnold, dives back in on Fritsch, and there's a spin at the bottom of the straight. That's Giuseppe Palomba. Giuseppe Palomba has had a big problem at the end of the straight. More drama for Giuseppe Palomba, and he's beached on the grass. So Giuseppe Palomba tangling with Maxi Paul, I believe, and Palomba has come off at the bottom of the back straight. So yet more drama for the Italian Giuseppe Palomba. That is not what we expected to see from him at all. Now David Trevelov has actually ended up losing a bit of ground here, and so suddenly Felix Arnold and Valentino Fritsch are considerably closer to him than they were the previous lap. And with 2 laps to go, they've got to be really careful. But the point I wanted to make was that these drivers have got the same set of tyres from the beginning of time qualifying all the way through the 7 heats, then up to the top of the super heat. So they've got to keep these tyres, this same set of slick tyres on the kart, all the way through to the end of tomorrow morning's super heat. So you think they've actually got to look after these tyres very, very hard indeed. They only get 2 spares, so you've got 6 tyres to last you the entire weekend, and it's all about tactics as to when you put those spare tyres on. So we're into the final lap. Felix Arnold, having got himself back in a 2nd position, there's going to be a huge thank you from David Trevelov at the end of this one, who is going to help. He's going to be helped by his teammate Felix Arnold getting into 2nd position, and obviously playing the team game here to protect his teammate. Mind you, there are no team orders in karting, at least there's not supposed to be, but certainly Felix Arnold, he'll probably want to have helped himself, but he certainly ended up helping his teammate by making the overtaking move regardless. So it's certainly worked out for him. But very exciting stuff regardless, as out of the final turn comes David Trevelov, and still they're battling away. Felix Arnold, David Trevelov almost lost out there to Valentino Fritsch. So that was very close, but out in front it is Trevelov, Arnold and Fritsch battling to the final corners of the final lap. So Felix Arnold almost losing out there to Valentino Fritsch at the end, but David Trevelov holds the lead all the way through to the end. Excellent work, great racing, and the German continues in fine style. No problems at all for David Trevelov, the German, who holds the lead. 3rd in last year's International Super Cup. He's going for the World Cup this time, and his previous 2 threats from last year, Lorenzo Traversanuto and Senna van Waalstein, having stepped up to the KZ category that are coming out later today. They're going for the World Championship, of course, but in the Super Cup, this is an opportunity now, and he knows it. He's got a great chance, a really strong chance of getting this done. There have been previous World Cup winners, of course, in the KZ2 category that he will want to emulate in fantastic style. Dorian Boccolacci, Ryan van der Bergt, Thomas Laurent, Pedro Hiltbrand, Alexei Lando, Matteo Vigano, Emilio Denner, Simone Cunati and Lorenzo Traversanuto, all previous winners of the KZ2 Super Cup, but it's World Cup time this year, and David Trevelov is in prime position to do so, ahead of Felix Arnold and Valentino Fritsch. An all-German podium in this particular race. Jenis Savico in front of Marco Torment, Carlos Martinez and Jean Nomblo from Leonardo Marcellia and Enzo Valent. Then it is Max Paul who crosses the line in the top 10. Paul Lussier in front of Oscar P. And then Kasper Nadolski ahead of Lorenzo Giannoni and Kevin Sayar. Fotis Soteropoulos comes home in 16th place, the young man from Greece. And then it is No Munier who came home in 17th place in front of the Maltese driver Salvatore Toscano for the Novolux crew. Then Arthur Lehuc, who got his help back together. Nathan Schaap in 20th from Nicolas Picut. Tom Adams, Tim Locati, Brian Berriot, the last driver home. We lost Guillaume Treillard in the race, as well as Giuseppe Palomba. And then on the very first lap, we lost Nicholas Mazel, Natalia Balbo, bad luck again for her, Archie Tillett, Lev Lomko, and Paul Ribera. So a lot of drivers in trouble on that opening lap, and now the marshals are going to have to do some serious work to untangle those 2 carts of Archie Tillett and Paul Ribera. They've really got tangled up. So it's a bit tricky on that part of the course. Lev Lomko is pulled up elsewhere on the course as well. So we've got the KZ2 drivers gearing themselves up and ready for the 2nd heat coming out in a short few minutes' time. But goodness me, that was tricky stuff here at Le Mans, and a very entertaining battle is being had by all so far. So now let's head down into pit lane then and grab a word with Guillaume Alvarez, who will no doubt have found the drivers from our opening heat of the day.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from the Parc Fermé, live all over the world. And let's start the day with you, Valentino Fritsch from Birel KSW. Good to have you at Le Mans for the World Championship. We just had the first race. It was an epic one to start with. You finished 3rd. Beautiful overtaking maneuver in the chicane, but maybe one more lap would have been required?
Yeah, I think so. I think the pace was quite good now, but I really wasn't watching out for the back, so Arnold got me back. But I was really catching up to Trevelov, so I think the speed was good. Let's see what we can do in the next heats.
Yeah, it seems like by, you know, the Red Army that has been here in strong force, you've got the chassis, the pace that comes with it. Happy so far about the results? We have a lot of races yesterday, still a lot more to come today, obviously.
Yeah, obviously the qualifying was quite good. Also with most of the heats I was happy, like I always finished 3rd or 5th. So the position is quite good, but we still have 3 heats to go and the super heat, so we have to see what will happen next.
One last question, do you still have some tires left?
Yeah, I do. I still have two tires, but I think most of the drivers still have 2 left, so we need to watch out for when we place them in the heats. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you for talking to us, Danke, and good day to you, Valentino Frisch. Let's follow with David Trefilov is hearing us. Yes, if he's not too busy. Thank you for joining us, David. You again. This is your fourth win already, so pretty good so far.
Yeah, it is indeed.
Fastest in qualifying, and you've been pretty much uncatchable in race mode. Once again, the pressure from behind as well, but you managed to control until the checkered flag, pretty much.
Yeah, it's all good. Just try to keep it for the next heat and do the same.
Absolutely, that's a recipe, isn't it? But while we're doing this interview, look at that. It starts to rain in Le Mans. So here comes another head scratching, don't you think?
Yeah, not good for me. I don't really like rain.
Yeah, you've been so efficient on the dry. Let's try to see what it's gonna be like on the rain. Okay, we'll leave you to it, and good luck for the next. Hopefully this will stop, but you know, this wouldn't be Le Mans without a bit of rain, and now it's starting to pouring above our heads. So welcome everybody to Le Mans. The rain is coming our way. Let's try to see if we can have maybe one more reaction to give you. This is live happening, ladies and gentlemen. So let's see if we have someone maybe from the back end of the queue. Very busy, of course, with the mechanics after the scale, as they need to go through that procedure. That's part of the rules in it. And behind you is the scrutineering department, where they have to check all the components, especially the engines, with the CIK officials. So a lot of things happening into the Parc Fermé while we wait for the next race. KZ2 on the menu for now. And one man that we just said at the interview to keep an eye on, David Trefilov, has been unbeatable so far in all of his races, saying hi to the camera. That's very nice of him. And let's try to see if we can have one more word. Oh, unfortunately, Giuseppe Palomba. Maybe we can have one word with the Italian driver who was pushed out of the race, if he's keen on sharing his view with us. But by the look of it, if it keeps on raining like that, it feels like the driver is going to have to come up on the wet tires. We had the wet tires yesterday already, and then it kept drying out in the morning. So everything was fine, but right now it's coming back. And this is heavy clouds above our heads. So I'm not quite sure the weather is going to evolve very much for the few minutes to come. We will see. Let's have a quick word, if we can, with Giuseppe Palomba. Giuseppe, you have a minute for us? He's busy with his mechanic. Once they lift the cart, I think we should be good to go. As this is light rain at the moment, as you can probably see on the camera. So will it be quite dry, wet enough for a change of compound? Let's see, because I cannot, from my position, see the pre-grid and what's going on at the moment. But by the look of it, it's still slick tires on. The racing line might be dry enough to try. And I think that Giuseppe, yeah, he just actually went away. So this will be for another time. Back to you, Jake, and back to racing.
And this is going to be a massive advantage for quite a few of the drivers in this field if they've managed to change to wet tyres in good time. Some of them haven't though, so this is going to be a nightmare of a race on the greasy conditions. Here we go then. Danilo Albanese and Michael Paparo, Tom Loyer and Norton Andreasen from Corentin Rousseau and Daniel Vassile, Loic Vindici and Brandon Nilsson, then Oscar Targan and Martin van Luyven, Matteo Zanchi and Karol Pazovic, Moritz Ebner and Jacob Bergmeister, Cohen Dorn and Damian Drew from Antoine Babarou and Santiago Valde, then Flint Schuring and Morgan Porter, Nicholas Taylor and Gerard Sabrian, Florian Kivel and Christian de Klein, then Jacob Kadicak and Matt Proverst, Axel Matus and Rowan Grinvis, Laura Bourget, Simon Billman, Jonas Salin and Rodrigo Ferreira. But of course, it wouldn't be Le Mans without some rain, as Guillaume rightly pointed out. I've been here in the spring, I've been here in the summer, I've been here in the autumn, and I've been here in the winter. And on all 4 occasions, we were treated to rain. I don't think you can have a Le Mans motorsport weekend without some form of rain creeping in. But this is quite tricky, because now obviously a lot of the drivers have gone out there and the gate is closed and the slick tyres are on for most of them. Now, the advantage of it going wet tyres is that if you've gone onto wet tyres, not only are you going to have more traction, but you're actually going to look after the slick tyres that you've got to sustain from the beginning of time qualifying all the way through to the end of the superheat on Sunday morning. You have to make the tyres last all that way through the weekend. Now, if you're on wet tyres, then that's great, because it means that those slick tyres have got a little bit less wear in them. But this is an absolute nightmare if you're on slicks, because not only will you have very little grip based on the rain that's coming down, but you're also going to be overusing the tyres, overspinning them. There's going to be a lot more wheel spin going into the tyres, and that's going to really hurt them. This is the same set of tyres that they've got to carry all the way through to tomorrow morning at the end of the superheat. They only get a fresh set of tyres for the final. So looking out on the front row of the grid, and I can see that both of the front row men are on slicks, so too are the second row, so this is an absolute nightmare. It starts to drizzle out on the circuit, those tyres are going to be spinning like crazy off the line. This could be the maddest start that we have seen so far this weekend. Paparo, Albanese, Loyer and Andreasen, 4 very strong drivers out on the front end of the field here. But you can see that most of that grid has slick tyres in greasy conditions, and those are the same slick tyres. Guillaume Alvarez has joined me at exactly the right moment, just before what promises to be the maddest start to a race so far this week. Lights are coming on, ready for them to go out. Here we go! It's really tricky to find grip as they get off the line, and it's going to be Loyer who comes through. No, it's not. It's going to be Vasile. What a start from Dan Vasile. The Romanian has tiptoed his way through to the lead, but he's trying desperately to get the car turned in. There's no grip at all. Slowest start to the week so far because everybody's on slicks in greasy, wet conditions, and it's an absolute dogfight. Off the road goes the 194 car. That is Loic Vindici. He goes off the road, and it looks as though there's problems for everybody trying to get the grip into the tyres. It's an absolute cluster bomb in the middle of the field. Everybody trying to find grip, find traction as well. It's chaos.
Yeah, it is chaos indeed, as Tom Loyer managed to make his way through in turn number 2. He's in the lead right now, but everybody's trying to survive on this track. Very, very slippery indeed. Didn't have time enough to change compounds. The next one have changed already. And look at how they go winding to the banking. And some of them actually leaving the racing line. Oh, that's going to be tricky, but Tom Loyer is in the lead. 101 from Charles Leclerc, as you can see, being chased already very, very close by Daniel Vasile. What a great start it was, as we're going to have 10 hectic laps on our hands.
The only way I can describe how tricky these conditions are with slick tyres in drizzle at Le Mans is like being a drunk dad at a wedding on roller skates with ice cubes strapped to the wheels. There is absolutely no grip and traction at all, and these guys are all desperately trying to find something as they come off the turn. Only these two have managed to get clear, and look, Vasile's trying to get back past Tom Loyer, the new European champion. Vasile goes to the inside. Watch Loyer. He's going to take the karting line round the outside. That's actually quicker. But Vasile parks the car on the inside apex, but he's still got more traction. Look, he's going to get back alongside him. So Loyer actually takes back the lead.
Yeah, beautifully made. The same corner on the lap before as he did. So we have Loyer back in the lead. Daniel Vasile, 3rd place for Brandon Nilsson, managing 5 places up in the classification, followed by Quentin Rousseau. Then for the rest, we have Norton Andriansen, Michael Barbaro Paparo, Loic Vindici in 7th, followed by Ebner Moritz. Oh, and close again. Look at them go. And Daniel Vasile actually switches back in the lead. I think we're going to see a lot of those overtaking maneuvers in the coming minutes. And Tom Loyer a bit aggressive on the curb. This is where they have to go to find a bit of grip left on this track. Watching on the outside, still slightly pouring rain, I think, on Le Mans. And oh, what a challenge this is, as some of the drivers keep on fighting and struggling in the banking. The 153 from CRG. This is Rousseau, this is Rousseau actually trying to stay ahead of the 111. Martin van Leeuwen from SV Motorsport. And the Dutchman is going to have to try again on the return straight line into the left-hander before the chicane. Quite an interesting spot, isn't it, Jake, for overtaking that part of the track. We're only getting started this race, and this is already mayhem at every corner.
Well, this is an absolute disaster for everybody in the field. The lap times are 30 seconds slower than they normally would be in these conditions. But not only that, they're all running on slicks. They needed to be on wets, not just because of the rain coming down, but they wanted to save the slick tyres for another race. This could have been the perfect time to go onto wets, to give those tyres a little bit of a breather, ready for later on. The next heat, they're going to have such an advantage by the end of the day today, because they'll have gone out on the wets. I heard a lot of teams talking, if there's even the lightest sprinkling of rain, they're going to bang on those wets, even if it's not going to be quite enough water to bite into the treads, because you're going to save your slick tyres for another heat. So the fact that they're all out there on slicks, working even harder than they would be if it was in the dry, this is a disaster for groups B and C.
Yeah, it is indeed. And Daniel Vasile is only 10th in the classification right now as it stands, so he needs that result more than ever. But as you said, they're going to actually eat the compound in those struggling conditions. If it stays like this, if it keeps on raining, then the drivers coming after on the next heat will be happy, of course, to have to switch compounds.
Look at the rain. It is properly coming down now. You can see it on your picture. It is properly getting heavy. Indeed. And this is now absolutely catastrophic. The lap times are in the 1:20 20s. Normally in the dry they'd be in the 50 seconds. This is absolutely horrific. And not only that, but they're not in wetsuits. They were going into a race preparing for it to be dry, so they're going to be soaked to the skin by lap 6.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the rain indeed. There's a bit of fog indeed on the track international of Le Mans, which will make it even more difficult in terms of visibility. Oh, we have enough in the banking. This is yellow flag outside of the picture. Let's try to see who that is that is in trouble. Is it Oscar Target? I think that is the 121 who's jumping down the classification, but I think he got back on track. Yes, he got back on track, so good news for Oscar Target. And we have as well, yeah, of course, he's going to be starting from the back end of the grid, but he's back in action. And it might not be the last actually going off the racing line in those conditions, as Daniel Vasile has been able in the meantime, as you can see, to pull away from Tom Loyer for 1 full second at the moment, as we hear into the chicane or the 153. This is further back happening. This is Contender Rousseau trying to stay on the line with Moritz Ebner and Martin van Leeuwen fighting him over the 194 on the inside line. This is turn number 1. You can see the rain. Even the marshals have to get the raincoat out, because otherwise this will be very difficult for them either. Yeah,
this is the worst rain we've seen so far this week, and the KZ2 drivers, what you've got to remember is that the rear wheels are probably going about 120, 125 kilometers an hour at the moment, while the kart itself is only going about 60, because there's just no traction, there's no grip at all, and this is absolutely destroying these slick tyres. Everybody in Group B and C is going to have a horrible afternoon, even if they later change to wets, because for the race that eventually dries out in, because it's going to be patchy rain all the way through the day, I don't think it's going to be rain all the way through. When the track dries out, they've got to go back on slicks. They won't be able to get anything done on the wets at all. So they're in an absolute nightmare scenario. Groups B versus C, this could be the start of their weekends unraveling. All 30 drivers in this field are affected by this.
Yeah, definitely. And talking to David Trefilov just before in the pit lane, he was saying that, yeah, I still have a bit of tyres.
Oh, and off into the first corner, a big moment. That is a big off for the DR. That's Jacob Bergmeister. So Bergmeister just tripping over his rival there. They tried to get down to the same bit of racetrack together. Now, I don't know whether that's him touching the curb and losing it, or whether there was light contact with his opponent, but the result is the same, and Bergmeister has no grip, no control, no way to save it.
Yeah, and at this point, Daniel Vasile is just cruising away from the rest of the field. Tom Loyer unable to follow, but at this point, it's about survival, isn't it? Loyer in second, Brandon Nilsson in third, Loic Vendice, Otto Andriensen. Not so much of a change in the upper part of the classification. It's actually further back that we might see a bit some trouble coming in. This is the view on the way to banking as we're halfway through the second race. Oh, the 194 going a bit wide
that
just before
Vendice.
the chicane. Yes, indeed. The driver in 4th place managed a good recovery, but now he needs to see the checkered flag. Look at them actually trying different lines, even on the straights, to avoid where it's the most slippery. So this is actually a good piece of driving. They have to put all their skills on the table to be able to see this through.
Of all the races you could have come back and joined me in the commentary box, Guillaume, you picked the perfect race.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just absolute pandemonium at the moment. We're only halfway through it, and the lap times are still in the 1:20s. In fact, they've dropped even more. The leader, Daniel Vasile, just went round in 1:25. That's more than half a minute slower than they would normally go around this course. And the gap from the front to the back is usually about 15 to 20 seconds. It's now 1:06. Antoine Babarou is under serious threat of being lapped here, which is so bizarre in normal running conditions. Now we're watching the race leader Daniel Vasile, the Romanian. Now he'll be quite used to rain in these conditions, but this now comes down to all of those drivers who have decided when it's raining to go out training on slicks. They say, you know, the best way to perfect wet weather driving is not to go out on a set of wets. They cost money. Go out on the slicks, the old slicks that have no traction in them whatsoever. Get out there in the rain, and it's going to be hard, it's going to be horrible, it's going to be painful, but you know what? You'll learn everything you'll ever need to learn about traction.
Yeah, absolutely. Performance. Oh, and a bit of an off over there on the way to the banking. This is one of the Leclerc drivers, I
think that's one of the KH cars that's gone off the road there. That might be Simon Billman, because I think he was battling away with Karol Pazovic. So one of the KH racing drivers certainly in dire straits. This is Moritz Ebner trying to shake off Corentin Rousseau. Remember how difficult Rousseau was finding it earlier on. He's got it held together now.
Yeah, absolutely. He got a good exit in the last corner. He's going to go around the inside. Oh, clipping the curve. Look at that, how aggressive he goes to try to get the inside line. And I think he did perfectly. And now it's about to get a good exit in turn number 1. And yes, he made that click. But Corentin Rousseau going around the outside again. So beautiful battle. Here we come on the outside into the sector number 2. One of the trickiest to master. We've seen plenty of overtakings in those particular sectors. The double right hander, and he goes through on the inside once again. Beautiful battle. This is actually for 8, so not so much of the strongest result you could expect, but at this point it doesn't matter anymore, as we're here with the 122. This is Norton Andreasen from Tony Kart trying to stay close to Brandon Nilsson, and he does so with the pressure of Matteo Zanchi just behind. Zanchi, as you can see, clipping the curb, trying to stay on the line, and Brandon Nilsson seems to be up for grab.
Yeah, Brandon Nilsson really has taken advantage of this. But look at these two. Tom Loyer has caught and now passed Daniel Vasile despite the contact between them. Ooh, they got to be so careful. Daniel Vasile and Tom Loyer rubbing wheels as they came through on that corner. That was so nearly both of them off onto the grass. So now Loyer comes through. Vasile coming up towards him again as they tighten up to the first corner. And he's nudging him. He's nudging him, trying to go the long way round. Look, you've got Loyer riding the curbs. You've got Vasile taking the faster line round the outside. And both of them very comparable on pace. But Tom Loyer is riding the curbs. Vasile trying a different tactic. And this race isn't done between these two by a long way. There is the 178 struggling to get up the speeds. That's Jacob Kadachak. So Kadachak in the MS car. Don't even get a bit of problems. And that's a little bit further down the order. You've got so many battles in these situations. And this now becomes about beating your opponent no matter what. That's Simon Billman trying to take on, oh no, hang on, that's Oscar Target, I do believe, trying to get himself back up the order once again. So Target having dropped back, he's now dueling away with Jonas Saline, I think that is, and he's just managed to make the overtaking move. And that's Laura Bourget being lapped by the two leaders. So that just shows you how much pace has been lost. Laura Bourget has not been lapped once this week. So that just really shows you the tricky nature of the grip. And even Loyer, look, he almost lost it going through the curb.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's not forget that Tom Loyer hasn't won yet any race so far, so he's on the way potentially to do one. Daniel Vasile has one win already yesterday, so look at him sliding a little bit on the exit of the last turn. This is quite good piece of driving, isn't it? But at the moment, 1.1 seconds, so the gap is back to where it was between Loyer and Vasile. We still have a bit of time. Oh, it's not so tricky. It's not done yet. It's not done yet. As you can see, different lines in turn number 1, and Tom Loyer is hanging on in first place at the moment. Daniel Vasile must still have something to say in this race, even though we're getting close to the checkered flag. Look at him go. Oh my God, very close into sector number 2. Oh my God, it's going to be a dogfight until the checkered flag.
Well, that's the thing. Loyer lost a bit of traction coming out of turn 1. Then he tried to recover it in turn 2. Couldn't find it. Vasile was coming at him full guns blazing. Vasile on the inside. Takes him. Lovely move from the Romanian. So Vasile just had better speed off the turn. Now Loyer has got to come back at him. And this is the problem. When you're leading the race, you're the first one on the scene of that corner. You can't figure out where the grip is going to be because it's changing every single lap. The best time to be in the lead of the race is going into the final bend of the final corner on the final lap, because there's no other chance to figure out what's going to happen next. Vasile now pulling 1.4 clear of Tom Loyer, but on the next lap, which is the last lap, I bet you that Loyer is going to be all over the back of Vasile again.
Yeah, watch out for the last corner, because and we have enough in turn number 2, sector number 2, turn number 3, just after the 2 oaks outside of the picture, double yellow flag being waved, and this will be I think the end for, is it Michael Papar? No, it's still in his race, sorry.
It's tough to tell. I think that might be Laura Bourget, actually. I think that might be the Oberon of Laura Bourget has gone off the road there in the second sector.
Yeah,
so that's unfortunate for Laura Bourget. Last lap of this crazy heat, everybody in the next group, which is going to be groups E versus G, they're going to be on wet tyres, so they'll get a much better race at this. But this is a longer problem developing for the 32 racers in this field, because they've been doing this on slicks in the wet. So not only have they had no traction because of the weather, but they're going to have no traction at the end of the day when their rubber is just going to be non-existent.
Yeah, for those of you who were not with us yesterday, the grip levels have been unusually high for the drivers in both the KZ and the KZ2 class ever since we started the qualifying heats. And even though in qualifying they noticed, oh my God, actually there's more rubber on the track than there used to be before. We have different compounds than in the past as well, but this has, of course, displays an impact on your rubber until the end of the weekend, knowing that they have only one set of tires to go through qualifying and all the qualifying heats before the super manche, the super heats and the finals, and they have more heats than usual, roughly about 5 in terms of European Championship. This time around, this is 7 races that those drivers have to go through.
Vasile almost lost it going into the final chicane. That's exactly what I'm talking about. He almost lost it there and then. So Vasile now trying to ride the curb in the final hairpin, and Daniel Vasile is going to come through for the victory. That's an important one for the Romanian. Second place for Tom Loyer. Third, brilliant drive from Brandon Nilsson, the Swede, in the CRG. From Matteo Zanchi and Norton Andreasen, and those are the only 5 drivers to cross the line within 10 seconds of each other. So a crazy race then in KZ2, and for Daniel Vasile, such an important moment as far as his race is concerned. But that might be the last time this week he experiences that kind of joy, because when you're on slick tyres in the rain, when you've got to look after those tyres for a qualifying session, 7 qualifying heats in the dry if you run that many, and the super heat tomorrow, because they've obviously got to run the super heat tomorrow morning as well on that same set of tyres. They only get 2 spares. He's going to have a nightmare weekend because of the weather that's come down.
Absolutely. This is the second qualifying heat win for Daniel Vasile from the DR team. So a pretty good result considering the conditions that we had, with Tom Loyer, the European champion, in second place in front of Brandon Nilsson, Matteo Zanchi and Norton Andreasen. Quite an interesting race indeed, as the tires once again are going to be a key factor, as they'll always be in the karting world, but very much so in Le Mans. Here's your classification. Daniel Vasile, his second win in front of Tom Loyer, Brandon Nilsson, Matteo Zanchi, Norton Andreasen finishing in 5th, followed by Loic Vidinci, Martin van Leeuwen, Moritz Ebner, Morgan Porter, climbing 11 places within the top 10. 10th position for Corentin Rousseau, followed by Finch Curring, Michael Paparo, Cohen Dorme, Rodrigo Ferreira, Danilo Albanese, followed by Jakub Kadicak, Rowan Greenways in 17, another strong recovery for him, 11 places, as we have Santiago Valve in 18th position, followed by Simon Billman, Damien Drou, Gérard Sébriand, Karol Paziewicz, Axel Matus, Nicolas Taylor, Christian Declain, Oscar Target, Matt Prevost, Florian Quibel, Jonas Sablin, and a couple of drivers off, Jacob Bergermeister, Laura Bourget indeed, and Antoine Barbarou, and who the reward of best recovery will go. This is Rodrigo Ferreira, climbing 18 places in those very tricky conditions.
So a very tricky situation then for the competitors. They knew how tricky it was going to be going into it, but that's really caused a bit of a headache for them for the rest of the day. I think it's going to be quite a difficult situation for them as they continue on through. But they're definitely going to have to deal with some tough situations out there. We heard from him briefly earlier on when he was quite worn out. Now we're going to get to hear from the man who is currently the favourite for a strong result here this weekend. He was fastest in time qualifying. He's won 4 out of 4 races thus far. Is this going to be the year for the German talent David Trevelov?
Yeah, we prepared. I think we did a lot. I did a lot mentally and physically. The team did a lot of development, and we tested a lot, so I think we are good prepared for the weekend. Yeah, I expect the race to be very hard and very close, because everyone wants to win. It's a year, it's a race once in a year, so yeah, it will be intense. For me, there's actually no difference, like if I go clockwise or the other direction, but I like the track. The chicane is a very cool spot. The first corner, I've never seen it before. And the track on itself, it's really fast. Well, I never had experience with a shadow like this, but I think it will not be a problem for me. Well, now we have a really good speed, and me and my team, we hope to win, of course.
So David Trevelov, definitely the favourite coming into this FIA Karting World Cup weekend. Obviously renamed after it was known as the International Super Cup. That is now the title given over to the KZ2 Masters that are coming out later on today. We haven't seen them racing so far this week, but we'll definitely get to see them out on track very soon indeed. Obviously we have the KZ2s coming out for the next 2 races for groups E versus G and F versus H. Now, here's an interesting conundrum, Guillaume. It has stopped raining again. I've just noticed that, and the sun is coming out. Now, they've all changed to wets and got wetsuits on. Now, that means that we're going to have the same heat that we've just had in reverse. So we're going to have the first 2-3 laps, they'll have grip. Then there'll be nothing. This circuit drains ridiculously quickly. So by about lap 4, lap 5, it's going to be a nightmare again.
Yeah, you know, everybody keeps telling me ever since we got to Le Mans that, you know, yeah, we don't expect too much rain over the course of the weekend, but, you know, Le Mans would not be Le Mans without a slight piece of rain, a slight, you know, taste of salt to mix things up and to spice things up. And they were right, actually, because yesterday we had, in the night, it kept raining as well, and this time around, a slight bit of rain, and then it was enough to get the previous heat into a total chaos. But as you said, now the sun is back with us, even though still very cloudy, so we're not maybe out of the woods yet. Looking at the weather, it doesn't announce any rain with still quite a lot of humidity, but precipitation forecast is not that high and it should remain cloudy. So maybe we're almost done with the rain so far. Let's see what happens. But as you said, they own rain tires on a drying track, because the racing line at the end of the previous race was starting to dry out as well on some part of the track. With this one, pretty much the track will be completely dry out after the end of this lap.
So Christian Bertucca and Sam Luyet from Jorge Pescador and Robert Kinderwater, Andrea Dali and Sim Liedmar from Pavel Tonteri and Gavin Loyer, then Alessio Piccini and Arthur Rojon from Egon Lazov and Vincent Wanegu, Ivan Akelchik, Maxime Grillon, Alessandro Boran and Alexander Schmitz.
Then we have Enzo Lacruz from Robin Glerum, Nathan Edwin and Hubert Petit, Andrea Bozetto and Kaina Algray, Kevin Stenauer and Marc Negrusta, followed by Clément Pierra, Gillian Lay, Michael Stevens, Josep Vea, Spencer Schreiner and Patrick Janssen. 30 drivers onto the track, and we have everybody in for the formation lap as always, and this is going to be an interesting one once again. Talking about the drivers up front, Jorge Pescador has 2 wins for his name so far in the heats. Let's see where we're going to have this time around. Christian Bertucca, 1 win as well for the Birella drivers. Sam Luyet is yet to have written his name into the list of winners so far, a list of winners that includes in KZ2 Norton Adriansen, as well as Danilo Albanese, Arthur Carbonell and Sim Ledma. So Robert Kinderwater was very fast and very strong indeed, as was Sam Luyet. They both collected top 3 results in yesterday's races. So Andrea Dali, watch out for him as well from row number 3. And we have so many drivers, first of all in the class, but so many names that can actually have a shot at the victory, not only in those races, but for strong results tomorrow as well.
So not only is this going to be a really tricky race because they're on wet tyres in damp conditions, but they're not going to have any traction by the time they get to lap 4. Now, this is going to be a bit of a relief in the long term for these drivers in groups E versus G, because again, they're on wet tyres. So this is actually the better of 2 evils, having no grip on wets, because it's better to have no grip on wets than it is to have no grip on slicks, because the slicks you've got to keep going as long as possible. But the wets, this will be the first time potentially for some of them that they've actually used these tyres in racing conditions. So they'll actually have better grip initially, but then by the end of the race they'll have none, but through the day they'll be able to get back onto better slicks than their counterparts. So here we go, lights come on, they go out, and it's a good start from Christian Bertucca. He gets a perfect launch in front of Sam Luyet, and here comes Jorge Pescador. Lovely move, really gets good traction off the line, dives through. You can see already on wet tyres that there's a lot more speed in the karts going through turn 1 than there was in the previous heat, so they can go rapidly. Oh, and off the road goes one of the Birellards, rejoining in the middle of the pack, managing to get through, but there's not going to be a lot of opportunity for the drivers to sort it out in the opening couple of bends. Round the outside, there's going to be another big chance here for Bertucca to hold on to the position. He's got big pressure from Robert Kinderwater, the German, who is right in there behind him in the KSW satellite crew, trying to work his way forward, but so far so good for Bertucca.
Yes, indeed, strong start from the young Italian, but watch out for Kinderwater into the banking. Maxime Grillon having a warning flag. They're gonna have to try to go on the best racing line possible on the return, but Bertucca clipping on the curb, Kinderwater in second. Watch out for Sam Luyet, is gonna go around the inside, and just before the chicane, making his move, and in second position. That was a close one, wasn't it? Into the chicane. Here's the response from Kinderwater, closing the door and pressuring his teammate from the Birella tent. But watch out, Bertucca running up the first lap with the pressure of Kinderwater behind Sam Luyet. Here we go for the move, maybe, and the door is shut.
Yeah, Bertucca is really determined to hold on to this lead. He wants to make up for the couple of discrepancies yesterday. He has a heat win, but he did drop 9 points, so he wants to get back into it. Kinderwater having a look. They may both be in Birellards, but they are in 2 different teams. Christian Bertucca, of course, in the factory outfit, and Robert Kinderwater in the satellite KSW operation from Austria. Third position though, Sam Luyet looking very racy. And then of course in 4th place, watch out for the man who took the opening heat of the weekend. That is Sim Liedmar, the Estonian for the Eichs Racing team. So he's going to be one to watch out for as well. Jorge Pescador, having started beautifully, is now down to 5th position, about a second back and already under pressure from Vincent Wanagou and Alexander Schmitz. Here comes Schmitz and he's going for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Just went ahead of the Frenchman outside of the banking. This is a place for overtaking for 6th place. And watch our way back into the chicane. Still very slippery in that part. And Samlier is going to go for it as well. And there's a switch with Robert Kinderwarter taking the lead of this qualifying heat at the end of lap number 2. Bertucca is going to have to hang on in there because we have Samlier and Sim Ledma coming very, very fast indeed. Just behind the Estonian driver, keeping a close watch on what's happening in front of him. And look at the different racing lines once again. On the outside goes Robert Kinderwarter, trying to get the best exit, keeping his momentum going. As we're back with Jorge Pescador further back. This is the battle with Alexander Schmitz and Vincent Wanagou. My apologies, Pescador is just in front in 5th place. What happened to Georgie? As you said, he dropped all the way down to 5th, losing a second and more right now, even though he had a fantastic start up into 2nd. Once again, the conditions tricky in the opening lap. You have to get used to those racing lines, different racing lines to find, and it's not always easy indeed. We don't see many standing water in the banking, which means that the line is drying out in that particular place as well. But it's not so much in the return straight. As you can see, there's still a bit of water flowing around. And watch out for Samlier is going to go for the move. Yes, he does. In turn number 11, beautifully made. And he might actually have to respond. And yes, Christian Bertucca hold on to 2nd place. That could actually go the way of Sim Ledma because he's very close, keeping a close watch and watching maybe for the two to take each other out.
So now that we don't have much standing water on the racetrack itself, this race is going to be won and lost in one factor: tyre pressure. It's all going to be about who's got it right in terms of setting up the car for tyre pressure. And you won't know if you've got it right until it goes wrong. It's as simple as that. You have no chance to really figure out what is going to be the right tyre pressures until you go into the race and get it perfectly right or perfectly wrong. There's no two ways about it. You just have to guess and hope that you've made the right strategy call. Christian Bertucca, having initially lost ground to Samlier, was able to get enough traction out of the slow left-hander to be able to come back at him. Now watch Sim Ledma, the car 3rd in this queue, 4th position, because Robert Kinderwarter have now got into a lead of 1.3 seconds, so he's checked out a little bit, which is very useful for him. But certainly for Sim Ledma, trying to get close to Bertucca and Luyer. Now look, Luyer is going to try and make the move. Bertucca gets across the line to cover it this time. So now Luyer is going to have to go the long way round, and that's a retirement, I'm afraid, for Arthur Rojon. His first weekend as a gearbox driver, and he is learning how physical this is the hard way. Luyer has lost 3rd place. Ledma has got through, so now Sim Ledma is going to try and take on Bertucca.
There we go. And after Rojon, this is another retirement, I'm afraid, for the Frenchman. We'll get back to him in a minute. But in the moment, Robert Kinderwarter really on his own, but the battle is there. Sim Ledma getting ahead of Samlier. One of the fastest laps for the leader. Nothing to worry about for the German on his way to his first qualifying heat of the weekend. But watch out for the battle between those two. Bertucca, Sim Ledma, under the close watch of Samlier, as well as Alexander Schmitz with another Birella machinery just behind. He might want to join the party. We're gonna have a 4-drive battle on the way to the banking as we are marking the halfway point into this qualifying heat, with the racing line drying out. Maybe not as fast as the drivers would like it to be, but it keeps on going. And you can see that this particular corner at the end of the return straight is, for now, the only spot where the overtaking is quite efficient enough.
I can tell you there are 2 Frenchmen on the sidelines watching this race, grinning from ear to ear at the moment. For CRG, it's Arthur Carbonell, and for Sodi, it's Mathieu Spergel, because they have suddenly risen to 2nd and 3rd in the rankings based on watching Pescador and Luyer struggle out there on the course in this race. And it's as we said, look, lap 6 begins, and there's barely any traction at all in these conditions because there's no standing water to bite into the treads. So it's essentially very similar in terms of grip and speed to what we saw last time. Mind you, the lap times are quicker. They are going 20 seconds a lap quicker than they did in the previous race. So that's the difference between running on damp conditions on wets and damp conditions on slicks. It's a massive difference in terms of grip. Now, Sim Ledma can take his time here. He's in 3rd position behind Christian Bertucca. We're on lap 6 of 10. He does not have to rush this overtake. Look, it might just happen organically as Bertucca ran very wide through the banking. Sim Ledma was there to respond to it. Now he's thinking, right, Bertucca's losing traction. Here he goes. He saw he was vulnerable, hopped in over the curbs, gets the move done. Now he's got to shut down the exit. That's going to be critical, and he's made it. So Sim Ledma, look, he didn't even need to make the overtaking move. He just needed to be close enough to Bertucca and respond when he made the error.
Yeah, that was clean indeed, but it shows you the different racing lines and how efficient. Samlier a bit of a knock outside of the last turn, and he might have lost a bit of time to Alexander Schmitz just behind. but it shows you how different racing lines can be efficient or not. And Christian Bertucca was taking the outside, sorry, of the banking, trying to get as much momentum as possible. But by doing that, it leads you to the next right and maybe a bit too wide on the way to the return straight. While on the opposite, actually, Sim Ledma was on the inside and being able to really close down on the next corner much sooner and maybe get a better momentum into the straight where he made the move. So different tactics, different strategies. Interesting to see once again those drivers putting all their skills on the table, and you can see right now that Christian Bertucca is losing momentum on Sam Louis. Unfortunately, in the meantime, Sim Ledma closing, not closing the gap on the leader obviously, but increasing his own gap on Christian Bertucca, having to resist the pressure from the Tony Clark driver just behind. Alexander Schmitz as well, still in the mix as we're about to close lap number 7 out of 10. In the rest of the classification, Giorgio Pescador still in 6th with Vincent Vaneghe, Andrea Dale, Alessio Piscini and Alessandro Duran running up the top 10.
Well, we seem to have lost the sunshine that was coming out over the circuit again, and I think we may be in for a little bit more of a spattering of rain, unfortunately. So it's going to improve things on the last lap in terms of grip, but it's not going to improve the lap times, that's for sure. Jorge Pescador, after that initial spectacular launch that got him up into 2nd place, has suddenly plummeted, and he's now struggling to keep in front of Andrea Dale and Vincent Wanegu. So those two are really giving him some pressure to try and dial in. He's managed to pull away from them, but he's struggling to maintain that gap. You can just about see him in the background there as we watch Christian Bertucca, having conceded to Sim Liedmar. He just isn't able to keep traction with him. And again, this will come down to tyre pressures. Liedmar has clearly done a slightly better job with his mechanic in getting the tyre pressures right here, because there's not enough water for the tyres to really bite. So you have to be a little bit more tactical. Look at what's going on further down the field. This is Gabin Loyer, who again is proving to be a bit of a cork in the bottle, trying to get up the inside. That is Nathan Hedouin, and several drivers going around the outside to make the move. Oh. That was lovely from the Oberon. Now that was Kevin Stehauer, I think, coming through. So Kevin Stehauer making up big progress there. And that is massive from his point of view. And look, it's absolute skittles down into the braking zone. Stehauer takes the lead of the group. Nathan Hedouin loses out, nearly got to the front of that pack. And who is that in the Ikes? That's another of the Estonians. That's Ken Algra. So they're having a terrific dogfight. And this is where you learn everything you need to learn about being a racing driver.
And here we go. This is closing to the checkered flag. And look at them going 3 side by side almost into the first corner. There we go, wide, trying to get a good exit. Is it going to happen for Ken Algra, trying to resist the pressure just behind from Nathan Endouin and pushing a little bit in front. This is Gabin in a bit of a trouble in turn number 3. But let's see who's going to end up on front, because there's like a 6. Oh, and a bit of the temp on the right hand. Oh, outside of the chicane. There's actually, everybody gives everything into this battle. So there's no room for mistake in that one, but it's going to be very tricky until the checkered flag. Watch out not to take each other off, because they're side by side, 5 drivers into the same corner at once. Oh my God. Yeah, this is now or never, isn't it? This is the final lap almost for those drivers. They know that time is running out, and in those conditions, even the slightest of overtaking can actually give you some more points that you need.
But this is glorious. This is epic racecraft from these boys. They are absolutely loving it out there, mixing it up, and that was so tight between the drivers battling away there. 2 Birolot racers, Patrick Janssen and Maxime Crillon, getting very close to each other. As out in front, Robert Kindervaarter continues to extend that advantage, and this is a victory that's really going to be precious for him in terms of his stature. Don't tell me that karting is boring. Don't tell me that karting is dull. Don't tell me that karting is insignificant. It's not. It's glorious. Robert Kindervaarter down to the left-hander, and through they come to the chicane. Sim Liedmar is in 2nd place, still being hustled a little by Christian Bertucca, but I don't think he's got the time to get one back over on the inside. Robert Kindervaarter will steal the victory. Great job from the German, and that is a fabulous win in very tricky circumstances. That now takes him to an 11-point accumulated score. So a very good work indeed there from the Birolot KSW driver. Sim Liedmar just hanging on in front of Christian Bertucca. But they were catching Kindervaarter towards the end there. I wonder if that was just Kindervaarter easing off the throttle a little and just cruising home. He didn't need to push after that point. But a very important win indeed for the German. Now the question is, when do the drivers make the switch back to slick tyres? Because at the moment, you would say it's questionable as to whether this is the right time. Christian Bertucca got the fastest lap of the race on the last lap, a 1 minute 2.5. But if you're a mechanic at the moment sat in pit lane, looking at the cold conditions, looking at how cool the tyres are, and looking at the fact that the track is still damp in places, do you put the slick tyres back on? I'm not sure I would. I think I'd go for wets at this point. Look at Robert Kindervaarter. There are still points on the circuit where he's throwing up water off the treads. So there's not a lot of water out there, but there's certainly enough that with the slick tyres having to go the distance to tomorrow morning, you wouldn't want to risk ruining them. So I think it's wet still. Robert Kindervaarter from Team Leadmar, then Christian Bratucker and Sam Luyet in front of Alexander Schmitz and Jorge Pescador. Andrea Dali in 7th place from Vincent Manague, and the top 10 rounded up by Alessio Pacini and Alessandro Buran. Then it is Robin Glerum in 11th position in front of the Finn Paavo Tonteri, Hubert Petit in 13th in front of Andrea Bossetto and Kevin Stehauer, the leader of that massive battle further back, which involved Nathan Hedouin, Gabin Loyer, Ken Algra, Josep Weyer, Mark Negruzza, Ivan Kelchik, Enzo Le Cruz, and then Spencer Schinner, Patrick Janssen, Guillaume Ley, Michael Stevens and Maxime Grillon in that order. Only one other finisher, that was Clément Pierrat, and the two retirements from the race were Arthur Rojon and Igor Nozov. So some tough racing in that one, and it really does showcase just how exceptionally skilled you need to be competitive at this level. A really tough race and a very, very tough field of drivers. You've got to be on your A game if you want to come to battle here at Le Mans. So down there in pit lane, Guillaume has left the commentary box to try and find our race winner, Robert Kindervaarter, and see who else he can find down there.
Welcome back, guys. In the Parc Fermé, indeed, live with the man on the charge, Robert Kindervaarter. We talked to you yesterday with some strong results already, but here comes the first win, but not the easiest of conditions. Talk us through that.
Yeah, normally I was hoping for a bit more of water because it's easier to drive with the tires, but wasn't too bad after all. I was not too sure if it's going to work out with the pressure we did, and in the end it wasn't too bad. So really difficult when it's drying up the track, so really happy with the result. Couldn't be any better.
Couldn't be any better indeed. We saw that the rain started to stop almost before you guys went out. At what point did you watch out the sky and say, oh, not going according to plan maybe?
It was like maybe 5 minutes out of the start when the rain slowly started to stop. Then we knew we were in a bit of trouble, but overall we think we managed quite good the tire pressure, and that's a key issue in these conditions. And overall, really happy again with the results so far.
Another advantage for you is that you get to keep your dry tires for a bit of more time for the next races.
Yeah, surely that's one big point. Especially we have still four races on these tires, and they already are quite struggling in the rear. So that's a big positive aspect of the mixed conditions now, to drive the rain tires and to keep the slicks for the upcoming races.
Thank you indeed. Good luck to you, and congratulations on your first win. In all bad situations, there's always a bit of positive, and Robert Kindervaarter pointed out that he still have some tires left for the next 4 races, dry tires still in his reserve, which is good news considering that, as you heard, that those tires are pretty already well damaged. Let's see if we can have a couple of more interviews and giving you insight from the drivers themselves. Hubert Petit, maybe. Hubert, can I have one quick word with you just after? Une petite réaction? Sorry, mister. As you can see, very busy as always. I'm going to try to have Hubert Petit, one of the Frenchmen. 77 Frenchmen are actually competing this weekend in Le Mans for the World Championship at home. So, and Hubert Petit is one of them competing for Solicart. Once they're done with the business, and a bit of a trouble on my side as well. Try not to lose any compounds, guys. I'm going to try to see if Hubert is available with us. Hopefully he's not going away anytime soon. Let's see. Once he's done with his business. Otherwise, in the meantime, we can try to have Tom Leuillet maybe. That's his brother, actually. Tom is not with us. I think Hubert is going away. So he might not join us right now. Let's try to have someone else. Maybe, yeah. Gabin Leuillet, maybe. One quick word. Gabin, on va avoir une petite réaction juste après? En français, on peut faire ça, bien sûr. Pas de souci, ouais. Gabin, we're going to have him in just a second. This is live, ladies and gentlemen. The drivers are busy sometimes. And say hi to the camera. Thank you. As yeah, Gabin, you can join me on that side, please, in front of the camera. You can see on my left. Gabin, bonjour. Content de t'avoir en tout cas ici à ce championnat du monde. Voilà, raconte-nous un petit peu comment cette course s'est passée, puisque les conditions n'étaient pas forcément réunies.
Oui, bah alors là c'est conditions pluie, donc vraiment ça ne me réussit pas du tout. Manche très compliquée. Non, la première plus celle-là. Après, quand c'est sur le sec, c'est plutôt bien. Donc on va essayer de prier pour qu'il fasse beau.
Priez pour qu'il fasse beau. Et sinon, à part évidemment ces conditions difficiles, jusqu'ici, peux-tu nous résumer, on va dire, comment s'est passée ta journée d'hier?
Ouais, bah alors je fais le 31e temps du général. Après, premièrement, je veux qu'avec la pluie, j'arrive à faire 9. Et sur le sac, après, je fais une fois 7 et une fois 8. Donc plutôt une bonne journée. Plutôt assez content. Surtout pour une première ici, donc pas mal.
Ouais, première fois ici, les résultats réguliers en tout cas. Et merci beaucoup en tout cas de nous avoir rejoints. Bonne chance pour la suite et peut-être à tout à l'heure. Thank you to Gabin Louillet telling us that he had some strong results yesterday, a 7 and an 8 in dry conditions notably, but those conditions indeed were not the easiest as you have seen on track, but still happy with the pace. Gabin Louillet, the brother of the newly crowned European champion in the KZ2 class, Tom Louillet. This will be all for us now. Back to you, Jake, for some more racing.
So just as one race ends, another begins. And it's going to be fantastic to see how it all battles out here at Le Mans. It'll be terrific to see how it all continues on. So the drivers come out for KZ2 qualifying heat, F versus H. Arthur Carbonell and Arvid Lindblad from Matthias Spergel and Yannick Julius Bernhardt. Thomas Imborg and Chris Harnan from Jean Lier and Tim Gerhardt. Marcus Kayak and Ivan Klimenko from Thomas Sipers and Daniel Mathia. Giorgio Carrara and Michele Fontana, then Celian Gelesin and Alex Marigliano. Linus Lagerstrom and Henry Johnstone from Nathan Krang and Francesco Leone. Angelo Lombardo and Olivier Hart from Jeremy Potain and Victorien Sabatava. Then it is Théon Blin and Enzo Rochelle from Florian Kutzmann, Vincenzo Marinov, Roma Kuedik and Pedro Ibrahim. So as the drivers get themselves back on and ready. So the contenders gearing themselves up onto the circuit once again, and it will be a really interesting challenge for the competitors. So as they gear themselves up ready, it's a tricky situation for the contenders again, as I'm trying to figure out who's done what in terms of tyre choice. Well, I won't really be able to get much of a chance to see. Now it looks as though most of them have actually gone back to slicks. So that is interesting. I would have said wet's still the choice, but apparently the drivers know better about the lap times than I do. Because the difficulty is that there is still some standing water in occasional patches of racetrack. So you would have thought that if there's even the tiniest bit of rain, you'd go on wets and just sacrifice a heat to let those tyres go a little bit further. But they've all decided, no, there's not enough water to risk going on to wet tyres again. So they've all gone slicks. Now, if it rains halfway through this race, they're all going to look fairly foolish. Now, this is an interesting dynamic. The leader is allowed to choose which side of the grid he starts from, and on this occasion Arthur Carbonell has decided to go onto the left side of the starting grid, which is where all of the rubber is going to be. You're allowed to choose which side you start from on the front row of the grid. Every other row of the grid has to remain inside for the odd numbers, outside for the even numbers, but the pole sitter can choose which side to start from. Lindblad therefore is going to start on the inside line. Look, yeah, everybody else is on slick tyres, so this is going to be an interesting one. It could be a phenomenal development in the race weekend. Lights are on. They're out. Oh, and a problem for the 103. Not a great start at all then from Jean Lier. It looks as though he missed his start time. And into the lead has come Arvid Lindblad, and off the road goes the Sodi. That is Matteo Spergel. That could not be worse for him. He was third in the rankings. And Matteo Spergel off the road in the first corner. Heartbreak for Spergel. That has ruined his race weekend. He was a candidate for the victory in the World Cup. And now he's restarting at the back of the field, but Matteo Spergel, that has ruined any chance he might have had of reaching the podium in this World Cup. Well, that is catastrophic bad luck for Matteo Spergel. As up the inside, that's one of the Ike's racing drivers diving in on the inside, the Estonian Marcus Kayak, who has made a terrific run. Very appropriate that Marcus Kayak is at the front of the field in a wet, dry circuit. So Marcus Kayak in fourth position, trying to work his way forward, but Arvid Lindblad has taken the lead in a critical moment in this weekend. That is pretty special from his point of view. He's come up past Arthur Carbonell. In third place is Chris Harnan, and then it's Marcus Kayak in fourth place. Everybody else just trying to tiptoe their way around this opening lap and make the best of it, but Lindblad is clear by a second on Carbonell. Here comes Kayak, dives in on Harnan. Lovely move, into position he goes, but he drifts out wide on the exit, and he's going to struggle to hold that position in front of Chris Harnan. Does, however, hang on to it, so that's well held by Marcus Kayak. into third position, and now they've got pressure from Thomas Imborg and Giorgio Carrara, the Argentine, on the Lenzo kart. He's not far away from this either. So some great battles all the way through this field, but certainly up in the top 5. Already pressure. And now look, Arthur Carbonell has managed to catch Lindblad by half a second. Lindblad running wide. This could be the chance for Carbonell. He's not quite going to get through, but now he's under pressure. This is what I was talking about. They've all made the chance to go to slicks, but the problem is that the track is still quite damp in places, so you can't really register. You're going to make the mistake just by going out there and figuring out what the situation is, and that is an off, I'm afraid, for the 193. It's game over for, that is going to be Sabatava. So Victorian Sabatava, I'm afraid, is out of this race as Jean Lier gets the investigation flag for his little creep forward at the line. Kind of saw that one coming as Kayak dives in on the inside. Oh, pandemonium! And that's Arthur Carbonell running wide and down to third position. So now the SP Motorsport drivers are first and second. Harden's trying to go for Lindblad, thinks better of it, hangs back, and there's problems already as they continue to duel away for position. But it's Lindblad, Harden, and Carbonell. Fourth place is Kayak, fifth is Imborg, and sixth place Carrara. They've shuffled the deck again, and now they come up to the hairpin. So Carbonell still trying to hang on to third position in front of Marcus Kayak. Chris Harnan trying to get his move. They both drift out wide. Who's going to get better traction? Kayak gets through on Carbonell. So Kayak comes back into third position on the CRG. But watch out, because you've got pressure from Imborg. There is no grip at all. These drivers are really struggling. I think they've all made the same decision, but it's turned out to be a difficult one, a very impossible decision to make. Do you go wets? Do you go slicks? And in terms of the grip out there, it's varied. That's the problem. There are some corners where you've got decent enough grip for slicks and others where you haven't. So here comes Carbonell back into third position, past Marcus Kayak, and the teammates from Standpex Motorsport are wheel to wheel, side by side. Lindblad hanging on in front of Harnan. So that is the Red Bull Formula One Junior, Arvid Lindblad, running in front of the Dutchman, Chris Harnan, who has very much picked up the mantle, left by Max Verstappen in the young gearbox ranks. He is the new boy wonder of Holland, trying to fight his way through in KZ2. Of course, there is a very strong Dutch challenger in KZ as well, namely Senna van Walstein. Here comes Harnan, goes for the inside line, and that's the move made. Gets the move into the lead, and Carbonell coming through as well. Lindblad shuts the door just in time. But Chris Harnan has taken the lead at the moment. They're going to go 3 wide, down the back straight. And there goes Carbonell into second position. He makes the move. Watch for Kayak round the outside. He gets into third. Lindblad goes from first to fourth in a lap. That's how tricky it is. In fact, it doesn't even take him that long. It only takes him one sector. Here comes Harnan. He's lapping Salvatore. So up the inside of Sabatava, they go to lap the position, and they've got more traffic. Kayak diving in on the inside. Beautiful move on Carbonell. Kayak in a second position. Here comes Carbonell back again. Diving through, Lindblad comes through on Imborg to get the base back. Imborg's going to get back on the inside. He can't make the move. Chris Harnan's left them. He's disappeared out in front. Bye, boys. See you later. So Carbonell in front of Marcus Kayak, Lindblad and Imborg. And run wide from Kayak. That's a big mistake from Marcus Kayak. He drifts onto the grass, cuts back across in front of Lindblad. Now he's parking the bus on the inside. Lindblad will tuck through into third position. Goes the British driver. Nice work from Lindblad. He gets past Kayak, who's really struggling. There's no grip left in those tyres. They're going to ruin the slicks. They are spinning the wheels trying to get traction, and here comes Giorgio Carrara. Kayak around the outside of Lindblad, gets back into third position. Watch out for the Argentine Giorgio Carrara. This is superb racing here at Le Mans. Out of the final turn again. And now Lindblad is going to make the bid on Kayak. They're going to go side by side into the first corner. Thank you very much. Lindblad back in front. But watch out for Carrara and Imborg. They're still having a great duel for fifth position. No traction off the turn. Once again, here comes Kayak. Lindblad behind Kayak, hopping over the curbs. Watch out for Imborg and Carrara. Very close racing, and now that Carbonell has managed to get clear, he's in second place with a lot of distance between himself and Arvid Lindblad, who's back into third position ahead of Kayak, Imborg, and Giorgio Carrara is now falling into the clutches of Daniel Mathia. And again, Lindblad in trouble. Watch round the outside. Here comes Imborg. He's not going to wait around anymore. Slides in. Kayak gets past Lindblad. There's no grip on the wet patch. And Imborg slides around like a rallycross driver. He drops back behind Giorgio Carrara. He went onto the wet patch to try and get through, and there was water on the tyres, no traction, and he slid wide. So Chris Harden has just got to dive his way on the driving line, on the dry line. If you go even slightly offline in these karts, you are going nowhere. It's as simple as that. You've got to be so delicate. Slick tyres was the fastest way to go, but it wasn't necessarily the right way to go, because you really are flirting with disaster if you even come fractionally off the line. You are absolutely in Heartbreak Hotel, looking for a spare room for the night. Daniel Mathieu diving in on the inside. That's a nice move on Giorgio Carrara. Gets the run. A little bit of a run wide from behind. That was Tim Gerhardt trying to shake off the attentions of, I think that's going to be Angelo Lombardo on the Paralin, who's managed to get through. So Angelo Lombardo making his bid and gets past Tim Gerhardt. Just look, there's no grip on the outside. Once you get on the wet patch, that's it. You've got to ride the curbs. And Angelo Lombardo hanging on in front of Tim Gerhardt. And you're spinning the wheels on the top section, because that's where the water's draining to. That's the wettest part of the course, up at the top end of the road. And they're losing a good 5 seconds a lap just in that one section of the course, because the wheels just frantically spin. There's nothing you can do about it. But out in front, Chris Harden is leading the way, but he's being caught by Arthur Carbonell, who's been dropping great laps. And so Carbonell now has a chance to catch the Dutchman before this race is done. There's 3 laps to go. Big slide from Lombardo. He caught a wet patch there again, and the wheels just spinning frantically. Very tricky stuff, but a really exciting battle. Tough racing between them all as they battle in position. So a very tricky situation, as now Carbonell is all over the back of Harden. So that is very close indeed between them. Is there going to be a move? Trying again. Carbonell just trying to dial in behind Chris Harden. Harden holding the pace as they run through on the far side of the course. Still great racing everywhere you look, as Arvid Lindblad is still trying to shake off the attentions of Thomas Imburg now. 2 laps to go, and Chris Harden is right there with Arthur Carbonell. They come through on the far side, and Carbonell just trying to get better traction out of the hairpin. He really didn't make a good run of it that time, and Chris Harden is able to stretch away. But they're 3 seconds clear of Marcus Kayak and 5 seconds clear of Lindblad and Imburg. So that's how tricky this circuit has proved to be through the entire course of the race. And Chris Harden leaning his way through the chicane, just trying to keep himself nicely balanced. Now, I've seen this stance before. Look, Chris Harden is actually leaning against the corner that he's driving, and he's doing that intentionally. He hasn't quite got the G-force in the kart to throw him there. Look, he's intentionally leaning. Now, I've seen Kaz Havercourt do this in the past, and basically the reason the drivers do this, they lean out of the corner that they're turning through, and that's to correct the center of gravity that the weight transfer throws you through the corner. So essentially, if you're leaning further in, you actually get better traction off the turn, because the center of gravity is already a little bit sideways as you come off a corner. But if you lean your body weight into the opposing direction the kart is turning, you correct the center of gravity and you get better traction in wet conditions. So that's why Chris Harden is doing that. He's actually leaning away from the corner he's driving through. So Arthur Carbonell is now half a second behind him again. All it's going to take is one mistake from Chris Harden on the last lap, and suddenly he's going to pick up 2 points rather than stay on the score he's on. Because he scores 0 points for a heat win, 2 for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, 5 for fifth, and so on. And then whoever has the fewest points at the end of the heats gets into pole position for the super heat tomorrow morning. But Carbonell is all over the back of Chris Harden as they come onto the back straight, and Carbonell is trying to find the space, trying to find the opportunity on Chris Harden into the braking zone at the bottom of the back straight. He can't quite make it. Harden is going to hold this. Carbonell has given it everything he can, but it's advantage Otto Carbonell. He only picks up 2 points. Chris Harden gets the win, and that keeps him in the hunt at the front end of the KZ2 run. He's outside the top 10, but that's a victory, and he'll be very happy with that. Great job from Chris Harden. Sensible, smooth, forceful, but relentless. It was a really controlled run from the Standpex driver from the Netherlands. An excellent performance from Chris Harden. A wonderful drive and a very strong performance. You can be incredibly happy with the way that's worked out. So an excellent performance then from the contenders out there. They've really given us so much drama already. So it will be an excellent run and a fantastic performance there from Chris Harden. Good job, good effort. Arto Carbonell keeping himself very much in the hunt as well. That was a very important second place, because he's just seen his rival and in position, Matteo Spergel dropping down and having a spin. That dropped him right down to the back of the field. He managed to recover all the way to 18th, by the way, so a good comeback from Matteo Spergel, but you can't get away from the fact that sadly he has dropped way out of contention and added 18 points to his tally. So Chris Harden in front of Arthur Carbonell. Marcus Kayak is in third from Arvid Lindblad and Thomas Imborg. Then Daniel Mathia, who fought his way to P6 in the end, ahead of Giorgio Carrara and Angelo Lombardo. Tim Gerhardt and Jean Luyet in the top 10. Theo Blin in a very strong 11th place, the privateer. Then Alex Marigliano in front of Enzo Ruschel and Michele Fontana. Then Yannick Julius Bernhardt struggling to 15th in the end from Nathan Krang and Thomas Chipers. Matteo Spergel recovered, as I mentioned, to 18th place in the end. 19th for Pedro Ibrahim. Roman Kuedik in 20th from Ivan Klimenko and Henry Johnstone. Then Olivier Hart, Jeremy Potain, Francesco Leone, Linus Lagerström, Florian Kunzmann, Vincenzo Marinov, Telian Galassin, and a lap down, but still finishing, Victoria Sabotava. And despite the crazy nature of that race, everybody who started it came home for the finish. So excellent stuff from the KZ2 drivers in that very tricky race with an awful lot to do and a lot of exciting grip to try and find and explore out there on the course. Was not easy for the drivers to balance the speed of that one. So it is going to be very treacherous out there. So let's see if we can find Guillaume Alvarez, who is still down there in pit road, no doubt chatting to some exhausted drivers.
Chris Hannon, what a race it was. Tricky conditions, but talk us through that race because this is your first win of the weekend, so pretty good start of the day for you.
Yeah, sure, really good start of the day. The conditions were really half-half in between wet or dry. In the beginning it was still really wet, so I think then wet tires had the advantage, but nobody was on wets. So in the beginning it was quite struggling and everybody was just looking for the right line and the best grip. So I just waited a little bit and looked around me until I grabbed second place and I was behind Arvid for a few laps. And when I overtook him, I think I pulled a gap immediately. And Carbonell was close behind me the whole race. So it was not easy to not make a mistake when the track is still half wet and you're on slicks. But yeah, we managed and it's my first win of the weekend and I'm really happy with it.
Absolutely, can be happy with it as well, with the pace that you have with the material. SP Motorsport, private team, with the support of Car Republic, obviously. It's a bit like David against Goliath, but you've been showing some great things, you and your colleague teammates so far.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the material of the PAX Racing team is really good. There's a lot of drivers in our team that are fast, also in the KZ1 class. And yeah, speed was really there in this race. I mean, of course, you cannot really say much about it because the conditions were like this. But also in the heats before, I finished in third and fourth, which is yeah, not bad. And we already made up some good points since the first heat. Yeah, I hope to still have a good starting place in the final.
That's the way to go. Thank you very much, and the best of luck for you today. Thank you very much for talking to us, Chris Annan from SP Motorsport. So let's try to have maybe a couple of more inside. I saw Arvid Lindblad. You might have seen him on the corner of the picture. I don't know if he's available still in the area with us, but we didn't get a chance to talk to Arvid yesterday. Jean Luyet actually could be an interesting one to have a chat with. Jean, maybe a quick word, un petit mot pour donner ton ressenti, non? Plus tard peut-être? Juste une seconde. Drivers are always busy, you know. They always want to get away from me. I don't know why. Bonjour Jean, merci de nous rejoindre. Un petit mot. Alors, raconte-nous un petit peu ces conditions un peu difficiles. Vous étiez tous en slick, me semble-t-il. La ligne, on va dire, commençait à s'assécher ou c'était encore un petit peu difficile?
Il y avait une partie du circuit qui était encore mouillée. Et puis, du coup, moi j'aime bien les courses entre deux comme ça, mais j'ai eu des problèmes au départ et puis ça m'a empêché de faire une bonne course. Mais voilà quoi.
Alors au niveau du championnat de manière générale, depuis hier, on a eu quelques courses évidemment déjà ce vendredi, encore pas mal à faire jusqu'au Supermanche et peut-être après la finale. Comment ça s'est passé pour toi jusqu'ici?
Alors la vitesse, je l'ai toujours eu. Après j'ai eu quelques soucis au qualif, ça fait que je pars un peu derrière et ça me gâche un peu mon championnat du monde. Mais ça va, il y a mon frère qui est aux avant-postes, du coup j'ai le moral et puis je suis content et j'espère qu'il va remporter ce championnat.
Ah, c'est un bel esprit de famille en tout cas, j'espère qu'il t'entend, merci beaucoup et bonne chance à toi pour le reste du week-end. Very nice word from Joliet to his brother, wishing him to stay at the front, fight for the World Championship title. For him it has been a bit trickier than expected, unfortunately due to conditions and qualifying that didn't go according to plan. So he's having to start from the back end of the grid in each of his races, which doesn't make his life easy. So I think this will be it for now. get back to you, Jake, as we have some more KZ2 races coming up. Then, of course, a big program, a big schedule ahead of us with the KZ2 Masters for the first time on track in qualifying heat mode. We're going to have as well the Academy Trophy, the youngsters, and, of course, the top of the top, the KZ class, with some of the best karting drivers in the world.
Indeed, yes, Guillaume, and it's the KZ drivers that are out next on track. These are the Mac Daddies of the sport of karting. These are the kings, the queens, the celebrities. These are the big ones in terms of the names to watch out for in the KZ category. This is the title that was won by Max Verstappen back in 2013, and in subsequent years has been won by the legends of our sport. It's been absolutely fantastic. Marco Ardigo, Jorid Pex, Paolo De Conto, Patrick Hayek, Moran Kramers, Jeremy Iglesias and Noah Millel, all our most recent champions over the last 7 seasons. But what a sensational opportunity this is now for our drivers to step forward. On pole position for this one, the man who is hoping to bow out of the sport as the world champion, Simo Pohaka, starting on the grid in this heat alongside the man who is the vice world champion from last season, Lorenzo Camplese, who has stepped out of the shadows of KZ2, stepped out of his independent run at SC Performance, and now come forward to be one of the stars of the Tony Kart Factory team in the KZ Gearbox category. Here we go. Our third heat of the week, Simo Pohaka and Lorenzo Camplese from Pedro Hiltbrand and Tuukka Tapanen. Marijn Kramers and Senna van Walstein from Louis Speck and Jeremy Iglesias. Francesco Salenta and Anthony Abbas. Marek Skriven and Stan Pex from Johan Sugel and Matteo Vigano. Then Antonio Piccioni and Mauro Simoni from Arthur Gauthier. Dorian Gildenfels, Mario Schettino, and at the back of the grid it is the ex-Formula 1 driver Jaime Alguersuari, who lines up after a very difficult qualifying position. He has had no qualifying time out on the circuit at all on Friday, which is why he's starting from down at the back of the grid. But he's determined. He's very happy being back in the world of karting. He says there's no pressure here. There's no scrutiny. He can just enjoy his racing the way he was always supposed to enjoy it. And he's had to sit out for the last 12 months or so after he made his intended comeback last year due to a training accident where he ended up breaking a rib. But he has now recovered. He's got himself back up to speed again. And he is looking very much the epic racer that we were always hoping to see him back to. And it's great to see that, you know, you've got drivers at a very high level up against the very best drivers around the world, and they are even in the same playing field. Now, it looks to me as though the circuit might just be about right for the slick tyres now, but there are still going to be some damp patches in places. So it's not clear cut, it's not determined yet who is going to have the best of it. At the moment, the 2 heats yesterday were won by Simo Pohaka and Emilio Andena, who have yet to meet on the same bit of racetrack, so they are obviously going to be going for the victories again today. But Simo Pohaka versus Lorenzo Camplese on the front row of the starting grid. Third place for Pedro Hiltbrand, the former world champion in OK and the former International Super Cup winner in KZ2, as Guillaume Alvarez joins me at exactly the right moment, the start of the third KZ heat of the weekend. The vice world champion alongside the man hoping to bow out of the sport as the world champion on the front row. Then Pedro Hiltbrand and the youngest man in the field, Tuukka Tapanen, on the second row. Here we go! Perfect start from Camplese, not a great one from Pohaka, but Camplese has launched into the lead and Tapanen has come through to third place. Terrible start then for Pedro Hiltbrand, and he's going to run out wide and cost himself even more places, down 4 positions then. So it's the Tony Kart trio initially out in front, but Tapanen has now lost out to Marijn Kramers. Marijn Kramers has come through to third position, so the number 3 is there, but I don't think he's going to be there for long.
Let's see, 11 laps to this first qualifying heat of KZ for today. The cream of the cream, the best karting drivers in the world here in Le Mans. Simo Pohaka, Lorenzo Camplese, Hiltbrand difficulties indeed. Number 3 of Marijn Kramers finding his way through on the inside of Simo Pohaka. Beautifully made around the outside of the banking, but the Tony Kart driver is having none of it and keeps the line in front of the former world champion and European champion 2 years ago as well. Watch out for Marijn Kramers. He's going to have to resist behind because I think we have Senna van Walstein indeed in number 9 from the Tony Kart CPB Sport activity. Oh, he just tried on the chicane. There was a bit of a contact. I think that was ambitious from Senna van Walstein, but he knows at this level this is nothing or everything.
Well, this is what we come back to from what we saw in the KZ2 heat earlier on. Oh, a spin from Kramers! Kramers spins in the first hairpin. Marijn Kramers loses the kart altogether, and that will surely end his bid for the World Championship. Marijn Kramers was having such a great race, and then it all goes wrong in turn 1. Oh, the Dutchman who's had so much bad luck in the last 2 seasons, and it's come back to bite him at Le Mans.
What on earth happened there? Oh, a beautiful move around the inside from Jeremy Iglesias on Tuka Tapanen into the banking. Watch out, as Marian Kremers. He must be so desperate about what just happened. This is such a big turn of event for the former world champion, as he was expecting to bounce back after, as you said, quite some difficult races over the past few months. Jeremy Iglesias ahead of the 42, Simo Puhaka, now trying to resist from the Frenchman's comeback. There's going to be interesting to see with one of the leaders of the CRG factory. Look at him go, actually. Jeremy Iglesias now in third position, chased by Simo Puhaka, his old rival. Those guys have been competing against each other for so many years. I can't even has one world title to his name. 2 years ago in Lonato, Simo Puhaka is dreaming or maybe joining the list. Then he might have a good chance this weekend if everything goes according to plan.
Well, Puhaka would love to bow out of the sport as the reigning world champion. That would be an amazing way to end an illustrious karting career for the Flying Finn. But Jeremy Iglesias is on home soil now as a world champion. The pressure's off as far as he's concerned. He put so much intensity and so much emotion into his driving until he won the world championship. Ever since then, he's been chilled, he's been relaxed, he's been laid back. I came to do what I wanted to do. Now I can just enjoy my racing. Now we're watching Stan Pex going wheel to wheel with Tuka Tarpanen. Here comes Hilbrand trying to get back through on the inside of Tarpanen. Not going to happen. But the thing I wanted to point out here is that this is a circuit of two halves now, because at this side of the circuit it's pretty much bone dry. There are a couple of little damp patches, which is what caught out Kramers, but you've got a pretty much bone dry racing line now. This is the fast part of the course, and you can watch the drivers really bite into the tarmac. The slicks are working well. They've got less track time out on the circuit in the KZs than the KZ2 drivers have, so they can really push. They can really plunder these circuits. Once you get to this section of the course, up at the top end where the water is still draining, look, there's still a lot of wet patches around the course, and Senna van Waalstein caught a big one there. This is the part of the circuit where you're having to tiptoe. You're having to be gradual. Look, they slow right down at this point because there's only one wafer thin line through, and Senna van Waalstein has come through to the lead. So it was Abbas that actually went wide, but it's Van Waalstein who has taken the lead. Senna van Waalstein, the Dutchman, has charged his way forward to the lead. The man with the dual helmet design, racing in his own colours on one side, and on the other, the man he was named after, Ayrton Senna da Silva. Senna van Waalstein hits the front for the first time at Le Mans.
Ayrton Senna da Silva, who came for the first time in Europe in 1978 on this very soil, on the Alain Prost former track circuit, just nearby the Karting International of Le Mans. So it was this place that his idol, his motorsport idol, came for the first time competing against the big guns in Europe, making his way to Formula 1 and the history, of course, that we know. So Senna van Waalstein, can he repeat the achievements of his motorsport idol? Is on his way to achieve great things, certainly, if it goes according to plan. Senna van Waalstein, vice European champion this season, is one of the drivers that we've been progressing the most over the past few seasons, is right on top, leading in front of Lorenzo Camplese. Watch out behind for the back, because we have Jeremy Iglesias and Simo Puhaka battling along, and the Tony Car driver just made his way through just before the chicane, the 42. Puhaka very much on the chart as well. Iglesias had a very first part of the race, is now having to back up, and watch out for the back as well. Look who's coming back, Anthony Abbas. It's been a while since we've seen Anthony on the racing track, but the vice world champion is back on home soil. He couldn't resist the temptation of coming back to Le Mans and competing once again in the World Championship, knowing that he's been retired for, what, 2 years now?
It is 2 seasons, yeah. He walked away at the end of the 2019 campaign, having just missed out on the European title and almost got the job done at almost got the job done at the end of the 2019 season. He makes a big mistake there, Iglesias, so that's Anthony Abbas through into 4th position, and now Camplese is struggling to hold off Simo Puhaka. Puhaka's coming back into it down the back straight. That'll do. 2nd place for the Finn. He gets a good move there down the back straight, but now Anthony Abbas, I think this is going to give him a 2nd win. The pace that he has shown, he's relaxed, he's chilled, he's laid back for the Sodi team, and with his teammates Senna van Waalstein and Emilian Denner going so well, Abbas is back on home soil, loving every second of it. It's like he's never been away.
Yeah, I have to say this. His pace is quite impressive, actually. He managed to climb 6 places from 10th to 4th already, and is actually catching the rest of the group. So let's see what Anthony Abbas can do in his World Championship, but he's here certainly not for the numbers.
Do you know what? Whatever Anthony Abbas had for breakfast this morning, I want a truckload of it delivered to my house tomorrow, because he is absolutely on it. A very impressive run so far from Anthony Abbas. Iglesias is right there. Watch out for Pex and Hilbrand. They've come through now as well. Tuka Tarpanen, who started up the front end, they've clearly got the tyre pressures completely wrong for Tuka Tarpanen, because he now finds himself down in 15th position. It's all gone horribly wrong for Tarpanen. Meanwhile, though, Simo Puhaka, the dream is not dead. He's got on the hammer. He's managed to go faster and faster, and he's got 4 laps. He's closing up on Senna van Waalstein. He doesn't have to rush this. This is going to be a great charge forward from Puhaka. If he can make this 2 wins out of 2, then he is in prime position to get the lead of the aggregate positions. He currently holds it jointly with Denner, although Denner is slightly in front of him based on qualifying pace. So Puhaka looking to try and get past Senna van Waalstein. If it stays like this, then Puhaka is actually going to drop to 3rd in the rankings behind Noah Millel. But if he can make the bid on Senna van Waalstein, this is where both karts are going to be slightly vulnerable, so he needs to make advantage of it here. But Senna van Waalstein really hugging the race tonight. I think Puhaka is going to have to work harder than he realised, because now Van Waalstein has nailed the slow section, and Puhaka is really going to have to come back with something strong.
And you can see that return straight, very close indeed. This is Yori Pex actually going around the inside of Jeremy Iglesias, wasn't it? Further back, this is in the last chicane before the return straight. Here we go. Watch out for the move, as this is the battle happening further back as well. We're going to try to keep a close watch on all positions, because everything can change. But I think Simo Puhaka is going to have to wait until maybe the last lap. He just reduced the lap once again, even though Senna van Waalstein is responding with the fastest lap in this race. Here we come, as Lorenzo Camplese is still in 3rd. Antonio Abbas is 4th. Jeremy Iglesias further back. Here we come with the leaders in the banking on the other side of the track. As you can see, the racing line is starting to dry out much more now. We don't have quite a bit of sun, even though it starts to get through the clouds. But now we have half of a second between the 2 leaders. Watch out for the back. This is Camplese under the pressure of Antonio Abbas. Antonio Abbas tried to line him up into the chicane, but there was no room to go through. But the next lap might be the good one for Antonio Abbas, the number 11 from Saudi Kart, with Jeremy Iglesias just behind. He's more than willing to go with his fellow countryman on that one. But if any door opens, and there he goes on the outside. That's quite ambitious, isn't it? Jeremy Iglesias on his side as well into turn number 3. That was close, but no position changes there. We actually came close to maybe a bit of a contact, but Abbas stays in front.
And Hiltbrand has leapfrogged past Iglesias in the process of doing that, so he's up to 5th place. Watch out for Stan Pex in 7th place, and in 8th position, that is Lewis Speck. That is phenomenal from Speck to be up there fighting with the best in the world. Don't forget, last year he was a new boy as Abbas runs wide, loses out to Hiltbrand, and also comes Camplese wide. Hiltbrand's going to get him around the outside of all of them. Stan Pex, where has he come from? He loses out 3 places in one fell swoop, but that's how close he was for Stan Pex to very nearly make mincemeat of all of them.
Wow, it's getting heated, isn't it? Final lap of this KZ qualifying race, as we have Pedro Hilbert back in the mix, leading a group of fierce drivers. Antonio Abbas, Iglesias, Pex as well. Hilbrand in front, as we have 1 second between Senna van Waalstein and Simo Puhaka. It's done and dusted certainly between those two, as Van Waalstein is about to secure his first qualifying heat race this weekend. But let's keep an eye on those group of 5 to 6 drivers battling for 3rd position. Then every position count. They only have 3 races to go through, the KZ drivers. That's pretty much nothing compared to KZ2, so every mistake has a double cost, as we've seen for Marion Kramers. We'll get back to that, but we're back with the leader, Senna van Waalstein, outside of the last corner, crossing the line in front of us, and this is a win for the Saudi CPB driver Senna van Waalstein, winning in Le Mans for the first time this weekend. Qualifying race in the pocket in front of Simo Puhaka, and Pedro Hilbrand crossing the line in 3rd for 4/10 of a second from Anthony Abbas.
And that takes the pressure off Van Waalstein. He was 6th in his heat yesterday, so he accumulated 6 points. So getting the win puts him right back into the action, and that makes it 3 different winners from the first 3 KZ races. Puhaka in 2nd place, only dropping 2 points then. Hiltbrand and Abbas, great comebacks from those two. Hiltbrand lost a massive amount of time in the opening phase of the race, and Anthony Abbas is just getting himself right back into the mix. I tell you what, you can teach these young boys a few new tricks by the look of it, boys. Simo Puhaka still very much in the hunt to become world champion and then walk away from competitive driving. What a way that would be to crown off his KZ career. But Senna van Waalstein, just astonishing how quick he has been able to produce here, and a phenomenal effort from him. That was really strong to finish off there and grab a victory from the jaws of what was looking to be a very difficult week at the end of yesterday for him. Senna van Waalstein then from Simo Pohaka and Pedro Hiltbrand, ahead of Anthony Abbas, Jeremy Iglesias, Stan Pex and Lorenzo Camplese from Lewis Speck. Great work from the TB driver, Francesco Salenta. And look who made his way all the way up to P10 from the back of the grid. Jaime Alguersuari is back.
Yeah, sound familiar, this name? Jaime Alguersuari actually didn't have the best of luck yesterday as he had to retire from his opening heat. But this time around, he showed us that the pace is with him this weekend. 10 places collected from 20 to 10th in front of Matteo Vigano, Johan Sogel, Marek Scriven, Tuka Tepponen losing all the way down to 14th. Unfortunately, he was starting from second row on the grid from Antonio Piccioni, Mauro Simoni, Dorian Gulenfeld, Mario Centino, and we have two retired drivers, Arthur Gauthier and Myron Kremers. This is certainly the biggest news so far in the KZ class with the retirement of the former world champion that has been spending quite a bit of time this season overseas doing his bit in American karting. So he's back with us in Europe to try his bit at the World Championship this time around. But a retirement when you have only 3 qualifying races before the superheat is never a good news indeed, and never a good sign. But we can count on Kremers to try to fight back and make up for the lost ground. But this was an interesting first race indeed, and a third different winner in the KZ category. But it's good as well, just pointing out the return of Jaime Alguersuari, because we've been talking about the participation of the former Formula 1 driver for quite a while. He was supposed to compete in last year's season, unfortunately missed out due to rib injury, as we had the pleasure to talk to him in Adria for last year's European Championship final. But he's back with us for the World Championship, and even though yesterday wasn't certainly the start he had expected, now this is much better for the driver competing this weekend for CRG, that has been known for the past few seasons under the nickname DJ Squire. Very, very active on the musical side of things, but still very much passionate about motorsport.
Yeah, it's a great comeback, and great to see him fighting his way from the back to the top 10. That proves that he still has the pace to mix it with the big boys. So very impressive from his current position. So great to see how that's been getting on. But the man who is this year's European champion is about to get out there on track. Paolo Ippolito. We caught up with him on Thursday afternoon. He's obviously hoping, after winning the European Championship, his mood is good. But he knows, just as everybody else does, the World Championship, that's the big prize.
I mean, during the whole year we always try to be in the top and develop our material and the driving. So basically the whole year has been developing until this moment, like the biggest race of the year. And we feel confident, and we know what we can do, and the material feels okay, and we have shown that we are very fast, like especially in Cremona with the pole, and unfortunately one crash in the heat puts us in the back of the final grid. But with the pace we had, it was really good, and I hope we can have the same pace this weekend. In one way, I think it's a bit more pressure, and you want to save to keep the crown in green and defend your title. But in the other way, I can feel more more soft, and because I know I already achieved and I can do it one more time. So it's a bit both ways, like more pressure, but also a bit more calm. Everyone wants to beat the champion, but I think there is so many talents in this class, and the level is so high. So no matter which race or which drivers, they will always be fast, and you need to manage the tires a bit different, and also this asphalt is quite rough. So I think the managing of the tires is very important, and also because it's clockwise, it's like a new way of managing and to go fast.
Good to hear there from Noah Millel, who of course is the reigning world champion. and he is going to be starting up at the front of the field in this particular race. Great to have the support as well from mondokart.com here for the FIA Karting World Championship, and as well from our new partners Mumbai Falcons Racing Limited, who are getting ready for their Formula Regional India season to kick off in November. But now to the starting grid for the KZ qualifying heat, A versus D, and that's going to be fabulous to see these two on the front row of the starting grid. The academy drivers gearing themselves up, ready for their first heat of the day and their third and fourth heats of the week here at Le Mans. But on the front row of the grid, it's going to get very interesting from here on out. Noah Milel starting from the front of the starting grid alongside last year's European champion. These were the two kings of 2021. Noah Milel, the world champion, and Riccardo Longhi, the European champion.
Riccardo Longhi, of course, having a double double here this weekend. He's not only one of the fastest drivers in the Birella Torrent, but is also the team manager. So double, maybe more issues for him to deal with, but on track and off track, Riccardo Longhi has been a busy man ever since last season when he got promoted to his position. Double position, double task for Riccardo Longhi, but who's still as hungry as ever to try to make the difference. Is still dreaming of catching maybe that World Championship title, and today this season could be a good chance. He has one European crown to his name already last year in Adria, but Noah Milel was the supreme driver on home soil at Quinchstadt last season. Victor Gustafsson and Emilian Denner. Keep an eye as well on row number 2. Emilian Denner, who won in 2019 International Super Cup KZ2, dreaming as well of another World Championship title. There's so many different drivers that can actually have access to this crown, that can go for the battle, and the list of favorites into this KZ class is endless pretty much. Here we go for the grid with Noah Milel and Riccardo Longhi on the front row. From the rest, Victor Gustafsson, Emilian Denner row number 2, from Alex Orlando and Lorenzo Travisanuto, Yori Pex and Adrien Renaudin, Matteo Segre and Hugh Valtanen row number 5, from Ariel Elkin, Paolo Ippolito, Michael Rosina, Christian Habelin, Quentin Voria, Matej Preus, Roberto Taglieni, Greg Tanik and Leandro Paredes Sanchez.
So as the competitors gear themselves up, it's going to be a slightly better condition of circuit compared to what we saw for the previous race. But there's still that wet patch coming off the banking and then into the next right and left as they come down to De Vieux-Chêne. It is a very tricky part of the course, that, and they lose a good 2 to 3 seconds on the lap in that section of the course alone. It's not a lot of traction because, of course, the drainage is actually going downhill, and the banking, the water is going to come down the hill and actually collect in that right-hander. So there's only one true line of dry running. If you get slightly wide on that or try to go for an overtaking move, you suddenly find out that you've got no traction whatsoever. It's a very tricky situation for the drivers in KZ.
Absolutely, and it comes also, this humidity on this part of the track comes to the closeness, the proximity of a lot of trees. Actually, the forest is just nearby, because we have behind us, behind our position on the start-finish straight that you can see, we have the glorious track of Le Mans, home of the Le Mans 24 Hours, of course, in car racing. And on the other side, we have the technical department with all the factories being surrounded by trees. So there's a lot of trees around, which means that there's more humidity coming from them and onto the track as well. And as you said, the draining is going downwards into the banking, so it takes more time, especially when the sun is not helping us, which is the case at the moment. Still very cloudy above our heads here in Le Mans, which doesn't help, but still very much dry.
Lights on, lights off! Good start initially there from Victor Gustafsson. He tried to break through the middle of them and couldn't quite do it, but Denner, what a launch! He comes through past both of the men on the front row of the grid and gets into the lead through turn 1. Perfect from Emilian Denner. The safety car driver checks over his shoulder, realises he's got daylight between himself and Noah Milel, and he's off. You won't see him again if he's got anything to say about it. However, everybody else still running quite collectively close to each other. Milel running in second. Gustafsson made a terrific start in the CRG up to third, and Longhi down to P4.
Yeah, the level of confidence from Emilian Denner is higher than ever. He won this year on the Home of Champions circuit of getting to the European Championship, but didn't quite manage to seal the deal in Cremona. But this is the way he won his first qualifying heat yesterday. Oh, a bit of an off for one of the safety car drivers. This is number 7.
That's Denner! That's Denner from the lead! That is Denner from the lead. He must have made a mistake. That's the problem with being the first one on the scene on the wet patch, and Denner did not realise how wet it was going to be. So he's dropped back down to about 7th position now as he comes through. In fact, it's 9th. So Emilion Denner from the lead has now dropped back to 9th position. He's now having a race with Paolo Ippolito, and all of a sudden we're looking at 4 different winners from the first 4 races this week.
Yeah, perfect timing for me to say that his confidence is higher than ever, and this came a mistake, unfortunately, for Emilion Denner. This can happen to everyone. That's what it's about. So this is a lottery in karting, and once again, the leader, he seemed to be on strong pace on this opening lap, but as you said, conditions are still quite tricky in this banking. So all the way down to 9th position for Emilion Denner, having to keep Paolo Ippolito just behind. Let's keep a watch on what's happening just in front. The 31 on your picture. This is Noah Milel, the world champion, in 3rd place, having to resist Lorenzo Travisanuto, making his bid on Alex Orlando, the 2 Italian drivers fighting their way through before the chicane, and Travisanuto is up a place in 4th. Orlando's going to have to fight back. We're back with the leaders, Victor Gustafsson wearing the CRG colors, being chased by Riccardo Longhi from Birelart. Those two just split by 0.2 of a second as we are in lap number 3 out of 11. Sector number 2, the double right-hander, very, very close indeed. You have to keep a straight line, otherwise you go too wide and lose a lot of momentum in this part of the track. Right now, there's 2 split groups, the 2 leaders. Then we have Noah Milel leading in front of Travisanuto, as well as Alex Orlando, Valtanen, Jori Pex, Ronoda in 8th from Emilion Denner, and Ippolito for the top 10.
Right, here we go to the critical part of the course once again, where drivers are going to start to lose traction and try and gain it back again on the run down the back straight. It's stalemate between Gustafsson and Longhi. Milel losing a little bit of grip there, and Travisanuto starting to have a think about that 3rd position spot, tightening up the battles behind them as they come onto the main straight once again. There's Jorid Pex, the slightly older brother of Stan Pex, in behind the flying Finn, Juho Valtanen, and Alex Orlando, the man who's come so close to glory so many times before. And that is a spin from one of the Birelarts, that is Leandro Paredes Sanchez, who has had a bit of an issue there down at the back end of the field. He manages to recover, but that has dropped him now down to last place. And I think we had a bit of an issue as well for Roberto Taglienti, who has managed to get going again, but he is down at the back of the field with mechanical problems. So, still a good battle going on between Gustafsson and Longhi. Milel under pressure from Travisanuto. 2 world champions, 3rd and 4th. Milel, the KZ world champion last year. Travisanuto has won almost every title there is to win in FIA karting, except the KZ, and now he's going to try and make the lunge on the inside as long. He's going to try and make the bid for Gustafsson for the lead. Did Travisanuto get the move on Milel? I think he has had to bail out of it. Yes, he has. So Travisanuto tried his best, couldn't quite make it stick, and now here comes Alex Orlando. Orlando's going to try and get through on Travisanuto into turn 1. That won't work. Valtanen, Pex, Renaudin and Denner tightening up.
Alex Orlando has a revenge to take. He's been squeezed between Travisanuto and for the back here. Valtanen is going to try his bit as well. Valtanen used to be competing in the SP Motorsport team, the team of the Pex brothers, with Jori just behind. Jori, who knows his track, of course, very much, as for having won the world title back in 2015. So a lot of good memories for Jori Pex on this track of Le Mans. Paolo Ippolito, the fastest on track at the moment. Paolo Ippolito running at the moment in 10th place, running in the top 10 from Christian Habulin and Mikael Rosinas, the rest of the pack. Back in the lead, Gustafsson still under intense pressure from Riccardo Longhi, under investigation. So that's new, investigation from the stewards on Riccardo Longhi, in the driver in 2nd position. We're going to have to get back on that in a few moments, but certainly something that the stewards and the marshals didn't quite appreciate in the way that Riccardo Longhi was attacking Victor Gustafsson. So that might have an impact. That's still 3/10 between those two. And watch out for the move around the inside. This is Jori Pex on the 26th of Jor Valtanen, and Valtanen lost another place to Adrien Renaudin, making his way through.
Well, it's Emilion Denner, I think, isn't it, getting through, because Renaudin is still there. Renaudin is still behind Valtanen for the time being, so Denner in the Sodi card has come through. The other Frenchman in the mix, Jori Pex, having got through, he's causing a bit of a roadblock for Emilion Denner. He's feisty, he's fired up. Ooh. The red mist is really descending on Emilion Denner. He wants to go for the victory, but he's already essentially thrown his race away by that mistake on the first lap. So now he's got to try and fight his quarter back into position again. He's looking to try and exacerbate some of the damage. The only consolation he's got, really, is that there will be 4 different winners from the first 4 races, so it really does open things up in KZ, and it makes this probably the most competitive World Championship that we have seen for many a year. Emilion Denner has been trying to win it now for 3 consecutive seasons. He won the Super Cup back at Lonato, of course, in 2019. And ever since that point, he's been a KZ driver, trying to dip his toe back into the world of single-seaters, always struggling for budget, but then they always said that this place is Formula One without the money, as Denner tried again to get close to Pex, and he's run wide. As a result, another big hammer blow to Emilion Denner's week as both the Tony karts go through. Valton and Renaud both managed to steal the places away from him. Emilion, you cannot afford to throw this away anymore. You can't afford to keep hemorrhaging points. At some point, you've got to consolidate as Longhi is in the lead. When did he get past Millel? We missed that, but Longhi is now in front of Millel, but he's under investigation. Now, whether that's for the start or whether that's for something that went on during the race, we don't know, but Longhi is currently in front of Millel and Gustafsson.
Yeah, we've seen some penalties yesterday for moving before the start at the red light, so that might be one. We'll see after that, after the race, when the results are made official. But as a result, Longhi is going for the charge in front of Noah Millel. And watch out for Victor Gustafsson, just 6 tenths down, but we still have a bit of time in this qualifying heat. Lap number 8 almost completed out of 11, but nothing is done in concrete as we have our top 3 drivers in front. Lorenzo Trovazzanuto leading the second wagon with Irlando, Pex, Renaud and Denner. Denner just made his way past Jo Valtanen again for 8th place, but as you said, this is a dilemma for Emilion Denner after his mistake in the opening lap. He needs to be aggressive, as so for Victor Gustafsson going around the inside of Noah Millel. That was beautifully made from the CRG driver, who just kept waving a little bit on the inside, avoiding to clip the curb, otherwise he would have lost momentum, but he just made his way through for 2nd place. And now the chase is on, and the next one might be Riccardo Longhi.
2 Swedish FIA Karting champions, Noah Millel, the reigning world champion, Victor Gustafsson, who won the European KZ2 title a few years ago now. He has always been his own worst critic. He never gives himself a break, Victor Gustafsson. He has always used that negative energy to push himself, to motivate him to get up to the top. This time at Le Mans, it really does seem like Victor Gustafsson and CRG have clicked. The final piece of the jigsaw puzzle appears to be in place, and now he is able to capitalize. He just overtook the reigning world champion. Now he's going after last year's European champion, Riccardo Longhi. Here he goes, up the inside, full commitment, and he almost loses it altogether over the curbs. He went airborne trying to make that overtaking move, and Victor Gustafsson win it or bin it in magnificent fashion.
What did I tell you about avoiding the curbs and not to clip on them, because otherwise it could have been a disaster for Gustafsson, but he managed that beautifully and kept the racing line on the inside. So Longhi is going to have to fight back and containing the return of Noah Millel for the back. Trovazzanuto as well trying to do the same. Watch out for Alex Irlando. We talked about the CRG drivers being really fast. Jeremy Iglesias showed his pace as well in the previous race, so we're going to have to include them in the endless list of potential favorites. But Longhi, as you see, is trying to shut the door before the chicane. One of the best spots for overtaking. If you can manage that just before the turn, you might be safe for a little bit longer, even though turn number 1 is giving good opportunities. Watch out, can Noah Millel try to reverse the order? This is the last lap, 14 meters to go into this lap of Le Mans, and Longhi stays ahead, but for how long?
And now Victor Gustafsson is disappearing up in front. Wonderful to see him take that position. Wonderful to see him get into the lead. And now Riccardo Longhi is having to play defensive tactics to Noah Millel and Lorenzo Trovazzanuto as Emilion Denner sets the fastest lap of the race. A little too late for him, I'm afraid. So very tricky for the Sony kart driver, trying to get himself as high up the order in the ranks as he can, but he's looking at 8th place. And that's going to give him 8 points, the same as Longhi, Hiltbrand and Irlando if it all stays like this. But Victor Gustafsson, 2nd yesterday, a win today. Now the CRG driver is emerging as a potential favourite to be world champion at last. Victor Gustafsson, great job in front of Longhi and Millel. That was special. What happened to Denner on the last lap? Emilion Denner has dropped back on the final lap. Where is Denner? Where is Denner? He's not come through by the look of it. Emilion Denner has suddenly disappeared from the fray. Don't tell me he's gone off. He has. He's come off on the final turn. Denner has now crossed the line in 16th position. From the favourite down to the back. Emilion Denner had a problem on the last lap. He cannot believe it. The panic set in for Emilion Denner, and I'm afraid the Sony kart boy wonder has dropped down to 16th position. It could not have been worse for Emilion Denner today. Agony, agony for the Frenchman, joy for the Swede. Victor Gustafsson suddenly finds himself as a potential favourite, but Emilion Denner crossing the line all the way down in 16th position, and that is heartbreak hotel for the Frenchman. What a shame. Victor Gustafsson takes a brilliant victory in front of Riccardo Longhi and Noah Millel. And then in 4th position, we have Lorenzo Trovazzanuto in front of Alex Irlando, Jorit Pex Adrien Renaudin, Paolo Ippolito in front of Juho Valtonen and Matteo Segre. Then we have the TB kart trio of Christian Abulin, Michael Rossiner and Ariel Elkin. Quentin Vaudier is 14th in front of Craig Tanich. And Emilion Denner, 16th. That is disastrous. Leandro Pedez and Mate Bruce come home in 17th and 18th. And we had just one retirement with mechanical problems, and that was Roberto Taglienti. But absolute heartbreak for Emilion Denner. First on the grid in the first corner, and then all of a sudden, 16th place by the end. That is the worst possible qualifying heat he could ever have experienced. No championship points on offer, of course, so it doesn't matter if he has a difficult qualifying. As long as he can fight his way back in the final and win the race, he'll still be world champion. But that is the worst possible preparation to get himself into that mindset. Certainly for Simo Pohaka and Victor Gustafsson, it is the perfect start to proceedings. But that is bitter, bitter blow for Emilion Denner at a critical moment in the weekend. That's really going to need a little bit of soul searching, a little bit of reminder of what he can do. He has to shake that off and get back on with it. 4 different winners, though, from the first 4 races. That is astonishing. Simo Pohaka, Victor Gustafsson, Noah Millell, and Senna van Waalstein. And they are now all together in the top 4 positions. Really interesting as they continue to give us plenty of excitement. Now to the, my apologies, Simo Pohaka, Victor Gustafsson, Senna van Waalstein, and Emilion Denner, the 4 race winners from the first 4 races. Proper drama here in KZ, and it's just one heat to go for them later on in the day. My goodness, the drama is going to be palpable. Well, Guillaume Alvarez has left the commentary box. He's gone down to the pit lane to soak up the atmosphere from a very tense KZ heat.
Welcome back, guys, from the Parc Fermé live with Victor Gustafsson. Victor, what a race just before the rain coming back, but talk us through that battle, because against Ricardo, that was passionate.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously a good start. Was up to P1 pretty early on. Obviously had a bit of a moment, lost 2 positions, but I had the speed, could come back, did 2 overtakes, and suddenly I could be quite calm in the lead. Obviously difficult when the condition is like this, you know, you miss the corner by 2 centimeters and you can be out of the track, you know, but I feel confident. Material is extremely good this weekend. Preparation's been good, so keep on going like this, and we'll be there on Sunday.
Good spirit indeed. You managed those overtaking the turn number 1, clipping the curb at one moment, but you kept it on the line. Was it like a big save?
Pretty big, you know. Obviously everything is happening so fast, so you don't really know what you're doing. But no, it was on the limit. I knew that I wanted this win because I felt that I could. Sets us up good for tomorrow. Just one more heat, and we see what we can do.
Pushing until the end. Thank you very much, Victor. Again, the best of luck to you for the rest of this World Championship. Good performance for Victor Gustafsson, winner for CRG. Before we go on some more racing with you, Jake, let's see if we can have one more word. Maybe with Greg Tannick. That's interesting, because if he's available, maybe one quick word from the Frenchman. Greg, bonjour, est-ce qu'on peut avoir un petit mot? Petite question ou l'autre pour avoir ton ressenti. Bienvenue, Greg. I feel like you're comfortable in English, aren't you? Better in French? Okay, better in French then. This is France after all, so you guys are on home soil competing at home. Greg Tannick, content de vous revoir ici, le championnat du monde à la maison. Vous êtes ici dans la classe des grands, en quelque sorte, avec votre premier mondial en KZ. Comment ça se passe jusqu'ici?
C'est compliqué, mais ça commence à venir. Après, il suffit d'être plus posé pour avoir les bons gestes tout de suite. Et après, ça vient.
Voilà, très bien. Écoutez, je vous laisse aller puisque la pluie, malheureusement, va devoir nous interrompre. Bonne chance pour la suite, Greg Tannick, des pilotes français engagés avec Birelart. One of the French drivers, Greg Tannick, that not so long ago was competing in the Academy Trophy and in the Knock Direct Drive Classic. Can you imagine now? He's with the big boys. And back to you, Jake, because now it's pouring rain in Le Mans. This will give some more head scratching to the mechanics and the drivers about what compound to choose. They will go on wet, that's for sure. And everybody is working in the Parc Fermé trying to get the tires ready in time. So back to you.
Well, the problem is that they should be able to change onto wet tires, but the gate was already shut. So now they've got absolutely no alternative but to go out there. The only hope really they've got is for this rain to cease in its intensity in the next couple of minutes. they're going to have a really big struggle now, because obviously the drivers are all going to be on slick tyres because they didn't have a choice. Some of them are quickly putting on wetsuits, but they're all going to be on slick tyres because the gate's shut. Oh, there we go. They've taken the decision. Start delayed. There we go. So that's going to open up the gates once again. Now they can put wet tyres on. Very sensible decision there from Pasquale Lupoli, who decided to delay the start there, looking at how heavy the rain was. I can only harken back to the incident that we saw last year in the OK Juniors at Genk when the rain came down heavily on the first lap. They were all on slicks, and the top 15 drivers all plunged into the barriers at Cafe Corner. And clearly, they've learned the lesson from that incident. So very impressive strategy making and decision making there from the race director, Pasquale Lupoli, who elects to give the drivers the chance to change tyres and put on wetsuits. Very smart indeed. Well done. That was a very smart call. So all of the drivers will now switch from the slicks to the wet tyres. You can't send them out into a circuit like this where it's so tricky, so difficult. We've already seen a few near misses with the KZ2s. It would be different if it was KZ, if it was KZ2, or if it was KZ2 Masters, drivers with a lot of experience. But for these youngsters who are aged 11 to 14, representing their nations on the world stage for the first time, you've got to give them that little bit of grace. You have to allow them the chance to make the changeover. So an excellent strategy call there, and well done to Pasquale Lupoli, race director, who made the right call at the right time there. And good to see that the heavy rain is now going to be responded to. There'll be a slight delay. The new start time is 11:50 due to the weather conditions, so that's going to give the mechanics 10 minutes to get themselves up to speed and get themselves sorted. So there is going to be a slight delay in the proceedings, but I have to say, in terms of the grounds of safety, that was very much the smart decision. That was the right call. So the academy drivers will now get the chance to get themselves onto the right tyres. It's no much more panic in the pits than there would have been had they get onto the start of the racing. But what it does mean is the drivers can now put on their wetsuits so they don't ruin their overalls. And it is going to give them a chance to respond. But as Guillaume rightfully said, this would not be Le Mans without rain. It doesn't matter what time of the year you come, whether it's the spring, the summer, the winter, or the autumn, and I have been here in all four, you really cannot avoid the rain. It will come no matter when you get here, and it's always going to give us some entertainment and some drama. So I think the mechanics and drivers just getting their chance to be told what the situation is, and now there is some frantic activity because the teams, or the drivers and mechanics, there are no teams in the Academy Trophy, but they have now been told that they can switch to the wet setup kart if they want to. So a lot of them are basically just changing their kart over for the wet. They have two chassis that they can carry here, and they will obviously, usually in situations like this, set up one kart for the dry conditions and one kart for the wet conditions. So you can see that the drivers and mechanics are basically assisting each other to swap the karts over. Now, some of them have obviously got wet tyres there, so they can change them, but for a lot of them, it's just easier to swap the kart over because there's fewer things to change. But obviously, different mechanics have different interpretations on what is and what isn't going to be doable in the time. You can see onto the left of your screen there, Guillaume Bouzard helping with the tyre change. It's wonderful to see the kind of drivers that these youngsters prove to be, because the ones that are very analytical are usually going to be the ones to figure out how they are going to be usually the ones to figure out how attentive they are to the style of driving. You used to see a lot of drivers really interactive with the mechanical process of the racing. There are some drivers who just show up, put their helmet and suit on and go racing. Others really want to know the nuts and bolts of how the kart works, how to get faster, how to improve, how to get more out of it. There's a lot that can be done. And so these drivers really want to get as close to the action as humanly possible. And they want to put every single ounce of strength and stamina that they have behind putting it all together. So it's obviously very, very tricky, but that's what the drivers came for. Looks like Hadi Mamassi was just running off stage right there to go and grab a wetsuit. It has got pretty wet pretty quickly, but just as it starts raining heavily, I think the rain has ceased again a little bit. It is still raining. You can kind of see it as you look at the Marshall post there, but it's definitely not as heavy as it once was. And this is what it's going to be like all day long at Le Mans. Just as the track dries out, you're going to get another bit of rain, and then obviously the track will dry out again, and you'll get another bit of rain. That's Le Mans all over. This place really does have its own characteristic, its own nature. So it's a fascinating situation and a very interesting dynamic that the drivers are finding themselves in. So obviously the contenders fighting for the mondokart.com FIA Karting World Championship. But this particular series, the Academy Trophy, has just 54 drivers competing, but they come from all four corners of the globe. They are selected from North and South American countries, from Asia, from Europe, from Africa and Australasia. The furthest travelled is Lochiel McGregor, the young Kiwi, who's come all the way from New Zealand, doing a fantastic job and getting himself up into the mix. But everybody here has come from 53 nations. There are 54 drivers. The double up is from Switzerland, because Chiara Batig won her place in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy from her performance in the FIA's Girls on Track program, which is designed to bring more women into the sport from a young age, which is doing a fantastic job and has already garnered some incredible talents over the course of these last couple of seasons. But Chiara Batig did a fantastic job yesterday in her heat, and she was fourth position in her heat yesterday. She'll be in the second group, so this is a little bit of a delay for her race to get started, which is a little bit of a disadvantage actually, as she'll have been hoping for a little bit more of a chance to move her way further forward up the ranks. But it is going to be a tricky situation, that's for sure, as the drivers are now desperately trying to work their way forward and give themselves an opportunity to progress. So the Academy Trophy gearing themselves up ready for an exceptional battle out on the circuit. 8 laps on the course. It's going to be the South African Nicolas Roos that will go off pole position in this race. Ivo Besterda, the Polish driver, will be second on the grid. Then it will be William Go, the young man from the Philippines, in third position, from Riccardo Cirelli, the Italian. And then the Estonian Mark Dubnitsky will be alongside Mexico's Saul de Colombres. Guillaume Bouzard will be there, the young man from Luxembourg. And then Christian Jorgensen of Denmark is going to be next in the line. And then we will have Timofey Mikhailov of Malaysia alongside Robert Pamalis of Latvia. Here is the schedule for the day. That's slightly different now, of course, because the Academy qualifying heat for Groups B versus C has been delayed due to the rain. But after this race, you're going to see the second of the Academy heats, and then we'll get to see the KZ2 Masters out on circuit for the very first time. Then we'll get our hour-long lunch break, and then the KZ2s will come back in operation for their 5th race of the week. They'll come through in B versus F, A versus E, B versus G, and C versus H. And then we'll get the KZs out for the 3rd and last time before the super heats. Critical for the likes of Emilion Denner, Simo Pohaka, Victor Gustafsson and Senna van Waalstein to produce the goods in their 3rd heat of the weekend. Then the Academy drivers will come out for their 3rd qualifying heat of the weekend, and they'll have a nice early finish. However, the KZ2 Masters and the KZ2 drivers will be continuing into the evening session. They'll have a very exciting and special evening ahead of them here at Le Mans. Once the Academies are done, the KZ2 Masters will come out for their 3rd heats. They'll be done, and then the KZ2 drivers will have an opportunity to fly out onto the circuit once again. KZ2 Masters will be there for their 2nd heat of 3. And then the KZ2s will come out once again at 17:05 and 17:25 if we get back on schedule for those 2 pairs of races there. And then we will continue again for more KZ2 drivers after that point. And then there will be a short pause in proceedings again to give the marshals a breather. And then we'll be back in action at 7 p.m. local time, just as it's getting dark. KZ2 Masters, and then 4 more races for the KZ2s. And then we will finally be wrapped up in terms of the KZ2 qualifying procedure ahead of the races tomorrow in the super heats. But it is very close quarters racing that we are expected to see from the KZ2s. And obviously, if you weren't with us yesterday, we had a sensational spectacle with a delayed race after a red flag, and then we had the final race of the day under the floodlights. It looked spectacular, and I have a feeling that when we get to 8:40 later this evening for the final KZ2 qualifying heat at D versus H, I have a feeling those 2 groups are going to get another potential floodlit race spectacle, and it will look amazing. So the Academy drivers are going to come out onto the circuit again very shortly. Pasquale Lupoli, the race director, electing to give them a chance to change the tyres and set up of the karts so that they could run in the wet conditions. A very sensible decision, I might add, because it was always going to be a very tricky situation for the competitors. So the drivers are working hard. Nicolas Roos and Ivo Besterda are going to be on that front row of the starting grid. Then Go and Cirelli, Dubnitsky and de Colombres, Bouzard and Jorgensen, Mikhailov and Pamalis. Outside the top 10, it'll be the Armenian Daniel Dalakian, and then Matos Reiber is going to be there, the Croatian next up. Then Gabriel Sarno, the Brazilian, will be alongside the young man from Mozambique, Ruben Dovale. And then the Kiwi, Lochiel McGregor, he'll be alongside the New Zealander, will be alongside the Canadian talent, Hadi Mamasi. Then Alexander Deshkov, the Bulgarian, he'll be alongside the young man from Jordan, that is Hamza Al-Fayez. And then we'll have Elina Lerovsen, the Norwegian. She'll be alongside Korea's Kyoho Lee. And then Santino Panetta of Argentina will be alongside the Spanish talent Adrian Ferra. Megamu Suzuki of Japan will fill the back row of the starting grid alongside the young man from the Czech Republic, Jindra Pezel. So those two drivers didn't get a qualifying lap in at all. Arthur Dorisson is just watching this on, quite interested to see what his rivals are going to do. He's down there in the pit lane, just inspecting what his rivals are doing. Do you know what? Arthur Dorisson has come into this weekend with such an air of expectation. This is his home circuit. He goes to school and lives just down the road from here. So this is quite an important race weekend for Arthur Dorisson as he finishes his Academy Trophy journey, literally a stone's throw away from his home. This is a big weekend for him. He wants to finish strong. He did such a good job at Genk in Belgium to win the final. He had a nightmare at Cremona, but he can still win this Academy Trophy title if he gets it all together here at Le Mans. So obviously that's going to be critical for him to put himself through the mire. But a really interesting challenge is coming through from the competitors. There is Ivo Besterda getting himself back into position on the front row of the grid from the South African Nicolas Roos. Thibaut Ramakers is in his wetsuit there as well, watching along as the competitors are gearing themselves up ready. And so is the British driver Henry Jocelyn and the Slovenian Alexander Bogonovic. I'm just watching those guys there. Jan Pinto is down there as well, the Israeli. They're all just keeping an eye on this. They want to take some notes ready for their qualifying heat, which is coming up straight after this one. So it really is an essential opportunity for the drivers to get a little bit of extra detail, a little bit of extra knowledge coming into this one. So through the guys go, Nicolas Roos and Ivo Besterda on the front row of the starting grid. William Go and Riccardo Cirelli from Mark Dubnitsky and Sal de Colombres. Guillaume Bouzard, Christian Jorgensen, Timofey Mikhailov and Robert Pamales on the fifth row of the starting grid. So the contenders are getting themselves geared up and ready for an excellent show. Nicolas Roos and Ivo Besterda on the front row of the starting grid. Arthur Dorisson is just watching along down in the pit lane. He wants to get some data and information on what's happening so that he can be well prepared. But looking out onto the circuit again, looks like the rain has stopped. So it obviously came pretty heavy when it arrived, but it's obviously it's stopped quite as rapidly as it has come as well. So an interesting scenario now for the drivers who are going to get put out onto the starting grid very soon indeed. They're actually a minute late compared to the new scheduled starting time. So it looks as though there's been some slight delays down there. And they are really putting on an interesting showcase out there. The drivers putting on a tough race of it, with the Academy drivers gearing themselves up ready for an excellent show. Roos and Besterda, Go and Cirelli, Dubnitsky and de Colombres, Bouzard and Jorgensen, Mikhailov and Pamales, Delakian and Reiber from Sarno, Dovale, McGregor, Mimasi, Deshkov and Al-Fayez, from Elina Rolfsen and Kyoho Lee, Santino Panetta, Adrian Ferra, Megamu Suzuki and Jindra Pezel. So the 3-minute board is about to go up at the end of the pit lane. Championship manager on the right of your screen there, that is Simone Perego, getting himself ready to send the guys out onto the circuit. And you can see all the drivers for the second Academy Trophy heat just stood at the side there, gearing themselves up ready to get going. So this is all spectacular stuff as the contenders reeling themselves in, ready for position. 8 laps of the Le Mans circuit to come for the drivers in the Academy Trophy. And a really sensational scrap. So Nicolas Roos and Ivo Besterda on the front row of the grid. 3-minute board has now gone up, so it's a slight delay. I think they're going to start the race at 11:55. So 15 minutes lost for the time being, but they're going to try and pick themselves back up. So the contenders coming through. And Roos and Besterda on the front row of the starting grid from William Go and Riccardo Cirelli. Mark Dubnitsky and Sol de Colombres from Bouzard, Jorgensen, Mikhailov and Pamales. Then Delakian, Reiber, Sarno and Dovale. This is going to be a tricky race, actually, because there was a big, heavy rain shower that has obviously delayed the start so that they're going to get onto wet tyres and put the wetsuits on. But now we're in the difficult situation. The rain has stopped. So the first couple of laps are going to be quite treacherous. But the rain has stopped for a good 5 minutes. So the water has already started to drain back off the circuit again. So a very difficult situation has already been presented to the drivers in this one because they've had to change everything around. But now it's a very tricky situation. So a very tough race battle. And they are going to continue on in fine style. So the contenders are pushing forward. They're going to try and get themselves into position. So Roos and Besterda on the front row of the grid. Go and Chirelli will be on the second. This is going to be tricky from here on out. They're going to have a real tough time of it. But as they continue forward, Pasquale Lupoli is going to send them out. 8 laps of the course. Dorisson and Roos are there, the drivers that won yesterday's races. So a fantastic situation and a tough battle. Weichselbaumer and Bouzard were the ones who took second place yesterday. Besterda and Go were the ones who took third. The 1 minute board goes up and Guillaume Alvarez has joined me at exactly the right moment. The Academy Trophy race is about to get underway.
Yes, indeed. The youngsters of the Academy Trophy, we've been expecting them since yesterday. We had a couple of races, obviously, with Nicolas Roos and Arthur Dorisson winning those 2 races. A bit of a delay if you're joining us right now. There's been a sudden change of tires, obviously, as the rain came falling above our heads, just as we were busy doing interviews with Greg Tannick, one of the young Frenchmen to keep an eye on in the KZ class. His very first World Championship in the gearbox category, as he was not so long ago learning his craft in this very class of the Academy Trophy. Now, here we go. Academy Trophy qualifying heat B against C. The drivers making their way onto the track. We're going to have 2 races for the Academy Trophy, as the length is a bit different to what we've had so far. 10 laps for the KZ2, 11 laps for the KZ, and 8 this time around for the Academy Trophy. It comes over the grid, as we're going to have on pole position Nicolas Roos, one of the fastest in qualifying, obviously, the young driver from South Africa. It's going to have Ivo Besterda by his side from William Go. Then we have Riccardo Chirelli, Mark Dubinsky, Sol de Colombres, Guillaume Bouzard, Christian de Jorgensen, Timothée Mekelov, Robert Pourmalis, Daniel Dalacan, Mathieu Riba, Gabriel Sano Rabello, Ruben Doval, Lokiel McGregor, Hadi Mimasi, Alexander Deshkov, Hamza Al-Fayez, Elina Rofsen, Kyo Lee, Santino Panetta, Adrian Ferrers, Megumu Suzuki, and Jidrich Pezil. 24 young drivers, 54 in total, have responded to the call and the invitation of the CIK FIA to represent the country on top of the karting world, being watched all over from 4 corners of the globe. Thank you once again for tuning in on FIAKarting.com. Wherever you are in the world, we're live with RDMMC on YouTube, on Facebook, on Motorsport TV, and as well, the full day of tomorrow, the Superheat and the finals will be live on the application of Eurosport, our main partner for this event, along with Mondokart and Mumbai Falcons. The drivers making their way onto the start-finish straight. Unlike the other categories we've had so far, this won't be a standing start, but a rolling one, as the drivers are getting themselves ready to make their way to turn number 1. Nicolas on the left side. Are we going racing? Yes, yes, yes. Green, green, green. Onto the first straight, onto the first corner. Here we go. First qualifying heat of the Academy Trophy, and they're going to have to get used to those conditions. Still very greasy and slippery around the track. Everybody is on wet tires, as they had to change that into the Parc Fermé suddenly before the green light. And then somebody going off actually in turn number 2. A bit of a wide trajectory by some of the young drivers. The open lap is always the trickiest, isn't it? Because on those fresh tires, still very cold as much as the track, you need to get used to that. And so one driver, the 554, is in trouble, unfortunately, for the back in the classification. Let's try to see what it is. This is Daniel Callahan, unfortunately out of the race. He actually tagged along with the 525. So to see who that is as well, the 525 in our classification. Once we get to see who that is, we'll get back to the leaders. But 2 drivers out. Hopefully they will be able to get back onto the track. Here we go. on the other side on the way to the chicane. The battle for the lead is already raging. The 512, this is Nicolas Roos being chased and attacked by Iwa Besterda as William Go as well in the mix. Let's wait for the conclusion of the opening lap and to give you a proper classification. Oh, one driver in trouble, I think, out of the chicane. Nicolas Roos was able to hold on to the lead in this opening lap. Iwa Besterda in second. Mark Dublinski making his way up to third from Riccardo Cirelli. William Go down in fifth, and the battle is raging. The 501 on your picture. This is Iwa Besterda chasing along the lead. Nicolas Roos on a big of a thump on the rear side of Nicolas Roos is going to lose first position in turn number 4. Yes, he's losing not only first but second and fourth potentially. Oh, and a bit of a trouble for Nicolas Roos, who's having to back down and drops to third place for the young South African. We are only getting started into this qualifying race, lap number 2, as we have the confirmation of the retirement from Kyo Lee, Daniel Callahan and Robert Purmalis. Unfortunately for those 3 young drivers, 21 still on track, and you can see, oh, a bit of a bump. That was a heavy contact on the back of Nicolas Roos. Unfortunately, in the banking, there's some trouble for the South African, I'm afraid, as the battle is raging for the lead. The 504. This is Riccardo Cirelli making his way up to first in front of Iwa Besterda. It's a complete change of classification at the end of this lap number 2, and you can see the drivers clipping the curb, trying to find the best racing line. Still very slippery. You need to be tight on corners, try not to lose too much momentum, particularly in this turn number 1. Very tricky to get the exit right. You can see just outside the racing line how slippery, how wet this track still is after the pouring rain that we had for just a few moments, and just before the drivers made their way onto the track, it stopped actually. So this is really a live lottery that we have in Le Mans since the start of this day, as the 504 is your new leader, Riccardo Cirelli from Italy, being put under pressure by Iwa Besterda, who's having none of it at the moment, and you can see those two are really pulled away from the rest of the field. 2.7 seconds at the moment. Nicolas Roos was having a bit of a trouble, but still managed to hold on to third. He's trying to go around the outside, but further back we have Mark Dublinski is going to try to go around the outside. Oh, and it goes actually the way of Guillaume Bouzard, the young driver from Luxembourg, who actually took them two at once, and Bouzard goes from 5th to 3rd in one corner. Beautifully made from the leader of the championship.
But now he's dropped back once again. He finds himself down in 5th place once more. So the 5-2-3 Dublinski did manage to get through into 3rd position. Bouzard now nudging Nicolas Roos. His hesitation and his desperation really started to catch up with him now, as Roos finds himself dropping to 4th position in this race. So he's now going to try and make his comeback bid. Watch Bouzard as round the outside comes Dublinski to get back through on Nicolas Roos. They go wide and Bouzard will get up the inside into 4th position. Good run from the Luxembourger, who now gets himself to 4th, but he drifts wide and he's on the grass. So a big comeback needed now from Guillaume Bouzard. He manages to slot back into 5th place without losing a position to Timofey Mikhailov, the Malaysian. So fabulous stuff. And this is really controlled driving. Next up is Hadi Mamasi, who is in 7th position, tucking his way through. These are the kind of conditions that the Canadian absolutely relishes. He is based in the United Kingdom, of course, Hadi Mamasi, and so these sort of race conditions are bread and butter to him in the world of karting, and he's really loving it. Up the inside comes Jorgensen. Lovely move there on Adrian Ferrer, the Spaniard, who's made a massive recovery, and in these wet conditions he was so strong in qualifying. He had his 3 best qualifying laps actually taken away from him due to overtaking under a yellow flag, and that is Elise Rolfsen. So Elise Rolfsen, I'm afraid, the Norwegian, is out of the race, and she was having a very solid run actually. So that is bitter disappointment for Elise Rolfsen. She is now out of the race, having gone off in turn 2. Big switch around between the 2 leaders. This is Cirelli versus Besterda, the Italian versus the Pole.
Yeah, it's going to be a good battle, isn't it, as we're entering, and we're about to conclude lap number 5 out of 8. Your leader, the fastest on track, having no trouble at all in front of him. Is actually further back that Besterda will be willing to give him a hard time. 0.5 of a second between those two, as Mark Dublinski is still very much in 3rd place, trying to hold on to Nicolas Roos in 4th, Guillaume Bouzard in 5th, followed by Timofey Mikhailov, Hadi Mamasi, Christian Jorgensen, Adrian Ferrer, Mathis Riba and William Go, just outside of the top 10. Good battle on the way to the banking at the moment between those 2 drivers on your screen. This is the 5:38. 5:38 happening further back. This is battle for 11th place. William Go and Saul de Colombres, the Mexican driver, the 5:26, trying to harass his opponent, as we have another interesting battle, 3 driver battle just in front of us, just in front of them actually, with Mathis Ribia, Adrian Ferrer, as well as Christian Jorgensen, all making their way into the chicane. 5:21 on your picture. Adrien Ferrer trying to resist from Matheus Riba. This is the battle for 9th place at the moment. The 547 in front is going to be overtaken by the 544. This is Adim Mimasi getting ahead of Timofey Mikhailov for 6th place. As we have, unfortunately, a warning flag for Adim Mimasi. 544 just made his overtaking click beautifully in turn number 1. The warning flag for him, so he's going to have to behave. We'll see how it goes for those two. Still more than half of a second between all two leaders, Cirelli and Besterda, as the time is running out for the driver in 2nd place to try to change things into this qualifying heat of the Academy Trophy.
Well, Ivo Besterda almost managed to get through into the lead, but on the switchback it was quite easy for Cirelli to find the traction to get himself back into the lead once again. Dubnitsky, Roos and Buzar still dueling over 3rd position, and still those three squabbling away. Mark Dubnitsky, the Estonian, is driving beautifully at the moment in 3rd place, just holding Roos and Buzar to ransom in the bid for 3rd position. Further back we've got this terrific tussle still going on. Mimasi, Mikhailov, Jorgensen, Ferrer and Reiber. So they are having a terrific 5-way scrap for 6th position behind the top 5, and it could still go anybody's way. 2 laps to go. You can see that Dubnitsky still holding on from Roos at this moment in time, and then Guillaume Buzard right there in P5 trying to make up some progress. Riccardo Cirelli sets the new fastest lap of the race, by the way, a 1:07.7. So Cirelli still going well, looking for a decent opportunity to continue the run through. Jorgensen starting to have a look at Ferrer, because Ferrer has already overtaken him. The Spanish talent going well, but now we've got Roos all over the back of Dubnitsky, running out of time.
Yeah, Roos is running out of time, but he might still try to do something in his race, as he ran in a bit of a trouble as he was starting from pole position. Unfortunately, we didn't manage to stay in that place all through the qualifying heat. The 512 is going to have to resist to his closest rival for the title battle, Guillaume Buzard, just behind him. Mark Dubnitsky in 3rd, battle for 3rd place as we're about to enter the last of the 8 laps for the disqualifying heat of the Academy Trophy. The youngsters between 12 and 14 years of age. Guillaume Buzard, that we had the pleasure to talk to yesterday, coming to Le Mans with full confidence, having led the championship since the beginning. He is yet to have won any of the 2 finals that we had, that went to Nicolas Roos, as well as to previously we had Mathias Orwella as well winning in Cremona. So Guillaume Buzard is yet to have one, but it would be interesting for him to seal the deal with 1 victory. He's leading the championship, even though they're going to have to take out the worst results in qualifying heats and finals. So we're going to have to wait for tomorrow, Jake, to make our own calculations and see what the chances are. The 504 on your picture in the banking on the outside is about to conclude what will be his final lap on his way to his first victory of the weekend. Riccardo Cirelli, the young Italian, who managed to keep Ivo Besterda at bay, and for quite a while actually. 1.7 seconds is the gap he's been able to build, and Dubnitsky about to round up the top 3.
So here comes Riccardo Cirelli then to seal the victory in fantastic fashion. He will get the job done in front of Ivo Besterda, the pole. Great work from the Italian, and again it's the 3rd different winner from 3 qualifying heats so far, as Riccardo Cirelli tops the table in this one. The Italian has been very smooth here in the Academy Trophy, and it works out very much in his favour in front of the Polish star Ivo Besterda, following in the footsteps of his countryman Maciej Gladys, who won the Academy Trophy last year, and Mark Dubnitsky holding off the attentions of Buzard. What happened to the driver they were battling with? What happened? Oh no, Roos was there in 4th place in front of Buzard. There was a slight issue on the timing screen, and it's corrected itself. So Mimasi is now 6th position, the Canadian. Charges his way back from 16th on the grid to P6. But even more impressive than that, Adrien Ferrer up from 24th on the grid and dead last, charges his way back to 7th. Great work from the Spanish talent.
Yes, indeed. He's followed in the classification by Timofey Mikhailov in 8th place. Then we have Christian Jorgensen in 9. Matheus Riba running at the top 10 from William Go, Jeanine Pezel, Sol de Corombres, as well as Santino Panetta in 14th. P15 for Hamza Al-Fayez. You have your full classification on the screen. Followed in 16, we have Alexander Teshkov, followed by Ruben Deval, Megemu Suzuki, Gabriel Sano-Rebello and Lochiel McGregor for the full classification. Some of the drivers that didn't make it through to the checkered flag: Kio Le, Daniel Callahan, as well as Roberts Pumalis and Elina Rolfsen, unfortunately for them 4. So, B against the C, a third winner in as many races in the qualifying heats of the Academy Trophy. One more to go for the Academy before the lunch break that we're going to have after the next two races after this one for the KZ2 Masters, entering the track of Le Mans in racing mode for the first time.
Yeah, I'm really excited about those KZ2 Masters coming out on the circuit, to be fair. There's no point going anywhere just yet, Guillaume, because obviously the delay we had means that they're going to try and get this race started pretty much pronto in the Academy Trophy for the next rotation. A versus D is going to be next up, and that could well give us a fourth different winner from 4 different races, although the man on pole position, who has been talking a confident game all weekend and is certainly looking the favourite for the final this week, that is Arthur Dorisson, the man who goes to school just down the road from here. So this is very much his back garden, it's his playground. But we've seen from Emilion Denner in the KZ, you know, it doesn't matter how much of a favourite you are, how much confidence you're riding, anyone can make a mistake.
Anyone can make a mistake indeed. Emilion Denner and Marian Kremers as well when spinning in turn number 1. Emilion Denner, not quite sure about what happened to him at the exit of the banking, but it was an open lap on cold tires in tricky conditions, so there was a mistake there as well for the young Frenchman. So this is a lottery, as we said, and even the best can be caught out in those very fast changing conditions here in Le Mans. Le Mans is Le Mans, and without a bit of rain, this wouldn't be the same, according to the people of experience on this place. But that's all for the matter. As neutral viewers that we are, we always like a bit of salt to spice things up in any of the categories, and this has been a very head-scratching sort of morning for the drivers and the mechanics, having to decide on which compound to go on because of the rain really starting pouring in the last few minutes before the start, even when we were doing interviews, by the way. But we got us covered with umbrellas if that happens again. But certainly the most difficult of challenges for those young drivers of the Academy Trophy and all the categories. Now, the pre-grid is pretty much set as the drivers are about to make their way onto the track in just a few moments. After that, we'll have the KZ2 Masters. On this one, we're going to have Arthur Dorisson, as we said, and Alexander Bogunovic starting alongside each other. Arthur Dorisson, who has 1 win to his name this year. He won the opening round in the home of champions of Genk a few months ago. A strong start for Arthur Dorisson, but unfortunately for him, it didn't go according to plan in Cremona for round 2. So he's going to have a lot of ground to make up, and this starts with sealing the deal in the next 8 laps that we're going to see for the Academy Trophy. Now, the big question is, I'm trying to look on which compound they're going to go, but by the look of it, the track is still quite slippery on some parts, so it's quite unlikely that, yeah, this is a wet compound for sure, by the look of the first drivers queuing up on the pre-grid, so it would be quite a big gamble to try to go on slick tires in those conditions. Sometimes we've seen in the past that those gambles paid off, but this time around, this should be certainly a tricky deal to take. So, Dorisson from pole position, Alexander Bogunovic by his side, Nando Wexelbauer, Meesoben on row number 2, Tijano Kuznini and Marcus Silkunas on row number 3. We're going to wait for the drivers to make their way onto the track with 2 laps to get the tires up to temperatures. That's important. We've seen drivers being caught in difficult conditions on cold compounds just before. So, we'll see what the outcome of this race will be. Stay with us, because after that we'll have the KZ2 Masters. While we wait for the academicians to make their way in Le Mans onto the track, KZ2 Masters, the novelty of this World Championship, something quite unusual, but I would say a good decision and a very interesting idea brought to us by the CIK FIA, deciding to allow the drivers of experience of more than 35 years of age to get a shot at the World Championship in their own category. This means that these are the drivers that we've never seen pretty much compete against each other at this level, but a couple of names in this field that will sound familiar to you guys.
Well, absolutely. I mean, one of the things about karting is that it doesn't matter what age you are, you can still be competitive at this sharp end of the field. And there's a lot of drivers that are in their mid to late 30s who have actually been put off by racing against these teenagers, these young early 20s drivers, the young whippersnappers. It's really tough to get this sort of thing together. So it is tricky to kind of get that all working at the right sort of speed and the right sort of dexterity. So it is tricky to figure those drivers into the mix somewhere. But to give them their own competition, it actually encourages drivers who are of the older generation to keep racing. You know, a lot of them look at this and think, well, I'm just not fit enough to compete with the teenagers anymore. I'm not able to race at that level. But karting should be for anybody. Everybody has, there's this stigma around karting that it's a kid's sport, that it's for the kids to get into it. But let's remind everybody that back in the 1960s when karting was first there were no kids' karts, there were no cadets, there were no juniors. It was all about the senior chassis. That was the only type of racing there was. So this has always been a sport for those who want to live on the ragged edge and dice for speed. That's always been what karting has been about. So to give these guys the opportunity to race wheel to wheel into their mid to late 30s and then obviously beyond into their 40s. So a fascinating situation. And it's great to see them all battling and racing in close proximity. So I'd love to see what this competition grows into and continues to be created as. So it'll be fascinating to see how it all plays out. And certainly that competition is going to see some very decent names into the mix. So you're going to see the likes of Thierry Del Rey, you're going to see Davide Fore, you're going to see Damian Valla, you're going to see Andrea Tonoli, sorry. There's some great competitors in this field. KZ2 Master is going to be a great show.
Lights out and away we go. Absolute pedal of metal.
So that is going to be an amazing weekend, the FIA Motorsport Games. And that, of course, will be here in France, once again, with the venue being chosen as Marseille. And, of course, the circuit is going to be Paul Ricard, so that's going to be exciting. And karting will feature prominently in that event. We'll bring you more information on that a little bit later on in the weekend. For now, though, the Karting Academy Trophy continues. Arthur Dorisson and Alexander Bogonovic on the front row from Nando Wechselbaumer and Mies Huben, and Tiziano Kuznini and Marcus Silkunas from Chiara Batig and Pedro Cacciara, Henry Jocelyn and Joel Pajola from Jan Pinto, and Oliver Kinmark.
From Anton Thorn and Caleb Garfoy, from Thibaut Ramakers and Luca Outen, from Kian Gauchi and Dino Strochu, Matilda Pats and Ishan Madej. Oh, and one driver in trouble.
That's Dorisson! That is Arthur Dorisson on the formation lap! I don't believe it! Lightning has struck twice! We had problems for Emilian Denner, and that is Arthur Dorisson, the 534! I cannot believe it! Just as we saw a heartbreak for Emilian Denner in the KZ race when he dropped back to 16th, Arthur Dorisson, the home favourite here at Le Mans, is not going to be able to take his position from the front of the grid. He's not even going to get the kart started again. Oh, Arthur Dorisson. Absolute devastation for the Frenchman. He cannot believe it. What anguish for the hero of France. We were talking up his chances as the first Frenchman ever to potentially win the Academy Trophy, and now his heart plunges to his boots. That means we are going to get 4 different winners from the 4 qualifying heats, but Arthur Dorisson walking to the marshal's post. His race is over before it even starts.
Yeah, what a disaster for Arthur Dorisson. This is not the first one today, and hopefully we won't see too many. And here we go, racing. Yes, we are. Green, green, green. On the way to turn number 1. Let's try to focus back on what's going to happen on track. But now it's all bets on the table. Everything open wide, and everybody goes through the first track, the first corner, sorry, quite safely. Watch out for the sector number 2, the double right-hander. And we had a good start, I think, for Alexander Bogonovic, who inherited the pole position, unfortunately, due to the retirement of Arthur Dorisson. And indeed, he was able to keep that position alive. And Bogonovic is leading, already trying to pull a bit of a gap into this opening lap. And as a malediction doesn't comes along. The rain has stopped and the sun is back in Le Mans, and you can see the driver is trying to go for the best racing line onto the banking, still slippery, still wet in those in this opposite part of the track. You can see the driver sliding. The 505 was very actually came close of losing positions, but this is Henry Joslin trying to hold on to this opening lap. The gap still very tight indeed. But what a disaster that is for Arthur Dorisson. Is going to have to watch from the sideline the fate of his World Championship and the fate of his last run in the Academy Trophy happening in front of his eyes.
So it's Bogdanovic from Weichselbaumer and Kuznini. Joslin up to 4th place in front of Mies Huben and Marcus Silkunas. Then Chiara Battiga's running wide. That's Weichselbaumer trying to get the lead, and it didn't work out. As Alexander Bogdanovic is going to take back the lead, and up to 2nd now comes Tizi Kuznini, the Swiss driver, up into 2nd place. Good run there from Kuznini, and he's looking very strong at this point of the race as he now gets himself neatly into 2nd place. I managed to catch up with Tizi yesterday. I said, how are you feeling? He went, not great, it's not going well so far, I need a bit of rain. Well, I hope you're happy with what's happened, Tizzy. It's exactly what you've been given, and even though it's not raining at the moment, he's definitely able to get himself into a more competitive position. He drifts wide through the banking, holds his line from Nando Weichselbaumer. Joslin's right there for the taking, and this is a good chance for the British driver. The Brits always have good reputation at Le Mans. They always seem to do well here. But Joslin has obviously got to get the job done. It's not enough to have good reputation. You've got to get the work done. So Joslin snaking around behind the Austrian, Nando Weichselbaumer. Weichselbaumer holding on to 3rd position at the end of the 2nd lap. Bogdanovic, Kuznini, then Weichselbaumer and Joslin. In fact, Kuznini's actually trying to cool the tyres down a little bit. He's going to go for the lead on the inside of Bogdanovic. Kuznini snakes across. Bogdanovic will try and get him on the switchback. No chance. Kuznini takes the lead, and Joslin's going for 3rd on Weichselbaumer.
Yeah, beautifully made indeed. And you could see that Bogdanovic was waving to Kuznini, saying, let's keep on pushing. Let's try to build that gap. Have enough of a bridge for the two of us to see it through without the pressure from others. But of course, this is the theory, and in practice sometimes this can go a long way, but we're gonna see how this will evolve from that point on. But Tiziano Kuznini had a perfect start of the race, and what was gonna happen for Bogdanovic, who was about to lose 2nd place indeed to Henry Joslin. Fantastic start of the race, all crossing the racing line. They almost touch, and he's ahead of a position, Tiziano Kuznini.
Joslin practically took the lead there from Kuznini and then lost it on the switchback. Now he's going to take the lead at the bottom of the back straight. Wow. Good work from Henry Joslin. He positioned the car perfectly there, nailed the opportunity, and now Henry Joslin, the British talent, leads the way in front of Tiziano Kuznini. 3rd place from Bogdanovic. 4th is now Weichselbaumer in front of the Dutchman Mies Huben. And again, just trying to keep the tyres cool there by the look of it from Tizi Kuznini. That's just the line he takes. It's up the inside. Mies Huben, the Dutchman, takes on Nando Weichselbaumer. Puts himself up in a 4th position behind them. Jan Pinto, the Israeli, going very well in P6. Then it's Silkunas, Batig, Gafrara and Joel Pajola in front of Tibor Ramekers, who's made good progress, up into 11th place. Then Kinmark, Storescu, Thorn, Orjuela, Pats, Horton, Ketsari, Madesh, Alzabi and Kachara.
Yeah, good run for Henry Joslin, the fastest on track in 1 minute 5 and 0.8, trying to build himself a bit of a gap. 8-10, 6 tenths, almost 7 in front of Tiziano Kuznini, but still we are on lap 4, halfway through this qualifying heat. Still a long way to go, sort of, but they're gonna have to stay focused as long as the racing line is drawing out. But you can see the gap built by Henry Joslin. Kuznini is trying to hold on, and still a bit of sliding from some of the drivers in the return straight. This was from Nando Weichselbaumer trying to catch up with Alexander Bogdanovic in 3rd and 4th respectively, making their way to the chicane. The 518, this is happening further back. This is Joel Pojorla trying to harass Kahel Gar for 9th place. The American driver is going to try to hold on as we're back with the 514. Alexander Bogdanovic resisting outside of turn number 1 for Mies Huben, the young Dutchman. We almost had a chance, I was going to say, to talk to him yesterday. Maybe if he stays where he is, we could maybe try to catch him afterwards in post-racing interviews. Henry Joslin once again pulling the fastest lap, and there's a change. Oh, you've seen that, Jake, on the screen, or outside of your screen.
Yeah, it's Rio Ketsari in the background. He has come to a stop on the back straight. So Rio Ketsari, the young man from Thailand, yellow flags. He's left his kart in the middle of the road. Well, that is unfortunate, but Rio Ketsari, the kart has stalled. So obviously the marshals there and the officials trying to signal to the drivers to keep right. Make sure you don't get near that kart. Now, the marshals will be able to clear that kart pretty quickly. This is similar to what we saw at Cremona, actually, in the final, when we had a driver spinning the kart out of the final turn, and the kart was backwards on the main straight, and they had to avoid it. amazingly, everybody did. That was fantastic. But again, the officials there, quick to signal to the drivers, keep right, do not get onto the inside of that car. And they have averted an absolute disaster. Well done again to the officials.
Yeah, good job from the marshals and officials. Very effective to react. But let's not forget that those carts, for those youngsters, are quite very heavy machines. So to move that cart out of the way on your own without the help of marshal is quite a big job that sometimes in the rush of the moment they're not able to do. So he actually took the right decision to get himself in safe positions and leave the marshals to deal with the cart. But sometimes, as we've seen, this could lead to some tricky situations. But that's why we have officials being so effective.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, you don't know the reason why Rio Ketsuri has retired from the race. What if the axle has frozen and he can't get any further? If the engine's seized and they can't move that cart without assistance, then obviously that's why he's had to abandon it. He's very frustrated because it was going very well for him up to that point. Meanwhile, Chiara Batig is in the mix. She was battling away with Jol Pajola a little while ago, but Dino Storescu and Tibor Ramakas have both managed to get past her. This will be a frustrating race for Chiara Batig because she was 4th yesterday and it was finally starting to come good for the young Swiss lady. But on this particular occasion, it's looking like quite a frustrating race. She's still got 2 laps to go to try and make an impression and try and work her way back through. But it's definitely looking pretty tenuous at the moment as Henry Joslin just holds a half-second advantage. Alexander Bogonovic, though, the Slovenian, has managed to get himself further up into 3rd position with a fastest lap. He might do something on the last lap or two.
Yeah, let's see what's going to happen. He still have 1 full second to try to make up on Tiziano Cucinini in 2nd place as time is running out. This is the penultimate lap of this qualifying race for the Academy Trophy. This will be the last one before the lunch break. KZ2 Masters following up, so stay with us until the end. That was close, wasn't it?
Joslin just caught the wet patch and started to drift away. You really cannot afford to do that.
That's not something you need to do in the closing stages of this race. And Cucinini have seen that actually, and he just increased the gap very slightly. Could it be enough for Henry Joslin to see it through to the checkered flag in 1st place? Last lap, half of a second. That's going to be interesting, but if he keeps his head cold, if he keeps the racing line, you can see the different strategies with Cucinini trying to go the long way around to have better momentum outside of turn number 1. It's not helping him quite yet as he has less than a lap to try to do something. Cucinini, fastest lap in this race indeed, but this won't be enough, I think, for him to try to reverse.
And this becomes about composure then, doesn't it? So Joslin trying to stay hungry out there in the lead of the race. Tiziano Cucinini, though, sets the fastest lap of the race, a 1:03.7, trying to get that deficit to Joslin down in the hope that he can now go for the victory. But it's going to be tight on this last lap. This is the toughest section of the course in the wet conditions. Joslin trying to keep himself out of harm's way. The back end steps out. He knows that Cucinini's going to be close, but he seems to have done it much better this time. So I don't think Joslin is going to have too many difficulties finishing the job on this occasion. We've had 4 different winners. Arthur Dorisson took a victory, then so too did Guillaume Bouzard, then did Nicolas Roos. Then of course last time we saw a victory in fine style for the young pretender to the crown, Guillaume Bouzard. Now we've got Henry Joslin. 4 different race winners from the first 4 races. It has been very impressive. Riccardo Cirelli was the winner in the previous heat, wasn't he? So Cirelli, Joslin, and then we've had victories for Nicolas Roos and Arthur Dorisson. So 4 different drivers now have taken the victories, and that means that at this stage, Nicolas Roos provisionally leads the interim rankings in front of Henry Joslin, with Mark Dubnitsky ahead of Ivo Basterda, Weisselbaum ahead of Bogonovic, Bouzard, Cucinini, Pinto and Memasi in the top 10 overall. That DNS for Arthur Dorisson, unbelievably costly, because he now finds himself on 22 points accumulated, and there's going to be absolute devastation for the French talent. He cannot believe his luck, but Henry Joslin can't believe his either. In the opposing direction, he has taken victory after a very smooth run in front of Tiziano Cucinini and Alexander Bogonovic. Some great performances from those two. They were really calm and smooth throughout that race, but I'm afraid it's all gone wrong for Arthur Dorisson. Henry Joslin in front of Tiziano Cucinini and Alexander Bogonovic, then Mies Huben, the Dutchman, ahead of Nando Weisselbaumer and Jan Pinto, Caleb Gefrara ahead of Dino Storescu and Jol Pajola, with Marcus Selkunas rounding out the top 10. Chiara Batig fought her way back to 11th in the end from Tibor Ramakas and Matthias Orjuela. Oliver Kinmark and Luca Horton from Ethan Thorne and Matilda Pats. Ishan Madesh, the Indian, in 18th position on the starting grid, and the finish, I should say, sorry. 19th for Pedro Cachada, and then the talented young Emirati Mira Al-Zabi coming home in 20th place. Rio Ketsuri retiring from the race mid-race with what we think was a mechanical problem. And then the non-starters were Kian Gauchi and Arthur Dorisson. That is heartbreaking for the Frenchman on home soil. It was looking so good for him. If we're going to get a French winner at Le Mans, they're really going to have to pull their socks up in all three categories, KZ, KZ2, and the Academy. The KZ2 Masters are coming up very shortly indeed, of course, for their first two races of the week here at Le Mans, and that is going to be a fabulous contest out on the circuit. So let's head down to the pit lane after the fourth Academy Trophy race, where we have our fourth different winner. Guillaume is ready.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back, guys, from the Parc Fermé, as we just caught up with Henry Jocelyn, as he's taking his helmet off. Henry, good to see you. Good to speak to you. So tell us a bit about this race. It was hectic. You guys went on wet tires on a drying track. How was that?
Yeah, it was good. Just had to carry more corner speeds every lap as it went. But I managed to get the victory, and it's good points for the heats so far, yeah.
So you were able to manage a good recovery. The pace is strong, even though those conditions, I mean, get you prepared for what's to come if it gets worse.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, in the wet, obviously, just take some different lines, because there were some corners where it was completely dry and you could take completely dry lines. But yeah.
What can you tell us about the level of competition? Because we know it's quite high in the Academy Trophy all year long, but this is the World Championship. So does it add to the challenge, knowing that this is such a big event and the final of the championship as well?
Yeah, definitely. It's different with the Academy because you have lots of different drivers from different classes. So when you add them all together, it's quite hard competition.
All right, very good. Good stuff. Thank you for talking to us, and good luck, Aaron Justin. You can go. We'll leave you to go. Leave you to your business. Let's try to have some more conversation if we can. We've got some time, I guess, before the KZ2 Masters. Let's try to see if we can one more word, but I think we're going to run out of time, unfortunately. The KZ2 Masters are getting ready into the pre-grid, and stay with us. We have two races before the lunch break, and the KZ2 Masters have some interesting names in their field, including multi-world title champion Davide Forey, as well as the names of Thierry Delray and some others that you're going to see on track in just a few moments. At the 1 minute, the green light will be given to those drivers as they make their way onto the track. A drying track. As you can see, the sun is pretty much back with us as the blue skies. Still very cloudy, but no more rain on the horizon, at least for now.
Thanks, Guillaume. We're getting ourselves ready for the KZ2 Masters, the first race ever of this category at FIA karting level. Qualifying Heat B versus C. Keep an eye out for the home favourite, Charles Fiot, who is going to be on the front row of the starting grid, but he didn't get the pole position. That was Eric Ramon. So Eric Ramon and Charles Fiot on the front row of the grid from Johan Renault and Thierry Delray. Thomas Letaille and Leo Stein from François Kahn and Eduardo Martins. Then Roberto Purifico and Matteo Lugu from Yindra Vacha and Emmanuel Ducrot. Then Paul David and Michael Patrizzi from Gregory Leader. Oh, there's a spin on the main straight. That is the 364 going off, I'm afraid. That is a big embarrassment moment, I'm afraid, for Davide Mello. But he has managed to get the kart going again, thank goodness. Behind Michael Patrizzi, we have Gregory Leader and Michael Curran, the Irishman, René Freisberg and Adam Matugi, then Guillaume Fonchin and Paolo Gagliardini from Victor Jimenez and Carlos Medina. Davide Mello, who we just saw spinning, but he has recovered, and Marco Raimondo, the Brazilian. Diogo Teixeira and Adriano Amaral from Antonino Pellegrino and Rodolfo De Vito, Valerio Giambattista and Jürgen Schmal from Claude Ball and Julien Guillaume. Now, I'm not entirely sure what's happened to Claude Ball, but I noticed that he was missing from qualifying yesterday, and he doesn't appear to be there. Oh, another spin! Is that the same man? Is that another problem as they are trying to get their karts up to speed? You've got to remember that these are the drivers over 35 years of age. Many of them have actually come out of retirement to come and compete at this level because there's finally a competition that they can compete in and be in with a chance to go for the title, because obviously a lot of the reasons a lot of these drivers have moved away from KZ2 is because they don't feel they can compete with these teenagers, these whippersnappers that are now dominating the sport. So to give them a 35 years and plus class actually gives them a chance to be competitive at the sharp end of the field. So the names that you'll see, some of them you'll remember from the past, maybe in the late 90s, early 2000s, but now the drivers are coming back into their original positions on the starting grid, and for the first time in history, FIA Karting is about to signal a start in KZ2 Master. Here we go, the lights are coming on. It's time to get the old boys back into the hunt. Oh, it's going to be a false start. False start. There are hands in the air. Couple of drivers out of position. So it is a false start. We've got a driver at the back on one of the Birolats, struggling to get himself started again. I think he had a slight stall of the engine there. That is the 358. That is Jürgen Schmal. So Jürgen Schmal having to take up his residence again on the starting grid. A false start then for Jürgen Schmal. And so the drivers will come around once again, but we almost signaled history. Now we're going to signal history, hopefully this time around. But Eric Ramon was definitely the quickest driver from time qualifying. The one to watch out for, though, is Charles Fillot, who has won 6 times the 24 kart race of Le Mans. He knows this circuit like the back of his hand. If anybody is going to get the win on home soil for France now, it's surely got to be Charles Fillot.
Definitely one of the names to keep an eye on, Charles Fillot, one of the Frenchmen here in Le Mans. And a couple of years ago, actually, was competing in on this track for the World and European Championship back in 2015. He ended up P20 in the International Supercup KZ2 at the time. Actually had a penalty because he was within the top 10. And then in 2017, for when the European Championship came along with the KZ2 class as well as the OK and the OK Junior categories, he ended up 17 of the final. So this is one man who knows his way around the Karting International Le Mans, and as you said, endurance racing has no more secret for him, with multiple wins in the local 24-hour race. So let's see what's going to happen. There's more than one name in this class that can make a difference. For the first time in history in Le Mans in the World Championship, the KZ2 Masters, ladies and gentlemen.
The last couple of drivers in their positions on the starting grid, then we'll wait for the green flag to fly, the back of the field that will signal our start procedure. Here we go for the first time in history. Again a false start. Oh my goodness. One false start is one thing in a gearbox race, but 2? I wonder if that was Valerio Giambattista in trouble there. Signaled a restart for the second time in a row. We've got one car traveling quite slowly. That'll be who did it. 361, Antonino Pellegrino. Now, obviously, whoever triggers a restart now has to drop to the back of the grid. They cannot take their original grid position. So, first of all, first of all, we had Jürgen Schmal. He did it. And now I'm afraid it's Antonino Pellegrino who now joins the back of the grid club. But again, still no sign of Claude Ball. I'm not entirely sure what happened with Claude. He was missing from qualifying as well, but he definitely went out for practice. And I've seen his team awning there, so I wonder if he's had some kind of mechanical problem or maybe some rib discomfort, whatever it might be. You've got to remember, this is the category KZ2 where you can crack a rib or snap a rib without even having an accident.
Yeah, absolutely. The strong forces on this machinery are quite impressive. 180 kilo, that's the maximum that they have, compared to the 170 in KZ and the 175 in KZ2. So you got a difference. And the drivers, of course, the average age is a little bit higher than what we can find. 35 years minimum age to enter. And let's not forget that we have among ourselves and on this field Davide Forri, the 5-time world champion of karting at 47 years of age. We had a chance to talk to him, and you'll hear him actually just after this race. Is as passionate as ever about the sport of kart racing, and so happy to be back and being able to compete at this level. Another familiar face from round 2 on the grid, Thierry Delray, driving his own chassis, the TD kart, with the support of the Mach 1 factory. A name that needs no introduction, being very successful in the series in Le Mans for the past few years.
Here we go then, the lights are on. This time we're racing at Le Mans for the first time, and Thierry Delray launches forward to try and creep into the top 2. He's done it. What a great start from the Mach 1. Into second position comes Delray. He might get the lead as he runs with Charles Fillot. Fillot is going to get there. Eric Ramon did not get the best of starts and drops down off the top 2. But now it's Fillot versus Delray. France versus Belgium. 2 of the best at this level, and they are going to go hammer and tongs. They are 2 of the favourites coming into this week, and they are already at each other's throats. We haven't even completed a lap, but watch out for the man in 3rd place, Johan Renault. Very disputed as one of the masters on this particular circuit. Loves this place, regularly competes at Le Mans in the Miami finals that they run on this circuit, and is regularly up in the top 3. So watch for Johan Renault. Definitely going to be one to hunt down for the victories. And who is that that's come through into 4th position? That is one of the Sodis that has crept forward. That's the 313. That is that's Eric Ramon from the front of the grid. So he's only lost 3 places, but not the best of situations for him, as Mathieu Legoux seems to have had a problem. He's out of the race quite early on, I think.
Yes, indeed. Quite an electric start of the race between the two best drivers, certainly the two favorites of this field. Charles Fillot, Thierry Delray, split by over 4/10 of a second now. Watch out for Delray, it's very close indeed, and he might take Johan Renault with him. Johan Renault, team owner since recently in third position, as he's a former winner of the French Cup back in 2017 in this KZ2 class. So one big client into this race, and it feels a bit strange in it, but very happy play.
Oh,
yes!
Renault just got onto the back bumper of Delray and they unsettled each other there.
Ooh.
So that was a close quarter, but now up to fourth position has come Le Tailleur. So Le Tailleur has come through past Eric Ramon. And that was pretty close quarters between Delray and Renault. I think Renault just got a little bit too close as Leo Stein picks up an investigation flag for the start.
Yeah, I was going to say it's quite unusual to see all those drivers competing at this level. And watch out, the battle keeps on raging around the inside. Beautifully made by Johan Renault on the inside of Thierry Delray. Delray is having to back up. He's still in third place. He's having a bit of a caution just behind him. We have Thomas Le Tailleur down in fourth place in front of Emmanuel Ducrot. But the gap is quite sufficient for the Belgian driver not to worry too much about what's happening behind him. So he's going to have to keep his focus on Johan Renault, Charles Fillot, Johan Renault, Thierry Delray. That's a golden top three, isn't it? How many titles do they have between themselves? It's countless, the list of achievements between those three drivers of experience at all levels of international karting. Thomas Le Tailleur in fourth in front of Emmanuel Ducrot. There's a switch of position with the 313 Eric Ramon losing a place or gaining a place to Emmanuel Ducrot, I think indeed, for fifth place.
You've got to remember that for a lot of these drivers, this is the first FIA karting race they've ever done. For others, this is the first FIA karting race they've done in over a decade. So this is amazing to watch as Thierry Delray under big pressure from Thomas Le Tailleur. But this is the karting equivalent of asking the likes of Nigel Mansell, Damon Hill, Jenson Button, David Coulthard to get back into racing again and go hammer and tongs for it. This is exactly what this field is like. Eric Ramon getting himself back into position again. Fifth position for him now with a new fastest lap of 54.9. That would suggest that the track is almost pretty much bone dry because we're back to relative pace. And this is going to be an interesting one as Thierry Delray still trying to shake off the attentions of Le Tailleur and Ramon in the two Sodis.
For those of you listening, you might remember about 17 years ago, FIA came along with an idea, the KZ2 Masters, with all the former world champions of Formula One. Then we had the likes, as you said, of Mansell, Patrese, Fittipaldi, Laffite, and so on, competing against each other on different tracks in proper single-seaters. It didn't last, unfortunately, but this is reminiscence of that period.
It's definitely the star drivers of a certain generation, and they're still back at it. As up to third comes Thomas Le Tailleur gets through on the Belgian Thierry Delray. So it's now France 1, 2 and 3, but Johan Renault definitely wants to take a little bit of pressure onto Charles Fillot, who is the favourite coming into this weekend, 6 times winner of the 24-hour karting classic here on this very circuit. So Charles Fillot knows his way around here very well indeed, but sprint racing, very different to endurance racing. Endurance, you have to be metronomic, you have to be rhythmic, you have to keep yourself out of harm's way, and on the inside that is Ramon. And look what that did. Delray realised that he had a kart alongside it. Oh, there's a problem with kart in front. Now, I think there was a slow kart getting out of the way there. Yes, that's a CRG moving over and getting out of the side. That's Valerio Giambattista. Now, he's got to be careful because in the final, there's a good... he's pulled out. I think he's realised, you know what, I've gone as far as I can go. I can't really keep up this pace, and that's 5 laps completed. He's done a fair job. But unfortunately, there's only a certain limit. Now, Thierry Delray crossed the line in 5th place. What I was going to mention was that Le Tailleur got up in the inside, and so did Ramon. But Delray just got slightly offline, and he hit the wet patch. And that's enough to cost him 2-3 seconds. You've got to be so careful riding that bandwagon, because if you get slightly out of line, the tyres are just going to spin, you're not going to have any traction, and you lose all of your rhythm.
Yeah, and actually Thierry Delray used his experience and lift off straight away when he knew that he was getting on the wet patch. Because he lift off, as a result, he lost quite a bit of time. 1.4 seconds now that he lost to Eric Ramon in 4th place. So a lot of time lost, but maybe that certainly have saved his race. Otherwise, he could have gone for a spin, having accelerated just too soon. So lifting off, losing a lot of time, but still in contention for a finish in the top 5. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. But back in the lead with Charles Chalfio, Mr. Le Mans, we can actually call him that, for having won 6 times the 24-hour race in karting. Reminds me of a certain Mr. Jackie Hicks, another Mr. Le Mans of his own kind, but that's for the track next to us. Anyway, Johan Renault in second, Thomas Le Tailleur in third. These are your 3 clients for the first qualifying heat win of the weekend. The KZ2 Masters entering the arena of the World Championship for the first time in history. And if I were Chalfio, I would keep a close watch in my rear mirrors, because Renault is just behind for 2 little tenths of a second. If he can gain good momentum out of his last corner, having a good steep stream into the start finish train just in front of our position, onto turn number 1. Now maybe a little bit too far from the leader to try to get past him, but that could actually go the way of Thomas Le Tailleur. So this is a full fresh battle at the beginning of this qualifying heat. Lap number 8 as we're getting closer actually to the checkered flag.
It certainly is. Sodi, red speed Sodi, and they're absolutely at it. And now Thomas Le Tailleur is really starting to ramp up the attack on Johan Renault as the cards start to get faster and the track is drying out. Thomas Le Tailleur is looking for an opportunity to make it a Sodi 1-2. Chalfio running as a privateer, of course. None of the Sodi kart factory drivers are in this particular class. Oh, and Johan Renault's got past Chalfio, and so too has Le Tailleur. Now I wonder, did Chalfio hit a wet patch and just have to come back off the throttle himself, because that has cost him the lead? And now Renault, Le Tailleur and Fio are going to continue battling. Johan Renault desperately trying to keep Le Tailleur back, who is really ramping up the attack.
Yeah, fantastic battle. It's only the beginning, lap number 9. It seems to me that, unfortunately for him, Chalfio went on the left side of the return straight, where it's still wet. He might have lost a bit of momentum. So here's your answer, losing 2 positions in the process. So still very close. They're within 0.2 of a second, those 3 at the moment, 0.4 of a second. So the battle is yet to be finished. But right now, Fio is going to try to fight back. The banking seems to be indeed completely dry, as by the look of it. Good momentum is needed. Try not to, as you can see on the right side of your picture, it's still kind of wet on the exit of turn number 10. So watch out not to put your wheels in that position. And I'm sure that Chalfio will certainly remember that for the last laps. Here we go. Let's watch for the turn number 1. He's watching over his shoulder at Thomas Le Tailleur. He knows, he can feel the pressure, he can certainly feel the breath of Chalfio on his neck. He's very close to Frenchman. Watch out, as we have some drivers being unlapped, which is kind of unusual, especially in dry conditions, but there's so many of them that can happen.
Well, you've got to remember, again, a lot of the drivers have come out of retirement to go racing, and they don't really know what their racing level is like until they are thrown into the lion's den and trying desperately not to get eaten by the pack. So a tricky situation, the driver's getting out of the way. And you've got to remember as well, the only preparation a lot of these drivers have had since coming out of retirement, since the announcement of this class, was going and racing in the French Championship this year to try and just get their stamina and strength up. And that was the only real opportunity they've had to really gain preparation. But looking at the success of this year, I'm sure there's going to be opportunities for more drivers from all over the world to try and have a go next year when we go to Prokart Raceland at Wackersdorf. We really hope that the KZ2 Masters class is going to come back. This is only the first 11 laps of the season in KZ2 Master, and already it has been phenomenal. Here comes Chalfio, Monsieur Le Mans, right in behind Thomas Le Tailleur, trying to get at least into second. Looks like Johan Renault has already got the victory sewn up in front. He sets the fastest lap. He's in a good rhythm. Can Monsieur Le Mans get himself into second place? Bit of a twitch from Le Tailleur. That's going to be his only chance. Oh, he can't quite make it stick. Chalfio is going to try again. Out through the right.
Always close.
That was very tight.
Oh my God, it's going to be very close. Watch out for the last turn before the chicane, going around the outside, maybe to cross the line, but the door seems to be shut. Yes, it is. Good defending battle here. Good defending work from the Thomas Le Tailleur. I think he's going to make it through. And in the finish of this race, Johan Renault wins the first ever qualifying heat of the KZ2 Master class, a new category for this World Championship. And Johan Renault has made it in style, winning with 7/10 in front of those two that we had the pleasure of following the battle, Thomas Le Tailleur and Chalfio, split by just 0.2 of a second in front of Thierry Delaray. Unfortunately for the Belgian driver, he was very much on pace, fighting at the front in the early stages of this race, but a wet patch killed his momentum, unfortunately, and he was, by the look of it, never able to recover from that. Still, one race done, and two more actually, for each driver to go before tomorrow's final races. So plenty of things to come, plenty of time to make up. But Johan Renault is your first leader and is waving the finger, saluting certainly his fans and family members watching along onto the track and online. So always refreshing to see different names than what we used to at this level of CIK races, but the experience, we were talking about the experience of those drivers, is immense. Then talking about some of them coming out of retirement, the next race is going to be interesting for one of the drivers. His name is Nick De Bruyn. De Bruyn might sound familiar as a name in the world of karting to many of you guys, but he's actually coming out of an 8-year retirement, no racing at all for him, so we'll see what he's being able to do. So here's a classification in full. Johan Renault winner in front of Thomas Le Tailleur from Charles Fillot, Thierry Delray, Yindri Vaca, Eric Ramon, Emmanuel Ducrot, Paul David, Léo Stein, François Kahn, Guillaume Fonchin, Michael Patrizi, Eduardo Martins, Julien Guérin and Carlos Medina.
Well, the Australians are going to be delighted about Michael Patrizi getting up into the top 15. Gregory Leder from Rodolphe De Vito. Jürgen Schmal, despite his problems, managed to charge his way back to 18th from Victor Jimenez and Paolo Giagliardini. And then Michael Curran in front of Roberto Profico, Marco Raimondo, Diogo Teixeira, Adriano Amaral and Davide Mello. The retirements, Adam Matugi, Valerio Giambattista, Antonino Pellegrino, René Freisberg and Mathieu Legout. There was no race at all for the Belgian Claude Ball. Well, very exciting stuff, and KZ2 Masters have been very exciting leading up to this point, but there's obviously been some great racing to come for the drivers. But one name that has stepped out of the KZ category and into the KZ2 Masters, where he knows he has a chance to win another FIA title, Davide Fore for Render Motorsport. What can he do here at Le Mans?
Yeah, it's many years I'm around the international race, but it's still, it's still very exciting, very adrenalinic, to be here. The memory go all the time when I was young, and then for sure it is all the time big emotion. It is a pleasure also for me to be here and race. And then I'm so I'm not young, but I'm so happy to be here and take part of the event with the other drivers. Yeah, I believe honestly to have a kind of event of this level around this track, where it's one of the famous races in the world, like the 24 Hours of Le Mans. It is so make the event of karting, the World Championship, still really, really prestigious of this. To be here, I believe all the drivers they can be just happy. The track is also very, very good. The layout is very nice. It's nice the CIK has done this kind of a category for just few couple of races during the season. It maybe makes sense also for the people 37, 40, 45, 50 years old to take part of some international race. I believe for them it's very great experience and it's a good opportunity to be, to compete. So honestly, I'm very involved in coaching driver, and I'm the priority of my year. All my season, I spend time to help the kids, to help some team where they need experience, where they need tips to give up, especially in the mini and the junior. And I'm very happy to do this. It's my job.
So fabulous from Davide Fore. Great to see him out there, and he's going to be an amazing one to watch in this category. But he's not on pole position. There was another superior racer out there to put it on the front row of the grid beside Davide Fore, and that is Jeroen Bos. So Jeroen Bos alongside Davide Fore, then Sebastiano Di Matteo and Nick De Bruyn from Jordan Musa and Valdebarat Sario Jr., then Brice de Guy, Sam Gaffner from Ricardo Nallon, Arnaud Rosseo from Julien Ducommun, Mirko Mizzoni, Alessio Lamartina, and in 14th place, Alexandre Vincent.
Then we have Roberto Avanzato, Thomas Dormo, Mark Wallenser, Cliff Kuhala, Andrea Tonorli, Andre Martins, Sven Zalman, Patrick Madsen, Sarunas Vaskelic, Julia Lebrigant, Carlos de Souza, Enzo Pirovano, Daniel Escher, Emanuele Villani, David Malcolm, Claudio Ambrogi, Sebastian Leder, and Bertrand Groten from Belgium, as we have a total of 32 drivers competing here on track for this second qualifying heat of the KZ2 Masters. In this class, there were about 69 drivers registered at the beginning of the weekend, representing 16 different countries. So a very positive show up for this brand new category, and we had a bit of an exciting race to start things with. as we can only expect this one to be equally fascinating between some of the big names out there. Talking about big names, Nick De Bruyn. We talked about Davide Foré, obviously needs no introduction, the 5-time world champion, but Nick De Bruyn just behind him, the son of Peter De Bruyn, the 1980 world champion of karting and manager, former manager back in the 90s of a certain driver named Kimi Räikkönen before making his way to single-seater, and of course team founder, team manager of the PDB and Falcon racing team. So a big name, big family name, and Nick De Bruyn out of retirement after 8 years without racing. He talked to us about his preparation, and he said, yeah, I had none of it actually, so fresh from the oven.
And what about the third row of the grid? Jordan Musser, the SCUSA Pro Tour champion in 2013, 17, 18 and 19, and the Rock Island Grand Prix winner in 2009. Big names right at the front end of the field. Here we go, and it's a bit of a tricky start. I think Davide Foré may have creeped a little bit forward before the start. So a bit of an issue there for Davide Foré already in this race as we get under starters orders, and Jeroen Bos has already managed to take back that position in the lead. Hang on a minute, is that Jeroen Bos or is that Nick De Bruyn?
That's Nick De Bruyn indeed. I think it was the first one into turn number 1, already putting some meters from between himself and the rest of the field. That was a cracking start from Nick De Bruyn from the second row of the great Dutchman, really putting everything that he has into the banking. And let's see the classification, 303 just behind. This is Jeroen Bos indeed dropping a place into second, having to resist from the pressure behind. Let's see who that is in third position.
Well, where's Davide Foré gone? Because he's now way down. That's the Alonso chassis getting through, or the Alonso colours, I should say, on the Kart Republic session. That's Valdemar Nazario Jr., the Brazilian, working his way into second position. Jordan Musser is still there or thereabouts as they come through at the end of the lap. Here comes Musser, having a look on the inside line. Can't make the move stick, as that's Roseo trying to get through on Samuel Gaffner, and Davide Foré under investigation. But he's down in 7th place. I did think he moved a little early on the grid, and he has dropped into 7th place, I guess, to try and make up for the fact that he jumped the start, but it doesn't matter. You jump the start, you jump the start.
Yeah, unfortunately, and I think he's aware of it, even though he's going to show what sort of wood he's made of with his pace into the second qualifying heat. So let's keep an eye on the upper group as they make their way into the ranking. Nick De Bruyn, Bizadio Jr. split by 1 second, 0.1. They have Jeroen Bos, Jordan Musser in 4th. Having talked to Jordan Musser, you hear more from the American driver later today. He talked to us about the difference between American and European karting, of course being more than happy to participate for the first time in the FIA Karting World Championship, having won pretty much everything there is to win overseas in the United States. So here's the top 4, making their way to turn number 1. We keep an eye on that fourth driver battle. Nick De Bruyn, 1.3 seconds, extending this gap as we have 3:59 on your picture. This is Jordan Musser. We were just talking about him with his Birelard machinery. Jordan Musser trying to harass Jeroen Bos. This is a battle for 3rd place as we have a good move from one of the Leclerc chassis, the 342. This is Julien Ducomin, went ahead of Davide Foré, I think it was. 303 back in the lead. Jeroen Bos into the banking under the pressure of Musser. Arnaud Roseo following in 5th. Samuel Gaffner in 6th. It can go actually all different ways. We see Davide Foré actually a bit tied up in this field. 3:30 over there trying to make. This is Arnaud Roseo, my apologies, just in front of it. 3:07 is Davide Foré, down in 7th place.
So 3 laps completed, another 8 to go, and this is all going to be about whether Valdemar Nazario Jr. can hold on to the pressure built up by Bos, Musser, Roseo and Davide Foré at the back of the queue. But Jordan Musser, very experienced competitor, has been at the top of gearbox racing for some 20 years now really, and he's still making good work of things all the way from the United States, doing a great job tucked up behind Jeroen Bos, who had the pole position, was not able to get much from the start. Jeroen Bos, it looked like he just got bogged down, and Nick De Bruyn, well, doesn't look like he's been away for 8 years of racing. This is his first race in 8 years, nearly a decade, and the Dutchman is just cantering to the victory up front.
Yeah, he said his miracle recipe is French fries, a bit of beer, a bit of smoking, and then he was ready for the job perfect before the weekend. So it seems to be paying off, but it's for the joke, of course.
Absolutely. Well, Davide Foré has just managed to get past Arnaud Roseo, so now he's up into 5th position. So the Italian is now going to creep all over the back of Jordan Musser. Both of them on Birelats, of course, but both in different operations. You've got to remember that the American driver Jordan Musser is a privateer, and Davide Foré very much part of the Render Motorsport operation, so trying to make his way through. So neither of them in the Birelat factory team, but both on very good equipment. So they run through up to the hairpin. Yellow flags are waving.
Yeah.
Yellow flags are waving. So we've got a kart off the road in the second sector as Musa chops across on Davide Fore. Now, who is that that's come to a standstill on the second sector?
It's Claudio Ambroghi, isn't it? Or
I think it could well be Claudio Ambroghi, yes. We'll double check.
Yes.
Certainly in the white chassis. I couldn't quite make out who that was from a distance, but oh, actually, I think that might be Roberto Avanzato, actually. Roberto Avanzato in the all-white machine. He has now got going again, but down at the back of the field. So, we've still got Valdo Baldassarre Jr., the Brazilian, running in close proximity here, trying his best to continue the progress in front of Jeroen Bos. These are two very feisty individuals. You've got to remember that Valdo Baldassarre Jr. last raced in GP Brazil F4 last year, so he has been very competitive in other categories. He's been karting several times throughout the last decade, but nothing consistent. Jordan Musa is causing to be a real problem for Davide Fore. Fore, who has been active in FIA karting for quite some time now. Some on the inside, Jeroen Bos gets his move on Baldassarre Jr. Nice move.
Yeah, nothing to say about that. Jeroen Bos on the inside of turn 11, just before the chicane. A very nice spot, and it was very well managed. Watch out now, because now Belisario is going to have to resist Jordan Mercer. Oh, clipping the curb against Arnaud Rosio. It was, I think, over there on the way to turn number 1. Jordan Mercer making his way through and being able to stay in position, I think, the 358. And this is further back. Let's try to see who that is in a minute.
Oh, Fore's going to get his run on Musa. They're going to run side by side, and Jordan Musa just hangs on to it as they run through the S's there. Goodness me, the American putting his Birolard in all the right places to keep a 4-time FIA champion back. This is so tough. 4-time SCUSA champion versus 4-time FIA champion, and these two proving to be the measure of each other. Davide Fore having worked his way up into 5th position again after his difficulties at the start, but Jordan Musa proving to be a real pressure cooker, and he still won't give him any space. Musa holding on to it for dear life. Fore has nothing in response. Jordan Musa wiping the smile from the Italians' faces.
Yeah, fantastic battle for 4th place. We're entering at number 8, and we haven't seen nothing yet. Jordan Mercer still giving everything that he has to keep Fore just behind. Fore having to resist as well, because he has Arnaud Rosio, the Frenchman, just behind, trying to get himself into the party as well. But remember that Davide Fore is still under investigation penalty. We'll see what it was going to come out after this race. Investigation from the stewards. But now he's putting that at the back of his mind, into the banking, trying to get close and to keep the right line on a very much dry circuit at the moment. Davide Fore, can he actually make it through and protect himself at the same time from Arnaud Rosio? So the double task, and there he goes into the chicane on the inside.
Oh no! That was always going to happen if neither of them was prepared to concede, and Fore and Musa tangle and collide.
He's going to try to get back. Can he actually make the engine, keep the engine going? Oh, he's being stuck on the curb, unfortunately, for Davide Fore. I think that Jordan Mercer, yeah, is out of the race as well. Oh. Yeah, I think Fore, yeah, is being able to get back by the look of it.
Bitter disappointment for both of them. Musa can't believe it. He's furious with Davide Fore. He just took me out, essentially, is what he's saying. Well, they both wanted the same bit of racetrack. There wasn't room for two.
Yeah, fantastic piece of racing indeed. Unfortunately, they both lost, actually, with Mercer out of this race and Davide Fore at the back end of the classification. So quite an unfortunate turn of events as we're back here with the 338. We're in the Tony Kart colors. Let's try to see who that is in the classification. This is Cliff Cucharla from the United States as well, running in 10th place, having climbed 8 positions and battling along with Riccardo Nallon and Alessio Lamartina, 2 Italian drivers in front of him. The 311 on the way inside turn number 1. This is Riccardo Nallon, the Italian, in 8th place. So quite a good number of battles all throughout the field of this KZ2 Masterclass. This is the penultimate lap of this qualifying heat before the lunch break, and still at the moment 2.3 seconds is the gap between Nick de Bruyn, our leader, and his fellow countryman Jeroen Bos.
So Riccardo Nallon and Cliff Cucharla both managing to get the overtaking move on Alessio Lamartina on the last lap. That's really helped them out as big dive up the inside and more contact. Oh. That was Riccardo Nallon and Julien Ducomont have got a little bit too close together, and Cliff Cucharla just picks up the place. Thanks very much. I loved that. So manages to get the overtaking move. The last lap begins though, as up the inside comes Riccardo Nallon to get through there on the 304. That is Brice Diguet, the Frenchman, who has managed to make up some places as a result of that little fisticuffs. And now Brice Diguet has got Thomas Delmoy just in behind him trying to come through. But there is your leader, Nick de Bruyn, who is just going through the traffic like a hot knife through butter. Wonderful job from Nick de Bruyn. What a comeback after 8 years out of the seat.
Yeah, let's not forget that he used to be a car racing driver back in the day, having competed in the 24 Hours of Le Mans in the 26 or 27 with the team Asia, having done a fantastic result on the road in LMP2 class at the, back in the day. So he's done brilliant things behind the wheel of kart machines, having won the European Championship title in Formula A back in 2004, quite a while ago. But after having some strong results in cars, now he takes the first victory of his weekend. Nick de Bruyn winning the qualifying heat A versus D in the KZ2 Masters. So still a lot of very strong rest for Nick de Bruyn after 8 years break, but he's showing us right now that he's lost none of his talent and driving skills behind the wheel of a kart.
That's phenomenal. Well done to Nick de Bruyn. 8 years out of the seat, and it's like he's never been away. The Dutchman canters to the victory, dances his way to the top spot, and I'm sure that everybody in the PDB and Falcon operations worldwide, because there are many of them who have been under the tutelage of Nick de Bruyn. I'm sure there's so many people who are out racing at Genk last week in their European series of Miami. They'll be watching this man doing such a fantastic job, and he's given the Falcon chassis and the AMI engine a brilliant victory in his first race back in the saddle after 8 years. That is phenomenal, and brilliant work from Nick de Bruyn. And I think everybody in the Netherlands and in Belgium that is under his tutelage is going to be ecstatic.
I'm starting to wonder if what he said, actually, Nick de Bruyn, about his miracle recipe was maybe a secret, a disguised message to the opposition saying, I come here with no preparation, so you don't have anything to fear against me. But actually, this might be a different story at the end of the weekend, having shown the pace on track right now. It's been absolutely impressive. No mistake at all from de Bruyn. Yeah. So it shows that, when you got the status, when you got the physical abilities that come with it, sometimes an 8-year retirement is nothing.
Well, he said to me on Thursday, we haven't got the speed yet, so I don't know what we need to do to fix things and change things around. Well, clearly, they didn't need to do anything at all. It was all going to come together anyway. Nick de Bruyn then from Jeroen Bos and Valde Balazzario Jr. from Arnold Rosseo and Mirko Mazzoni, and Sebastiano De Matteo, Cliff Kujala, and Alessio Lamartina. Rounding out the top 10, Ricardo Nellon and Brice de Guy. Then finishing off the top 15, Thomas de Moy, Alexandre Versonday from Julien Le Bourgond, Samuel Gaffner, and Sven Saltzman.
Outside the top 15, we have Marc Wallhauser, Bertrand Grouten, Andrea Tonoli, Julien Ducomin, André Martin, Sébastien Leder, David Malcolm, Davide Foré, all the way down in 23rd position after his incident with Jordan Mercer. Soras Vasquez in 24th, from Carlos de Souza, Patrick Madsen, Daniel Escher, as well as Enzo Pironavo, Roberto Avanzato, Emanuele Villani, and Claudio Ambroghi. One retirement in this race, the unfortunate American driver Jordan Mercer. We tried to get a few words from him, hopefully during the break, and that to have his view and his opinion about what happened on track. But this was a good start indeed for the KZ2 Masters, the novelty of this year's World Championship, brought to you by Mondo Kart and Mobile Falcons, as well as RGMMC. So we're going to take a small break, James, and we'll be back in no time.
Indeed we will. And while we're taking that break to allow the marshals and officials to give themselves a bit of a breather on this ridiculously long day of great racing, still plenty more to come. You're going to find out what happened last year when the FIA Karting World Championship went to the beautiful Kristianstad circuit in Sweden, and we crowned a world champion in his home circuit.
This year's FIA Karting World Championship sees the paddock return to Kristianstad Karting Club at the Ring in Sweden. 3 years ago, the World Championship for the OK categories were held on this challenging track. But now it's the turn of the gearbox competitors and the Academy Trophy to end their season in balmy breezes and the cool Scandinavian sunshine. With the world's best gearbox racers competing for the World Championship and the KZ2 International Super Cup, the racing will be as tough and intense as ever. And with only one weekend to get it right, the pressure is higher than ever before. And after the absence from Kristianstad on last year's calendar due to the world pandemic, it's wonderful to return to one of the sport's most cherished venues.
Well, it means a lot to us as a club, since we work very hard every year to improve our business and our racing and everything. So it means a lot to us, as I said, and to get the trust from the FIA to host the World Championship is something we appreciate a lot. And since it's the third World Championship in 5 years, so we are very proud, really. We think it's because of the character of the track. We have sections of the track which is very technical, and that combined with the high-speed straights and the high-speed corners, I think it's a good combination. It's an important part for us to have great shows during the events, such as our great fireworks and all that stuff. We always want to be remembered all over the world for our races. Everyone knows who has been here for a couple of times that we work very hard to improve ourselves. For 8 years now we have had CIK events, 8 years in a row. So that proves that the hard work we're doing it right, for sure, I think. Otherwise we wouldn't be sitting here today.
Victor Gustafsson will guide us around the Asumring. KZ racers drop a gear into turn 1 to carry the speed, then another gear through the chicane, and with the kart already on the limit, then you can brake for turn 4. Once at the apex, you'll get back on the power and prepare for liftoff as the kart leaves the ground for a few millimeters over the crest. Into 5 and the corner opens on exit, so you can accelerate again up to turn 6. Another obvious overtaking point completed, now you head up to the S's, where only the brave will try and overtake into the left as it leaves you vulnerable on the right, and you're upshifting between corners to hold speed. Now into the final section, and as you dart through the right, you change camber again. Treat the final 2 lefts as one flowing hairpin staying off the curbs, and then into a tight final turn, which actually opens out, so a move or two is more than likely. It's one of the driver's favourite circuits in the world and offers a unique and exciting challenge to all. The Academy Trophy will see some incredible talents duel for the victory and the title, and with Maciej Gledizh, Alexander Bondarev and David Walter best placed to go for the win at Kristianstad, it could have major ramifications for the championship. Dion Gauda and Jevan David have outside chances to win the final, and there's plenty more stars who could steal it all away. So the drivers will need to keep their wits about them, as anything can happen. On the rolling start, Maciej Gledizh swept across to seal second position behind pole sitter Dion Gauda. And as the field swept through the first few corners, Caleb Gafrara and David Walter drifted onto the grass. But fortunately, both men were able to recover without losing time. So Gauda led from Gledizh, Bondarev, Gafrara and Walter, with Jevan David snapping at his heels. Sadly, Oscar Wirtz would spin out as the field congested, and his season was over, much to the talented Monegasque's frustration. Next time around, Bondarev was now second ahead of Gledizh, but he led them both past Gauda, dropping the Singaporean down to third place. Bondarev was now leading, but Gledizh was in a perfect position to seal the title. Gafrara was eager to make his way past as well, and heading into turn 6, he tried to repeat the overtake. But as his car touched the inside curb, he drifted wide, and now Walter was closer than ever. Walter had been fastest in qualifying, and showed his speed again with a beautiful move on Gafrara into turn 1, but the leaders were already well clear. The race then became about the fight for third, and despite resistance from Gauda, the Danish star Walter was able to move up, and so was Gafrara. The loss of momentum from Gauda also allowed Renault Franco through into 5th position, and Darius Babiawana made his way into 6th. Jevan David was next, as the Sri Lankan tried his hardest to move into winning contention. Franco made his bid on Gafrara and ended up hitting the American and spinning out of the race. The man who won at Wackersdorf was now out of the title fight, and despite his best efforts to rejoin, it was a sad end for the talented Dutchman. David was now locked in combat with Gauda, Leon Ochai and Nicolas Ambiado, but their squabble allowed local star Ludwig Fransen to throw himself into the mix. It was a sensational battle and one of many in the 2021 season where the drivers were racing with great skill and agility. It resulted in a scary moment for Riccardo Iannello, who somehow managed to keep going despite contact with Gauda. Bondarev and Gledizh were now being caught by Walter, who had his heart firmly set on ending 2021 with a win. But the Pole in second had no pressure at all. He just needed to stay where he was to be crowned champion. Stefano Cagnolo and Sal de Colombres were not so lucky, as their days ended together. Walter was the first to pounce, and Gledizh decided to let him through, knowing that the title could still be his. But Walter wasn't finished yet. A lap later, he saw an opening in the final hairpin and made his bid for the lead, and Bondarev was beaten. So Walter was now leading the race, with Gledizh still looking strong for the Academy trophy. Bondarev fought back in turn 1, but to no avail, and it gave Gledizh his second place back again. With Bondarev down to third, Walter was now looking good for the runner-up spot in the season standings. As Bondarev's tyres started to wear, Babiawana became his nearest challenger, as he desperately tried to hang on to the final place on the podium, and he began his defensive tactics to try to hold on to his position. It certainly wasn't going to be easy. With 4 laps remaining, Babiawana found his moment and seized third position in turn 4, but it was brief. Bondarev had anticipated the move and claimed it back instantly. A lap later, and the Romanian tried again, and this time, it worked. But Bondarev wasn't giving up, and he dived again into the S's, but on the exit, Babiawana returned the favour and took back his place on the rostrum. Then, as he pushed to try and recover the place, Bondarev spun out of 4th position in dramatic fashion, and it was all too much for the young Ukrainian. So as the race came to its conclusion, there were 2 jubilant men at the finish, David Walter for the win and Maciej Gledizh for the title. They had both ended the season on their terms, and as the top 2 men in the standings, with the pole a very popular winner. After the race, Babiawana was excluded for replacing his front fairing, which elevated Leo Robinson to the podium. David would be 4th ahead of Bart Harrison and Dion Gauda, with Iannello, Ochai, Ambiado and Gafrara completing the top 10. It had been a phenomenal race to end the season, and nothing could wipe the smiles from the faces of Maciej Gledizh and David Walter as the celebrations began.
For the heats, we didn't do so well. We were starting 21st. But then for the final, we managed to make my way through everybody. And then I managed to get to the front, and I really realised I was P4 when I was going on to last lap. So hopefully in the 2022 season we can do a bit better.
For sure, I'm so happy because second in the round and win the championship. So I'm so proud of myself. Yeah, the final was really hard for me because in the start I was P2, Bondarev passed me after David caught us and passed me, and after Oleg, after I overtook Bondarev, and I was second.
The race starts and I get a bad start, but I just focus and I just took 1 position after 1. I was P1 and I was so happy with it. And it took 10 laps more. I saw the time. I was just focusing and make the lap done. For sure, it's nice, but I'm so proud of myself, and yeah, we'll see what happens.
KZ2 has been dominated by Lorenzo Travasanuto and David Trevelov through the heats, but Senna van Walstein was the fastest in timed qualifying. A crash in his opening heat means he's now on the comeback trail, but starting the final from 11th will make it harder than ever. Samuel Luye is also looking strong for the Tony Kart factory team and could spring a real surprise. Expect the unexpected. KZ2 always delivers action by the bucketful. At the start of the KZ2 Super Cup, Travasanuto, Trevelov and Luye held their positions into turn 1, as the field swarmed into the first sector, trying to stay out of trouble. But one driver would have a dramatic exit from the race. Following a tangle with an opponent in turn 4, Jean Nomblot would scramble from his kart after a roll. He was a little shaken, but was able to walk away. Senna van Waalstein was already storming through the field as he overtook Paavo Tonteri to move up to 6th. Giuseppe Palomba and Danilo Albanese were the two Italians up ahead. But Trefilov fancied his chances for the win. He dived for the lead on Travasanuto and all looked well, but on the exit he couldn't quite hold on to the advantage. He now had to protect second to avoid losing out to Samuel Luyet. Luyet wasn't about to wait around, and he soon made his bid for second, as behind them Van Waalstein moved ahead of Albanese. But resistance from both Trefilov and Albanese tightened up the pack, and in the ensuing fracas, Paavo Tonteri picked up a position on the latter. Then Tonteri tapped the back of Van Waalstein's kart and spun. Albanese hit the brakes and Thomas Imborg launched over the back of him. And yet miraculously, they all carried on. There would be front-fairing penalties for Imborg and Albanese, whilst Tonteri rejoined last. Giacomo Polini, however, was out after the new European champion collided with Parolin driver Angelo Lombardo, with both karts too damaged to continue. His teammate Travasanuto was oblivious to it all out in front as he started to pull a gap over Luyet. It's a happy hunting ground for the Italian after he won his first world title here in the OK category 3 years ago. Having worked his way masterfully through the field, Van Waalstein then staked his claim on a podium charge with a move on Palomba. But the Birolart driver was refusing to cooperate, and no matter how hard the Dutchman tried, there would be no straightforward manoeuvre, and he was losing valuable time. Eventually Van Waalstein made the move, and without retaliation, but it was now going to be tougher to close on the 3 men ahead. Jean Luyet wanted to join his brother on the podium and made his own pass on Palomba into the final hairpin. It allowed Alessio Piccini and Fabrizio Rosati to overtake Palomba as well, which didn't please last year's runner-up. He made his way back past Rosati instantly, but the damage was already done. James Wharton was on the prowl as well, and the Australian was pushing hard. Lorenzo Giannone was the next driver on the sidelines, and as he walked away, that was one less CRG in the running. His teammate, Jorge Pescador, was scrapping closely with Joey van Splinteren, but fortunately, they kept it fair. Hubert Petit took advantage of Danilo Albanese, whose fairing was clearly loose, but the Frenchman would later suffer the same fate. The race for second truly began, and as Luyet defended from Trefilov, Van Waalstein had a genuine look on the inside, and that was enough to increase the urgency for Trefilov. He dived in the next bend once more, but Luyet just wouldn't move over. Sadly, he would have no choice on the next lap, as his Tony kart spluttered to a halt. It was cruel luck for the young Swiss driver, who was denied his best result in his karting career so far. This was all the motivation that Van Waalstein needed, and he made his move on Trefilov, from 11th to 2nd. Not a bad run at all, but would he have time to catch Travasanuto? The answer looked fairly blatant. The Parolin was a country mile ahead. Van Waalstein was doing everything he could to catch up, but second would have to do, as Trefilov held off the resurgence of Jean Luyet in his brother's absence. Heading into the final lap, and James Wharton sealed a positive day for Parolin by storming past Piccini to grab a 5th place finish after a tough season in KZ2. As Travasanuto himself said after the race, history doesn't repeat itself, but it often rhymes. It was a glorious win for Travasanuto, as he claimed the highest prize for a KZ2 driver. Behind Van Waalstein and Trefilov, Jean Luyet headed home Wharton and Rosati after a penalty for Piccini dropped him behind Victor Auberg and Arthur Carbonell, whilst Jorge Pescador ran home in 10th. 3 young stars finally fulfilled their potential in KZ2, and it appears we'll likely see all 3 of them step up to KZ in 2022. And who knows how many titles they'll score between them, as the future looks very promising.
Definitely this track is a special place for me. I mean, it's been my first FIA success here actually in 2014. I was driving with PCR, so it's always been in my heart, this track. And my schedule as a driver coach is also very crowded, very busy, so I try to make up time when I had to train. Finally, I managed after Vakasdorf, I managed to get a little bit more training. I started to get more confident with the material, and then everything unfolded. So, and when we put it all together, it finally paid off. The drivers in KZ are all super good, so but it's going to be exciting for me. There's many drivers that I aspired to in the past, and also drivers that I've been racing with. So I'm looking forward to that, and I'll try to be there.
Obviously, coming out of qualifying, we were really happy with the results. I think putting a pole position in the World Cup is really something you always wanted to do. Coming into the final in 11th place, it's always difficult to come back to the front, but the pace was good, the overtaking was good, so we made it to 2nd place at the end. There are some conversations going on, yeah, of course, but nothing is confirmed yet. Probably going into KZ1 for next year.
Well, the qualify was really good. I was like P7 in total. The heats were very strong, and yeah, I think we lose a bit of pace in the final, but P3, it's a good result for me and the team. 2022, I think I will be driving in KZ1 to replace Fabian Federer.
It's obviously a fantastic feeling to win the International Super Cup. It's the first year in KZ class after some time we were off the class, and to conclude it on the top, it's really amazing for all the team and all the efforts that mechanics, tuners and drivers have put into this season. We have 3 drivers in the top 7 at the end of the event, and it's really a great satisfaction for all of us.
There is no greater accolade in the sport than the World Championship, and the KZ category is the toughest race in the world for a kart racer to win. Matteo Vigano and Noah Milel are best placed to challenge for the win, whilst Fabian Federer and Andrea Kimi Antonelli are next in line to challenge. But with this being the longest and toughest race for the win, victory is a fairy tale and a dream that can only come true for one fortunate driver. Noah Milel made the perfect start to beat Vigano to the first corner, whilst Antonelli fell through the field after a poor getaway. Lorenzo Camplese made his way into 3rd ahead of Fabian Federer, with Victor Gustafsson, Simo Pohaka and Adrien Renaudin igniting the chase behind. All was not well up front, however, and in controversial and dramatic circumstances, the dream ended for Vigano yet again, as his kart gave up the ghost on the opening lap. After dominating the heats, it was cruel luck, not for the first time either, and his heartbreak was felt worldwide with team and fans alike. On the next lap, Federer lost out to Gustafsson as they chased after Camplese. But with the apparent pace of Milel up front, it looked like the win was already gone, and so both Gustafsson and Pohaka elected to increase their defensive strategies. Overtaking moves would be difficult, but not impossible. Former world champion Jorrit Peks would be the man on the move as he started to gain his competitive edge. But his big move came on the second lap in the final bend, as he made an audacious pass on Pohaka and left the door wide open for Renaudin to join him, but the ferocious Finn was not willing to comply. Alexei Orlando was also out of the World Championship, and he was happy to put it behind him. And he wouldn't be the only man on the sidelines. Emilion Denner would spin out on his debut for Kart Republic. It had been a frustrating return to karting in 2021 for the Frenchman. Peks versus Pohaka became an interesting spectacle as the Finn pulled off one of the moves of the race. Could he help Tony Kart to another clean sweep of the podium? For Milel up front, he was on course to become the first Swedish gearbox world champion for 33 years, and on the circuit he grew up on. But Peks wanted to join him on the rostrum, and he swept back ahead of Pohaka before the Finn realised what had happened. But there was even more to come, as he launched an overtake inside Federer in the S's, and somehow he made it work without contact. Pohaka still had good pace, and was able to move ahead of Federer as well, but Federer was still giving SRP and Maranello plenty to smile about. Gustafsson was on the podium at home until Pex caught him. The Dutchman spoiled the party and moved ahead with his signature move. Then came one of the duels of the weekend. Puhaka tried his own special move on Gustafsson. But the Swede wasn't so willing to lose the place to Puhaka as he had been to Pex. It was tough, but despite a slight brush of the Tony Kart's front fairing, he just held on. Jorrit Pex had driven beautifully to fight through for third position, but he had run out of time to catch Camplese, who had driven his best race yet. But there wasn't a dry eye in sight, as Noah Millel emulated his uncle 25 years before to become world champion. Having literally been born and raised as a part of the Kristianstad Karting Club, the fairy tale couldn't have been sweeter. He hadn't just won at home, he had dominated, and the reception he received was breathtaking. Behind Camplese and Pex, Gustafsson narrowly missed out on his own podium finish ahead of Puhaka and Federer. Paolo Ippolito beat Stan Pex home, with the Birolats of Marijn Kramers and Riccardo Longhi not far behind. The party went long into the night, as Millel became the first homegrown KZ World Champion since Marco Ardigo won at Sarno in 2014. Noah Millel was nothing short of a hero.
I cannot describe the emotions and feelings. I maybe look like similar neutral, but inside I am very happy and grateful for what we achieve, and to win here in my home with all my friends, supporters, family. It's another level of happiness. I'm not sure what will brings me next. But it will open many doors and for the future. And if I can, I am very happy with where I am with Tony Kart and Vortex, and we worked hard for this, and finally we received the result that we should have.
Yes, fantastic job of the team. I start very good, and then overtake Matteo, maybe have the problem. I won't catch Noah, but it's impossible because Noah is very fast. At time, I won't manage my position, don't lose the time with the driver behind me.
It was a really good final for me. I had a good start, take some place in the first lap, and then in the beginning I was not really fast, but after a few laps I took really good pace, and then I could drive very fast to the front and overtake the drivers in front of me really quickly. The end of the race was quite easy for me because I was on third position and behind me was nobody, and the gap to the front was a little bit too big, so the last 9 laps were kind of easy.
Yeah, honestly here the level of the competition is really high. All the drivers are really fast, and all together it was really tough in the end, because finally it's really long race, 25 laps. It's good work for the team. We find a really good setup for the final, and we are really happy that finished first and second, and first and second and fifth. It's great for the team. Great job.
So, Maciek Ledij becomes the new Academy Trophy winner and Poland's latest rising star of karting. Lorenzo Travasanuto wins the International KZ2 Super Cup for his 4th FIA Karting title. And the hometown hero, Noah Millel, becomes the first Swedish world champion since his uncle, Johnny Mistievich, in 1996. It's the beginning of a new era for the sport, and next season we could see yet more exciting races from the new kings of gearbox karting and the new cast of elite talent in the Academy Trophy. Join us in 2022, when the next generation of racing talents will return to fight for glory once again.
It's going to be an amazing battle for the World Championship. Come on, we're ready. Here we go. Oh, what an overtake. Dives in on the inside. Magnifique. What a brilliant result. Absolutely majestic. It's a wonderful achievement. It's a brilliant result. The new world champion. Welcome back to the action at the mondokart.com FIA Karting World Championship of 2022. What a week we are having here at the capital city of motorsport, as far as I'm concerned. Worldwide, this is widely recognized as the place to be. In the background, you can see the start-finish straight gantries and grandstands of the Circuit de la Sarthe. We are a stone's throw away from that 24-hour circuit classic, and it's wonderful to be back here at the Karting International Le Mans. Jake Sanson here with you once again with my colleague Guillaume Alvarez down in the pit lane. The marshals have been working overtime so far this week, and a massive merci beaucoup to le vrai héros du Mans, the real marshal heroes out there on the circuit. They have been absolutely sensational. And we are about to get ourselves back into the action once again for the KZ2s. Here is the Karting International Le Mans circuit. Very rare in its typeface, this particular circuit. It does actually say clockwise on the venue, but it's actually anti-clockwise. 1.38 kilometers in length, 22 degrees Celsius air temperature. The humidity is still quite high. There's a fair bit of rain still lingering in the air. We've had 2 big showers over the course of the morning, but the wind is picking up. That's the really interesting part of it. 5 kilometers an hour, so it's going to either blow the clouds further away or bring them quicker in. So that could be an interesting dynamic into the second part of the day. So it's a really exciting run for things as the competitors continue in fine style out on the course. We'll have a really interesting challenge for the competitors as they will run through in fine style. But an interesting challenge awaits the competitors as they run in close proximity and formation. But the mondokart.com FIA Karting World Championship has already had a very busy week, and the drivers are gearing themselves up ready for the continuation. KZ2 qualifying heat, B versus F is next up, and the KZ2 drivers have 3 races to go before we reach the Super Heats tomorrow. That's 3 races each rather than 3 races total. I can tell you the total of races to come in KZ2 is still another 12. It's going to get very busy this afternoon. Here is the schedule. Qualifying heat B versus F will kickstart at 1:45 local time, and then the 3 remaining KZ2 heats following that point are going to give us plenty more excitement and drama, but at least these next 4 races are looking likely to be run in slick, tired conditions. Then we get back to the kings of the sport, the KZ category, where Max Verstappen and Charles Leclerc climbed the podium 9 years ago. And obviously, we've had some fantastic performances over the course of the weekend. We'll have 2 heats for them, C versus D, followed by A versus B. And then the Academy Trophy drivers will come out for their final qualifying heats as well, C versus D and A versus B. And that will set the grids for the final tomorrow. Only the top 36 contenders in the Academy Trophy can go through. And that is when we will score some championship points as well in the Academy Trophy hunt. Then we'll have the KZ2 Masters coming out for the 2nd time this week. They've been absolutely heroic in the races just before the break. And then we'll get back into the action for the KZ2s once again in their qualifying heats at 5 minutes past 5 local time. They will run in rotation once again, and then they will come to a stop at about 6:15 local time. There'll be another short pause, which will give the marshals time for a rest. And then at 7 p.m. local time, they will get back into the action once more for KZ2 Masters for their 3rd and final qualifying heat as we prepare for the action there. 7 o'clock local time and 7:20 local time for the qualifying heats B versus D and then A versus C. And we will finish the day with the final 4 KZ2 qualifying heats. And that will take us all the way to 8:40 local time. And if there are any delays in the evening, it could well be that we get another floodlit classic like we got last night. And that was a brilliant race won by David Trevelov in the night, with the lights shining brightly over the circuit. And I tell you what, We had some great sparks come up over the circuit as well. It was very, very cool to watch. Right, time for Danilo Albanese and Artur Carbonell to go to battle on the front row of the starting grid for this one. And thanks to the antics in the earlier heat, Artur Carbonell is now the leading Frenchman in the battle, second overall in the ranks at the moment. Danilo Albanese and Artur Carbonell from Tom Loyer and Matteo Spergel. Then it is Corentin Rousseau and Thomas Imburg from Loic Vindic and Jean Lier. Then Oscar Target and Marcus Kayak from Matteo Zanchi and Thomas Schippers. Moritz Ebner and Giorgio Carrara from Koen Dorn and Celian Galassin. Antoine Barbaroux and Linus Lagerstrom from Flint Schutting and Nathan Krang. Nicholas Taylor and Angelo Lombardo. Then Florian Kibiel and Jeremy Potain from Jacob Kadachak and Theo Blin. Axel Matus and Florian Kuntzmann from Laurent Bourget, Romain Kuedik and Jonas Salin. So the contenders gearing up and getting themselves ready for more excitement and more drama out on the course. It'll be a sensational duel for all of the drivers as they gear themselves up, ready for another phenomenal squabble out on the circuit. The French flags are flying high around the course. You can see the supporters are out in force for the drivers from all nations here at the Karting World Championship. It's wonderful to see the spectators back again. The last 2 years, of course, having to run without the fans around the course due to the world pandemic, but it's great to see them back again, and they have flocked in their hundreds here around the circuit at Le Mans. Great to see them back again, and the partisan fans of karting have travelled to watch their heroes in fine style. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this fantastic competition continues to play out. Certainly for the pole sitter incumbent at the moment, David Trevelov, it's been perfect so far. 4 wins out of 4 starts from the time qualifying session where he was in pole position, but it can still go horribly wrong. We've seen it happen to Arthur Dorisson in the Academy Trophy. We've seen it happen to Emilion Denner in the KZ. So it's not done until the checkered flag flies, and every driver still has an opportunity to fight back. Every leader still has a chance to let it slip. So Tom Loyer, the European champion, lining up in 3rd on the starting grid in kart number 101. There is Carbonell, Spergel and Imburg, the trio of Frenchmen on the outside of the grid on the front 3 rows. So they will run together, charging through to the start. Albanese is your pole sitter. Directly behind him is Tom Loyer. Directly behind him is Corentin Rousseau. There are Albanese and Loyer. 101, the European champion from 2022, after dominating both the weekends at Genk and Cremona. Now he's got the chance to fight his way back at Le Mans. A World Championship title on the FIA Karting World Cup would be very much appreciated. The lights come on. We're going to go racing again here at Le Mans. Here we go. Great start off the grid. No problems at all for Albanese. Looks like a good start too from Artur Carbonell. He will tuck in behind, as will Tom Loyer. Perfectly complicated start avoided there. So everybody going through in fine style. No problems at all off the get-go. The Saudis are giving chase to the top 3. A little bit of hesitation, and that's a spit out of the running from Moritz Ebner. So Moritz Ebner in the Birolard has unfortunately been spat off on the exit of turn 1, and that's his race pretty much over now, as the rest of the field works their way through in fine proximity. Close formation, everybody up to the hairpin for the first time, and a big run around the outside from one of the Saudis. That did not work out at all for the 138, I think that is, of Matteo Spergel, dropping his way down to P6. There is a very unhappy Moritz Ebner walking away from his kart, as the 101 going very well out in front of the podium positions. Moritz Ebner out of the race, but Tom Loyer looking good for 3rd at the moment, where he started from. Now he's hunting down Artur Carbonell, and in the dry and sunny conditions, this is where things are going to change hands again in KZ2. We've had a little bit of everything here so far, except for snow, pretty much. Everything else has been very exciting to observe here at Le Mans. We've had the heavy rain showers, we've had the nighttime phase, and now we've had bone dry sunshine, as well as overcast and tricky to predict. So a little bit of everything here at Le Mans. But so far, it's the top 3 in the positions they started. Albanese, Carbonell and Loyer. In 4th place is Imburg, 5th position Corentin Rousseau, and in 6th place Matteo Spergel, in front of Jean Lier, Oscar Target, the Australian, then Marcus Kayak and Leo Vindici. In fact, Leo Vindici has come up to 9th place now in front of Oscar Target. So still the battles raging all the way through this top 10. There goes the move on the inside from Matteo Spergel to get back through on Corentin Rousseau. So Rousseau has just got to let it happen as they come across the line again. The top 4 stretching out a little bit of a gap between themselves and the rest, as Thomas Imburg is trying to get his way past Tom Loyer. So Tom Loyer still looking good in 3rd position on the Charles Leclerc chassis from the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team, captained by former FIA champion Jordan Lennox Lamb. So So through they come into the S's on lap 3. Albanese and Carbonell running well at the front end of the squads. Working hard here on the top spot, up to the hairpin. Good control actually from Tom Loyer, just held the kart in the middle of the road there at the apex for the banking. Didn't let himself get too far out of the run there. And there's a technical flag going up on the main straight just below me, and that's Angelo Lombardo. So Angelo Lombardo with a mechanical problem of some kind. Not entirely sure what it is for the 132. We'll try and pick it up as he comes down the straight. Oscar Target getting himself back at the inside of Loic Vindice. So nice move there from the Australian. So what has happened to Angelo Lombardo? We'll try and figure it out as he goes past my position. He's dropped down the order, I think. So Angelo Lombardo trying to get himself back into the mix. Well, he's in about 24th position, I do believe. So we'll try and figure out what has happened to Angelo Lombardo. Can't see anything at the moment untoward with his kart. Maybe a chain guard has come off or something similar. But certainly for Angelo Lombardo, it is not good news. And his race has come to a premature end. So Albanese still in front of Carbonell on the back straight. Imborg, Loyer, Spergel, Luyet, and up the inside Marcus Kayak having a look there on the inside of Jean Luyet. Decided against it in the end, was a little bit too far back. But onto the main straight again. Thomas Imborg having got through into third place now past Tom Loyer. I didn't actually see where he made the move. I apologise, I missed that one. But Imborg is in third position now on the Sodi kart from the CPB Sports squad. So it's all going very well indeed for Thomas Imborg. Tom Loyer is, for the first time this season at FIA, not having it all his own way. He's been very dominant over the course of this season. But certainly Arto Carbonell is trying to chase down Danilo Albanese, the Italian, for the Kart Republic factory team, who leads the way at the moment, leads the charge as they come up through the hairpin. Albanese in front of Arto Carbonell. And then in third position, Thomas Imborg stretching away from Loyer, Spergel, Luyet, Kayak, Rousseau, and Loic Vindice in front of Thomas Schippers. The Belgian has worked his way up into the top 10. There he is, in fact, dueling away with Oscar Target and Matteo Zanchi. So Zanchi in the bright blue and yellow kart, trying to work his way up into the top 10, but he's got to get past the barrel art of the Australian Oscar Target. Easy to spot because of his blue and white helmet, shaped in the guise of a target on the side of his helmet. No guesses for trying to figure out how he came up with that design. So Marcus Kayak sets the fastest lap of the race, 7th position for him at the moment, 50.1 for the Ice Racing Team driver from Estonia, just keeping it nice and tidy up at the sharp end of the field. 5 laps done and 5 to go. They go quickly in the dry, don't they? 50.2 seconds for the lap, unless you're Marcus Kayak, in which case it's a 50.1 second lap. And this circuit really is quite fast when the rain stays away. We can lose half a minute around this particular circuit in the rain conditions, as we saw earlier on. But certainly, Danilo Albanese going well up at the sharp end of the field as he runs through up to the hairpin, looking very comfortable in his present position. So Danilo Albanese searching for a victory in front of Arthur Carbonell. 4 laps to go. Third place, Thomas Imborg on the Sodi from CPB Sport, and then Tom Loyer in 4th position ahead of Spergel, Luyet, and Marcus Kayak still the fastest man on track. Only he and the race leader are now dipping under 50 seconds for the lap. A 49.958 for Marcus Kayak, a 49.977 for Danilo Albanese, the race leader. Everybody else is still in the 50s. So the battle's continuing on. Onto the back straight. And now you're really starting to see some good pace from Danilo Albanese as Marcus Kayak senses he can catch the Swiss driver Jean Luyet and try and make his bid for position. But Loyer in 3rd position now is in 4th position behind Thomas Imborg, doing his best. How confusing is that in KZ2? You've got Loyer and Luyet, and there's 2 brothers in each family, both racing in the same category, sometimes even on the same bit of racetrack. So still the pressure continues on as Danilo Albanese leads the field from Arthur Carbonell, Thomas Imborg and Tom Loyer in the Leclerc. Now he is the fastest man on track at 49.92 for him, the only driver on that lap except for Matteo Spergel to get under 50 seconds for the lap. Also Matteo Zanchi did on that occasion actually as well. He got a 49.92. So a very interesting challenge for him as they go on through the back straight, and there's going to be 2 laps to go. The trouble is here, you don't want to risk too big a move at this stage of the weekend. You've still got to look after your tyres before the end of the day. So obviously you still have to counteract that. You have to keep that very much in perspective. So a very tricky situation, a tough scenario for the drivers out there, and they'll want to keep banging in some strong performances. They'll want to keep looking after the tyres for the duration of this closing sequence. but it is tough stuff. Let's see how it continues. So far for Danilo Albanese, so far so good. Still putting in some great drama. It'll be a very tough run. And still Danilo Albanese just trying to keep this very much together in front of Arthur Carbonell. So it'll be a really strong run for all of the competitors out of the final turn. Danilo Albanese just metronomic in pace, doesn't really need to break a sweat. He's keeping himself very neat and tidy all the way round. Never really got himself into too much hot water in this one. Last lap, and Arthur Carbonell is close, but I don't think he's going to get close enough to change anything here. Thomas Imborg, third place. Loyer in fourth. Fifth place for the 138 of Mateusz Bergel. It might have been a tame last 2 or 3 laps, but it's quite a significant one as far as the battle is concerned. They have to try and keep things going quite carefully and quite delicately around the course. They have to try and keep things quite rhythmic and close together. You don't want to lose too much time. You certainly don't want to get yourself into a sticky situation where you have no chance and no opportunities to retaliate. So a very good run so far from the race leader, Danilo Albanese. It's a flawless drive. He will come through to bag a victory and put no points more on his tally. So it's a great job from Danilo Albanese. Second for Carbonell, third for Imborg, fourth for Loyer, and fifth place for Mateusz Bergel. A perfect run as far as those 5 drivers are concerned. They've really opened up the taps on the opposition out there and kept it nice and steady. Jean Lier and Marcus Kayak within 2 seconds of the race lead as well. So a very solid run for our drivers in the top 5. Excellent stuff. So very solid battle for our contenders. Danilo Albanese taking a very crucial victory. 97.4 kilometers an hour average speed. That shows you how fast it can be around here in the best of times. So 13.84 kilometers of racing sees Danilo Albanese emerge victorious for the moment. Only 10 laps for the heats in the KZ2. You'll notice in the KZ2 Masters earlier that they were 11 laps. They've got a little bit more hard work on their tyres compared to the KZ2 drivers, because obviously the KZ2 drivers have 7 qualifying heats to go through. Now that is Moritz Ebner being recovered after his retirement, joining the likes of Angelo Lombardo and Antoine Babarou on the sidelines. So a terrific end to a great race. It's Danilo Albanese who gets the win from Arthur Carbonell and Thomas Imborg. Then Tom Loyer and Mateusz Bergel. From Jean Liet, Marcus Kayak, Loic Vindice, Corentin Rousseau and Thomas Schipers in the top 10. Just a whisker in front of Matteo Zanchi. Then Oscar Target and Chelian Galassin from Giorgio Carrara and Nathan Krang. A good comeback from the young man from New Zealand. Then Kuhn Dorn and Jacob Kedicak from Romain Kuedik in 18th position. 19th place behind them was Flint Schuring in front of the Canadian Nicholas Taylor. Then Florian Kibiel and Theo Blin in front of Jeremy Potain. Axel Matus, then Florian Kunzmann, Jonas Salin, Laura Bourget and Linus Lagerström. With the retirements going the way of Antoine Babarou, Angelo Lombardo, and we obviously saw Moritz Ebner pulling off on the circuit in the very first lap. So there's still some drama in the air. There's still some activity in KZ2. It has been pretty tight and pretty exciting to watch the racing play out here at Le Mans in KZ2. You can see the recovery crew dealing with Moritz Ebner at this point in proceedings. So it's going to be an interesting one to see if Moritz Ebner in the Birolart can actually regain some of his momentum as the battles continue. You do not want a DNF when you've got 7 races. There are so many competitors out there that are going to try and get through all 7 races without incident. You do not want to drop the ball once, because if you can pick up a decent result and your opposition is not going to be able to do so, then it really can hamper your progress. So Le Mans is now starting to get nice and sunny. So down there in the pit lane to soak it up, Guillaume Alvarez, after a brilliant KZ2 race, will grab some words with the drivers.
Welcome back, guys. As the sun is shining in Le Mans, we're back in the Parc Fermé in the middle of the action with one of the men in action, Danilo Albanese. Congratulations. In the end, you were able to keep the opposition at bay. It was a tight race, wasn't it?
La mancia è andata molto bene adesso, siamo partiti in pole, sono riuscito a sfilare subito primo e abbiamo condotto la gara fino alla bandiera a scacchi. Peccato per la mancia stamattina che eravamo lì in griglia pronti a partire con le slick e ha cominciato a piovere. Ho fatto veramente tanta fatica e ho concluso 15esimo, però ancora diciamo è lunga, sono ancora 2 manche più la super hit, staremo a vedere, ecco.
Those last two races of yours before were not maybe up to your expectations, difficult results. Now you're back with your second win, so that gives you a bit of a fresher before the last two races in the classification.
Sì, proprio quello che dicevo, prima la gara non è andata come speravo perché stava dando il commissario la partenza e ha cominciato a piovere, eravamo con le slick e siamo partiti con le slick e diciamo ho fatto un po' di fatica, sono terminato abbastanza indietro, però adesso è andata bene, abbiamo ancora 2 manche sperando che il tempo tiene e poi la super hit domani, ancora è lunga diciamo.
Thanks very much, grazie mille Danilo Albanese, and thanks for waiting. We're soon joined by Marcus Kayak with lovely outfit that you have, Marcus. Congratulations, but as well congratulations for your pace, because this race you managed another strong finish, 7th after collecting 3 places. Starting from a bit further back in the field, you've always been able quite well to manage your recoveries, so the pace is still quite strong.
Yeah, for sure. We're trying to survive the first lap all the time and then pick up some positions and make a steady race and win some positions back.
Steady race indeed, knowing that the tires are starting to suffer, even though we've had a bit of mixed conditions. The sun is back, so hopefully this means dry tires until the end and pray for survival.
Yeah, like the tires look good now. Maybe we hope even for some rain later. Could be better for us. But yeah, just trying our best right now with the slick tire and see what happens.
Thank you very much, Marcus, and good luck for you for the last 2 races. You heard him, rain is always a bit better when it comes to karting drivers, especially when your tires are starting to suffer. And they've been starting to suffer for quite a while now because of the unusual high degradation level on this track. So let's try to have one more quick word, maybe if we got time, before the next qualifying heats of the KZ2 class. Always busy around me. Christian Dorn from SP Motorsport. Let's try to have maybe one of the French drivers, Jérémy Potin. We haven't had a chance to talk to him yet. Let's try to see if he's available. Jérémy, un petit mot peut-être à notre micro pour une réaction à chaud? Oui, merci. So the time for them, as usual, to lift the cart on the trolley, and we're going to have a quick word with Jérémy Potin, one of the French drivers of the Birlard factory. You can join me, Jérémy. Nice to talk to you. What you prefer, English or French? French, all right. Petite interview en français, alors il n'y a pas de souci. Jérémy Potin, merci de nous rejoindre. Alors, qu'en est-il aujourd'hui? Des conditions un petit peu mix and mix entre 2 météos, même si voilà, ça semble s'améliorer. Et sur la piste, qu'est-ce que ça dit?
C'est un peu compliqué. Des fois, c'est vrai qu'il y a des manches un peu mixtes où il y en a qui partent en slick, d'autres en plus. Donc, c'est vrai que ça n'a pas été facile. Donc, voilà.
Et sinon, depuis le début de la compétition, vous évoluez quand même à domicile, toi et beaucoup de tes compatriotes. Vous êtes très très nombreux, près de 77 Français ici à domicile au Mans. Ça fait quelque chose de spécial, j'imagine.
Oui, c'est sûr que c'est sympa pour une fois d'avoir une course internationale en France. Donc c'est pour ça que ça a attiré beaucoup de Français et la piste est jolie. Donc, voilà.
Ok, merci beaucoup en tout cas d'avoir été à notre micro. Bonne chance pour la suite. Thank you very much. Jérémy Potin, one of the many French drivers engaged in the competition. Feels a bit special, isn't it, to be competing in Le Mans, on Omsol, but in Le Mans. What a prestigious name that is in the history of motorsport. Even though the results haven't been up to his expectations so far, still struggling a little bit in the field, but you know, the feeling and the spirit remains positive, and that's the main thing, isn't it? So maybe one last before we get back to you, Jake, if we got time, as the drivers are getting ready for the next one. Try to give you as much insight as possible. Thank you for tuning in if you're just doing so on FIAKarting.com and on Motorsport TV, as the sun is back and hopefully looking above our heads, the sky is full blue. Still a bit cloudy, but full blue. So hopefully we'll keep it dry until the end of the event, even though the rain might actually be the better choice for some of the drivers in terms of tire management. So let's see if we can talk to maybe one more driver from Sweden, as we got a couple of more time maybe, as again they're still quite busy with the scale. Behind me is a scrutiny ring with, you cannot see it, but the officials are quite busy trying to get a good analysis of all the components. The engine are being checked, everything is being taken care of, actually is being controlled quite efficiently by our team at the CIK FIA. This is the heart of the competition, because we got the track, we got the off track as well, surrounded by the paddock. If you haven't been to Le Mans, this is quite a well spread paddock, because we have one side over here with behind me all the main factories. You might be able to see the Birlard logo over there. This is one of the main factories from Italy, from Lissone. We got as well Tony Kart fell back behind. Actually, on that side, we got as well Car Republic, we got CRG. All the big names from Italy are here, but Sodicart as well, the main French factory, is just in front of us with a lot of drivers this weekend. So back to racing, Jake, and back to you. We'll come back in just a few moments in the Parc Fermé.
Thank you very much, Guillaume. Great to hear from the drivers there. Asking a Frenchman if he'd rather speak French or English. It's a bit like asking if somebody wants cake or death. Excellent stuff. David Trevelov, pole position alongside Christian Bertucca, Valentino Fritsch and Jorge Pescador from Carlos Martinez and Andrea Dale. Then Jenny Civico and Pavo Tonteri, Marco Torman and Alessio Pacini from Leonardo Marcellia and Igor Nozov, Paul Lucier and Ivan Ikelchik from Oscar P and Alessandro Buran. Then Jean Nomblo and Enzo de Cruz from Kasper Nadolski, Nathan Hedouin, then Guillaume Troyard and Andrea Bossetto, then Lev Lomko from Kevin Stehauer, Salvatore Toscano and Clement Pierrat, then Noé Meunier and Michael Stevens from Tom Adams, Spencer Schinner and Paul Ribera. So the competitors bringing themselves forward once again. An absolutely sensational battle continuing on their way forward. And this is going to be an absolutely sensational run for the contenders. And we will have a sensational battle for all of the drivers out there. The KZ2's now really starting to get themselves into the flow. David Trevelov leading the charge at the moment, 4 wins out of 4. So this is going to be a sensational opportunity for the contenders. And so they are still trying to bring themselves into a good position here onto the start-finish straight. The drivers are just waiting for David Trevelov to make his first error, kind of in a similar situation to the way that the bassist in Chumbawamba is looking for action. At the moment, David Trevelov is not cracking under the pressure at all. Front row of the starting grid for Trevelov alongside Christian Bertucca, and then Valentino Fritsch and Jorge Pescador. That's going to be an interesting one because, of course, Jorge Pescador has dropped to 3rd in the rankings, but is still a prolific winner over the course of this week so far. 2 of his 4 races have been victories, but all 4 of David Trevelov's have been wins as well. He's alongside Christian Bertucca off the start, with Valentino Fritsch putting pressure under him from the outset. So this is definitely going to be interesting. We're going to see what these contenders can do. Let's see if there's going to be an exciting battle as the contenders push their weight forward. The lights are on and they're out. Good start from Pescador. He's got a terrific launch up to 2nd position potentially by turn 1. He has indeed. So now it's going to be Trevelov versus Pescador for the first time here this week. And that is going to be a significant battle between the two as Pescador tries to put himself into a sensational position. They run through on the first corner. There's been an incident for one of the Formula K drivers. That is Igor Nozov. He has got going again, but he is now down at the back of the grid. So out in front, Trevelov, Pescador in 2nd place. 3rd position, that looks to me like Valentino Fritsch. So it's going to be an interesting challenge for the contenders as they continue to put on a good amount of speed. But it is going to be tricky on that back straight. Still the drivers giving it plenty of gusto. But Trevelov and Pescador out in front. There comes Martinez, tries to get on the inside line there. Hasn't quite been able to overtake Valentino Fritsch, who has slipped back a little way. So tricky situations, but Trevelov versus Pescador is on.
It is on indeed. 1 lap completed in this KZ2 qualifying race. Watch out for turn number 1. David Trevelov trying to really pull away as much as he can between the rest. But a bit of a trouble coming away of Jorge Pescador. Is trying to resist to Christian Bertucca with the Berlard machinery. But Bertucca is very close indeed in sector number 2. Let's see what those two are going to be about. But Pescador is one of the strongest men on track so far. Not as strong and not as on top as David Trevelov with 4 wins under his name. Watch out, Bertucca goes around the inside into the banking, forcing Pescador a bit wide, and that goes through. Beautifully achieved by the young driver from Italy, driving for Berlard up into 2nd place in front of Jorge Pescador, and the same might go from one of Pescador's teammates. Oh, there's a bit of a contact, and the 156 is pushed a little bit away. Martiniello actually didn't see that through, but unfortunately he's gonna have to try to come back in the mix as soon as possible. This wasn't an easy moment for him. Let's get back into contention. Lap number 3 starting. So we have David Trevelov, Christian Bertucca, Pescador in 3rd, with Valentino Fritsch in 4th, Andrea Dale following in 5th, from Alessio Piscini, Martinez Escuela. He was the one actually into trouble in front of Paolo Tonteri, Marco Torben, and Jenis Civico Espona running at the top 10.
Well, that's definitely caused a headache for Jorge Pescador. He was hoping for a little bit more from this race than to be down in third position, trying to wrestle his way back into contention. There's Carlos Martinez having a bit of a duel with Pavo Tonteri and Marco Torman. Genis Civico trying his best to remain in the top 10, but he's got pressure of his own from Leonardo Marcellia and Jean Nomblo, and it looks like three of them are going to go wide into the hairpin at the foot of the straight. They've all just about managed to get through without incident, so that is very good news. There is some runoff on the exit of that corner, so if drivers do get out wide, then there is a chance for them to bounce back. Look at Christian Bertucca. He is all over the back of David Trevelov, and if he's the one to vanquish the German, that's going to put a massive feather in the cap of the Italian.
Yeah, because this would be the first time that David Trevelov is properly challenged, so to speak, on dry conditions, because he's been absolutely unreachable from pole position all the way to the checkered flag. But Christian Bertucca might be the one to give him a hard time. Look at how fast the Birella driver is able to go with the fastest lap on track as confirmation. Oh, and a mistake from David Trevelov, going wide into the banking and losing the lead as a consequence.
The first mistake of the week from David Trevelov, cracking under the pressure, drops to third position now behind Bertucca and Pescador. You didn't know if there was going to be a lapse in concentration from David Trevelov, but it did finally come, and Bertucca and Pescador have taken full advantage of it. Now, it is not panic stations for Trevelov by any stretch of the imagination, because if it stays like this, then Trevelov will drop to 3 points rather than the 0 score he currently has, and the next best is Coronel on 7, so it's still not that big a disaster for our main man, David Trevelov, but that is the first sign that the German is beatable. He really has got himself a mission now to try and get back into contention. Fritsch is going to be all over him like a lead balloon.
So it means we got a man behind the wheel and not some sort of machine and cyborg, so this is good news for the opposition. David Trevelov is beatable indeed. Let's see if he can come back and make for the time that he lost, but at the moment all over the place behind the leader is Jorge Pescador. Trevelov down in third, trying to protect himself from Valentino Fritsch with the 156. This is Carlos Martinez Escriello down in 7th place at the moment. Let's try to see what he can do, because he has Andrea Dali just in front of him. Those two into turn number 1, being chased by Pavo Tonteri, one of the drivers of the CRG tent. Very close indeed into this field, still led by Christian Bertucca for 0.3 of a second. 4 now on Pescador. Pescador has 3 wins under his name so far. Bertucca is more than willing to add one to his tally, but he's going to have to resist to the pressure. Lap 6 about to be completed as they make their way into the banking. Brilliant stuff from Christian Bertucca. Oh, that was close. That was for the 147, wasn't it? If I've seen correctly, for the back. But it was missed on the overtaking entry.
There is a monstrous battle going on in the midfield, I can tell you. There's about 8 carts trying to go for the same bit of racetrack, all in close proximity to each other, and that got pretty messy on that lap. You've got Paul Lussier in 14th place, and then there's a long train of carts behind them having an amazing squabble. We drop back to 11th place. This is Jean Nomblo in front of the talented young Frenchman Oscar P, who is making his first appearance in an FIA karting event of any kind, so fair play to him, coming straight in at KZ2. He's a glutton for punishment, bless him, but definitely turning a very good pair of heels out there. Trevelov, fastest lap of the race, so he's got himself back into contention. That's the thing. David Trevelov knew coming into this race that he had 7 points on Arthur Carbonell, so as long as he stays in the top 3, he still remains in the front of the fray. But the big thing for the opposition is that now they know he's beatable. Now they know that if they just get into his blind spot, they can start to sever the stranglehold that he has got on the rest of the field. That's a lovely move there from the 133 of Jean Nomblo, who dives in on Genis Civico, the Spaniard, takes the position away. That puts him up into 10th position, so a good run there from the Frenchman. But I think those clouds are starting to get dark again.
Yeah, you don't say, because we've had quite a lottery of water here so far.
Isn't it?
It's Le Mans, absolutely. It wouldn't be Le Mans with a bit of rain and a bit of stress for the mechanics and drivers, right? So let's see how the weather is going to evolve from that point on. But Jorge Pescador just put the fastest lap in 49.9, chasing the leader as never before. Less than 0.2 of a second out of the banking. If the CRG driver can get a good exit out of it and keep the momentum going, he might have a shot, and Christian Bertucca knows that as well, because he's looking over his shoulder. Nothing's happening quite yet, but into the chicane. Very important to keep as well a good rhythm and not to clip the curb just too much, especially on the dry, because that might actually cost you a few hundred of a second. Here we come, turn number 1. Jorge Pescador very, very close indeed. Bertucca's trying to resist. He does what he needs. Stay ahead. This is the penultimate lap of this race. Still very much in the KZ2 category. as David Trefilov has lost contact, still very much in third place, but he is quite comfortable ahead of Valentino Frisch. So I think no worries for the German driver in third, but now this order could be switched. Christian Bertucca is doing a tremendous job at defending against Giorgio Pescador. Those two know each other quite well. Bertucca for his first season at this level, but a good exit, no sign of wet patches, hopefully no sign of rain coming our way, but we can never know in Le Mans and can never predict quite too precisely. But at the moment Bertucca is doing his bit, and there seems to be no way of passing around for Giorgio Pescador unless maybe turn number 1.
Well, you're absolutely right in suggesting that it's going to be tough for them, obviously, Guillaume, because these two both need to win this heat. They are both backs to the wall in terms of what they're going to provide. They both need a 0 score, which is what you get for the win. 2 points is just going to put them further back in the rankings. Pescador in particular needs the win because that's going to drop him to 4th place in the overall rankings, whereas he could be 3rd if he gets the win. Bertucca is in a similar situation, as he's going to get closer to the score of Daniel Vasile if he drops to 2nd place. So he wants to keep himself in front. Pescador is going to try and throw everything at it as they go down the back straight for the last time. Pescador's right there. Bertucca knows he is, so he's going to have to move to cover the inside line. That's well done, but he's going to compromise himself on the exit. Watch for Pescador. He might try and sprint out of the final corner and try and get up alongside. It's going to be a sprint to the line, but it's going to be Bertucca. He will take it in front of Pescador and Trefilov. Good racing between those three. Half a second between them. Trefilov avoids panic stations, but certainly for Bertucca and Pescador, they have now both proven that the German can be beaten. That's significant.
That might be the turning point of the weekend in the KZ2 class and the chase for the honours. And David Trefilov has been quite strong in taking those honours so far. 4 heat wins and a 3rd place. Still a very strong tally that keeps him in the lead. But Arthur Carbonell is only 4 points behind. Sam Luyer and Pescador in 3rd and 4th respectively when it comes to the provisional classification of the class. But as you said, this might be the first break in the armour of David Trefilov. And Christian Bertucca might be one of them, the young Italian driver, to give him a hard time all the way to the finals, because this is one thing to be unbeatable in the qualifying heats, and we've seen in the past a number of drivers, whatever the category, being absolutely supreme in terms of race pace and race management in the qualifying races. But when it comes down to the final phase of the weekend on fresher tires, with the experience on some of the rivals, this is a totally different challenge, isn't it, to really get your thing together until the end and be able to translate that pace that you had on the Saturday and the Sunday morning into a final pace. So here's the classification in full. Christian Bertucca wins again in front of Giorgio Pescador. David Trefilov is 3rd from Valentino Frisch, Andrea Dale, Alessio Piscini, Carl Martinez Escuela, Paavo Tonteri, Marco Tomen, Jan Nomblo running at the top 10 from Jenny Civico Espona, Oscar Pai, Leonardo Marsiglia, Alessandro Buran and Ivan Ekelschik in 15.
And obviously from there on, you've got Enzo Le Cruz in front of Paul Ribera. From the back of the grid, Kasper Nadolski in front of Kevin Stahauer and Andrea Bossetto. Salvatore Toscano ahead of Noé Munier, then Michael Stevens, Clément Pierrat, Guillaume Treillard, Tom Adams, Egon Nossoff and Spencer Schinner. In front of the retirements, Paul Lussier, Lev Lomko and Nathan Heruin. So not everybody able to come through that heat in perfect style. It was always going to be very close and tense up at the sharp end of the dais in that particular heat. It was always going to be pretty tricky, but obviously there are still plenty of stars to come through in the KZ2 Maya. Still a lot of drivers out there who will want to finish off strong here this 2022 karting season in the World Cup, and one in particular who was top 3 in the European Championship this year, the Italian superstar Alessio Piccini, so close to the top step of the dais. Perhaps this is the weekend when he'll get his chance.
The track is always nice to be here in Le Mans because the track, also the city around, I mean the point where we are in the middle of like a racing town, so it's very nice. And back in 2015 here we were doing the Super Cup of KZ2. Was with Tonica. It was quite nice. I remember always some tricky conditions that I think that we will have also here, like there will be rain, sun, so it will be also not easy to find the good setup. We worked a lot on the testing, especially on coming to this track to test for the weekend, for Saturday and Sunday. Maybe we will have also some rain, so we never work on that, and I don't know, it will be like a new thing for everyone to drive on the wets here. We are a lot of drivers and everyone wants to win, and the level is very high, especially in KZ2. We have like 130 drivers, and there is like the first 25, 30 drivers that can really go for the top. Of course, it's gonna be 2 long days, like tomorrow's and Saturday also. We'll be on track from 8 to 9 p.m. So it will be very, very long. It's not easy also to be concentrated for that long time during the day, so it's difficult for the drivers also to stay focused during the day. And then I think that will be one of the challenge of the weekends also. Everyone expects a lot, always when coming to a World Championship, also me, also us, the team, everyone, because if we go to see the last European results, we all were on the top in the last race, so we all want to replicate what we did, and if we can do even better. Maybe I hope to be the one in top, but it's not easy. Yeah. But I mean, for sure the team will work for that, making happen with me, with my teammates and everyone.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 3 minutes away from the start of the next qualifying heat for the KZ2 class representing Group D and J. If you're joining us right now, this is the right choice on this schedule of Saturday. A big schedule still ahead of us. 30 races in total this weekend, all throughout the 3 days, counting that we have one extra category. We have a total, get that right, of 56 races to commentate and present to you. That means that in total, including all the presentation, we are live for this World Championship for roughly 24 hours. So we got you covered for the return of the World Championship in Le Mans for the first time in 7 years. And thank you for joining us on FIAKarting.com, as well as on the YouTube channel of the FIA Karting Championship, Facebook page as well, and our partners in this adventure, Motorsport TV. And tomorrow, don't forget to tune in on the Motorsport, the Eurosport app, to follow all the finals, of course, best races, the most expected races in each of the 4 categories available to you this year for the first time for many years via our new partner this season, Eurosport, that we dearly thank for the support and acknowledgement of the karting sport. Let's mention as well the official partner of this year's FIA Karting World Championship. You can see it on the right of the picture, Mondo Kart, our new partner, as well as Mumbai Falcons, that we greatly welcome for this year on, as well as for next season and some of the events of the FIA Karting European calendar. So welcome to everybody here in Le Mans. Thanks for tuning in. Merci de nous rejoindre ici au Mans. A quick word in French, because there's many of you certainly joining us and listening. There's more than 70 drivers registered and competing this year in in all 4 categories: the KZ, the KZ2, the Academy Trophy that you certainly are used to, and the new one, the KZ2 Masters. We get a quick view of the Sodicart guest rooms. Shall we call that. These are actually the tents, some of the tents on top of the garage, the near speaking position near the control room and the speaker booth we find ourselves in. Jake Sanson and myself, Guillaume Alvarez. 1 minute left as the drivers are getting ready on the pre-grid. A strong and very busy afternoon of racing, my dear Jake. This morning, if you missed us, well, you should have been there because it kept raining and being dry, raining, being dry. So it was a bit of a lottery in terms of weather, as it is often the case in Le Mans. And this could be, again, the case this afternoon.
Yes, indeed. If you have missed any of the races so far this weekend, you can, of course, watch them back post-broadcast. So do not worry. You can watch it via motorsport.tv, or you can watch it on the FIA Karting YouTube and Facebook pages, as well as the FIA Facebook page. We are there as well. Hello to everybody who is watching. However you are watching from, the Facebook page is how to stay interactive with us, or you can get in touch with us, of course, and ask us questions and give us some ideas and bits and pieces. You can find us both on Twitter, by the way. It is obviously Jake Sanson for myself and Giggs Alvarez for Guillaume Alvarez beside me, and you can keep in touch with us via social media and ask us any questions or drop your comments for how things are going from your side of things. Felix Arnold and Sam Luyet on the front row of the starting grid from Art de Lehuc and Robert Kinderwarter, then Nicolas Mazel and Sim Liedmar from Natalia Balbo and Gabin Loyer, then Maxi Paul, Arthur Rejean, Giuseppe Palomba, Vincent Wanegu, Archie Tillett, Maxime Grillon, Enzo Valent and Alexander Schmitz.
Then we have on row 9 Nicolas Picot from Robin Glerum, Tim Locati and Hubert Petit, Kevin Seya and Ken Algray, Lorenzo Giannoni and Mark Negruzza, Fotis Sotiropoulos and Gillian Ley, Nathan Schaap and Josep Vea, followed by Brian Berriot and Patrick Janssen. 30 drivers on our grid. Let's see if we got everybody on track for the warm-up lap. As always, standing start for the gearbox classes, both KZ and KZ2, 10 laps on the board. As Felix Arnold, the German driver, will be starting on pole position for this event. Let's have a quick look at the overall classification as it is right now. Still very much provisional, but Felix Arnold is currently sitting in 10th position, having collected a 10th, a 4th, 4th place and a 2nd as best result so far. So he's got a good shot starting from pole position on the inside of the front line on the way to turn number 1 to maybe score his first qualifying heat this weekend. But Sam Luyet certainly will be the first one to give him a hard time in that attempt. Sam Luyet sitting at the moment in 4th place in the classification with 10 points. He is yet to have won qualifying heat as well. Sam Luyet, the Swiss driver, by his side with a couple of second places as best results. So that might be a good time as well for Sam Luyet to maybe finish ahead of his opponent and collect the points that he need to be in contention against Trefilov, Carbonell, Pescador and the others of the KZ2 class.
But if he drops to 2nd place, he's currently in 2nd place, but if he finishes there, he's going to drop 2 positions in the rankings, so he would dearly love to get the win this time and not add any more points to his score. But then obviously you've got 30 other drivers who are trying to do exactly the same thing. So not easy here at Le Mans, but Felix Arnold, pole position, Sam Luyet 2nd, the lights coming on, and Nigel Edwards will extinguish them and we'll go racing to the first corner. Good start, and already a big battle as off the road goes the 191, that is the Tony car in the middle of the gaggle, that's Nicolas Picot. So unfortunately he has ended up being spat off the grid. He manages to get going again. Meanwhile out in front, Felix Arnold from Sam Luyet, no problems at all from those two. Robert Kinderwarter has worked his way into 3rd position, a good run from the KSW Satellite Berelar. But still, the gaggle of drivers trying to pick their way through. Very close quarters at the moment. 179 in there in 4th position. That is Art de Lehuc, the Frenchman in position. And it's a very solid run from him at this point.
Yes, indeed. Good start and good opening lap for the Frenchman. Let's see how it's going to evolve. But in the meantime, Felix Arnold had the best getaway of them all. But watch out, Sam Luyet is under pressure from Arthur Luke on the way to turn number 11 before the chicane.
Whoa, we've got enough on the back straight.
Oh,
Somebody
yes,
going
indeed.
straight off the road there on the Sodi. I think there was just not enough room for everybody to go through in unison. There's somebody flying off on the back straight and recovering down to the back of the field. So somebody is about to plummet down the order. I think that is going to be Archie Tillett. No, in fact, it is Tim Locati. So Tim Locati dropping all the way down the field. Ken Algra does not appear to have come through on the opening lap in the Ice Racing Tony kart. So there is at least one retirement then. And a bit of an interesting scenario as our table decides to take a little bit of a shuffle. It wants to get closer to the action, clearly. So out in front, Felix Arnold stepping up the attack. Sam Luyet, Robert Kinderwarter, and in 4th place, that is Art de Lehuc.
Yeah, in the meantime, Robert Kinderwater managed his way up to Arthur Lehouk in third. Nicolas Mazel following in fifth, in front of Natalia Balbo. Great recovery from Natalia Balbo. She's had 3 retirements, unfortunately, in the past qualifying heat. So there's a lot of ground to make up. And hopefully for Natalia Balbo, she was protecting a position from Sim Ledma quite beautifully and strongly into the chicane just before making their way onto the start-finish straight. So Felix Arnold, 7/10 of a second. Samley in second. Kinderwater. Then in fourth place, Lehouk, Mazel, Balbo still in sixth, Maximilian Paul, and actually Sim Ledma dropped a place down to 9, allowing through Giuseppe Palomba, who has a lot of ground to recover as well after a previous retirement. Giuseppe Palomba all the way down into the provisional classification. Some of the drivers actually have been through some bad luck ever since this weekend started, not only in KZ2, but as well as in other series. And there comes through, this is Natalia Balbo doing a bit as well. Beautifully made by Natalia Balbo in front of Nicolas Mazel, the CRG driver, actually getting back into contention. It is good to see indeed. She was 7th of the group and one of the fastest in qualifying yesterday, and unfortunately luck wasn't on her side so far, but that might actually change. These are the perfect conditions for the Italian driver, and she is back at it.
Well, I've never known her more angry over the course of a week, Natalia Balbo, because she felt in Friday qualifying she could have got a pole position time in her group, felt she was impeded in her particular group, and then ever since then nothing has been going right for her. But in this particular heat, finally it looks as though Natalia Balbo has just decided, what the hell, I'm probably out of this race anyway, I'm probably not going to get through to the finals, so I may as well just go gung-ho and give it everything I've got and just see what happens. So Natalia Balbo obviously on the back foot after 3 DNFs, and now she's got to try and fight her way up into 4th position, trying to get close enough to Arthur Lehouk to try and make that battle. And Natalia Balbo's got pressure even still there from Nicolas Mazel, and then Max Paul is right in there, Palomba, Liedmar and Vincent Wannigu also part of the train. But you can tell that Balbo's getting frustrated sat behind Lehouk, because he is now starting to become a bit of a cork in the bottle, and there's a heck of a lot of bubbles trying to get out of the bottle at the moment. So they've got a big pressure cooker building. Natalia Balbo 5th, Mazel, Paul, Palomba, Liedmar and then Vincent Wannigu at the back of the train. It's not going to be too long before Alexander Schmitz joins this.
You can feel actually by the look of it that the tires are really starting to struggle, and the drivers with them, because some of them are face quite some difficulties trying to overtake others. Then you can see that the gap are getting bigger and quicker at the early stages of the race, especially between 3 drivers up front and the rest of the field. So maybe it's going to make the task of the drivers even more difficult than it is usually. Oh, beautifully made around the inside of the turn. It was before the chicane 126, isn't it, from Birelart? Let's try to see how that is. Yeah, Giuseppe Palomba, thank you, Jake, trying to make his bit and recovering through the field. Let's see, yeah, this is for 7th place ahead of Maximilian Paul. I was going to say it's also already very difficult to make your way through and get an overtaking done in KZ2 class, because the field is so tight and so fightful. But once you start fighting with very degraded tires, the action and the task becomes even bigger. So well done to the drivers for managing that. But we can see, and that's what we fear might happen, a certain drop of performance, at least of rhythm and overtaking opportunities from the drivers.
Well, in theory, drivers like Natalia Balbo and Giuseppe Palomba should have really good tyres in this race, because obviously they've had 2 DNFs, which means that they've not been able to complete the full race distance in previous heats. So they won't have worked their tyres to quite the same extent as some of the other drivers out there. So both Balbo and Palomba are rapidly quick, 5th and 8th at the moment, trying to work their way back up through the pack. And the reason for that is quite clear. They just haven't put so much strain on the tyres as some of the other drivers out there. So it would not surprise me to see those 2 battling for top 3 by the time we get to the end of the evening.
That's very true, and especially for Natalia Balbo, since retirement happened at very early in all of the races. So there's always positive into any negative situation. That might be one of those, and we will see what result will come out. Felix Arnold, the fastest on track, very much logical, as is the leader. 6/10, now 7/10 of a second in front of Sam Leuillet, the Swiss driver, making his big in second, half of a second in front of Robert Kinderwater. And watch out for the move. This is the 192. This is Nicolas Mazel actually getting ahead of Natalia Balbo we were just talking about. This is a battle for 4th place, and now 5th place, my apologies. Nicolas Mazel, the Frenchman, is ahead of the Italian. Maximilian Paul 7th. Giuseppe Palomba is still 8th in front of Sim Ledma. Alexander Schmitz making his way through in the top 10 in front of Vincent Wannigu.
So off into the second sector. Sim Liedmar is the new fastest driver on the track, but look at the ferocity in which you've got Giuseppe Palomba trying to get back through on Max Paul. Seem Liedmar is all over the back of them as well. There was a little bit of nudging there from Palomba. He does not want to sit behind the German any longer than he has to, as Balbo is coming straight back in on Nicola Mazdal to try and get back through into 5th position. This is where the life of the tyres is actually going to come into play a little bit more to the advantage of Balbo. Look, Mazdal is having to play defensive cards here, as through now comes Palomba. Palomba's got past Maxi Paul, and then Sim Liedmar is there in 9th place with Alexander Schmitz, Vincent Wannegue and Maxime Grillon in the background behind them. So now we've got Balbo trying to get back on terms with Mazdal, and it's still pretty strong for Arnold. He's extended to 1.1 seconds now over Sam Luyet, who is going to hold on to that 2nd place. Kinderwarter and Le Huc are pretty much sorted in there. Vincent Wannegue has incurred the wrath of the officials. A warning flag going his way. That's not what he wanted.
Yeah, indeed, and it's going to do a lot of good for Felix Arnold to win this one, as well as for Sam Luyet, even though he's yet to have won any qualifying heat so far. So we're going to look at the classification once the race is done. Arnold in front of Luyet, Robert Kinderwarter, as we're about to enter the last lap of this race, as we're going to turn our attention to the KZ category after this one, but the KZ2 won't go anywhere because we still have a lot of races on schedule this afternoon. So stay with us. Final lap for this. Not this man on your picture. This is Robert Kinderwarter in 3rd place for Felix Arnold, the German driver, in the lead in front of Sam Luyet, and this man Robert Kinderwarter doing a good job as well with his Birelal machinery. Arthur Leroux in 4th, 5th place for Nicolas Mazel and Natalia Balbo. A bit of head scratching for the last few meters of this lap. Sam Luyet in 2nd place, trying to get close, but of course time is not at his hands. And looking over his shoulder, Felix Arnold makes sure that he has enough of a gap in the last few corners to maybe lift it off a little bit. But lift it off, not to say, because he needs to keep the momentum quite enough to cross the line in 1st, which he does. Victory for Felix Arnold for the first time this week in the German. Sam Luyet rounding up the 2nd place, top 2 for the Swiss driver in front of Robert Kinderwarter. Arthur Leroux in 4th, Nicolas Mazel in 5th, followed by Natalia Balbo. In the end, a good result for the Italian driver of 3DNF from Giuseppe Palomba, Maximilian Paul, Sim Liedmar. 10th place for Alexander Schmitz. And outside the top 10 we have Vincent Wannegue, penalty for him, or at least is under investigation for the time being. Maxime Grillon follows in 12 from Robin Glerum, Gabin Leuillet and Arthur Rojon.
So very good work so far from the contenders then in KZ2. They gave us plenty of excitement. And Felix Arnold, 0.6 of a second in fine style, clear of Sam Luyet and Robert Kinderwarter. Good performances there. Arthur Le Huc managing to come through in the top 6. And then Nicolas Mazel just in front of Natalia Balbo. That's a bit of a relief actually for her. It won't fix the damage, but it will definitely make up for some of it as she manages to come through in the top 6 where she rightfully deserves to be. So good performance from the CRG driver so far. But let's have a look back over these 10 laps. Felix Arnold holding on to the lead all the way throughout from Samuel Luyet and Robert Kinderwarter, Arthur Le Huc, Nicolas Mazel and the spectacular Natalia Balbo. Giuseppe Palomba also doing well on his slightly newer tyres. Maxi Paul, Sim Liedmar and Alexander Schmitz from Vincent Wannegue and Maxime Grillon, then Robin Glerum and Gabin Leuillet from Arthur Rojon. Hubert Petit, then Lorenzo Giannoni and Enzo Valent in 18th position. Then it is Archie Tellit in front of Fotis Soteropoulos, the Greek. Then it is Patrick Janssen, who runs in front of Nicolas Picot. Then Joseph Vea, Brian Berriot from Gideon Lay, Nathan Schaap, Mark Negruzza, Tim Locati and Kevin Sayar. Only one retirement on the end, and that was the Estonian Ken Algra, who went out on the opening tour. Didn't even see what happened to the Ike's Racing team driver actually on his Tony Kart. But certainly he was out of the race within the first lap completing. He didn't even make it round to complete the opening tour. But certainly an important victory for Felix Arnold. Sam Luyet and Robert Kinderwarter are going to be down there as well. So some good performances from our contenders in KZ2. And as was already hinted to there by Guillaume Alvarez, there are going to be some more KZ heats coming up shortly, but obviously the next race is the 4th in this rotation for the KZ2 competitors. Drivers C versus H. They will come out onto the circuit very soon indeed for 10 laps of their own fast and furious battle out here at Le Mans. And we really are getting a little bit of everything. It's hard to know for the spectators how to dress, because they obviously need to make sure they've got the coats with them and their umbrellas, because it will start raining at any moment. It gets pretty nippy as well, so you need to make sure you pack some thermals or a jumper of some kind. And then obviously you've got to make sure you've got shorts and t-shirt on underneath, because it gets quite hot quite quickly. So Le Mans is definitely giving us plenty of excitement out there. So down in pit lane, Guillaume Alvarez has found the protagonists from KZ2 qualifying heat, D versus G.
Welcome back, guys, as we're live from the Parc Fermé, as always, under the beautiful sunshine of Le Mans. Felix Arnold, good performance for you. Talk us through your race.
Well, I got off a pretty good launch at the start, and from there on I just managed my gap to P2 and kept my head down, tried to save as much as tires as I could afford to do, and yeah, that's basically how it went down.
Is it a good or bad news that the sun is back, considering that the grip is quite attacking and devouring your tires ever since the weekend started?
Well, the more grip arrives, the less you are sliding, so that's a plus. I think as long as you can be pretty conservative and not go over the limit, it's not really a big thing. At the moment, the tire doesn't affect the tire wear that much, I think.
Can you sum up for us your situation at the moment in the classification? Because this victory, of course, will do you good in terms of points, but how does it look so far?
Well, before this heat, I was top 10th in fact. So I guess that should bump me up 1 or 2 places in the ranking. Of course, that's concerning how the rivals do, but taking 0 points is always the best you can do, and now it's up to them to follow.
Absolutely, up to them to follow. Good spirit. Thank you very much for talking to us, Felix Arnold, the winner of this qualifying race. Before we turn ourselves and our attention to the KZ class in just a few moments, let's try to have one more quick word, maybe with, if he wants to, Sam wants to join us for a quick word. Let's hear from you. Second place, Sam Luyet. So talk us through your race. Not such quite a difficult one, because you managed to keep the rhythm of Felix Arnold, but in the end, maybe a couple of laps missing and half of a second on the line.
Yeah, he started with two new tires, so it was a little bit hard to stay with us. But I think I managed my place, so it's not bad.
Yeah, not bad at all. Another strong result for you. You got a couple second places so far, but still that win keeps on getting away from you.
Yeah, 2 hits to go, so we'll see what we can do. But I think if I manage this place and this race, it will be okay.
Yeah, from your position, you have at least, it's easier for you in terms of tire management, because you just told us that Felix chose to put new tires on at such an early stage. But for you, you keep the same set and wait for tomorrow.
Yeah, that's good. I made 2 hits in the rain, so my tire is quite good, so it's nice.
So thank the rain. Thank you. Merci beaucoup for talking to us, Sam Luyet. Second place of this race. Always talking about tires in karting entry, but you know, especially when the conditions are not quite met and the grip is higher than usual, that's something you have to keep in mind. But always interesting to hear Felix Arnold actually had such a strong pace, because it was to put new tires, because to make his way up into the top 10. So that's a decision, that's a strategy that some of the drivers in the field might choose actually before the end of the qualifying races, knowing that maybe the chances are thin to make it through to tomorrow for the finals. Some of the drivers are maybe on the edge, and with just a few points missing to make it through to the final, where only the 36 best are allowed. So sometimes, you know, big decisions are to be made, and you know, big results need big choices, and sometimes it's down to the new tires to be put on before the end of the day. So that's really sometimes a gamble, but for now the conditions are met, the sun is shining. Let's see if we can have maybe one more word for Gillian Lay, maybe. Gillian, est-ce qu'on peut avoir un petit mot peut-être à chaud de ta course? Viens nous dire un petit mot, ça fait toujours plaisir d'avoir des pilotes français. Gillian Lay from Sodicard, you can stand here by my side, don't go too far, all right. The camera is here. Gillian Lay, how is it going? Comment ça va jusqu'ici?
Ça va, un peu compliqué du manque de roulage. Après voilà, c'est une course, il y a beaucoup de niveaux, il faut être bien affûté, pas tomber dans les manches. Voilà, parce qu'il m'a sauvé un peu, c'est la pluie. Et puis voilà.
Manque de roulage, so shortage of practice for you. What is it actually? You didn't have time to practice before the championship? Tu n'as pas eu énormément de temps pour te préparer, ou depuis combien de temps tu n'avais plus couru à ce niveau?
C'est ça, on va dire que ça fait 2 ans que j'ai un peu arrêté l'international. Donc là, sûr que c'est plus compliqué, il faut rouler souvent. Avec les pneumatiques tendres, c'est plus compliqué à rouler. Donc voilà, il faut rouler plus souvent que ça pour vraiment performer. Après, voilà, c'est prendre plaisir quand même.
Et à ce stade, ta situation au classement, tu peux nous la résumer en fonction de tes précédentes performances?
Alors là, je suis 73e du coup au général. J'étais 199e après les chronos, donc je suis quand même bien remonté. Donc voilà, malgré le petit manque de performance, je suis quand même satisfait.
All right, merci beaucoup. Thank you for talking to us, Gillian Lee from Saudi Kart. Actually, what you just told us is that he spent 2 years without driving at this level, so it's quite a new, I mean, quite a return to the top level for Gillian Lee, who didn't have much time to get ready as much as he would have liked. But qualifying was difficult, but he still managed to recover quite a lot of places through the heats, so that's a positive performance from the French driver. Back to you, Jake, and now let's have the KZ on track.
So indeed, the battles are going to be fever pitch right from the start of this next race. The gearbox drivers in KZ2 will come out for the qualifying heat, C versus H, and the drivers are going to give us more exciting battles and drama out there on the course. Really excited to see what they can provide for us and what we will be able to take from these races as well, because obviously each race that comes out, we learn more lessons about who is doing what out there on the course and who is taking the maximum from each opportunity out there on the course. So it's obviously very important to see what these guys can continue to produce. So here they come out onto the course once again. A very exciting challenge and a really exciting battle for all of the contenders out on the course. But here we go out onto the circuit. It's going to be Michael Paparo alongside Arvid Lindblad on the front row of the starting grid, with Norton Andreasen beside Yannick Julius Bernhardt, and then we will have Daniel Vasile and Chris Harnen joining each other out on the course. Then it's going to be Brandon Nilsson and Tim Gerhardt from Martin van Leuven, and then we will have Ivan Klimenko, then Karol Pazovic and Daniel Mathia from Jacob Bergmeister, and Michele Fontana, Damian Drew and Alex Marigliano from Santiago Valve and Henry Johnstone, Morgan Porter and Francesco Leone, then Gerard Sabriad and Olivier Hart, then Christian Decline and Victorian Sabotava, Matt Proverst and Enzo Ruchel from Ryan Grinviz and Vincenzo Malinov, then Simon Billman, Pedro Ibrahim and Rodrigo Ferreira. Once again, the contenders just gearing themselves up ready for another exciting battle and another great tussle out onto the course. Everybody gearing themselves up for another spectacular show out there on the grid. So the drivers looking very strong and very hungry for more success. This is the last race of this particular rotation, but once again, not a single competitor has been able to come through in fine style to win all the races. We finally have a little bit of an issue there as the top level driver has come through, David Trevelov, and he has had a defeat. So a very interesting challenge now for all of the contenders, but it's been really, really exciting to see how tough David Trevelov has been able to work his way through. So he is not going to be the unbeaten force this week, but it's really interesting to see how things are going. But obviously in KZ and Academy, our top level driver who's been controlling the pace for a lot of the weekend has now finally been beaten. And it's the same story in KZ2. I wonder how long it's going to be between the KZ2 Masters drivers before a race winner finally gets defeated. Now, who is that not coming to the grid on time? That's Yannick Julius Bernhardt's place on the grid left empty. Now, is he going to be able to take his place on the starting grid, or is he not going to be present on the second row of the grid at all? Now, the German is trying to come to the grid. He's at the back of the grid, but now trying to make his way through to the front, is he? No, he's going to take the start from the back, I do believe. So problems for Yannick Julius Bernhardt, who now has to start the race from the back of the grid. So for Michael Paparo and Arvid Lindblad, it is game on from them. Red lights on, ready, and we're racing. Good start for the front of the grid. Lindblad is going to have to run side by side with Michael Paparo. He tucks in behind them as they come through to the first couple of corners. Running through turn one, no problems at all for Chris Harnen off the grid. He's managed to come through to third position. A great start for the Dutchman. So as the field knits its way through turn two and up towards the tight section of the S's, some great battles already starting to come alive here. And a very tight order of race battles as we've got Paparo leading the way in the Praga from Lindblad and Harnen. Some terrific driving from these two as they continue to put on a great amount of energy and effort. So the tight-knit battles between the two of them are just continuing on in fine style. Great racing, still progressing all the way through this field. Drivers putting us under massive pressure and wanting to see who's going to get the best moves. Arvid Lindblad coming off the final turn. There's a problem out of the final corner. Now, who is that at the end of the straight? It looks like another of the Stan Pex drivers. That's the treble one. So that, unfortunately, is Martin van Leuven. So Martin van Leuven is going no further in his Stan Pex Motorsport machine. So Lindblad and Haanen are still there in second and third behind the race leader, Michael Paparo. Watch for the man in fifth place. That's the Sodi car of Tim Gerhardt trying to take on the Romanian Daniel Vasile, who's had a really strange weekend so far, Daniel Vasile. He's had some success, but he's also had some problems too, as Haanen has to move to cover to defend Vasile as they go through the banking. They'll come back over to the chicane and onto the back straight past De Vieux Chêne, the two old oaks. And now up to the hairpin. Here's the move on the inside from Gerhardt, trying to get through on Vasile. Not going to happen. So Vasile holds his position, and watch out because Gerhardt is now held up. And here comes the Polish star Karol Pazovic, who will come onto the main straight once again. 2 done, 8 to go. Paparo, Lindblad trying to get through. He knows he needs to get into the lead fairly quickly because his teammate Chris Haanen is all over the back of him, and he will not want to let the Dutchman dive through. So Lindblad really needs to get on with this now to get past the Praga. If he sees even the slightest chance on the inside, he's going to take it. Didn't want to take too big a gamble there with Michael Paparo in the Praga, who still leads the race. They were tears of joy for Praga and Paparo after qualifying when he got to the top spot. Here comes the chance, maybe. Ooh, not quite. Paparo just going a little bit deep in their banking. I thought Haanen was going to have his bid there on Arvid Lindblad as well. Lindblad really needs to go for this move now on Paparo. He has to think about it, but Paparo holds him at bay. Haanen trying his best to cover the position as well from Daniel Vasile. It's all tightening up. Gerhardt in fifth, Pazovic in sixth. Watch for Nielsen and Mathia as well, because they're going to be charging forward. 3 laps done. Here we go. Lindblad has his look on the inside of Paparo, but he can't quite commit. He didn't quite get the best exit out of the final turn in order to slingshot up the inside, so he's got to keep trying. Now he's going to go for it. Lindblad takes on Paparo. Paparo trying to keep Chris Haanen at bay. It's not going to happen, and look how many places he loses as a result of that. The door wide open. Mathia gets through as well, all the way through. So that is Lindblad, Haanen, Vasile, Gerhardt, Pazovic, Nielsen and Mathia all getting through. And now Daniel Vasile is going to try and take on Chris Haanen as Arvid Lindblad seeks his first KZ2 win of the week here in the World Cup. So Gerhardt's holding the inside line, trying to keep Pazovic and Brandon Nielsen at bay for the moment. 4th, 5th and 6th, these three, as the race still continues in close proximity. Lindblad in front of Haanen and Vasile. 3 of the best drivers this week in the top 3 positions. Gerhardt, Pazovic, Nielsen, Paparo, Mathia and Norton Andreasen in front of, it's going to be Alex Marigliano, I think, in 10th position. It is indeed. And then it is Jacob Bergmeister from Michele Fontana. And it also looks as though we've got Damian Drew, Santivalve and Morgan Porter, and that is one of the CRGs pulling to a standstill. That is Vincenzo Marinov, unfortunately. So Vincenzo Marinov out of the race in the CRG, and that is up at turn 1. So I'm afraid Marinov's race is over. It's on the exit of turn 1, so that should be fairly quick to get that kart out of the way. So Lindblad, Haanen and Vasile, your top 3 drivers. Daniel Vasile of Romania on the DR chassis. You're looking at the treble 2. That is Daniel Mathia in the Alonso kart colours of the DPK Racing Squad on his Kart Republic chassis. Up to the first corner. Through they go again, and you can see that Chris Haanen is actually struggling to keep Daniel Vasile off his tail at the moment. Lindblad may have made that overtaking move on Paparo at exactly the right moment, as the Red Bull Junior is keeping himself very honest in the lead of the race. But Haanen under big pressure from Daniel Vasile. All it's going to take is one big move from Vasile, and Haanen is going to drop back. But then, of course, so too is Vasile on Lindblad. The two of them really need to team up and work together if they want to catch the Brit up front. But Arvid Lindblad sets a new fastest lap, 50.298, and I'm sure that his mentor, Oliver Rowland, is going to be delighted to watch his boy doing such a fine job. Rowland, of course, is in the Formula E off-season, and great to see what he has done in the Formula since he joined a few seasons ago. But Lindblad is hoping to go even further and continue to push his star in the ascendancy. And there's a very good chance that Lindblad might be in his last karting meeting before making the jump up to car racing. So Lindblad will want to finish off in style here at Le Mans. 49.89 for Arvid Lindblad, going very well at the moment in front of Chris Haanen, Daniel Vasile and Tim Gerhardt. A very tough week for Arvid Lindblad and the Stan Pex Motorsport team, pushing very hard to try and move their way further forward. exceptional battle as the contenders are still giving us plenty to talk about. But this will be very, very tight as the contenders continue to progress. Some good battles still in the outset. Tough challenges, good battles all the way through. So let's see what happens as the drivers continue to give us an awful lot of excitement. No change really between the top three. Still there and doing a fairly good job at the moment. Just keeping it nice and tidy. No need to rush things. But certainly all going perfectly well at this moment in time for the two Standpex Motorsport teammates of Arvid Lindblad and Chris Harnon in front of Daniel Vasselay. Lindblad pushing hard here. He wants to get at least one win out of the blocks here at Le Mans and add himself to the long list of drivers that have taken a win at Le Mans. That was a big lunge on the inside from Brandon Nilsson, having a look at Karol Pazovic. Tried to get the overtaking move done there and sorted out, but it wasn't quite able to get finished off on that particular occasion. So that was particularly tricky. But now it's a really tough situation as the contenders continue on their way through. But now it is close proximity and very tough stuff. So a really interesting challenge for the drivers as they continue to make good work out there, good headway. So the contenders are still giving us plenty of excitement and drama out there on the course. But we will have plenty of excitement. Arvid Lindblad still putting it together. So they are still putting on a great showcase here. Karol Pazovic trying to get one over on Tim Gerhards in the closing stages of this qualifying heat. It's a very tame one, but it kind of needed to be. So the battle's still going strong as the drivers continue to make some good work of it. And the battles continue. Oh, but over the top, Karol Pazovic pirouettes over the shoulder of Tim Gerhards. And Pazovic and Gerhards off the racetrack together then. Pazovic is gone. What about Gerhards? Was he able to keep going? He has actually crossed the line in 9th position, so Gerhards keeps going. But certainly for Karol Pazovic, I thought they were going to give each other enough space, but not on this occasion. Karol Pazovic, rather sadly, pirouettes into retirement. So he goes over the shoulder of Tim Gerhards. I think both of them are okay. Karol Pazovic is walking away, but it's just too tight a space for two karts to follow on with each other together. But Arvid Lindblad is going to come through for the victory, his first of the week. Oh, we've had a problem on the final lap as well, further back. That's one of the Sodis, I think, in the middle of the sector, coming to a stop. We'll have to pick that one up later, but Arvid Lindblad coming off the final turn, and that'll be victory for the British driver at Le Mans. Arvid Lindblad takes the win in front of his teammate Chris Harnon and Daniel Vasselay in third, the Romanian for the DR team. Nilsson, Paparo and Mathia in the top 6 in the end. Now, who was it that dropped out in the middle of the lap? That was Alex Marigliano. So Alex Marigliano, unfortunately, dropping off the circuit on the very last lap. A very tough race battle and a really exciting challenge for all of the contenders. Some excellent racecraft, but still the battles run on. And Arvid Lindblad has taken a crucial victory at an important stage of his week. He really wanted this to be a winning week for him. Every single time he's come to play in KZ2, he has been up the sharp end. His performance in Cremona was admirable. His performance in Genk was stupendous. And here he is at Le Mans, cracking another victory out of his week. A very successful performance so far from Arvid Lindblad. That'll keep the boys at Red Bull very happy indeed, I'm sure. So Harnon, Vasselay, Nilsson and Paparo finishing off the top 5 behind young Arvid Lindblad, but still a very solid effort from all of the contenders at this point. So a sensational battle and a great challenge from all of the drivers. But Arvid Lindblad comes through for the victory in front of Chris Harnon and Daniel Vasselay. Then Brandon Nilsson ahead of Michael Paparo. Then Daniel Mathia and Norton Andreasen from Jacob Bergmeister, Michele Fontana and Tim Gerhards. Then it is Damian Drew in front of Morgan Porter and Gerard Sabrian, finishing ahead of Santiago Valve and Yannick Julius Bernhardt from the back of the grid to the front. And then we have some great performances from Christian de Klein ahead of Francesco Leoni and Matt Proverst. In 19th position, Rowan Grinvis from Enzo Ruchel, Rodrigo Ferreira and Henry Johnstone. Simon Billman, Pedro Ibrahim, Olivier Hart. Victorian Sabotava is the last one home. And then there were retirements from Alex Marigliano, Karol Pazovic and Vincenzo Marinov. We also, on the very first lap, lost Martin van Leuven and Ivan Klimenko, the young man from Ukraine, in the Maranello SRP team. So a lot of drama in that particular race, a lot of things going on and kicking off in that particular part of the course. Le Mans is definitely coming back to bite us with some big drama and some exciting performances out there on the course. But we'll have some terrific racing and some amazing cathedrals of antics out there on the course again, as the drivers are really giving us plenty more excitement and suspense in KZ2. Lots of great racing from them thus far, but obviously the KZ category is coming up. So we're going to hand over to Guillaume Alvarez down in pit lane to hear what the drivers have to say after an epic win for Arvid Lindblad.
Welcome back, guys, in the Parc Fermé. Arvid Lindblad just in a minute, but first let's talk with one of the guys with the most bad luck certainly in this race, Michael Paparo. You were starting at the front from pole, you were leading beautifully, and then suddenly doors opened in the second sector.
Yeah, I had a good start, but after 2 laps I understand the chassis wasn't the best, wasn't perfect, and Lindblad was faster. When he overtook me, the other driver overtook, and after I lost some position, but the finish is not bad.
Yeah, finish is not bad because you fell down to 7, but finishing 5th in the end, so good recovery, so the pace is still very strong.
Yeah, yes, the chassis now we manage, and now we see for the other race.
All right, congratulations. Thanks very much for talking to us. Good luck for the last ones. And Arvid Lindblad still talking to his mechanic just in front of me, actually. You cannot see him right away, but let's hope that he can join us in just a second. I think he might be available just in a sec. Yes, let's talk for the first time from the pit lane with the young guy victorious in the heat for the first time as well. This weekend is the young Red Bull protege for the years to come, having a strong program this year with SP Motorsport, trying his bit for the first time at the gearbox class. So you can join us, Arvid. Yeah, you can stand by my side. Good to see you. As I was saying, you're the Red Bull protege representing the SP Motorsport this time around. First heat win for you. So how did it come along?
Yeah, no, we've had a good speed in the dry. It's been a bit difficult so far this week. So we've had mixed conditions with the races. And yeah, I mean, we had good speed now. I haven't really maximized myself, to be honest. I haven't really done an amazing job so far in the previous heats. So I needed to get this win now just to get close to where we need to be. Because at the moment we're outside the top 10.
Yeah, you're hard on yourself because the job has been still strong with quite a collective good results. But first heat, that's a bit of a pressure for you for the last races and before tomorrow.
Yeah, but I mean, it's been okay so far, but it hasn't been good enough. So now we need to get on with it. We need to go win the next heats. We need to try and win them all now till the final, because then hopefully we'll be able to start in the top 5 and we're within a shot to win the final. Because we have a really good speed. We have the speed good enough to win the final for sure. So we just need to make sure we get the results in now. Because if we start too far back, it won't be possible. So yeah.
One last question. This is your first season, end of your first season in the gearbox class. We've been knowing you for competing at your highest level. We have a lot of achievements in the direct drive classes. First season, first World Championship. How has it been the process of learning to drive with the gearbox and at different speeds, different rivals, different kind of field from the direct drive experience that you have?
Yeah, no, it's definitely been a steep learning curve. From the beginning, I had good speed. The speed sort of came quite quickly for me. We've had strong pace from the beginning. It was more just sort of the starts and then a bit the racecraft, which I've been struggling with. I'm still not really super on them. Starts can still definitely be better, but I feel in everything we've improved to being on a competitive level to be able to fight for wins. I think it's the first race this year where we've actually been we're in a strong position where we're close enough to win. And Cremona and Genk, the speed was really good, but I was struggling a lot with the starts, so I could never win the race. Whereas now we're doing good starts, but still they need to be better, and so does the racecraft, and we need to also be being faster on the speed as well. So I need to do better in everything now for the next races, then we'll try and win.
Good stuff. Thank you very much, Arvid, and talk to you soon. Oh, sorry about that, mate. Very busy indeed. Don't attack me. I was kind to him. Don't attack me, please. Thank you, Arvid, and talk to you soon. Arvid Lindblad, ladies and gentlemen, and his mechanic hitting me with the machinery. I'm fine, don't worry. These are the risks of the job, isn't it? So, we'll get back to you, Jake, in a minute, as the KZ drivers are getting themselves ready on the pre-grid. We're going to leave the KZ2 on the side for now, but getting back very soon because we still have plenty of races to go through for this particular class, but the Academy and the KZ2 Masters coming our way as well. But first of all, the KZ.
Goodness me, Guillaume. Have you got a solicitor? Never mind. See you in court, I think, is the answer to that particular one. Well done, Guillaume. Getting close up to the action. Perhaps a little too close to the action at times. But there we go. KZ qualifying heat C versus D is coming out next. And this is the third and final qualifying heat rotation for the KZs. The kings of the sport are about to come out onto the circuit once again. And that's going to be a really intriguing situation for the contenders. We're going to see some really exciting battles now between these contenders again. But who is going to get the victory this time? Obviously, there's a lot of tension surrounding the KZ field because this is the category where we saw some amazing performances in the past from the gearbox drivers. They'll obviously give us so much drama and tension again, but the KZs really are the superstars of this field. There is so much to come from these competitors as we gear up, ready for the last two races before the super heats tomorrow morning. So we are in for an excellent show and an exciting battle once more as the contenders are ready for another spectacular show out there on the course. The KZ heats, there are two of them still to go, and we're going to see some magnificent performances from the contenders in the KZ category. 4 different race winners from the first 4 races of the weekend. Doesn't happen very often in the world of KZ. But thank goodness it's happening now because we've got such an exciting duel. You can see the contenders getting ready for the second KZ heat. Just in the background there, watching to see how things are going on. You've got Marian Kramers, Craig Tanich, Emilion Denner. I think that's Christian Abulin in the background there on the far left. You've got Pedro Hiltbrand, Adrien Renaudin, and who else is that in the mix there? I think that is Tuukka Tarppanen waiting in the wings as well to get out there on the circuit. Oh no, Tarppanen's in the kart. So Lorenzo Camplese and Riccardo Longhi are going to go to the front row of the starting grid for this one. Bring it on as far as I can see, because the KZs are going to give us plenty of drama and tension out there on the course once again. So here we go, Lorenzo Camplese and Riccardo Longhi on the front row of the grid from Tuukka Tarppanen and Victor Gustafsson. Then Senna van Walstein and Alex Orlando. Jeremy Iglesias and Jorrit Pex from Anthony Abbas and Matteo Segre. Stan Pex and Ariel Elkin from Matteo Vigano and Michael Rossena. Then Mauro Simoni, Quentin Voria, Dorian Gildenfels, Roberto Talienti and Jaime Alguersuari from 19th on the grid. But we saw how he charged through to P10 in the previous race, so expect him to do similar in qualifying heat C versus D. The third and final race of the rotation, so expect some big drama as the contenders are going for glory here this weekend. 11 laps of the course once again in the KZ qualifying heat, so expect some exciting battles between the contenders in this one. They're sure to give us a little bit more excitement. Guillaume Alvarez, I haven't quite got a plaster for you. I do apologise. I thought I would have my bandages out of my first aid kit in time, but you got here a little bit quicker than I assumed you would. You got a solicitor, by the way.
You referred to what happened in the Parc Fermé?
Yes,
no, I just forgot about it.
Okay,
no.
fair enough.
No,
Oh dear.
I'm quite in
Amnesia
pain
seeking
actually,
in.
to be honest with you. So I think I'll go to the safety center or something.
Oh dear, amnesia seeking in already. That's the point. Right, let's focus on KZ Heat C versus D.
Would you agree with me? I was kind to Arvid Lindblad and his mechanic attacked me
I
from
know,
behind.
it's
It wasn't fair,
It's
wasn't
just
it?
ridiculous. You've got to tell Arvid Lindblad to concentrate. Obviously, his mechanic doesn't know which way he's going. They're taking selfies on the grid under red flags. They're not taking this sport seriously. Anyway,
These are the risks of the job, as I said,
Absolutely.
and we're in the middle of chaos anyway, so that might happen again.
Oh dear, Camplese and Longhi going from the front row of the starting grid. The Vice World Champion of 2021 alongside the European Champion of 2021 on the front row of the grid. And then the OK Champion of the World in 2021, Tuukka Tarppanen in 3rd place, along with the former European KZ2 Champion Victor Gustafsson in 4th place. What a battle it's going to be. Off we go. And I think Lorenzo Camplese may have gone a little bit too early. That could be interesting. We'll have a look at it. But as they go through to the first corner, Camplese leads the race. And off they go through to the first couple of corners. Gustafsson has broken through to 2nd place. That's a great start from the Swede. So Victor Gustafsson clearly means business here at Le Mans. He's had a win and a 2nd place. Now he wants to put himself into prime position to get pole position for the Super Heat tomorrow morning. He really has a great chance of it as they hop over the curbs through the S's and up towards the banking. Camplese leads the way from Gustafsson and Longhi.
Yeah, Longi on the charge from third into the banking, and some of the CRG drivers further back. Alex Orlando going a bit wide, side by side, two of them at the back end of the grid. That's going to be quite indeed, tight indeed. Oh, a bit of a trouble for some of the drivers. Back in the lead, turning number 11. Oh, and I think the 88 over there was in a bit of a trouble. 28, I think it was. They will get back to that in a minute. We're the leaders, completing lap number 1. Lorenzo Camplese, Victor Gustafsson, Longi in third, making their way into turn number 1. And the three-way battle is turning into fourth, because we have indeed confirmation, well spotted, Jake, Lorenzo Camplese, and the investigation for moving ahead of the red light at the start.
I think it was a little bit too early, and I think the officials are looking into it as well. So Lorenzo Camplese could be in the wars after the race in front of the stewards. That's very unfortunate. Meanwhile, Gustafsson in second, Longi third, then Orlando, Tarpanen, and Jeremy Iglesias, 2020 world champion, in sixth position, just in front of Senna van Walstein. He's got plenty of time to make. Oh, he's managed to get an overtaking move there, I do believe. So he's got through on Iglesias on this lap. Good run then from Van Walstein. He's got 2 more CRGs and 3 other competitors to try and get past to move his way further forward, but certainly going full guns blazing for Senna van Walstein. Look at Tuukka Tarpanen in the dry. He has so much more confidence than he did in the drizzle, and Tuukka Tarpanen, the Finn, is looking very hungry behind these guys. Let's not forget, he is last year's OK champion of the world. He did a fantastic job at Campillos, and now here he is in the gearbox category, challenging the likes of Orlando, Longi, and Gustafsson. This is amazing from Tuukka Tarpanen, and he's through. He's up into 4th place.
Yeah, beautifully made from the young Finn, and last year's his title was achieved in the rain as well, on a very slippery Campillos track. Let's not forget that as well. So dry conditions suiting better when it comes to gearbox for the young Finn, and he just made his way through. Alex Orlando is going to be beautiful to follow.
Ooh, it's getting quite tight further back as we've got a little bit of swarming now. That's Tarpanen losing out to Iglesias once again.
Iglesias back, sorry.
And that's Pex getting through on Matteo Segre. So Segre has to watch as Jorrit Pex goes through. 69 versus 99, and now it's Lorenzo Camplese in with Victor Gustafsson. Longi, the top 3, getting clear of the rest. Orlando holding on to 4th position. Good to see Orlando permanently in the top 5. He's had a lot of bad luck these last 2 seasons. Ever since Alex Orlando lost the European title that day at Sarno in 2019, he just looks like he's been a fish out of water, really trying to get himself back into his rhythm. This weekend, he finally seems to look like he's back on the pace.
Absolutely, and we just witnessing stunt Pex in the battle with Matteo Sergei from 9th place. There was hectic as well on the banking. But talking about Alex Orlando, it's quite impressive to see how CRG actually were able to come back at the forefront of the gearbox class. Not only KZ2, but KZ. Oh,
Gustafsson!
Gustafsson takes the lead! Beautifully made from Victor Gustafsson on the N3 of the chicane. We haven't seen that happening quite a lot, but Gustafsson went for the move. The attack just paid off, as Lorenzo Camplese is going to have to fight back. Still quite early in this race, so that's a very brave move to go for the attack at such an early stage. He's going to have to resist, but if he does that, I guess he's confident enough, not only in his machinery and in his tires.
I've got to say, if Victor Gustafsson is the man that comes forward to be world champion this weekend, not only will it be richly deserved, but I wonder how many people would have put money on that one going into the week. He is certainly the lesser of the big names within the CRG fold, I suppose, in terms of reputation, you have to say. But he's certainly showing that team an amazing racecraft style. He has been absolutely monstrous right from the start of the week. And here he is again. Orlando now trying to get his move on the inside of Longi. And they've hit each other. Longi and Orlando come together. Neither driver prepared to back out of it. They bang wheels. Longi gets going. Orlando stops. He's out.
Oh my God, what a ton of event. 2 at the same time. Longi losing time and Orlando out of the race by the look of it. Such a disastrous ton of event for CRG. We still have Iglesias very much there. We still have Victor Gustafsson, so no worries at all. Stan Pex the fastest on track at the moment, as we keep our attention on Senna van Walstein with the highly recognizable crash helmet. Is under the pressure van Walstein at the moment of Jeremy Iglesias. That's going to be a good battle with Tuukka Tarpanen getting himself involved. Watch out for the Pegg brothers are back in the lead, back in the battle as well. We have Yuri in front of Stan. That's not always often that we see them, going side by side, and we have Stan going ahead of Yuri just in front, just before the chicane. Yuri Pex, former world champion on this very soil of Le Mans. Let's not forget that. So let's make it clear about the classification, as we have 6 lap in, lap number 7. Victor Gustafsson still being put under intense pressure by Lorenzo Camplese. He is still very much in there, willing to give his money back. And we have in third place Senna van Western, good recovery from the Dutchman in front of Iglesias. Tappanen, Pex stand in front of Jori. Anthony Abbas in the 8th place, still very much in the pace, as we said earlier. Anthony Abbas for his return. Riccardo Longhi lost a couple of positions, is down in 9th in front of Michael Rosina.
Yeah, fair play to Lorenzo Camplese. He's not done yet, is he? He's right in there behind Gustafsson, waiting for the Swede to make a mistake or to just push the tyres a little bit further so that he can get a little bit more speed out of them. Gustafsson got through a couple of laps ago, and he has not given him a moment's respite. Senna van Waalstein about a 2.5 back. 3rd position, that's prime position as far as he's concerned. He doesn't need to worry too much about being there. Tuukka Tarpanen is now in 4th position as a result of the tangle between Longhi and Orlando. And then you've got Iglesias and the Pex brothers stand in front of Jorrit nowadays. Certainly here at Le Mans, he seems to have a little bit more pace than Jorrit at this stage. Anthony Abbas, 8th position, not able to make up quite as much ground in the dry as he was able to in the wet. And then you've got Riccardo Longhi having recovered, 9th place for him from Rossiner, Vigano, and then it is the 48 of Moro Simoni in front of Ariel Elkin, the young Israeli who is making his debut in the gearbox category of KZ. And Jaime Alguersuari, the ex-Toro Rosso Formula 1 driver, who is there in 14th position just in front of Matteo Segre, who was rather sadly in the TK Driver Academy car, slipped all the way to 15th.
Yeah, Alguersuari not far behind Ariel Elkin for just half of a second. Those two that we haven't seen. This is the first time, that we see them on track in the KZ. Watch out for the battle for the lead, because it's gonna be very, very tight indeed. This is further back, my apologies. This is Senna van Waalstein into Tappanen going for the position.
Oh, they've touched!
And Senna van Waalstein is waving his hands in the air in despair. What just happened there? Slight touch, then he was pushed.
He's coming back on Tappanen and they've hit each other again. And Senna van Waalstein absolutely fuming at the fin. What are you doing? He puts his hand in the air, and that is disastrous. Meanwhile, Ariel Elkin seems to have had a problem at the first corner. He's now dropped to the back of the field, and he is now continuing on his way through. But Senna van Waalstein and Tuukka Tarpanen now a very long way down the field. I think Senna van Waalstein trying to make sure his kart isn't too badly damaged to continue. That has promoted Jeremy Iglesias into 3rd position in front of the Pex brothers, with Tuukka Tarpanen in 6th place, now taking on the former world champion.
Yeah, well, another ton of event in this race as Senna van Waalstein is just in front of Riccardo Longhi. Watch out for the move here from Tuukka Tarpanen, trying to get back into contention, getting ahead of Jori Pex for 5th place. Beautifully made from the young Finland number 8 of Tony Kart. Doing a good job, but we might actually need to get another look on this footage post-racing to see what happened in 2 steps, 2 contact, and this is pretty much race ruined at the moment for Senna van Waalstein. Mechanical problem for Moro Simoni, the 48. That's further back in the classification, is 17 at the moment.
You've got to feel sorry for this man, Matteo Vigano. Here he goes, making the move on the inside, and it doesn't work on the inside of Michael Rossiner. You'd have thought he would make mincemeat of Rossiner on the inside line there. Vigano this week has just been an absolute nightmare for the very talented Italian Matteo Vigano, who is used to running at the front end of the field, and he has been, champion incumbent 3 times in as many years now. But for some reason, Matteo Vigano this week, nothing seems to be going right at all.
Yeah, nothing indeed. That reminds me of last year's World Championship in Sweden, and the despair and the medical trouble that prevented him from fighting for the world title, as he was actually fighting at the front, had the pace to do so. And as you said, those past 3 seasons, we've seen him, fighting at the front and being always among the favorites. And in the end, he wasn't going according to plan, at least not up to his expectations. So this is the final lap as we're about to conclude. The checkered flag is waving to welcome Victor Gustafsson, the Siagi driver, winner of this qualifying heat in front of Lorenzo Camplese, who in the end kept pressuring his opponent, but he would have missed maybe one more lap, 0.3 of a second on the line. 3rd place for his teammate Jeremy Iglesias from Stampex, Tuukka Tarpanen, Jori Pex, Anthony Abbas promoted to 7th, so to speak, in front of Senna van Waalstein, Matteo Vigano in 9th, in front of Michael Rosina, Jaime Alguersuari down in 11th, but climbing 8 places. Such a shame that Jaime Alguersuari didn't manage the qualifying he wanted, because the pace is obviously there. He collected 10 places in his previous race, 8th this time around, so he could have really had a ticket up front. So it remains to be seen if he actually can keep on that rhythm until the end of the weekend. Just following in 12th place, Matteo Segre from Cantavioria, Roberto Taglienti, Dorian Guldenfels, Mauro Simoni, Ariel Elkin, and Riccardo Longhi all the way down to 18 with Alex Orlando missing. So another ton of event and another very, very bad result for one of the Biralart leaders. We had trouble for the previous race for Marion Kremers, and this time around Riccardo Longhi is going to be left with pretty much nothing in this race.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tricky one in terms of the battle, but Victor Gustafsson puts himself into prime position to go for the Super Pole. Lorenzo Clamplaisy in second from Iglesias, Pex, Tarpanen and Jorrit Pex. Then Abbas van Walstein, who is bitterly annoyed. Matteo Vigano able to get Rossner in the end on the last lap. Then Alguersuari, Segre, Voria and Tagliente from Gildenfels, Simoni, Ariel Elkin and Riccardo Longhi. The one retirement from the race, Alex Orlando, after his clash with Riccardo Longhi. So there's big drama in this KZ qualifying heat, C versus D, that is for sure. And it's only going to continue to ramp up once again. The battles are raging all the way through this course, and the drivers still putting each other under massive pressure in the KZ category. We're going to get ourselves underway for qualifying heat A versus B. This is the last KZ qualifying heat of the weekend before we get to the super heats tomorrow. So this is a big opportunity for the KZ drivers to put up or shut up. And for one man in the field who won the European Championship a few weeks ago at Cremona in Italy on home soil, Paolo Ippolito wants to take one step closer and go for the ultimate prize.
Yeah, for sure. I think this one is one of my best year in my career because European champion, so something also new for me. Now we are really focused in this World Champion, so we see in a couple of days if we will have the power enough to win also this championship. I really trained hard to be ready, so I feel really good. My body is ready to race this kind of race in KZ and also in a couple of weeks in Sarno for the OK. Also the speed is not bad for the moment, but we already know that tomorrow and maybe also Saturday we will have a different weather. We will know which kind of condition we will find during the heats. I feel confident because more or less there are the same drivers of the European champion. About the track I feel confident, I'm okay. With the team now, okay, everything is fine, everything is working good on the right way. Should be stupid to say that we are not ready. We are ready, we're gonna fight, and after we will see the final result.
We're going to fight, that's what he said. Paolo Ippolito, always nice to hear from the newly crowned European champion of KZ back in Cremona. Always nice to talk to the Italian, and as he said, we are going to fight and see what happens. At the moment, as the standings are, in very much provisional, of course, Paolo Ippolito is standing in 13th place at the moment with a 7th and 8th place in his previous qualifying heats. For the next one that we're going to have on track, Simo Puraka and Noah Milel will be respectively first and second on to the grid. Paolo Ippolito will be on the 6th row on the grid, not managing the qualifying that he had expected. So you might understand better the more difficult results, 7 and 8, but plenty of room for improvement for the new European champion of the class. Now, Simo Puraka, Noah Milel, that's another combat that we've been expecting for a while. Still teammates under the Tony Kart awning. Simo Puraka at the moment is your leader on equal points with Victor Gustafsson. Simo Puraka, who managed first and a second in his previous qualifying heats, same as well for Victor Gustafsson. You do the math. Noah Milel is currently third with a second and a third place. So actually a win might do well for Noah Milel, meaning he would score 0 points, stay at 5. And second place, or even a third, could mean that Simo Puraka might fall down on equal units to his teammate. We're not there yet. This is just theory and prospect calculations, but the next qualifying heat will be opposing the fastest men of the class in qualifying. Group A versus B with on pole position Noah Milal, last year's KZ World Champion on home soil. You might remember that. It happened in Sweden on the beautiful Asumring of Kristianstad, and Noah Milal reached and made his career dream come true by sealing the deal and becoming world champion at home on the track where he grew, on the track where he learned his craft, and he became the driver that he is today. So can he actually make it 2 in a row? That's certainly what might cross his mind, but not too soon, even though they have to focus on the task at hand, the next qualifying heat and the final. This is for tomorrow with the superheat and the final on the Sunday afternoon. So make sure to tune in. All information and schedule, as well as all the activities that we have in store for you, you can find them easily on fiakarting.com. You go to the upper part of the website calendar, you have all the races, click on Le Mans World Championship, and you have everything that you need to get covered for today and tomorrow. A big program, 56 races and up to 24 hours of live streaming brought to you by RGMMC on Motorsport TV and tomorrow on the Eurosport app. So make sure to be with us, because the battle will be royal. It is already, but we can only expect a lot of drivers to get themselves involved for the fight for the crown. Now, those two drivers in front, Noah Milal and Simo Puhaka, whose World Championship will be the last race of his illustrious career. He recently announced that he's going to go on retirement after Le Mans. So finishing on a high could be certainly what he hopes for. That could be certainly a glorious chapter to write and to conclude his career on a high. But there's more than one driver capable of achieving such a thing. We have Pedro Hilbrand, a former world champion in the OK class, and very highly competitive in this category. Is going to be starting from row number 2 with Emilian Denner by his side. You can see Emilian Denner with the number 7 wearing the Sedicart colors. The Sedicart factory being represented by CPB Sport, which has been renewed as the factory operation of the French brand, competing on home soil. And you can actually see, if you get a chance to be with us in Le Mans, I invite you to get a good walk in the paddock, and you'll get to see the all the factory tents, and this is quite an impressive display of forces from the factories, but as well from the private teams. And when it comes to Sodicar, they have up to 23 drivers in all categories, and that makes for a lot of drivers, a lot of mechanics, a lot of personnel in the owning, and a lot of guests and VIPs as well. I've heard that will be here, that are here today, and will be here tomorrow to witness what could be of this World Championship for Sodicart. Next race coming our way, as the drivers have received the green light from the officials from RGMMC. And let's talk you through the grid. Noah Milal, Simo Puhaka on the first row of the grids, with Emilian Denner and Pedro Hilbrand from Mayan Kramers, and Lorenzo Trovesanuto, Luis Peck and Adrien Renaudin, Francesco Salenta and Hugh Valtanen, Marek Skriven and Paolo Ippolito, Johan Sogel and Christian Habelin, Antonio Piccioni and Matheus Prus, Arthur Gauthier and Greg Tanik, Mario Schettino and Leandro Paredes Sanchez. There's 20 drivers out onto the track. At least I think we do have everybody. Yes, indeed. You know the drill. 1 lap out to get the tires up to temperatures, or what's left of the tires, shall we say, because even though they have only 3 races compared to the 7 qualifying races that the KZ2 drivers have to go through, for instance, still this is the same high degradation level on this Le Mans track for any compound. So this is something that any of the KZ driver needs to keep in mind to be on top of the game. But this is the 3rd and last qualifying race for those drivers, Group B versus B, and this is now or never. I'm thinking of Myron Kramers, for instance, who faced a DNF in his former race on slippery conditions. Emilian Denner didn't have a result up to his expectations after leading the opening lap and going for making a mistake. Unfortunately, that pushed him back. So these are 2 of the drivers that need a strong result if they want to hope for a better starting position for the final tomorrow.
Milal versus Puhaka, 2 drivers that are desperate to win here in this particular heat. Puhaka because he wants to stay in front of Victor Gustafsson in the rankings, and Noah Milal because it's been a long time since anybody won the World Championship back-to-back in consecutive years. Not since Paolo De Conto in 2014 and 15 was the job done. So for Noah Milal, the chance to do that becomes very apparent. Here we go, lights coming on. When they go out, it's the last time of the qualifying heats in KZ. Let's do it! A good start, and I'm not entirely sure whether Puhaka got the timing right on that either, and off the road just about getting back on again was Matti Bruce in the Ralf Schumacher chassis, just about gets away with that, but out in front it is Simo Puhaka in front of Emilion Denner. Another terrific start for the Saudi. So Denner comes through, there's problems, further back is there, as off the road goes one of the Tony karts in the background. I think that might have been Johan Sogel, the 16 potentially. We'll double check as they come through. But who is that at the far end of the field? No, it's 26. The 25. That is 26. That is Juha Valtonen. So Valtonen gets spat out on the first lap there. Big problems. Simo Puhaka is out in front by quite a long way. And I wonder if he crept just a little bit early at the start.
Yeah, we shall see about that. But the gap has been impressively fast built by Simo Puhaka in this opening lap. Watch out for the battle here. The 33 on your picture. Lorenzo Trevisanutto trying to resist from Iron Kramer. I think that is just behind him. Trevisanutto. This is Pedro Hilbrand. My apologies. Where is Iron Kramer? He's lost 2 places down to 8th. 1 lap completed. Simo Puhaka 1.3 seconds in front of Emilian Denner. Denner in trouble. Denner in trouble with Adrien Renaudin just behind him. He collected 4 places in 1 lap. Renaudin. We haven't seen him yet at such a level in the World Championships. So the pace is back for Adrien Renaudin, and is certainly willing to give Emilian Denner, his fellow countryman, a very hard time in this one. So Renaudin in third. Watch out for the back. This is Trevisanutto losing 1, maybe 2 places to Pedro Hilbrand and Francesco Salenta. Hilbrand made it through, I think. No, he's still further back. This is Marian Kremers trying to make his way as well. Heavy battle happening all the way through, as Kremers needs a revenge as well after what happened to him on the previous race. He's back on the charge. Let's see where he ends up at the end of this lap. Marian Kremers making his way up to 7 with Noam Hillel, and this is Saleta who dropped all the way down to 8.
So Simo Puhaka is 1.2 ahead of Emilion Denner and Adrien Renaudin. Good to see those 2 Frenchmen making a great start. Then it is Lorenzo Trevisanutto in 4th position ahead of Pedro Hilbrand, 2 former champions in direct drive, both hoping to become Gearbox World Champion for the first time. Then Noam Hillel, Marian Kremers, 2 men who have been World Champion, Francesco Salenta, Marek Skriven and Christian Abulin. And then Johan Sugel from Antonio Piccioni. Then Craig Tanich, Speck and Ippolito, who's having a real tricky time of it, as Hilbrand and Trevisanutto are having a terrific tussle as they go onto the back straight, past De Vieux Shen and into the left-hander. This is great work from Hilbrand, but Trevisanutto is really holding his nerve in front of Noam Hillel as the 3 drivers squabble away for 4th position. They come off the final turn. Marian Kremers is in the background trying to make his bid. Noam Hillel has a little bit of a look on Trevisanutto, thinks better of it, doesn't want to go too ugly too early on the inside line there of the first hairpin. And as they go on to lap 4, Puhaka leads the way from Denner, Renaudin, Hilbrand, Trevisanutto and Hillel.
The 2 champions of Kristianstad, Trevisanutto and Hillel, battling around for what is at the moment a 5th place finish behind Pedro Hilbrand. Adrien Renaudin the fastest on track. This is back in business for Adrien Renaudin, chasing Emilian Denner as it seems. 3 tenths between the 2 Frenchmen, and they're going to have to work together if they want to get close to Simo Puhaka in any way, because the Finnish driver couldn't hope for a better situation. He's leading, and goes through. Beautifully made by Noam Hillel on Lorenzo Trevisanutto. Trevisanutto dropping a place down to 6. Hillel is through, and further back we have Marian Kremers, who wasn't able quite to do the same. Trevisanutto in trouble, looking over his shoulder on the way to turn number 1. This is where Kremers had his mistake, unfortunately, on much slippery conditions on the race before. This time no trouble at all for the former European and world champion, back in Europe after spending some time in the US competing on American soil. But let's see what he can do. Trevisanutto is holding his breath, shutting all the doors. Denner, once again the fastest on track, trying to get as close as possible, and of Simo Puhaka. The gap is still quite consequent, isn't it, with almost a second, as we have a yellow flag at turn number 1 outside of the picture.
Oh, that is Mario Schettino in the Paralin, so he's come off the road there. I don't know whether that was mechanical or whether someone else forced him to the issue there on the exit of turn 1, the long flowing hairpin on the run to turn 2, but for whatever reason Mario Schettino in the Paralin is now out of this race. Simo Puhaka from Denner and Renaudin, and then Pedro Hilbrand is about a 1.5 seconds back. Now it looks to me as though Denner and Renaudin are sort of staying within touch of Puhaka. They're not really letting him get too far ahead, as Hillel now bangs in the fastest lap, trying to close up on Pedro Hilbrand, and that's exactly what he's done. The clouds are coming back in over the circuit. That's going to drop the circuit temperature just a couple of degrees by the end of the race. So there could be a couple of drivers trying to take advantage of that, just trying to step up the attack a little bit. Of course, the drivers don't have to make the tyres last as long as their KZ2 counterparts do. Only a qualifying session, 3 heats. And then the super heat tomorrow as Milel makes his move on Pedro Hilbrand, dives through to get into 4th position. Nicely done there from the Swede as he comes off the final turn and onto the home stretch. This is a good comeback drive from Noah Milel. Didn't really get the start he wanted from the front end of the field, but now he is back into P4 as Travis Anuto loses out to Kramers. Kramers darts on the inside line there in the first hairpin. Lovely comeback from the Dutchman. There are no Americans in this KZ field, but I guess that's the guy they're rooting for. He's the one who comes onto their soil quite often and goes for a battle. But Travis Anuto, look, has managed to get back past Kramers, and now he's in danger of losing out to Marek Skriven in the Praga.
Yeah, Skriven indeed getting close to Marian Kramers. Great battle, 3-drive battle in the banking. Watch out for Marian Kramers. Let's see what he can do against Travis Anuto, as Simo Pohaka is extending his gap in the lead. And talking about Noah Milel, this shouldn't be the position he wants to be in, of course, having started from the front row from pole position, but he dropped a couple of places in the early stages, and down to, reduced to doing recovery is not certainly what he wanted in the first place, but he's back in 4th, but still a long way, 1.3 seconds from the top 3 and Adrien Renaudin. We're here with Travis Anuto and the intense pressure from Marian Kramers. He had made his way through once, he can maybe do that again. Noah Milel once again confirming that, unless despite of what happened to him in the early stages, if he had been in front with the pace that he has, he would be leading certainly with the same distance and Simo Pohaka, who knows. But it remains to be seen for tomorrow's superheat and final. But at the moment, Marian Kramers is still very much behind Travis Anuto. Oh, watch out. Could we see maybe the first move coming from Marek Skriven, because he looks very keen on it.
What's flapping around on the top of the radiator for Marian Kramers? Because you can see with all the other carts that cable is connected to something. With
Yes,
Marian
indeed.
Kramers, it's not. He's got a potential problem there developing, because that cable is meant to bring, is that the water pipe that goes through to the radiator? So that is loose on Marian Kramers' cart. Look at it. So that is going to cause some overheating on the Birolart quite rapidly. So he's got to be very careful how he looks after the cart for these latter stages. You can see with every other cart that cable is actually connected to something, and it's flapping in the breeze on the top of the radiator. So Marian Kramers may not have a choice but to pull out of this race before the end of it, just because the cart will not stay cool for long. Because obviously that water keeps the radiator and the engine temperature. They can obviously look after it over the course of the race with the flap. They can try and regulate the airflow through. They've got a little dash on their steering wheel that gives them the update as to how much the temperature is. But there's not going to be a lot that Marian Kramers can do about that with that feed pipe flowing in the breeze.
Yeah, this is the penultimate lap. Maybe he can make it through to a checkered flag. We will see about that. But I wonder if that's enough for him to get a mechanical flag before the end of the race or not. We shall see. But as for now, nothing is coming from the officials. Noah Milel the fastest on track, as Marian Kramers has lost a bit of momentum. We're back here with Emilien Denner and Adrien Renaudin, the two Frenchmen battling along into the banking on the other side of the track. Simo Pohaka is out of reach at the moment. You can see him, Tony Car driver, 1.4 seconds now, crossing the return straight onto the chicane. Denner is having none of it, keeping in line in front of Renaudin, who's having a lot of, he's having a big job to do, because keeping the close watch to Emilien Denner, watching over his shoulder, and at the same time defending against the return of Noah Milel, who's having the strongest of pace in these latest stages of the race. This is the final lap of the last KZ qualifying race of the weekend. Tomorrow is going to be about superheat and the final. And let's see if Noah Milel can actually go twizzle a little bit Adrien Renaudin. It's always tricky, isn't it, when you are, fighting one of your teammates under the same awning, and it's down not to make any mistake, not to go for anything too foolish. And this time around, it seems to me that Noah Milel is going to go for the move. He's going to go for the move, certainly. He's very close indeed. Renaudin going defensive, halfway through the straight, and the door is shut on the way to the chicane. But could it actually be costly in terms of momentum? I don't think it will be. And in the meantime, Simo Pohaka wins another qualifying race and secure what will be certainly pole position for tomorrow's superheat.
Great work from Simo Pohaka. Great job and a terrific victory. That is 2 out of 3 for him. So excellent work from Simo Pohaka. He matches Victor Gustafsson. They got the same result as each other. 2 wins and a second each from their 3 qualifying heats. So that is really good work from Simo Pohaka. It looks as though he might have just timed his start to perfection. There certainly wasn't an investigation into it. So Simo Pohaka going very well. But what an excellent, superb performance that was. Really good job from Simo Puhaka, who is hoping to bow out of his karting career as the world champion. He announced about a week ago this was to be his last event in FIA karting as a driver. I'm sure he'll carry on as a coach and as a mechanic, which he has been doing for the drivers in the OK category for quite some time now. But he has decided that this is going to be his last season in FIA karting as a driver out there on the course. So a very tough situation it is for the youngster, and a very tough race it'll be. But still, Simo Puhaka taking the victory from Emilion Denner and Adrien Renaudin ahead of Noah Milel, Pedro Hilbrand and Lorenzo Travasanuto ahead of Marijn Kremers and Marek Schriven, Francesco Salenta and Paolo Ippolito. Then Christian Habulin is there along with Johan Sogel, Juho Valtonen and Craig Tanich ahead of Louis Speck, Antonio Piccioni, Arthur Gautier and Mate Prus in the Ralf Schumacher chassis. And he was the first of the retirements, in fact. The other two were Mario Schettino and Leandro Perez Sanchez. So the fans in the stands are flocking to Le Mans. They're giving us plenty of excitement and drama out on the circuit, but it's great to see the fans, many of them racing drivers in other categories of karting, coming through. I've just spotted a few of the stars from other categories. Arthur Poulain, who of course is racing in the FIA karting finals at Sarno 2 weeks' time. Just spotted him out on the course and had the opportunity to say a quick hello. And I've noticed that Senna Roddyke, the very talented female racer who was on the front row of the grid for her heats last week at Genk in one of the IAMA Euro categories. Great to see her here at Le Mans once again. But now we are going to get to see what the action will bring us from the Academy Trophy. That is the pair of races that is coming up next. And they'll give us plenty of suspense and excitement, I'm sure, as they continue their progress. After the Academy, we're going to get to see the KZ2 and the KZ Masters once again. So, after 3 races now, Simo Puhaka is the favourite to get the World Championship as he holds on in front of Victor Gustafsson. Guillaume Alvarez is down in the pit lane.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, live from the pit lane at Parc Fermé with Marijn Kremers. Good to see you, Marijn. Difficult race for you. Last one. If you're willing to talk about it, we can just for the bit, but we all know what happened. But still good for you to recover.
Yeah, it's been a very difficult year, to be honest. We didn't have any speed in the European Championship. So to be here and be competitive is good. But it's very frustrating to lose a race with the broken engine heat before, and then this heat, somebody runs into me on the start and my bumper is stuck behind my tyre, which causes me to lose a lot of time and pace. So it's very frustrating. We've got good pace, but we're going to have to come from the back tomorrow.
Yeah, there's plenty of things to do left tomorrow, so anything's still possible in Le Mans. You're not counting the weather because it's been a bit of a lottery. Talk us through your experience of this season, because we've been talking about your experience overseas in the United States. You've been tasting quite a lot what American karting is like.
Yeah, I've decided to run the American Championship this year, which has been a lot of fun. It's been quite successful as well, winning the American Championship. So yeah, things were looking good over there. Back here in Europe, it's been a bit of a struggle. We haven't had pace at all, like I said, beginning of the year. This week we were very strong pace-wise, but qualifying, I made a couple of mistakes on my fast laps, which cost quite a bit of time. And then in KZ, you know, it's like it's so close, so you can't afford those mistakes. So that's why I have to start 5th, and then I put myself in the back. And yesterday, the first heat, I had the quickest time. But struggled racing-wise and fell back to 9th or 10th at some point. So a recovery there, and then this first heat this morning, I was very fast. Got off to a good start as well. Was in P3, looking to take the win, and then the engine seized. So very unlucky there, and then this heat again, unlucky at the start. But I've put myself in that situation, so we should be better.
Yeah, that happens sometimes. The best of luck to you. Thank you for talking to us, and see you tomorrow. Thank you, man. Thank you, Marijn Kremers. And as you've heard, Jake, this was, we thought in the first place that in the previous heat it was maybe down to a mistake, but that's an engine seizure that led to Marijn Kremers' unfortunate DNF in the opening lap and turn number 1. But he's keen on battling on and keen on recovering the time and the ground that he lost so far. So let's see if we still have time for another quick word, but everybody actually ran away as they were done with the scale. I think that I have Noah Milel maybe on my side. I'd like to see if he's available, maybe Noah Milel, to quickly talk to us. Maybe Adrien will be available. Yes, Adrien Renaudin can have for a quick word. Just, oh, sorry, madame. Still very busy around us, so we have to be careful. Adrien, very nice of you to join us. Yeah, you can here, stay by my side. Good to see you. So talk us through the start of the championship for you. You've been very strong in that one. Maybe the first few heats were not up to your expectations. Talk us through that.
Yeah, I have a medium qualifying with traffic. After I put in the first heat, I have a technical problem at the start, so I have to start from 20 and I come back 11. The second heat was quite tricky with the condition, and now I make a good start. The pace was not bad, and yeah, I try to make the less point I can and fight for the final.
Yeah, you stayed behind Emilian Denner for most of the race. By the look of it, it wasn't that easy to try to find a pace to get around him.
Yeah, I think at one moment I can do it, but you know, with the bad hit I make, I want to preserve the third place, and also behind him I have some understeer, so I try to manage my tire for the super hit.
All right, thank you for talking to us, and good luck for tomorrow. Andrea Renaudet, ladies and gentlemen, from the Tony Kart factory. That's what it is sometimes when you're missing drivers in the back. You try to get drivers at the front. Maybe Noah Milel. Noah, would you have a minute for me? Just a quick question to have you can stand by my side, to have your view on the racing and the World Championship. Good to talk to you. Last year's World Championship winner, and maybe you're one of the favorites to give it a go for the second time. How has it been so far for you? Happy with the pace?
Yeah, the pace is really good, and our material and engine looks fantastic at the moment. But yeah, we will see tomorrow. The pace is good, and everything can happen in this field. So a little bit stressful moment in this heat, but yeah, the pace looks good.
All right, thanks very much, Noah Milel. Off you go. We'll leave you to your business and see you tomorrow. Thank you very much, Noah Milel, last year's world champion in Sweden. And we'll see what he can do tomorrow as well. But as you said, the pace is here for most of the Tony Kart drivers in the class and the KZ2 as well. So it's down to them to maximize that on track. So getting back to you, Jack, as we have the Academy Trophy coming our way for the last qualifying races of the day.
And this is their last chance to maximise their qualifying position as well. The 1 minute board going up for the contenders in the Academy Trophy. They want to make sure that they're up at the sharp end of the dais. Obviously, tough racing all the way through the competition from the youngsters in the Academy Trophy. They've been amazing so far. 4 different race winners from the 4 races available. And it's mighty close up at the sharp end of the field. Arthur Dorisson, Nicolas Roos, Riccardo Cirelli and Henry Jocelyn have all taken race victories so far over this week of action in the final round of the Academy Trophy. And now there's a genuine chance that we could see a 5th and 6th different race winner in this one, as Ivo Besterda of Poland lines up on the front row of the starting grid for this one, very much following in the footsteps of his countryman Maciej Gladish, who took the title last year. He's obviously preparing for the World Championships in the OK Junior category at Sarno in 2 weeks' time, and that is exactly where we will go in a fortnight from now. But Ivo Besterda hoping to continue the mantle for Poland and do a fantastic job here in front of the Slovenian Alexander Bogunovic, with Italy's Riccardo Cirelli and the young man from the Netherlands, Mies Huben, running on the second row of the grid. So here they come out onto the circuit, and it is Besterda and Bogunovic from Cirelli and Huben, then Saldo Colombres and Marcos Selkunas from Christian Jorgensen and Pedro Cacciara, then Robert Pomales and Joel Pajola from Matas Reiber and Oliver Kinmark, Ruben Dovalli and Caleb Gafrara, then Hadi Mamassi and Luca Horton, Hamza Alfayez and Dino Storescu, Kyoho Lee and Ishan Madesh from Adrian Ferrer, Rio Ketsari and Yindra Pazel in 23rd on the grid. So as you can see, all 6 continents represented in just this one race, as you've got North and South America, Africa, Asia, Europe, and of course Australasia involved in these categories as well. The furthest travelled in this field coming all the way from New Zealand, the youngster Lochiel McGregor. But in this particular race, it is going to be an interesting one to see how the drivers continue to challenge for supremacy. These youngsters, aged 11 to 14, they have been selected by their nation's motorsport governing body to represent their country on the world stage. And that is up to the sporting association of the nations that have entered and submitted a driver. So it is really exciting to see all of these contenders putting on an excellent display. They come off the final corner, and we'll get to see who gets the best start of it. It's a false start. They will not get away racing this time. A little bit eager from Ivo Besterda, the Polish driver. They were out of position as they came onto the racing line. They have to form up in the 2 tram lines for these Academy races, and then they obviously need to stay in the tram lines on the main straight and stay in 2 close rows. They did not do that on this occasion, which is why a false start has been called. So the drivers will obviously have another opportunity to try and get themselves up to straight speed. Now that's interesting. A little bit of debris being picked up there by one of the officials. That's up at the first hairpin, I do believe. So that's been done as the drivers have gone through. Not entirely sure what it is that's being recovered there, but certainly an interesting dynamic to get the race underway. As it stands at the moment, Nicolas Roos is the interim leader with 4 points. Henry Jocelyn has 5. Ivo Basterda has 6. Mark Dubnitsky has 6 as well. Nando Weichselbaumer has 7. Alexander Bogdanovic has 8. So does Guillaume Bouzard. And then 8th is Kuznini on 11. And then Pinto and Mamasi, the Israeli and the Canadian, both have 12. So very close in the Academy Trophy up to this point. But for Ivo Basterda, the man who currently sits 3rd in the rankings, this is an important opportunity for him to seal that as a bare minimum of 3rd place. If he wins this heat, then he is going to take 0 points from the tally, and he'll add no more to his score, which is very good news as far as he's concerned, if he can sense that. He's made another quick getaway off the final turn. Is this going to be a start? It is, and away we go. Good start from Basterda and Bogdanovic. Bogdanovic getting a good run to the first hairpin, and as they tunnel their way through, is everybody going to get through without incident? It looks as though they're going to get close on the exit of the hairpin. Couple of drivers running off the curb, but otherwise okay, and Basterda holds on in front of Riccardo Cirelli, who has managed to move his way up into 2nd position. The field going close together through the first sector. Bogdanovic has slotted into 3rd position, and a little way back, that is Sol de Colombres, I do believe. The Mexican has made a terrific start and moved up into 4th position, but he's already under pressure from Mies Huben, who dives in up the inside, gets the place, and he's not the only one, because Markus Sulkunas, the Lithuanian, has also managed to get through into P5.
Yeah, well done to the youngsters. A pretty fresh and clean opening lap of this qualifying race. The penultimate of them all in the Academy Trophy on the way to the chicane. Oh, maybe I've spoken too soon, as one driver, the 522, is putting a wheel on the grass. Oh, Pedro Cachacha it was. And a bit of a contact. Oh, 3 side by side almost. That's the rumble in the jungle in the last corner between the youngsters. Ivo Basterda running up the first lap in the lead with pretty much nothing. Oh, the battle is raging, and he loses the lead just in turn number 2. Beautifully made by Riccardo Cirelli, the winner of one of the previous heats, getting ahead of his opponent. The Polish driver is going to have to fight back very soon, because for the back, he's not the only one willing to get ahead. We have Bogdanovic in 3rd, trying to stay as close as possible into the banking. And we have a 3-driver battle pulling away from the rest of the field at the moment, led by Cirelli. Basterda in 3rd, Bogdanovic trying to stay close in 3rd place, and further back a bit on the zone, but still close enough to have his say in this battle. Mies Huben in 4th place.
Well, there's definitely been some wild moments so far then in these opening couple of laps, but despite a couple of drivers making contact and a couple of drivers going onto the grass, everybody has completed the opening 2 laps of this race. So the Academy drivers still on the warpath and still hunting on for a victory. Cirelli, then Basterda and Bogdanovic. Only one of them has taken a win so far this week, and that is Riccardo Cirelli, who got the win earlier this morning. So he's clearly got himself into a good position here at Le Mans. But Basterda and Bogdanovic both want to take a victory away. So does Mies Huben, actually in 4th position. The only driver to have won a race in this particular field is the man currently leading, and that is Riccardo Cirelli. The other 3 winners are in the next heat, and up the inside, Basterda and Bogdanovic are both going to get past Cirelli, but Cirelli will hold back into position into 2nd place on the inside, on the exit of the banking into the right-hander. And now Mies Huben is going to try and get 3rd off Bogdanovic. Bogdanovic holds his nerve around the outside, and that's an open opportunity for Markus Sulkunas to get through on Mies Huben, but I think they've tangled. There's 2 carts that have come together there. One of them is facing in the wrong direction after a spin, and that is the 526. That is Sol de Colombres, I do believe. What a shame for the Mexican. He was having a great race up to that point, but there were just too many carts into too small a space. I'm afraid that's game over. So now Sulkunas is up into 4th place ahead of Huben, from Kinmark, Pojola, Storescu and Mamasi ahead of Caleb Gafrara.
Yeah, look at the battles going on. The 518 on our screen. This is a Joel Bajola in 7th place, getting 3 places, but is actually having the pressure now of Storescu, Mamasi and Caleb Gafrara run in the top 10. Madesh is under investigation, my apologies, the 548. As they make their way out of the banking. This is our leading trio with Ivo Basterda, Riccardo Cirelli for 9/10 of a second behind, under the pressure of Alexander Bogdanovic, who might see an opportunity coming up his way. The 507 on your screen. This is happening further back. This is Caleb Gafrara, the American driver, under the pressure of Christian Jorgensen, is running up the top 10, but for how long? That remains to be seen. Into the banking, as this is lap number 5 out of 8. Not a lot of time remaining. for either Besterda or Bogunovic to seal the deal in that battle. As you said, currently Besterda is third in the preliminary. Oh, and a bit of a wheel outside of the turn, and that actually got away of the 507. Beautifully made by Caleb Garfa, getting ahead of Joel Pojola, who made a mistake in turn number 3 over there.
And that's for the lead.
There
Bogunovic on the inside of Besterda. So Alexander Bogunovic, the Slovenian, has taken the lead now away from the Polish driver Ivo Besterda. Riccardo Cirelli still right there in third position, ready for an opportunity. But that is the third different leader in the space of 3 laps. As Cirelli is going to try again here, get through on the inside of Besterda, and that is not going to work out. So it is now Alexander Bogunovic, the man who is based these days in Spain, leading the way, having a fantastic run. But the Bogunovic, the young man from Slovenia, running out in first position from Besterda, Cirelli and Selkunas. Selkunas, the Lithuanian, is not actually that far away either in fourth position. Very much continuing on the trend that his countryman and elder statesman Kaios Sixnelis left behind. I'm actually surprised that Kaios is not here this weekend competing in the World Championships. We've got yellow flags.
Oh, two drivers.
Turn 1. Yes, 2 carts have come together there at turn 1. It is Harry Mamasi and Adrian Ferrer. That is very frustrating for the Canadian and for the Spanish driver as well. Mamasi's been having a terrific week here at Le Mans, as too has Ferrer on the comeback charge. But I'm afraid on this occasion the two of them just got too close together, and Ferrer and Mamasi are out.
Yeah, out indeed for those two, as we're back with the leaders. The 501 in second place. This is Ivo Besterda. Still double yellow flag waving into the start-finish straight as they make their way past our position. But watch out, because Alexander Bogunovic is not going to have an easy time at all for the next couple of minutes. This is the penultimate lap, and he has to hold on and shut all the doors at every corner, especially in the sector number 2, where it's easy to make a mistake, not to go too wide in the double right-hander just in front of the 2 Oaks. But he's doing that brilliantly at the moment, holding Besterda behind him and maybe allowing Riccardo Cirelli for a move, because the Italian is not far behind as well. He's keeping a close watch on what's happening in front of him into the banking. Important to get a good exit over there. Can we see maybe a move coming up just before the chicane? After that, it's all doors shut. But I don't think, no, this won't be this time around. Maybe the next time. And maybe the next lap, who knows, at the same place or not for the chaser. But Bogunovic in the lead, entering the last lap of this qualifying race, is watching over his shoulder. He knows that the others are just on his back into turn number 1. Will this tiny tenth of a second will be enough for Bogunovic to stay in the lead? Yeah, that's doubtful.
He's going to have to work incredibly hard to keep this at bay now. Bogunovic in front of Besterda and Cirelli. So tight on this final lap, but Bogunovic looks to have got himself into a good rhythm here in front of the pole. So Riccardo Cirelli running in third position, the Italian. He got a win earlier on, but he's not going to get one in this one unless something really dramatic befalls Bogunovic and Besterda before the end of this race is out. The 4th place battle going all the way as well for Sekunas, Huben and Kinmark. So they're going to have an interesting run to the line, but it is going to go the way of Alexander Bogunovic, who has timed this absolutely to perfection. The Slovenian will come through the chicane in fine style. He has controlled the pace all the way throughout. It's 5 different winners from the first 5 qualifying races of the weekend. Alexander Bogunovic, the Slovenian, has come through in terrific fashion to take the victory. Great run from Alexander Bogunovic. And that is an important one as far as his weekend is concerned. That really does put him now up into the upper echelons. He is now level pegging with Besterda and Buzar in terms of points accumulated. So that's a big win for Alexander Bogunovic. Now puts him at joint 5th in the rankings at this point. So it's going to be a fascinating situation and a tough scenario all the way throughout. And a really exciting challenge and a tough race battle throughout the course of proceedings. We've had some exceptional displays and some amazing performances as the contenders continue on the charge. And we really have had some exceptional performances and some great displays from the drivers in the Academy Trophy. But certainly Alexander Bogunovic running up at the top spot in front of Ivo Besterda and Riccardo Cirelli. The top 3 giving us a great performance there and an excellent display in the top 3, looking very comfortable in their current positions, all looking very strong. And certainly for Alexander Bogunovic, that's the perfect time to nail a victory. He gets the job done in front of Ivo Besterda and Riccardo Cirelli. Then Marcus Selkunas ahead of Mies Huben and Oliver Kinmark. Christian Jorgensen and Pedro Cachada ahead of the American Caleb Gafrara and Joel Pajola. Jindra Pazel fights his way to 11th place in front of the Jordanian Hamza Al Fayez. Then Luca Horton of Bahrain in front of India's Ishan Madesh. For Thailand, it's Rio Ketsari in 15th ahead of South Korea's Kyo Lee. Then Matthias Reiber in front of Robert Pamalis. And then in 19th position behind them is the last finisher, that is Ruben Dovalle of Mozambique. Hadi Mamassi and Adrian Ferro retired, as too, rather sadly, did Dino Storescu of Romania and the Mexican Sol de Colombres. So, very tricky racing out there. Not always very easy to see who was going to get what done and when. But obviously, very tricky racing going on. And the contenders hoping for a little bit more from their next races tomorrow. And obviously, the race after this one is the final as far as the Academy drivers are concerned. There is a second Academy Trophy qualifying heat coming up shortly, because he is there. The drivers are there in groups A versus B. So they're going to come through in fine style. There's a couple of karts that are going to need to be recovered from the scene of the incident, namely Adrian Ferrer and Hadi Mamassi, the Spaniard and the Canadian. I have a feeling there might be a little bit of a recovery for a couple of the other drivers out on the circuit as well. But certainly in terms of the Academy Trophy, all going very well indeed for Alexander Begunovic. He takes a crucial victory at an important point of the weekend as far as he's concerned, and that gets him one step closer to the final dais. So after Alexander Begunovic becomes the 5th different race winner in the Academy Trophy, let's head down to Guillaume Alvarez in Parc Fermé.
Welcome back, guys, in the Parc Fermé with Ivo Besterda. Ivo, second place in this race. Can you talk us through this huge battle it was? You only missed 0.3 of a second for the win, so close one.
Yeah, we did like very good job so far, and the race, race was like very difficult for me, because it was match fight, and
how do you look back on the previous races and the performance overall and the pace that you have?
Yeah, I am 7th in the championship, so
it's quite good actually. So you've shown the pace, so the confidence is there for tomorrow as well?
Yes, of course.
All right, thank you for talking to us. We'll talk to you more tomorrow, certainly. Thank you. Yeah, you can come along. Yes, you can put your helmet here. This is live, ladies and gentlemen. The time for the youngsters to find their way. Alexander Begovic, nice to talk to you. Congratulations on the win. This has been an interesting race and a close finish in the end.
Yeah, it was a really interesting race, I must say. It was a very difficult race too. The other drivers are also really good, but when I come to P1, I just had to stay calm and continue the race.
Stay calm, that's the spirit, isn't it? Because that's like an exciting field, isn't it, with a lot of drivers on the high level.
Yeah, it's really exciting, especially when everybody's behind you and there's nobody in front of you, and you just had to stay concentrated and continue with the pace I had. It was really a great race.
Absolutely. And one last thing, what does it feel like to be racing in Le Mans, which is kind of a cool place?
Yeah, I really like the track, and it feels great to be here. A lot of great drivers also drove here, and it's a pleasure to drive here.
Fantastic, good stuff. Thank you for talking to us, and good luck for tomorrow as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, we can leave you to your business. Yes, we can have a quick word with you, Marcus. So how was it? Was good to talk to you. How it was from your point of view this race? You finished in the end in 4th place, getting 2, but you could have done more, you think?
I don't think so, because I didn't have speed, but I was sliding a lot, and I know that main thing why I got here, because they was start to fight and I gained some position.
Yeah, you gained some position indeed. Your past races, what can you tell us? Happy about the pace so far in this championship?
Not super. Like in Genk was good, but Cremona, no.
Yeah, that happens sometimes, but you still have, you know, some things to do tomorrow. Tomorrow is a big day as well, so full focus on Sunday, I guess.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for talking to us, and good luck tomorrow. All right, always nice to talk to the youngsters. They're only between 12 and 14 years of age in the Academy Trophy, you know, so they're still a bit rough around the edges in terms of, you know, knowing what to do, where to go. They're learning their craft as drivers, you know, so it takes time, it takes years of experience and competition at the highest level. But what better environment, what better competition than the World Championship to see the best drivers in the world of karting at play and really learn from them, learn from those who were here before. So always nice to see the young drivers of the Academy Trophy. We have one more race, and then this will be time to go back to the gearbox and the KZ2 races to conclude the afternoon.
Karting is going to take a massive feature in the Motorsport Games on the last weekend of October. It's going to be really exciting when the Motorsport Games goes to Marseille, the host city, and the race circuit of choice is obviously going to be Paul Ricard in France, and then the rally city just down the road is going to be Vienne. It'll be a fascinating weekend of great motorsport. Right, so the FIA Academy Trophy is going to continue with the qualifying heat A versus B, and this, of course, is the last race before tomorrow's final in the afternoon. So this is quite an important race for all of the drivers to try and get themselves into the final 36. Only 36 spaces, of course, in the final tomorrow. So it's very important to make good use of this last chance to book your seat. At the moment, it is Nicolas Roos looking to be in pole position on 4 points from Henry Jostin on 5, Mark Dubnitsky on 6, Wechselbaumer on 7, and then Besterde and Begonovic both on 8. So it's quite an important one. But the man, obviously, who will get the ball rolling from the front end of the grid is going to be in an interesting situation right from the outset. For Arthur Dorisson, this is a chance to salvage something after his DNS in the earlier race. Who knows how well he could have done in his heat this morning had it not been for mechanical problems dropping him out of the race before it even started. So big drama for Arthur Dorisson. Hopefully that is all he's going to get in terms of drama, and he can get himself into a relatively good position on the starting grid for the final. It certainly won't be pole now. That is well and truly gone, I'm afraid, for the Frenchman. But he can still get himself into a good enough position to fight for the final. It ain't over till it's over. And Arthur Dorisson needs to just channel that fury, that energy, into putting himself into a race-winning position once again. He still has a chance in this Academy Trophy battle. There's no illusions that it's going to be easy from this moment on, because it's going to be an absolute nightmare. But he is still going to push tooth and nail and throw everything he possibly can at this intense battle. He has to keep pushing. He has to keep trying. He's never going to get a better opportunity. Everybody's flocking into the World Championships at Le Mans, it seems. Everybody wants to come in. He got a late ticket, but at least he's managed to land just in time for the Academy Trophy final heat of the day. And there's 8 laps more of the circuit. Arthur Dorisson and Nicolas Roos are going to take it from the front row of the starting grid. So Dorisson and Roos, then Nando Wechselbaumer and William Go from Tiziano Kuznini and Mark Dubnitsky, Chiara Batigue and Guillaume Bouzard, Henry Jostin and Timofey Mikhailov from Jan Pinto and Daniel Dalakian, Ethan Thorne and Gabriel Sarno from Thibaut Ramakers and Lochiel McGregor, then Kian Gauchi and Alex Deshkov, Matilda Patz and Elina Rolfsen, then Matteo Sorhuela, Santino Panetta, Mira Alzabi and Megamu Suzuki of Japan. So the 24 drivers gearing up and ready for an exciting showcase. It's going to be interesting to see who of the Academy Trophy youngsters is going to make the best of this from the outset. Some very talented boys and girls in this field. A lot of opportunities for overtakes around this circuit. And one final effort to try and get yourself into the final 36. Always going to be tough in this field when all of the drivers are as hungry and as determined as each other. This may end up as a false start, because we've got the drivers coming out of the final turn. Dorisson obviously trying to get up to speed as quickly as possible. This is a false start. There's absolutely no question about it. He didn't wait long enough, unfortunately, to get the race under starters' orders, and the back of the grid had not yet joined the rest of the field. So the back few drivers were not in position. So it's obviously going to be an interesting one for the Academy Trophy drivers. You can sense the urgency for Arthur Dorisson to get another race victory. He really wants to get there. So it's going to be tough. It's going to be very tight to see what will happen in this particular bout. But a tough battle is in the offing. It will be tricky to see who gets the best of it. So up on the far side of the course, up at the hairpin, it's obviously going to be a very tricky one. So an interesting situation and a tough scenario. Are we going to get to see Arthur Dorisson take 2 wins out of 3? And obviously with his DNS, it could be interesting to see what happens from this moment on. But it will be a very tricky scenario. Qualifying heat A versus B. It's going to be tight as Arthur Dorisson and Nicolas Roos running on the front row of the starting grid from the outset. Now they've got to slow the field right down. Nigel Edwards assists with that procedure. And then race director Pasquale Lupoli is going to be the one who sets them off into the distance. Are we going to get a clean start in the Academy Trophy? You really can sense the urgency from Arthur Dorisson. Is he going to get the job done this time to start it? Yes, we are. Off we go to the first corner. And Arthur Dorisson looking to lead Nicolas Roos into turn 1. The inside line gets a perfect launch. So Weichselbaumer, Kuznini and Batig are trying to get their way through as well as they come through on the opening couple of corners. It's already an interesting start as drivers keeping themselves to themselves out on the course, trying desperately not to get shoved around. And so into the lead comes Arthur Dorisson. No problems as the drivers continuing. That's Chiara Batig trying to hold herself in front of Thibaut Ramakers. Looks like they've got through without too much drama. But up to the hairpin, Nando Weichselbaumer already putting the race leader Arthur Dorisson under some pressure as Guillaume Bouzard is trying to get himself in there behind the 512. That's Nicolas Roos, who is down into 5th position on the start. Tiziano Kuznini getting a good launch. Up the inside comes both Roos and Bouzard. They get past Kuznini, and there's more drama as up the inside again comes the 505, I think that was. That was Henry Jocelyn, the British driver who got a win earlier on today. Now he finds himself in a good position. Dorisson is already trying to keep Nando Weichselbaumer at bay. Roos and Bouzard very close together. Then Kuznini, Jocelyn, Go, Dubnitsky, Batig, and Jan Pinto. That is the top 10 at this moment in time. So they continue to make good work of things as they come through. Yellow flags as 2 or 3 carts have come off the road in the final the first corner, but they have managed to keep going again. So a couple of drivers down the back, and that has unfortunately taken out Thibaut Ramakers and Lockyer McGregor, along with a couple of others. So there are some problems for drivers in the field. In fact, I'm not entirely sure. Thibaut Ramakers is still circulating. He certainly hasn't come around again, I don't think. The tail end of it. No, he has come through, but he's just not transponding. There is Thibaut Ramakers. He's joined the back of the field after his problems there. So a little bit of a headache there for the Belgian. But off the final corner, you can see Nando Weichselbaumer running in front of Arthur Dorisson now. So Weichselbaumer has taken the lead from the Frenchman. And that's Bouzard getting through on the inside of Nicolas Roos. So Guillaume Bouzard, the Luxembourger, comes through into 3rd position ahead of Nicolas Roos. 5th place is Henry Jocelyn. 6th position is the 538, that's William Go. Then Dubnitsky, Kuznini, Mikhailov, Sano, Pinto, Batig, and Thibaut Ramakers running in 13th position. And there's a spin on the way out of turn 1. We've got a cart off the road in the background. That looks like Matilda Patz, the young German driver who is now part of the Girls on Track final selections in Franciacorta at the end of the year. So I'm afraid Matilda Patz, unfortunately, not able to continue in this particular race. So the German drops out of this one. Now, hopefully, she's going to have a few points accumulated that she's still going to be in the hunt for the final. As Henry Jocelyn dueling away with William Go. That's Britain versus the Philippines off the final turn. As Nando Weichselbaumer running in front of Arthur Dorisson and Guillaume Bouzard. Then Nicolas Roos in 4th position from Dubnitsky, Jocelyn, Go, Kuznini, Mikhailov and Gabriel Sano. Jan Pinto and Chiara Batig running in position there as well with Thibaut Ramakers and Megumi Suzuki in front of Ethan Thorne and Matthias Orjuela from Santino Panetta. And I think that is Elisa Rolfsson, who is doing a good job there. Elina Rolfsson, sorry, in 18th position, still trying to make up some ground. So Arthur Dorisson trying not to lose ground to Guillaume Bouzard, but you do kind of get the sense that Bouzard, with his consistency and his superior strength in the top 5, is looking likely to bring the title to Luxembourg, just keeping himself in the hunt all the way through. He has been the most consistent and the most reserved of the drivers over the course of these 3 weekends. He's certainly looking the most competitive, as Thibaut Ramakers now trying to charge in behind Chiara Batig there. So still the drivers putting up a good show. But Guillaume Bouzard edging closer to Arthur Dorisson. Is he going to make his bid into turn 2? He has a think about it. Now he's going to try and make his run into the third corner. This is a long hairpin. Can he dive in on the inside and make the move? No, he has to think better of it. He's deciding to wait as Santino Panetta, the Argentine, has got a warning, has got a mechanical flag, in fact. So Santino Panetta has got some damage. He's missing his Nassau panel. That's why. Oh no, his Nassau panel is bent out of position, so that is a hazard. So unfortunately, Santino Panetta having to pull into the pits to retire at the end of this lap. Very unfortunate indeed for the young Argentine. Santino Panetta, who is currently running in 16th place in front of Deshkov, and also that is Daniel Dalakian, the Armenian. So problems there, I'm afraid, for the youngsters. Up the inside, there goes the move for 4th place from Mark Dubnitsky. He now gets past Nicolas Roos, and this is going to put Nando Weichselbaumer into pole position for the final, and that's going to give him the 10 championship points to go with it, of course. So Nando Weichselbaumer is hoping to stay in position and bag 10 points. For Guillaume Bouzard, he's going to bag 6 for being 5th position in the rankings, so that's definitely going to help his charge as they continue to make a good impression on this weekend here at Le Mans. But with only 3 laps to decide it, all Nando Weichselbaumer has to do is stay in position, and he has got the job done. But with Guillaume Bouzard now up to 2nd place, this is going to be interesting. He has managed to get past Arthur Dorisson, as we know, and then Dubnitsky in 4th, from Roos in 5th. So there's still a bit of time to make up, and Guillaume Bouzard still has a chance here to move his way further forward. There's still plenty of opportunities in these last 2 laps to make the gain, but he's got to make up 0.4 of a second on the race leader, Nando Weichselbaumer, the Austrian. So Nando Weichselbaumer looking very good here as they go through to the far side of the course, up to the S's, through the right, through the left. And Nando Weichselbaumer working hard, but William Go has got himself up into 6th position past Kuznini and Pinto. And now he has set the fastest lap of the race at 52.9 for the young Filipino. And the queue is getting very tight between them as they run through on the far side, out of the turn and up onto the back straight. Now what can Nando Weichselbaumer do to shake off Guillaume Bouzard? He's doing his best to cover the line. Guillaume Bouzard has got some support here from Arthur Dorisson. Dorisson's going to go for it on Bouzard, and he gets through in a 2nd place. Arthur Dorisson on the comeback drive into P2 then for the Frenchman, as Arthur Dorisson is now going for the lead on Nando Weichselbaumer up to the 1st corner. Into the final lap we go. Dorisson trying his best. He wants to get past Nando Weichselbaumer. He's going to try every trick in the book to try and come by as they come up to the position. Guillaume Bouzard still trying to make his bid to come past Arthur Dorisson as well. So Dorisson, 2nd position as he tries to find room to get past Nando Weichselbaumer. So Weichselbaumer, Dorisson, Bouzard, Dubnitsky, Roos and Go, all 6 of them in a line on the last lap of the weekend as far as they're concerned to take them into the finals tomorrow. Somebody's got to make the blink. Someone's got to go for the move as they come up to the hairpin on the far side. Is Arthur Dorisson going to get one last chance? I tell you who is. That is Dubnitsky. He's got Bouzard. Bouzard's going to fall back to P6 up to the back of the train. Dorisson's got one last chance. Weichselbaumer defending. Dorisson trying to come through in the final bend and the final turn. He's going to get there. Dorisson on the inside, and it's going to be to the line. He's beaten by Dubnitsky. Mark Dubnitsky steals it on the finish line. Mark Dubnitsky by 27 thousandths of a second snatches it from both of them in the final bend, and that gives Mark Dubnitsky pole position for tomorrow's final from nowhere. That's how close it was. 6 different winners from 6 qualifying heats, and Mark Dubnitsky snatches victory on the final corner across the line, and the Estonian is going to be pole position for the final tomorrow ahead of Roos, Bashterda, Bagunovic and Weichselbaumer, with Bouzard, Kuznini, Jocelyn, Go and Pinto in the top 10. Mark Dubnitsky, what a brilliant steal out of the final bend. He saw that Dorisson had made the move. They drifted wide. Dubnitsky got on the power, and he is the victor. What an astonishing end to the Academy Trophy qualifying heat. Look at that, 0.027. Dubnitsky beats Arthur Dorisson to the line ahead of Nando Weichselbaumer. Nicolas Roos in 4th from William Go, Guillaume Bouzard and Tiziano Kuznini. Then Gabriel Sarno, Jan Pinto and Timofey Mikolov. Thibaut Ramakers ahead of Chiara Batig and Henry Joslin. Matthias Orjuela from Megamu Suzuki. Then it is Alexander Deshkov ahead of the Armenian Daniel Dalakian and the Peruvian Ethan Thorne. 19th home was Lochiel McGregor, the Kiwi, in front of Alina Rolfsson of Norway, Kian Gauchi of Indonesia, and Mira Al-Zabi. Kian Gauchi of Malta, I should say, sorry, and then Mira Al-Zabi of the United Arab Emirates. Retirements for Santino Panetta and Matilda Pats, but Mark Dubnitsky snatches pole position for the final tomorrow out of thin air with a last corner maneuver to take his first win of the weekend. And with that level of consistency, he has come through to pole position by 2 points over Rus, Bastera and Bogdanovic. Absolutely extraordinary how he stole that one right at the final corner of the final lap of the qualifying heats. So, going into the final tomorrow, we know the identity of our first man in pole position. And for Estonia, it is Mark Dubnitsky. Excellent work from the young gun. Oh, I just cannot believe how nail-biting that was to the line. We thought that Weichselbaumer was going to have a chance to hold on. Dorisson pushed it right to the last to try and snatch the victory away. But it is Mark Dubnitsky that gets the job done. So after the most thrilling Academy Trophy race of the weekend, a sixth different winner, Guillaume Alvarez, I hope, will be down there with young Mark Dubnitsky.
Welcome back, folks, from the Parc Fermé with one of the young heroes of the day, Mark Dubnitsky. First of all, wow, just one word. That move in the last lap, in the last corner, that was one way to do it. Congratulations, you must be happy.
Thank you, yeah, I'm really happy.
It was a fantastic race, and the last move you were able to pull that out at the last second. And the good news is, with that victory, I think that if nothing changes, you're the leader of the classification, which means that you'll get one pole position for the super hit tomorrow.
It's very good, but it was lucky for me that Dorisson did overtake in the last corner, and they had better exit from the corner, so I got good straight.
Absolutely. This is a good strategy, waiting for someone else's mistake and take advantage of it. Thank you very much, Mark Dubnitsky. If you go to your business, thank you very much for talking to us. Good luck for tomorrow. All right, we can go try to have some more overview, some more insight from the youngsters of the Academy Trophy. Let's try to see if we have Arthur Dorisson with us. He was keen on. We can have Nicolas Rus in the meantime. Thank you for rating, Nicolas. You can join us live. You can stand by my side, Nicolas. So in the end, fourth at the checkered flag, starting in the front row. I can read a bit of disappointment on your face.
Yeah, we had the speed yesterday and the whole day today, but we just missed a bit in this last heat. But I'm sure we'll figure out why and come back tomorrow.
Yeah, because there's one more day, the most important of them all. So the confidence must remain because you've shown great things so far.
Yes, we have. Yesterday we won the heat, and then today we've also had some good results in both conditions. And I don't think it will change much for tomorrow.
There's been a lot of fighting in the group, each heat of the way, so you expect that same level of competition coming to tomorrow?
Maybe even the level of competition will go higher, because tomorrow is the day that counts for everyone, all the work from the whole week, so I'm sure it will be good.
All right, the best of luck to you. See you tomorrow. Thank you very much, Nicolas Rus, for talking to us. Let's see if we can have one more before we go back on track for the KZ2 Masters in just a moment. Arthur Dorisson, I saw him just a moment ago, and let's see if he's still available with us. I cannot see him quite now. I'm going to try and catch him up for you guys and see if we can have a quick talk with Arthur. I don't think he's here anymore. I don't see him, at least. So I think Arthur has just left us. He might be somewhere around, but I don't see him. So anyway, it's not a big deal. It was one big race for him as well, finishing in second place. He went for the move. It would have been nice to hear from him about this maneuver, but this will be for tomorrow, I guess. But beautiful overtaking maneuver pulled together by Arthur Dorisson. Unfortunately, it cost him the win in the very last meters, as they were split by just 27 thousandth of a second on the finish line. So it was one heck of a finish it was between Mark Dubnitsky and Arthur Dorisson. So let's take a bit of a break, and then we'll go back to the KZ2 Masters to start with, and the KZ2 for the remaining qualifying races of the day.
You rejoin us at the mondokart.com FIA Karting World Championship weekend at Le Mans. We have had all of our qualifying heats for the KZ and Academy Trophy classes, but we still have plenty of action over the course of today. We still have 2 rotations of heats to go from the KZ2s and also 2 rotations to go from the KZ2 Masters, and they will continue on in fantastic fashion. The fans are flocking far and wide here at Le Mans, and they are getting on a fantastic... I'm looking actually on the main starting straight, and there is a banner here that says Allez Charles. It is the Charles Fillot fan club that is here on the main straight. Monsieur Le Mans himself has got himself to the front row of the starting grid once again. I wonder if we can pick it out, because on the main straight, on the banners, we have actually got Allez Charles being put out by the, I'm guessing, the fan club and the family of the 6-time 24-hour Le Mans karting race performer. Fantastic performance from the guys there, who are putting on an excellent banner out there onto the starting gantry that says Allez Charles. They clearly feel that Charles Fillot definitely in with a chance to take a victory here. And it'll be fascinating to see what he can come up with in this one as he returns to the front row of the starting grid here in KZ2 Masters. It's been very competitive in this category. Behind him on the starting grid, directly on the same row of the grid, is Thierry Delray, the Belgian talent. So it really is phenomenal to see what the competitors are going to give us in KZ2 Masters in what is still very much their first ever weekend of competition in KZ2 Masters at this level for the over 35s in the world of karting. Many of them coming out of retirement to take on the challenge of the FIA Karting International Masters Super Cup. That is the title that the winner of this fantastic competition will win. But Charles Fillot, Mr. Le Mans himself, goes up against Mr. Gearbox, Davide Fore. It's going to be an interesting battle for those two on the front row.
Yeah, Mr. Le Mans against Mr. Gearbox, indeed. The front row of the grid, waiting to make their way onto the track. Charles Fillot against Davide Fore. And we have a lot of world karting titles on one side and a lot of Le Mans 24 hours karting victories on the other. The green flag is waving, and the drivers have had the authorization to make their way onto the track, as we had a bit of a break from Gearbox with the Academy Trophy and one fantastic finish. I was watching trackside, my dear Jake, and as you heard, as you guys saw, we had a chance to talk to some of the protagonists of that fantastic finish. And this is the first time actually this weekend. There's been a lot of tremendous battles all throughout the way, obviously, but this is the first time that we get to see one decisive move in the very last corner, and hopefully the first of many. So back to Gearbox, and before the KZ2, we have the KZ2 Masters, the new category indeed. So the full grid once again, as we have Charles Fillot and Davide Fore on the front, from Thierry Delray and Nick De Bruyne, Leo Stein and Waldir Belisario, Eduardo Martins and Samuel Gaffner, Mathieu Legout and Arnaud Roseo, Emmanuel Ducrot and Mirko Mizzoni, Michael Patrizzi and Alexander Vitsende, Michael Curran and Thomas Dormoy, from Adam Matugui and Cliff Kuhala.
Then you have Paolo Gagliardini and Andre Martins, from Carlos Medina and Patrick Madsen, Marco Raimondo and Julien Le Bourgonde, Adriano Amaral and Enzo Piravano, then Rodolphe De Vito and Emanuele Villani, Jürgen Schmal, Claudio Ambrogi, Julien Guéant and Bertrand Gruten. And once again, all of the drivers will come to the starting line. Standing start procedure in KZ2 Masters as Charles Fillot takes up his place on the front row of the starting grid. And the fan base, the Charles Fillot fan club with their Allez Charles banner, expects big things from their boy in pole position on the grid. But Davide Fore for the Render Motorsport team in the Birolard on the other side of the grid is definitely in with a shout of victory, and he will want to charge back, because obviously he comes off the back of a collision with his closest protagonist in the previous race. They were battling away, Davide Fore having a big incident, dropping him down the back of the grid.
It was with Jordan Musser.
It was with Jordan Musser, yes indeed. So Musser dropping down the order as well. There is one place empty on the grid. Now that is interesting. In the top 10, that is the driver in 9th position on the starting grid. That is Mathieu Legout, so he's going to have to start from the back. Here we go, and there's barely any start at all for Davide Fore. He manages to get going in the end, but he has lost ground as a result of that. So it's a perfect textbook start, but not from Charles Villot. That is Thierry Del Rey, who has got through into the lead of the race. An excellent start for the Belgian, and the Mach 1 has hit the front in max speed. Excellent work from Thierry Del Rey. He is now out in front of Charles Villot. And where is Nick de Bruyn? Well, he's in 4th position, so he's made a pretty good start as well. Plenty of excitement and drama to come in this one then. 11 laps of the course, and already Charles Villot's trying to take on Thierry Del Rey. But Thierry knows this circuit almost as well as Charles Villot does, and is not going to concede anything he doesn't have to. Villot down the back straight. He's going to get his run. Dives in. Takes the lead, but he's going to drift out wide. Del Rey's going to try and come back at him, and these two will battle away for position. It is a great duel between Charles Villot and Thierry Del Rey at the end of the first lap.
They're already battling along. This is just one of 11 laps to go, and already fighting through. This is great to see. Charles Villot, Thierry Del Rey, the battle is on. 2 tenths between themselves. 3rd position for Leon Stein, making up 2 places up into 3rd.
Oh, we've got 2 carts off the road at the first corner. 2 carts have come together, and one of them is stationary. Oh, goodness me.
That was a close one, wasn't it?
Yeah, Mathieu Legout almost going straight into the side of the 343. So problems there, I'm afraid, for the retired cart, and it looks as though there's more problems further round. We've got another cart in trouble, but certainly up in front, Charles Villot is starting to stretch his legs ahead of Thierry Del Rey. Now, who was the red speed that had the problem? It was the 343. That is Julien Lebregonde. As up the inside, that's a big lunge from Davide Fore. He gets through on the inside of Leo Stein, and that puts him up into 3rd place. So Davide Fore is on the comeback charge.
Yeah, what a start of the race indeed. Thierry Del Rey, who had another good start in the previous heat, but didn't quite manage to keep that going until the checkered flag. Let's see that this time around, if you can manage the pace. As we have on screen one of the Birelal machinery. There's 2 of them actually very close by. The 307, this is Davide Fore, and Leo Stein, the 314. Davide Fore competing for Radar Motorsport this time around. Let's see how this is going to go. The 325. This is Nick de Bruyn just attacking Leo Stein at the moment. Nick de Bruyn trying to go around the outside in the chicane just before they make their way into turn the banking, and it's going to go through. Nick de Bruyn, beautifully made, just on the outside of turn number 9. And the Dutchman from the Falcon Racing Team goes through, and in the meantime Thierry Del Rey losing a place to Davide Fore. Davide Fore is back in contention. The man is on the charge after losing a bit of momentum and a bad start at the red light extinction. Now he goes through, and he says to Del Rey, come, stay with me. Let's not battle that one out just too soon, because we have still a gap to try to decrease on the leader, Charles Villot. And in the meantime, Nick de Bruyn is being investigated by the officials trackside. There was one ambitious move that he was able to pull out over there on the outside of the banking, gaining a place, Nick de Bruyn on Leo Stein, but I don't know if that's the reason why he's being investigated or not, or it might have something to do with the start procedure. We'll get to know after that.
Oh, and up the road, goodness me, that's a big one. Skating off into the barriers very nearly there for the 367. That went terribly wrong for Valdebalazzario Jr. And he's actually got a warning flag as well, investigation flag as well. And so too does the American Cliff Kujala. So problems there already starting to come out to the fore as we watch the battle coming out of the final turn. That's Michael Patrizzi, the Supercars former racer in the 2000s, all the way from Australia, as he has returned to the Patrizzi course brand and continues on his way through. He's there, obviously, Michael Patrizzi on the Ricciardo chassis. I think he's the only one with a Ricciardo chassis in the entire field, Michael Patrizzi, and it's really nice to see him out there putting on an excellent display on the Birelal. He is actually running in the Patrizzi course colours, but he is in the factory Birelal awning. So great to see him there. Charles Villot still battling away though, and Davide Fore is coming for him. Davide Fore on the inside of Charles Villot, who will not give up the place at all. Mr. Le Mans versus Mr. Gearbox, and they are having a terrific scrap. Charles Villot versus Davide Fore out of the final turn, the end of lap 5, and down to the straight. Here comes Fore on the inside of Villot. There's nothing they can do about it. They're going to go side by side. Fore is through on Charles Villot.
Yeah, Charles Villot is going to have to fight back on that one, and Davide Fore was keen on saying, come on, stay with me, let's not battle that one, because we still have a long way to go before the checkered flag. But what a beautiful move that was from Davide Fore, coming to the fore, the multiple karting world champion against the multiple Le Mans 24 Hours winner. and he had back then the fastest lap, Davide Forre. Here's why he was able to keep that momentum going and went for the move. So Davide Forre is your new leader. Charles Fillot is already losing a bit of ground in the process, almost half of a second. That could actually open the doors for Thierry Delray, the doors of opportunities, of course. Delray is going to have to do better than that, if you allow me to say. 51.2 his last lap, while actually Charles Fillot was in 51.4. So there's a room of improvement for Thierry Delray, and there we see a move on your picture on turn number 1, the 330. This is Arnaud Roseo getting ahead of Samuel Gaffner, the Swiss driver, for 7th place. It was clean and well done. Davide Forre banging in another fastest lap in this race. He's determined, actually, after what happened to him in the first race. It's determined really to put everything together and to show everybody that he's not a multiple world champion of karting for nothing, then and he's here for the win.
Signor Gearbox along with Monsieur Le Mans in the first 2 positions. Of course, Thierry Delray has won here countless times as well in the lower categories, but never had the opportunity to do so in FIA Karting, and that is a retirement, I'm afraid, for Claudio Ambroghi. So Claudio Ambroghi has retired from the race in his Birolart, so that's one less driver for the others to have to negotiate. As Forre leads from Charles Fillot and Thierry Delray. 4 laps to go. Nick de Bruyn, who won the race earlier on, now finds himself in 4th position, so that means that we're going to get a 3rd different winner from the first 3 races in KZ2 Masters. It looks like there's not going to be a single driver over this entire weekend across the 4 classes that will remain dominant throughout.
Yeah, we've seen that in the past, but it's good to see. It means that, you know, first of all, as we talked about in KZ2, David Trefilov is a good example, having won all his 4 qualifying heats before finishing in 3rd. That means, that shows to everybody that those drivers, although unbeatable, you know, there's still some room for the others to beat them. So there might be the first sign of a crack to come, and the sign that the competition is as high as ever in all 4 classes. So diversity is what we like to see, because we can add those names to the list of potential winners, or at least the ones that we expect to fight at the forefront. Thierry Delray is one of them, the 305, currently sitting in 3rd place, still a full half of a second in front of Nick de Bruyn. This might be interesting between de Bruyn and Thierry Delray, the battle for 3rd, as those two have been affronting each other, have been fighting each other for quite a while now, as TD Kart and Falcon Racing Team are 2 quite familiar faces in terms of teams in the national series, in the Benelux as well on the international level. So good to see them at the World Championship level.
Picked up another retirement, unfortunately. It is the Brazilian André Martins. So André Martins, unfortunately, has pulled the Tony Kart off the race circuit, and his race is over, as Nick de Bruyn now closes up on Thierry Delray. So this is an interesting dynamic here as we watch Marco Mazzoni, who is having a very interesting run of his own here, and Leo Stein in 6th position. So some really exciting battles going on all the way through this field. But that's another name that is prominent in world motorsport. Mirko Mazzoni, don't forget, has been racing in various categories. He raced in the World Championships in KZ 3 times in the past. His last full season of competition was back in 2013, but he has been successful all over the world. Mirko Mazzoni, I think the last time he was actually in the FIA Karting World Championships in KZ was back in 2019 at Lonato, so it's been quite a while for him. And good to see him come back in KZ2 Masters and showcase that he still has the skill up in the top 5. It was always going to be a bit of pressure on him to deliver that, so nice to see him actually get the job done. Davide Forre, though, goes into the last lap here at Le Mans. It's been a brilliant performance from him so far.
Absolutely flawless performance from Davide Forre on your picture, with the Birolard machinery aligned with Renda Motorsport, 7/10 of a second in front of Charles Fillot. Thierry Delray running at the top 3 as it is. Davide Forre, not so long ago we saw him again competing in the KZ2 European and World Championship. Now KZ2 Masters it is for Davide Forre, that we've seen compete with a lot of different teams, and one of the latest was with Emilian Denner not so long ago for the Intrepid Racing program, but he chose to go different ways and to keep his motivation going. The motivation has never been as high as it is today for Davide Forre, who I think he would never have enough of karting, as in the meantime the checkered flag welcomes the Italian, who will never have enough of karting. 47 years of age, still as passionate as ever, and still very much competitive, as he's just shown us on track. Forre winning for half of a second in front of Charles Fillot and Thierry Delray. I'm pretty sure that we'll hear some more about those two drivers for the next races to come tomorrow. So this will be very, very interesting, as we had the fighting from a distance with Fio and Thierry Del Rey split by just 0.3 of a second. Davide Foré was just too strong for them too, and we'll see how it will go for tomorrow. 4th place for Nick De Bruyn, another one to add setting into the list of protagonists. Mirko Mizzotti running at the top 5 with 7 places recollection in front of Leo Stein, Arno Roseo, Samuel Gaffner, Emmanuel Drucco, Thomas Darmoy, as well as Michael Patrizzi, Waldir Belisario Jr., who still managed a 12th place finish despite his off earlier in the race, from Adam Mateugi, Bertrand Groten and Julien Guéant.
So those are the point scorers if this was a championship weekend, but obviously it's just a one weekend blast as Andre Martins walks away from his kart. He'll obviously make his way back to the pits. There is the provisional result. Davide Foré from Fio and Del Rey, then Nick De Bruyn, who won earlier. 3 different winners then for the first 3 races. Mirko Mizzotti and Leo Stein from Arnold Roseo, Sam Gaffner and Emmanuel Ducrot, and then Thomas Dormoy rounding out the top 10 from Michael Patrizzi and Waldir Belisario Jr., Adam Mateugi, Bertrand Gruton and Julien Guéant. 2 brilliant drives from those two, actually, the Frenchman and the Belgian. They have charged their way from the back to get into the top 15. Alexandre Vassondet in front of Eduardo Martins and Cliff Kujala, then Rodolphe De Vito, Marco Raimondo, Paolo Gagliardini and Emanuele Villani from Patrick Madsen, and then Mathieu Legu in front of Carlos Medina, Adriano Amaral, Jürgen Schmal, Julien Lebregonde and Michael Curran in front of Enzo Pirovano. 2 retirements, Andre Martins and Claudio Ambroghi, who ended up retiring on the very first lap, hence why his name doesn't show up in the KZ2 Masters brigade. So, fascinating stuff so far. We're going to get qualifying heat for drivers A versus B in the KZ2 Masters now. The 2 fastest groups, and one of the drivers that's going to be prominent at the front end of the field was the man who ended up tangling earlier on with Davide Foré, but is a superstar in his own right. 4 times a winner in America, and he won the Rock Island Grand Prix in 2009 on the streets as well. It is Jordan Musser. What can he do this weekend in KZ2 Masters?
Oh, it's kind of a dream to race at this level. Europe is the center for karting, and I love karting. So being able to compete where karting really started and where the professionals are is fantastic, alongside people I read about, you know, probably some Formula 1 drivers in the future. You know, I'm watching race today, and then racing against people like Foré and other world champions, you know, in my class is amazing. Physical was a big piece. I knew there would be a high grip level here. So I spent quite a bit of time practicing to get my fitness up. I actually don't practice much in the US normally, just with work and everything else. As much as I get to race, I don't have the time to practice. It's really what separates, you know, professional karter from someone that goes to work 9 to 5 and does that. But for this event, I drove every weekend for about the last 7 weeks. So 2 or 3 hours in the morning on Saturday or Sunday morning, run like 100 laps. And still with all that preparation, I'm a little bit tired. The track is an incredibly high grip, even more than I thought it would be. The track, if you look at it as on track map, it doesn't look that complex, but the rubber makes it very difficult. It forces you to be very precise, certainly higher than any grip level I've ever had before, and I really have had to change my driving style even. What I found is the chassis felt very free, even though the grip was high, because the front was too positive, and so I had to actually really change the way I had my throttle application, get on the throttle earlier and change quite a bit, so it's very different to drive here. So I think for the Masters category, this is going to be far more intense. I can already tell in practice. I mean, I already have some rubber marks on the kart, right? And everybody's respectful but aggressive. Like even the guy that I touched, he was like, he put his hand, no problem, but he expected it, you know, so even the practice is very aggressive. So I think this is going to be more like running the pro class in the US because, again, you have ex-world champions in the class. You have guys, I mean, we're only a few tenths off the KZ guys, you know, so you have very high level competition. So I expect the aggression at this level to be much, much higher than I'm used to in the US. And that's actually one of the reasons why next year I'll be running in the pro category in the US to help build the experience in that aggressive style, because I think that's what I'll need to be competitive against these guys. Honestly, the goal is top 10, and I think that's achievable. It's going to be challenging. In the rain, I think we'll have a better shot. So if it rains, I think we'll have a chance at top 5 for sure. I did one session in the rain and was very quick. So in the dry, I think we're 9th that last session, so right there in that top 10. But it'll come down to continuing to improve. I mean, I was over a second off the first few sessions, and then I was 8 tenths off, then 6 tenths off, now I'm 4 tenths off. So I know there's a lot more to be gained, so I can keep improving. So I think a top 10 is very reasonable, a little bit of luck, maybe 5th or 7th.
So Jordan Musser just making good progress every time he heads out onto the circuit, obviously trying to improve his credences every time he heads out onto the course. Never easy to make those big steps forward, but he's obviously working very hard to make as much of an improvement as he possibly can. It's always very tricky and very treacherous as you try and get yourself back into racing at an international level, but this is the highest level that Jordan Musser has ever raced at, the American driver, so great to see him put on a terrific show. So it could be a fascinating situation, and we'll get to see how it all plays out. Here's the rest of the races for the day. The KZ2 Masters second rotation will come to an end. Then we'll get the 6th rotation of KZ2 heats, and they'll all run in close proximity with each other. The last of those taking place at 6:05 local time. Then there will be a pause of about 45 minutes or so to give the marshals a chance to have a quick tea time, and then obviously they'll be able to go racing again a little bit later on, when we get back into the action at 7 o'clock local time. That's when the sun will be coming down, then the shadows will get long again for the last 2 at KZ2 Masters. So it's going to be an interesting one there. And then obviously the KZ2 races will finish us off. 7:40 for A versus F, 8 o'clock for B versus G, 20 past 8 for C versus E. This is all local time, of course. And then the very last race of the day is going to be D versus H, and that is going to take place at 20:40 local time. If we get any delays at that point, it's going to be another classic floodlit race, and that was wonderful to watch last night. We did really end on a fantastic note, and certainly in the FIA Karting World Championship weekend, brought to you by MondoKart.com and Mumbai Falcons Racing, promoted by RGMMC. We've had some amazing battles so far. It's only going to continue with Johan Renault looking to go unbeaten in KZ2 Masters.
This is indeed a busy schedule for today, as it was the case yesterday, and we will be again the case for Sunday. So be with us as well. Just to let you know, the track action will start tomorrow at 8:30 for the traditional warm-up session. That at 10:40 they will have the superheat, the new concept. I mean, we've seen superheats in the past in the karting world, but this season the CIKFIA decided that it would be a good idea maybe to bring them up once again and try that out, and it has been functioning quite well with success. So 10:40 will see the start of the first superheat. There will be 2 superheat by category for the KZ2 Masters, KZ2 and KZ, and we will be live from 10:35 on FIAKarting.com. Then the afternoon will be all about the most important and the long expected races of this weekend, the finals, starting with the Academy Trophy. You've seen that the qualifying races are now done and dusted for this category, meaning that once all the results will be made official and everybody has been through scrutineering, we'll be ready to go through the grid. Academy, KZ2 Masters, KZ2 KZ, a big program for tomorrow afternoon, so make sure to tune in, as well as on Eurosport application, as well as on Motorsport TV. Right, time to get busy with track action, and not right now with the fizzy, my dear Jake. This will come later, but for now we have the KZ2 Masters making their way onto the track. Let's go through the grid once again. On the front row, starting from pole position, Jeroen Bos with by his side Eric Ramon from Sebastian and Matteo, Johan Renault, Jordan Musser, Thomas Le Tailleur, Bryce De Gay, François Kahn, Ricardo Nalon, Roberto Profico, Julien Ducommun, Cindric Vacha, Alessio Lamartina, Paul David, Roberto Avanzato, and Gregory Leder.
Then it is Mark Wallhauser from René Freisberg, Andrea Tonoli and Guillaume Fonchaine. Then it is Sven Salzman and Victor Jimenez from Sarunas Vasquelas and David Melo. Then Carlos de Souza, Diogo Teixeira, Daniel Escher, Antonino Pellegrino, David Malcolm, Valerio Giambattista, and then Sebastian Lieder and the absent Belgian Claude Ball. Not entirely sure why he is absent, but obviously it must have come as a result of something that took place in practice, because we didn't get to see him in time qualifying either. So hopefully Claude Ball will return for what we hope is going to be the 2023 running of the event. Excuse me, that shows you just how many vocal cords have been ripped apart by the contenders in the FIA Karting World Championships this weekend. It has been astonishing, but qualifying heat A versus B promises to be another exciting encounter. Jeroen Bos and Eric Ramon, the front row of the starting grid. What can the Frenchman do to topple the Dutchman on the pole position? Now, they can choose what side of the grid, if you're in pole position, which side of the grid to start from, and Jeroen Bos has gone for the inside line. He clearly feels that he can get a decent enough start to hold the line to the inside. Has been interesting that we've seen a couple of drivers choose to actually go where the rubber is laid down on the starting grid so that they can bite into the road a little bit more efficiently. But I suppose those more confident with the starts will probably try and take the inside line. Those who are more comfortable with the grip will try and go for the outside line so that they can then chop across. So it's an interesting tactical decision that the drivers make, but Jeroen Bos moves his car forward. They do that so they don't stick to the floor, because it does happen, and the lights will come on. Are we going to go around then for a start? Looks like there's a couple of drivers in position. Now we are going to go racing this time as the lights come on. And we're racing! Good start from the 368 of Sebastiano Di Matteo. Oh. And there's problems on the start straight. Somebody having a spin. That's one of the Mach 1s, unfortunately. That's René Freisberg. So René Freisberg, unfortunately, having a spin down to turn 1. Everybody else trying to knit their way through without too much drama. Second place, Eric Ramon. The tucks in behind Jeroen Bos. So Jeroen Bos on a spinner further round. There's a spinner from one of the Tony karts. So there is René Freisberg, and we've had an incident there from the 312. That's Roberto Profico. So Roberto Profico of the Tony Kart factory team. You can see him there in the background, struggling to get the kart started again, unfortunately. But Johan Renault has now pulled in behind Sebastiano Di Matteo. So the top 4 are as they started.
And in the meantime, René Freisberg, who had stalled on the grid, was able to catch up and stay on track. And there's a change already for the lead. Beautifully made from Eric Ramon, attacking and getting past Jeroen Bos for the lead just before the last corner. Beautifully made into the chicane as the Sony kart is now leading the pack after lap 1 of 11. Eric Ramon, Jeroen Bos, as we've seen a bit of a trouble further back in the field. Eric Ramon for Jeroen Bos, making their way. And yes, indeed, we have a yellow flag outside of your picture with one driver out of the race, just outside of the banking.
That is Carlos de Souza, I do believe. So the Brazilian is out of the race just after the hairpin in his Birolart. So Carlos de Souza, there is his car being wheeled away by the marshals. The driver is already gone from the scene. So Eric Ramon, the man who got pole position in time qualifying, is now in front of Jeroen Bos. The man in 4th place is the man who won his heat earlier on. So again, we are currently in position to get 4 wins out of 4 from different drivers. So that'll be fantastic as Johan Renault is trying to hold back Thomas Letaille. Thomas Letaille trying to get through in a 4th position. That's not going to happen. And there's Jordan Musser, the American, trying to step his way into the top 5. We heard from him earlier on. Good start to proceedings from Jordan Musser, hoping to get himself into the top 3 in this one. But Ramon and Bos have got themselves a tiny gap over Sebastiano Di Matteo. Di Matteo is trying to hold on to this position in front of Johan Renault. Renault is getting quite feisty there in 4th position, trying to make his bid to come through. And Johan Renault is going to try and make his bid. That's the other thing about these over 35s, the KZ2 Masters. They've been there, they've raced it all, and they're much more willing to go for the overtake than perhaps some of these youngsters who are risking disaster. But these Masters have no fear, they're in it to win it, they know they've got to go for it and get on with it, so they are going to be much more there's going to be much more of a chance for those drivers to actually throw it up the inside and go for the move. Here comes Renault to prove the point. He dives in on Sebastiano Di Matteo, and that gets him into P3 for the moment.
Yeah, 1 lap later, exact same spot, but different drivers, different order. And now Eric Ramon is back in the lead in front of, Jeroen Bos, my apologies, in front of Eric Ramon. But watch out, because we might see some of the position exchanges through the course of this race. We haven't seen nothing yet. Lap number 4 out of 11. Jeroen Bos, Eric Ramon battling along for 1st place. Then we have Sebastiano Di Matteo still in 3rd in front of Johan Renault. Let's keep an eye on that one as well. Alessio Lamartina, the fastest on track at the moment. And as you said, Jake, they have nothing to lose. They're here for the fun, they're here for the trophy indeed. But let's give it a go, and with manner. So Johan Renault into the banking, being put under pressure by Thomas Letaille. Jordan Mercer as well in the mix. The American in 6th place, trying to create something in this field, trying to go for an inside, a lovely move further back behind the 310. This was from Ricardo Nallo on Jordan Mercer, so might not go the way of the American, but this was beautifully done just before the chicane as Roberto Profico bangs on the fastest lap. Another attempt fighting back from the 310. This is Thomas Letaille on Johan Renault, those two battling for the 3rd place. As you can see, a lot of Sodica chassis in the mix. In turn number 3, that was a bit short, wasn't it? But Johan Renault was there to shut the door. We haven't seen a lot of maneuvers into that turn number 2, but this is a very fast right-hander. It's double just before the 2 Oaks, but some of them were brave, some of them were made, but he's going to have to wait a bit more time. Sven Salzman is the fastest right now, the 356. Let's see where he is in the classification. In 15, climbing the order with 6th place gain already.
Absolutely. As far as Johan Renault is concerned, there's not going to be any cheap overtakes on him, but he makes a good one. Oh, a mistake from Ramon. and Renault's going to come around the outside and take up second place. Good reactions from Johan Renault. He goes from 4th to 2nd in one fell swoop. Big mistake from Eric Ramon. So Ramon down to 4th place, and now he's got pressure from Sebastiano Di Matteo. But Thomas Lataille has come up into 3rd position. So it's Boss, Renault, and then it's Lataille from Ramon, Di Matteo, Nalon, Musa, David Ducomont, and De Grey. So some very tough racing as Jindrovacha is trying to work his way back up through the field after difficulties in the middle of the course. So excellent run so far from Jeroen Bosch, but for Johan Renault, that's up to 2nd place. That's only going to drop in 2 points.
Yeah, he must certainly think under his helmet, thank you, bye-bye, because that mistake, and the 354 in trouble.
Avanzato again.
Roberto Avanzato indeed, who's having to step out of this race in turn number 2, so quite a disappointing end for the Italian driver, who was actually in 13th place.
Oh, nice cut through there. That was a bit of a battle from Ricardo Nalon. He tried to get through on the inside line there of the lackluster David Paul, but Paul David was right there, sorry. Paul David going for the overtaking manoeuvre. Ricardo Nalon trying to get through on Sebastiano Di Matteo, and that wasn't going to work out on that particular occasion. 5 laps to go, and Jeroen Bosch has 7/10 of a second on Johan Renault, who now bags in the fastest lap of the race, 50.9 seconds. He's actually dragging Thomas Lataille along for the cruise, so it could be an interesting challenge between those two as they continue their battle out on the course.
And let's see what's going to happen with Johan Renault, because he's the fastest on track. Around the inside of 351. This is happening for the back. This is Paul David against Ricardo Nalon, and a good move from David, the Frenchman, ahead of the Italian for 6th place into the banking. As Johan Renault is keeps actually the leader under close watch, 8/10 of a second. He banked the fastest lap in this race in 50 seconds per 9. Jeroen Bosch, let's have a look at the gap. It's decreasing. The gap is decreasing between the 2 leaders into turn number 1. This is lap number 8. There will be 3 left after this one, as the 310 on your picture is still harassing. This is Thomas Lataille on Johan Renault. He sees the opportunity as well. He actually stays within the shadow of Johan Renault within the same pace, trying to get as close as possible to the leader. And Jeroen Bosch, might start actually getting worried, because he has not only 1 but 2 chasers in his shadow trying to get close. So this will give us some plenty of actions that I need for the remaining laps until the checkered flag. But Johan Renault is waving a little bit, you can see at the end of the back straight into the chicane, trying to keep his opponent Thomas Lataille just behind. Will Lataille stay behind his rival, or try to go for the move and become the one actually taking the lead of the 2 and try to get close? That remains to be seen, but less than half of a second between those 3. Jeroen Bosch still in the lead, but Johan Renault and Thomas Lataille are very, very close to each other and closing on the gap on the leader.
So still Bosch, Renault and Lataille, the top 3 drivers, only half a second between them, and there is time for things to change. Renault gets the fastest lap of the race, 50.755 for him in front of Thomas Lataille. Those 2 are definitely gaining big time on Jeroen Bosch. The gap was almost a second at one point, and now it's only 3/10 of a second. They're going to have 2 more laps of this circuit when they finish this lap. So Johan Renault definitely looking very hungry. Further back, we've got some good battles going on. This is Brice Guy running in front of Jordan Musa and Alessio Lamattina. So into the penultimate lap we go. 2 remaining, 3/10 back to Renault, 4/10 back to Lataille. So Lataille is putting Renault under pressure now. The question is going to be, will Lataille allow Johan Renault to close up on Jeroen Bosch and just sit and wait for something to be created? Or will he not want to sit behind Johan Renault anymore? Will he go for the overtake for second?
Yeah, this remains to be seen. This is the penultimate lap of this KZ2 Master qualifying race, the last one for today. And then we will get down to the super heats of tomorrow and the final in the afternoon. But look at the 3-driver battle. Jeroen Bosch pulled his effort for the majority of the race. He thought for a moment that it was going to be an easy way to the checkered flag, but not so much. Look at the closing gap between those 3, as Thomas Lataille has never been as close as it is right now on Johan Renault. We're entering what will be the final lap, ladies and gentlemen. Final lap, and the battle is still wide open. And some of the drivers try not to get in the way. Sector number 2, and there's a chase. There might be a move coming up, but it's not happening quite yet. Thomas Letailleur was the first to react. He's had enough of Johan Renault in front of him, and he wants to get ahead. He knows that time is running out. This is the last lap, a couple of occasions, but not a lot into the banking after the return straight into the chicane maybe. We've seen that in the Academy Trophy, but this is a completely different sort of category, so not quite as easy to pull that off in the KZ2 Masters. But this time around, I think that Jeroen Bos might take advantage of the battle behind him, because Johan Renault and Letailleur are both losing time, and I think that this is a deal. Yeah, indeed.
He's
knows that
audacious.
he knows he actually waving the finger, and it is victory in the end for Jeroen Bos. This is a done deal for the Dutchman, who saw this through. He stayed calm, managed his gap, and while the others were battling, he just kept it cool and saw it through to the checkered flag, winning this qualifying race in front of Johan Renault and Thomas Letailleur. Maybe Thomas Letailleur should have been a bit more cautious and should have gone for the overtaking maybe 2 laps before.
You don't want to celebrate too early in FIA karting. We've got too many catalogues of errors for that one, but Jeroen Bos, excellent work from the Solgat Motorsport driver. He takes the victory in front of Johan Renault and Thomas Letailleur. But excellent run. He knew coming into that final turn that Renault and Letailleur were too far back. He put his finger in the air. I'm going to be number 1. He signaled to his crew as he came past. He was so confident. And now, ladies and gentlemen, yet again, that is completely different winners from the heats we've had so far. So there's not one driver this weekend that is going to win everything. So that really does showcase how things have been here at the Le Mans week for the FIA Karting World Championship weekend. It really has been exceptional so far from all of the contenders across all of the categories. And KZ2 Masters qualifying heat A versus B has been extraordinary. Jeroen Bos in front of Johan Renault and Thomas Letailleur from Eric Ramon and Sebastiano De Matteo. Then Paul David in front of Ricardo Nellon, Brice Degaille, Jordan Musser and Alessio Lamattina. Julien Ducomont and Francois Kahn from Mark Wallhauser and Sven Saltzman. Gregory Lieder and Jindro Pacha from Victor Jimenez, and Sebastian Lieder, the 2 brothers, of course, for CBB Sport, both former racers in the 25 Hours of the Fun Cup. 19th place for Guillaume Fonchin in front of David Melo, and then Antonino Pellegrino from Daniel Escher and Diogo Teixeira. Then Sorunas Vasquez, Roberto Profico, David Malcolm, and then Valerio Giambattista from Roberto Avanzato. That's retirements, by the way. Avanzato, Tonoli, and René Freisberg. And then the non-starters, well, the retirement on the first lap was Carlos de Souza, and then the non-starter was the Belgian Claude Ball. So very intriguing stuff once again then from the KZ2 Masters. They were always going to give us some entertainment, and that is exactly what they have done once more here at Le Mans. Great battles in KZ2 Masters continuing as the couple of drivers that have parked their karts out on the circuit are now going to get recovered, ready for the continuation of the race battles. The KZ2 Masters will come out again later on this evening at 7 o'clock local time. So the KZ2s are going to come out now for a little bit of a battle out on the course. 4 races coming up for them as they will get one step closer to the Super Heats tomorrow morning. And remember, 123 drivers are in these next 8 KZ2 races, about to be whittled down from 123 competitors to just the 72 remaining to go into the 2 Super Heats tomorrow. And then from those 2 races, we'll only have 36 remaining that will manage to get through into the final reckoning. So it's very tight now from here all the way to the finish, and it will be very tricky from this moment on in the KZ2 category. So qualifying heat A versus B going the way of Jeroen Bos. That means we've had 4 different winners. We've had Davide Fore, we've had Jeroen Bos, we've had Nick de Bruin, and we've had obviously the fantastic performance from Johan Renault. So 4 completely different drivers then taking the victories. And it is Jeroen Bos and Johan Renault that have 2 points apiece from Nick de Bruin on 4. And obviously we also have Davide Fore, who has quite considerably more points based on his problems in the opening heat of the day. So fascinating challenges from our competitors. So down in pit lane, we're obviously going to have an interesting conversation as Guillaume Alvarez has found the KZ2 Masters.
Welcome back, guys, into the chaos of behind the scene in the Parc Fermé in Le Mans with one of the heroes of this track, second on the road here after a fierce battle against Jeroen Bos and with Thomas Letailleur as well. I'm talking, of course, of Mr. Johan Renault, Monsieur Le Mans, 6-time winner of the 24 Hours here of karting. Johan, merci beaucoup d'être avec nous pour ce très bel événement, les KZ2 Masters, une toute nouvelle catégorie et l'occasion pour vous eh bien, de briller sous les projecteurs.
Bah oui, c'est ça. J'avais déjà remporté la finale mondiale le X30 en 2019. C'est un circuit que j'affectionne. Donc je m'étais dit pourquoi pas se faire une petite course one shot avec un peu de préparation quoi, pour se faire plaisir.
Quelle a été justement la préparation quand on vient dans une nouvelle catégorie avec un peloton qu'on connaît un peu moins, même si certains de vos adversaires, vous les avez sans doute affrontés de par le passé, dans le cadre d'un événement pareil?
Bah, préparer, c'est vite dit. Avec le service course que j'ai, puisque je m'occupe de mon équipe, j'ai pas beaucoup de temps pour m'entraîner et pour la préparer. Donc j'allais rouler de temps en temps en semaine, mais on a fait 5 jours de test avant la course. Donc juste pour se familiariser au nouveau châssis que je connais pas, puisque habituellement je roulais CRG. Voilà, on a bien travaillé, ça fonctionne bien, donc il y a du positif.
Et quelles sont les impressions, un peu toutes ces épreuves déjà de cette nouvelle catégorie, ce peloton assez remuant quand même? Vous en avez offert du très très beau spectacle depuis l'extérieur.
Bah, c'est bien, l'idée de la catégorie Master, faut être clair, c'est vraiment une super idée. La preuve, il y a du monde. Enfin voilà, franchement c'est parfait quoi. C'était l'occasion pour la faire quoi.
Alors vous avez peut-être fait le plus gros, même si demain encore un fameux programme avec les super manches et surtout la finale devant, eh bien, j'imagine beaucoup de vos supporters.
C'est ça, ouais, y a beaucoup de monde qui est là pour moi, les clients, les pilotes, etc. Donc bon, c'est agréable aussi d'être soutenu derrière. Puis bon, on est venu pour se faire plaisir, donc on va faire au mieux. On est là pour s'amuser, se faire plaisir.
Absolument, merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Johan Renault, for talking to us, and best of luck tomorrow. Johan Renault, who is also a team owner, very busy with his own enterprise and activities, so didn't get a chance to prepare as much as he would have liked. But still, it's here for the fun. The KZ2 Masters has been up to his expectations with a lot of fun on track, a lot of fierce battles as well for Johan Renault, who knows this track like this own pocket, having won, as we said, 6 times the Le Mans 24 Hours of Karting, as well as other international races on this very layout. So yeah, it's been having a lot of fun, and we shall see what the future is going to bring. Let's have another guest, Thomas Le Tailleur, with us. Thomas Le Tailleur, bonjour, merci en tout cas d'être à notre micro. Un petit mot, les KZ2 Masters, une nouvelle catégorie, de superbes cours jusqu'ici, une 3e place, satisfait?
Oui, assez satisfait. On va essayer de monter encore un peu en puissance pour les finales et on est assez satisfait quand même.
Alors résumez-nous un peu vos performances jusqu'ici. On a eu les manches qualificatives, demain encore un fameux programme, donc il faut rester concentré.
Exactement, il faut rester bien concentré, pas s'accrocher dans la dernière manche pour pouvoir partir devant demain et viser une bonne finale.
Viser une bonne finale, ce sera la stratégie. Merci beaucoup Thomas, bonne chance pour demain. Thank you very much Thomas Le Tailleur. It's very sort of unusual to talk to those drivers of that age in the FIA Karting World Championship, because they're all minimum of 35 years of age. Some of the KZ drivers, of course, have a lot of experience, maybe roughly about that age, but the KZ2 Masters is about experience. It's about all those drivers that can no longer compete in KZ and KZ2, but decided that why not give it a shot in the World Championship with this new class. So this is a brilliant opportunity for them to show that they still have the skills, they still have what it takes to perform at the forefront. And we've seen between the guys that we had just before that the level is very high indeed. Before we go back to KZ2, let's see if I have maybe one more chance to talk to some of the drivers. A lot of French drivers in this class, of course, as I think that our winner, Jeroen Bos, has left the Parc Fermé already. I cannot see him anywhere. So we'll get back to you, Jake, and we'll get a chance to talk to some more KZ2 Masters tomorrow.
We shall indeed. KZ2 qualifying heat E versus H coming out onto the circuit for the first of our 4 races of this rotation then, and it is going to be Christian Bertucca and Arvid Lindblad on the front row of the starting grid from Jorge Pescador and Yannick Julius Bernhardt. Then Andrea Dale and Chris Harnan from Pavo Tonteri and Tim Gerhardt. Alessio Pacini and Ivan Klimenko from Igor Nozov and Daniel Mathia. Ivan Ikelchik and Michele Fontana from Alessandro Buran and Alex Marigliano. Enzo de Cruz and Henry Johnstone from Nathan Edwin and Francesco Leone. Then Andrea Bossetto and Olivier Hart. Then Kevin Stahauer and Victorian Sabotava. Clement Pierrat and Enzo Rochelle from Michael Stevens, Vincenzo Marinov, Spencer Schinner and Pedro Ibrahim. So the contenders making their way round on their formation lap once again. They obviously try and warm the tyres and brakes to the optimum temperature so that they can slide in to that first corner with full confidence that the kart is going to bite and the tyres are going to hold. There's a lot of grip around this Le Mans circuit in the slick conditions, so obviously it's going to be very tricky and very tight as the contenders run through. But now we're going to get to see what the drivers can produce for us as they run in close proximity and close formation once again. So the drivers running through. But are we going to get to see another sensational charge as the contenders come through. On the far side, they are just getting the tyres and brakes warmed up as they want to get themselves into position. I don't seem to see Alex Marigliano or Olivier Hart. They're not in position on the grid at this moment in time, so slight problems for those two. Not entirely sure what it is that's caused them to not make it to the starting grid, but for Christian Bertucca, he has elected to take the inside line off the start, clearly thinking he'll get a better start than Arvid Lindblad, so will control the pace. But Lindblad has been getting better with his starts over the course of the week. Every time he's come to the circuit, he has improved on getting away from the line, so don't count him out. Yannick Julius Bernhardt running from 4th place on the grid, 3rd place for Jorge Pescador. Watch out for him. He's obviously wanting to try and get some of the deficit down to Trefilov and Carbonell. So he is still there in 3rd position at the moment as they continue in proximity. Bossetto trying to rev himself up into position, and he is there just on the outskirts of the top 10. So we're getting the lights on and out. Oh, we go. Oh, terrible start from Bertucca. Bertucca barely got away at all. And Lindblad is the one who takes the lead from Yannick Julius Bernhard and Chris Harnen. So Christian Bertucca actually struggled to get off the line there. That's unusual. Normally we see it from the other side. The driver there, Lindblad, has struggled. But every time he's got started, Lindblad, he has got stronger and stronger every time. So now he is nailing it at the perfect time in the World Cup. And Yannick Julius Bernhard and Chris Harnen are giving chase, but Christian Bertucca is now having to try and get himself back into contention, dropping to 4th.
Yeah, 4th place, still not a long way to go, but not too much of a distance for Christian Bertucca. Yeah, too sad that the Italian missed on the start, but you heard Arvid Lindblad in the interview. He said that he's getting more confidence in his starting procedure and it's finally paying off. Oh, and a bit of a contact, unfortunately, for one of the SP Motorsport drivers.
It's Bertucca and Harnen.
Yeah, indeed, as Bertucca was trying to make his way through into the chicane, and Chris Harnen was having none of it, blocked the road, but as a result had a bit of a contact on his rear bumper. Let's hope that nothing is disconnected or misplaced, but by the look of it, Christian Bertucca is still very much in that race under the pressure of Andrea Dali just behind the CRG driver. That's going to be epic, and Dali is going to try to go around the inside, but it's not happening quite yet, I think.
Now, this is what we were talking about earlier on. Drivers are going to struggle with tyres in these two races, and one driver who has always struggled with tyre management through the 2022 season has been Chris Harnen. He just can't get on terms with these LeConte tyres. We saw this at Genk, we saw this at Cremona. He's always rapidly fast, Chris Harnen, but in terms of tyre management, he is not one of the best at it. And on the inside, there goes Christian Bertucca. He gets through into 3rd position, but that's already a lot of time lost to Yannick Julius Bernhard. He's lost half a second to him at least, and now he's going to come across the line almost a second back from the race leader, Arvid Lindblad. So he needed to get that moved on Chris Harnen pretty quickly.
Yeah, in the meantime as well, we saw the move from Giorgio Pescador on Alessio Piscini for 7th. Pescador didn't have the best of opening lap, dropping 4 places from 3rd on the grid, so still a lot of work to do for the Spanish driver from CRG. We'll get back to that in a minute. As in the meantime, Arvid Lindblad is leading the way, 0.3 of a second in front of Yannick Julius Bernhard. Christian Bertucca done in 3rd. Chris Harnen waiting for the next move into the banking as we are into lap number 3. You can see that slightly the light keeps on decreasing on the Le Mans circuit. A good battle for the back on your picture with one of the CRG drivers, the 124. This is Tim Gerhardt trying to resist from Giorgio Pescador, who is going by his side on the left into turn number 11. And I think that Pescador has made it through as well. Back with the leaders into turn number 1, keeping the racing line on the inside as close as possible to the curb. We're not clipping it, not to lose any time. Arvid Lindblad under the pressure, more intense lap by lap, corner after corner by Julius Bernhard, the German driver just after him. Christian Bertucca is responding with the fastest lap in the race, done in 3rd, observing what's happening in front of him. First step, getting ahead of Yannick Julius Bernhard. The second one, trying to push Arvid Lindblad to do maybe a mistake or to go wide in certain corner and open the door enough to do the overtaking. This will be certainly the next trick to come further back as well. Good battle as Giorgio Pescador is charging his way through, and there comes the move, beautifully made for the 115. Christian Bertucca ahead as this is happening further back. We're back here with the leaders, and there he comes indeed. Christian Bertucca had initiated the move, and now he's completed it beautifully in front of Yannick Julius Bernhard. So the first step is done. Now it all comes down to chasing Arvid Lindblad, who took advantage of the situation to increase his gap, half of a second between Lindblad and Bertucca now in second. Pescador charging his way through, as we said, the fastest lap at the moment, and he's sitting in 6th place, but not a lot of time between himself and Chris Harden in 5. So watch out for Pescador, as we still have 5 laps to go after this one.
Well, Bertucca, problems there. It's Chris Harden. He's got a real problem with the rear wheel. Problems there, and there's a spinner in the mix there. That is Pavel Tonteri. More problems for him, and it was Igor Nozov he ended up tangling with on the Formula K. But Chris Harden has got a problem with his rear wheel. That is for sure. Chris Harden is going to come into the pits to retire, I would have thought. Surely he can't get that going. You can see him there coming off the final corners. He has got a massive problem. Someone's tagged him on the rear quarter, and Chris Harden is pulling into the pits to retire. He's out of this race. He can barely get moving and get it home. So a disaster for the Dutchman Chris Harden, and that's game over for him. What a shame. He was in as high as 3rd position at one stage, but he's not going to finish this race, and that just shows you how tricky it's going to be for the drivers to come home on these conditions. Now, obviously at this point, this would be the last race of the weekend before the fresh set for the KZ2 drivers. They'd really be struggling by this point, but they've still got to finish this heat, then do another one, and then do the super heat tomorrow on this set of tyres. So this is really flirting with disaster for the KZ2 drivers. They've got to maximise their time management all the way through. The sun has gone in behind the clouds. It's got very dark again over here on the circuit. We've still got a good 3 hours left of sunlight. So this is a tricky situation for the drivers as it starts to get dark out there again. And Ivan Klimenko trying his best to hold on as he battles with Alessandro Buran. But if it's getting dark again, does that mean we're going to get another shower before today is out? That could be very tricky depending on who gets it.
Yeah, coming from the outside, it's still very hot, 26 degrees in the air, but a lot of humidity still, a bit of wind. So by the look of it, maybe it won't smell rain for quite a while, but we never know with precisely enough in Le Mans. This is what it is. We'll see about that, but indeed the light has been decreasing quite rapidly for the past few minutes with the sun behind the clouds. We're back with the 104. This is Alessio Piscini chasing Andrea Dali just in front of him. This is a battle for 4th place. Arvid Lindblad in the meantime increasing his gap 0.8 of a second in front of Christian Bertucca. Those two are lapping around in the 50 seconds, but with a tiny advantage to Bertucca, not quite enough to be close to Arvid Lindblad. 3rd place, Yannick Julius Bernard, Andrea Dali and Piscini. Those two on your picture. He's going to be very close indeed. Julius Bernard, Andrea Dali, just in front of Christian Bertucca, my apologies, in front of him. So the battle for 2nd place is slightly taking place. If Christian Bertucca is, by the look of it, unable to follow Arvid Lindblad lap after lap, he's going to have to go defensive because Julius Bernard has other ideas in mind, and the sooner the better for him if he wants to have a go at the victory, which remains unlikely at this point. Let's have a look at the rest of the top 10 quickly. Alessio Piscini is 5th in front of Giulio Pescador, Tim Garazze, Michele Fontana, Daniel Massia and Ivan Klimenko rolling up the top 10.
So onto the first corner again. Michele Fontana all over the back of Tim Gerhardt, hoping for his opportunity. Trying to get through on the inside line, hoping to make his bid as they come through around the far side, and that might be a change of direction from Fontana. He tried to get the move on Tim Gerhardt. Gerhardt's kept him guessing. He thought that was going to be a fairly straightforward switcheroo, but it wasn't, and there's a problem there for the 193 at turn 1. That, I'm afraid, is a problem for Victorian Sabotava. So Victorian Sabotava in problems again, and almost joining Tonteri, Harnan, Nozov, Marigliano and Hart on the sidelines out of this race. Bertucca is pushing as hard as he can with a lap or so to go, but he's not going to catch Lindblad the way he's currently going. He's got to just keep pushing. Lindblad, though, is on fairly rapid pace. He knows that Bertucca is there. He's got 0.4 of a second on him. I don't really see Bertucca getting a chance.
Yeah, unfortunately not. He's going to missing time. Unfortunately, this last lap had less than 1 lap remaining until the checkered flag for now, and still pretty much half of a second between Lindblad and Bertucca. Lindblad on his way to his 2nd qualifying heat victory, which is giving him a bit of a breather after the first few races. You heard him, he was very hard on himself, as always, chasing perfection, and he kept on progressing in his starting procedure, and he showed that to us in this race, and the progress is really paying off. Good start, and this will be a 2nd victory in a row for Arvid Lindblad. If he's able to master all over the end the starting procedure and keeping that pace in both the Super 8 and the final, is going to be one client for a big win.
Arvid Lindblad takes his 2nd win of the week in the SP Motorsport machine. Excellent performance from him so far. The Red Bull Junior doing a great job, and he holds on in front of Christian Bertucca and Yannick Julius Bernhardt. from Andrea Dale and Alessio Piccini. Great work. Jorge Pescador really struggled in that race, actually. Ended up only 6th position. That's really dropped him down the ranks. He's now down on 16 points accumulated. That drops him behind Sam Luyer, drops him behind Christian Bertucca and Robert Kinderwarter as well. So a lot of drivers making good progress there. And again, it's that ever developing factor of tyre management. It was always going to be a key factor here at Le Mans, with 7 heats to go through rather than 5, plus the qualifying, plus the superheat. So it was always going to be a very tricky situation for the drivers to try and manage tyres all the way through. But certainly Jorge Pescador, one of the big names to take a scalp and drop down the order as a result of a tricky qualifying heat. It was never going to be particularly easy. So tough stuff, and it was always very tricky, but it's definitely continued to be tricky all the way through. Arvid Lindblad picking up the win there in front of Christian Bertucca and Yannick Julius Bernhardt, with Andrea Dali in front of Alessio Piccini and Jorge Pescador dropping to P6. Michele Fontana in front of Tim Gerhardt, then Daniel Mattia and Ivan Klimenko in front of Anza de Cruz, Ivan Ikelchik, Alessandro Buran, Kevin Stahauer, and in 15th, the Modena of Francesco Leone.
Followed in 16 by Nathan Andrea Bosetto, Vincenzo Marinov, Michael Stevens, Henry Johnstone, Clément Pierra, Enzo Ruxel, Predo Ibrahim, Spencer Shiner, Victorian Sabotava, and joining the list of retired drivers, Paavo Tonteri, Chris Annan, Egor Nozov, as well as Alex Maraglio, as well as Oliver Hart. So we're going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen, but don't go anywhere, because we have plenty of KZ2 races coming our way in just a few moments, and as well as another KZ2 Masters on the schedule as well. One man we're going to hear about in just a moment right now is one of the protagonists of the KZ2 class. Of course, has been at the forefront.
Well, he was racing in KZ2 last year, of course. He has now stepped up, but it does give you a sort of progression as to how he has developed. The Dutchman, who has now stepped out of the CPB Sport team in KZ2 and is challenging for the World Championship this weekend, Senna van Walstein of the Netherlands. We got to hear from him on Thursday.
Yeah, so obviously we've been here 2 weeks ago. We had some training days, which was really good, but we still knew we had some work to do. So we come back from the test with a lot of info, and like this we can work on that. And I think we found the right package this week. And yeah, normally you know it's going to be tough, so you have been training at home physically. Yeah, last race was in Cremona, so we haven't drove that much in the meantime. So yeah, you needed to prepare physically and as well on the track. Yeah, you know, the World Championship is the biggest race of the year. We have a lot of races in the year, but coming to the World Championship is the race that everyone wants to have. And it's the biggest one. So coming here, it's a bit, you know, yes, there are some tensions, but it's such a great event. And especially at Le Mans, it's our home track for the factory and for our team. So yes, this one is special for us. Yeah, for us, like in KZ1, we don't really have much testing, or testing is more or less the same, but we don't have much races. So for us, it's not so difficult, just normal race. But I can imagine for our KZ2 drivers, it must be really tough having 7 races on one day, especially when you have one race at 8:30 in the night. So yeah, I think it's really tough for them, but we don't really have that problem at the moment. Yeah, obviously my expectations are to compete at the highest step of the podium. Hopefully we can do it. So far it's been going quite well for us. Yeah, and if you win this is the dream you have for always, because yeah, KZ1, in my opinion, is the highest level you can possibly compete in. So yeah, that's just your biggest motivation to be able to drive. So yeah, it's an important one this weekend.
Welcome back to Le Mans, ladies and gentlemen, and once again, thank you very much for showing up at the track. If you get a chance, if you're in the area, if you're planning on coming to Sunday, of course, you all be welcome in the beautiful paddock of the Karting International Le Mans. A lot of people, and stay with us until the end because we got a couple of races coming our way to conclude today's program. 3 more races in the KZ2 class before the next break. Then we'll have an historic demonstration of old kart chassis throughout the history of our sport. Then we'll have 2 more qualifying races for the KZ2 Masters, and then concluding today's program with 4 more qualifying races for the KZ2 category. I just heard from Senna von Wallstein, used to be KZ2 up until last year, and this season vice European champion in the top class, the KZ, one of the standard bearers of the CPB Sport racing team from Mr. Paul Bizalion, the factory operation of the French manufacturer Sodicat, present in numbers with a lot of ambition, in both the KZ2 and the KZ class, with more than 20 drivers ready for action and collecting some strong results all over the weekend. Talking about strong results, the one that we're going to have to keep an eye on for the next one, 4 heat wins, and the 3rd place is a man sitting on the right side of your picture wearing the 102 from the Maranello SP Racing Team. David Trefilov has been the man in action, the man in the spotlight so far in the KZ2 class. Is your current provisional leader with a 4 points advantage on Arthur Carbonel, the Frenchman. Sam Leuillet from Switzerland is down in 3rd, with Christian Bertuca that we've just seen in action finishing in 2nd, climbing to 4th place in front of Robert Kinderwater and Jorge Pescador. That's for the top 6 with the cumulative results of all the qualifying races. We still have a couple to go before having the classification of today, and then it all comes down to a baseline again for tomorrow and the superheat. Each of those classes will have 2 superheats, superheat A and B. Only the Academy Trophy is done with qualifying races at the moment, and it remains to be disputed, the final on Sunday afternoon. So David Trefilov is the man to beat, and Michael Paparo by his side with the Praga colors is one to watch for as well. He didn't have the best of success in his last heat, starting from pole, but ended up in 6th place in the end. Valentino Fresh is another strong opponent as well, driving the Berelard machinery prepared usually by the satellite team of KSW from Germany. Norton Andreasen, 1 win for himself with the Tony Kart machinery on row number 2 by his side, and then the rest of the field. We're going to go through the starting grid in a minute. David Vazil is another heat winner. He will be starting from row number 3 with Carlos Martinez Escuela by his side. So plenty of potential clients, plenty of big game players in this on this starting grid. Once again, opposing Group A versus C, as the drivers are slowly waiting for the green flag and the signal given by the officials.
You kind of get the feeling that the pressure's off David Trefilov a little bit here now. Now that he's had that race where he's dropped down to 3rd position, he's kind of had his duff result in a way. It's kind of, well, I've had that problem. Now I don't have to worry too much about what comes next. So I'll just focus on my objectives and just try and bring the kart home now. I don't have to worry too much about losing too many points. David Trefilov and Michael Paparo from Valentino Fritsch and Norton Andreasen. Carlos Martinez and Daniel Vassile from Genis Civico and Brandon Nielsen. Then Marco Dorman and Martin van Leuven from Leonardo Marcellia and Karol Pazovic. Paul Lussier and Jacob Bergmeister from Oscar B and Damien Drew. Then Jean Nomblo, Santi Valve from Kasper Nadolski. Morgan Porter, Guillaume Treard, Gerard Sabrian. Then Lev Lomko, Christian de Klein, Salvatore Toscano, Matt Provost, then No Munier, Rohan Greenves, Tom Adams, Simon Billman, Paul Ribera, and Rodrigo Ferreira. It's going to be an interesting battle, but you do sort of see in David Trevilov's body language to a certain extent, he doesn't look like a guy who's under massive pressure here, does he? He's there in 1st position still, despite losing a race. He's only lost 3 points. He can still finish in the top 4 in this race and not lose the lead to Arthur Carbonel, because he's got 7 points, Carbonel, compared to Trefilov on 3. So it really isn't that big a deal now for him. He can actually keep himself very much still in the mix and still in the hunt. He doesn't have to win these races. He just has to keep himself relatively close to the sharp end.
Absolutely. It's about being consistent. It's about keeping your head cold and focus on the task at hand, but not to do anything too ambitious or without too much reflection behind the helmet. So we will see if David Trefilov once again has the advantage of going around the inside line on the way to turn number 1. And as we said, he needs to bag in good results. He needs to see those qualifying races through until the end. He has enough points under his name. He has what it takes to, finish this in the concrete. But these are the others. These are the chasers who are going to need to really pull up their socks.
Paparo really wants a decent result. He's come close to a win so many times in these qualifying heats from the front row of the grid. Hasn't quite been able to seal the deal though. So David Trefilov in a prominent position would love to continue his fantastic run. Red flag comes out of the front end of the grid. The green flag goes away. The lights are coming on and we can go racing again in Le Mans now. Good start from David Trefilov. A good launch forward. Paparo is going to have the inside line blocked by Valentino Fritsch. He's going to try and dive in for second position, but Paparo managed to get round the outside of him. So Paparo holds on from Andreasen, and then that looks like Daniel Vasile. Another strong start from the Romanian in the DR chassis, who has come up to 4th place. And in 5th, that is Carlos Martinez in the 2nd of the Bragas. So a great start then from Paparo and Martinez, who have kept the boys in blue and silver very strong up at the front end. But David Trefilov, business as usual.
Business as usual indeed. Perfect start, perfect getaway, and we will see if it's going to be the same at the end of the opening lap, but it surely looks like it, as we have 10 laps to go through for this qualifying race. A versus C, Trefilov ahead of Paparo. What counts for Michael Paparo is to stay where he is as long as possible, because he's going to have the pressure of Norton Adriansen just behind onto the next corner. And the last one, this is lap 1 completed. And watch out, because Norton Adriansen is going to try to go around the inside dive maybe and put Michael Paparo into a difficult situation, but he's having none of it at the moment, closing the door. He's going to have to wait maybe for a bit later in the race. And Daniel Vasile, under investigation at the moment, might have to do with the starting procedure. We'll see. We'll have to see about that for the DR driver. But your leader on picture, David Trefilov, unbeatable, unreachable for just one occasion. Can he actually make it 5 qualifying races, wins? And there goes Norton Andreasen, beautifully made, and the door is open for Daniel Vasile. And the investigation, he doesn't care. Now it's about time to attack, and he just went for the move as well, taking 3rd place. That means 2 places lost for Paparo.
Paparo's got to be careful. He doesn't get hit by his teammate. He ended up running wide trying to avoid the contact and ended up going off onto the grass. So Michael Paparo, unfortunately, impeding himself big time. Now he's off the grass. He's got back onto the racetrack, but the momentum is no longer with him. So he's got to try and get himself back up to speed again. So now it is Trefilov from Andreasen, Vasile, Martinez, Savico, Fritsch, and then it is Marco Thorman in front of Martin van Leuven in the SP Motorsport machine. So a lot of shuffling of the deck there. Jenny Savico running through in 4th place in front of Carlos Martinez now, having got past Valentino Fritsch and Marco Thorman. So obviously a lot of changing around as a result of that little trip into the grass for Michael Paparo. And the Italian is now down in 9th position, just a whisker in front of Brandon Nilsson in the CRG. Just one little error, and it really does cost you dear. Very unfortunate to see how it's all progressed and all played out so far. Big dive on the inside of Martinez. Not a lot of room to play with, and Valentino Fritsch has got through. So a nice run there from the German as he pops up into 4th position now, having dealt with Savico. So that is a good run. Oh, sorry, he's got into 5th position. Savico is still there in P4, but he is tucked up right behind as we get side by side. That is Martinez and Thorman going wheel to wheel, and Martin van Leuven is going to try and get past both of them in the same move. He only manages to get past one, but certainly prizes for bravery there for Martin van Leuven.
Yeah, he's got a fast lap as well, and Martin van Leeuwen, don't forget that he had a DNF not so long ago, so he needs to take revenge, he needs the results, and to climb through that field once again. So let's see how it's going to play out. In the meantime, Trefilov extending his lead 4/10 of a second. Norton Adriansen trying to keep up as well with the rhythm of the Maranello driver. 3rd place, Daniel Vasile. This is the top 3 at the moment, split by 8/10 of a second. We'll see how it's going to go. 4th place with Jenny Savico, Valentino Fritsch, your top 5. On your picture, the 1:13. This is happening further by Brandon Nilsson and Michael Paparo. Very much in difficult situation, Michael Paparo, as he dropped all the way down from 2nd to 9 after going wide at the chicane, and now he's having to defend himself against Brandon Nilsson not to fall out of the top 10. So not certainly the way he had foreseen his race in his head, as Andreasen is banging the fastest lap, 50.4 indeed, and the gap actually is decreasing as a result to David Trefilov. At least it doesn't decrease that much, so that means that Trefilov is in control mode. a lot of battles in the field, as we have the Bela drivers here on your picture, the 164. You start to see what that is. Karol Pazevic chasing Leonardo Marseglia. This is position 11 and 12. Yeah, a lot of drivers very close indeed into the chicane, and it could go actually all the ways, as the two teammates from Birela's factory need to be smart on that one, because this is one thing to do your own race, this is another to put your teammate out of contention. We've seen that happening in the past, and it's certainly something that the team managers in general don't like to see between companion of the same formation. Trefilov is responding actually to the rivals with the fastest lap, and there was a bit of wheel banging, wasn't there, between Marseglia and his teammate. Unfortunately, Karol Pazevic stays behind, but that was very close, and there's a bit of heat in the air between those two outside of the top 10.
Yeah, it's a good battle between Marseglia and Pazevic, still banging wheels with each other as they go round. Everybody trying to go for the ultimate manoeuvres, but they're trying to settle into a bit of a rhythm at the front end of the field. There's some good battles further back, though, as drivers are having a real humdinger of a race in the midfield. Pazevic trying to get away from Jean Nomblot at this moment, and Oscar B is just in behind them as well, the talented teenager who is stepping out into FIA KZ for the first time this weekend in front of his home crowd at Le Mans. That's very brave, I have to say. And fair play to Oscar B. He has not been slow at any point in the weekend. He really has done his homework here, and is definitely making gains through the pack. So out in front, it is still Trevelov, Andreasen and Vasile. No major changes between those three, as Civico and Fritsch are still dueling away for position as well, hoping for another strong opportunity as they go down the back straight together. Then it is Martinez and Van Leuven still dueling away for 6th position, and Van Leuven is going to make his bid on the inside of Martinez at the end of the back straight, and has managed to do so now. So that is well done and well held by Martin Van Leuven. He has got himself into P6 on the home straight. Here he comes, but he's got some pressure as we watch Civico and Fritsch. There is a massive train of karts piling up in turn 1 behind Martin Van Leuven. So they are continuing on their way, but Travelov, this is masterclass yet again. He's just controlling the pace out front. No drama, no worries.
Yeah, he was already the fastest, setting the pole position back in Cremona, wasn't it, for the round 2 of the European Championship in Italy. And we have always seen him, competing at the front, or at least being very mature and very, fast in any sort of circumstances. So in Cremona, he was the fastest. He was the fastest once again this time around, and he's been absolutely unreachable for just that one occasion where he finished still within top 3, collecting 4 heat wins out of 5, maybe 6 on his way close to 1 second advantage, taking advantage of course of the fact that Norton Andreasen is still keeping Daniel Vasil at bay, but it adds to the pressure of having to chase the leader David Trefilov, but Daniel Vasil still very much in the shadow, or at least trying to stay in the shadow of Norton Andreasen. Further back as well, good battle for 4th. Let's keep an eye on that one as well, because Janis Civico and Valentino Frisch are just split by 0.2 of a second, so that might be, yes indeed, here they come into the banking. Valentino Frisch, a young German, staying very, very close from his rival. Here are your leaders. As you can see, the sun is decreasing, and you can see the shadows of the oaks on the Rotten Straight, giving us some beautiful pictures on the worldwide stream. We're back here with Janis Civico Espona, the Spaniard, David Trefilov. This is the final lap, ladies and gentlemen. 1.4 kilometers to go on his way to what will be his 6th qualifying heat win for David Trefilov. Unreachable, unbeatable, and one name to cross on your list for tomorrow's finals.
Well, David Trefilov was just looking down at his left foot, which is of course where the brake pedal is. I think he was just a little concerned about something, but fortunately it doesn't look as though that's going to be too big a concern. He's certainly keeping it on the island for as long as he possibly can, and so David Trefilov just hoping it's going to continue in that regard. But certainly for the German, he will come through at the end of his 6th race of the weekend, and it is going to be win number 5 for the German. He comes through in fine style. No real problems here for David Trefilov in the SRP Maranello. Checkered flag is out, and he triumphs once again in front of Norton Andreasen and Daniel Vasile. So a perfect run so far this week for the German David Trefilov. Can he do no wrong? The answer seems to be no at this moment in time. He's only dropped a 3rd position finish in one of his heats earlier on today, but he has taken 1st place in everything else, qualifying in pole position in his group, and he has now won 5 out of 6 races, and with only 3 points dropped for that 3rd position finish earlier on in the day. That is critical, as far as David Trevelov is concerned. He has kept himself up at the sharp end of the field, and he's looking after those tyres well. He's only got one more heat to go today, and hopefully the temperatures on the track will be a little cooler than they were earlier on in the day, which definitely helps the situation. So there you have Trevelov, Andreasen and Vasile, three of the star turns from this week. They're all there in the top three positions. It really has been spectacular to watch the KZ2 drivers battle it out. But it is David Trevelov, the German talent for the SRP Maranello squad, that keeps his cool. The German takes win number 5 out of 6 and holds on for the Maranello SRP squad. Norton Andreasen in second from Daniel Vasile. Then Jenis Civico in front of Valentino Fritsch and Martin van Leuven. Marco Torman in 7th place ahead of the Pragas of Carlos Martinez and Michael Paparo. Then it is Brandon Nilsson who comes home in the top 10. In front of Leonardo Marcellia and Karol Pazovic, Jean Nomblo ahead of Oscar P, his teammate. Then Jacob Bergmeister ahead of Kasper Nadolski, Gerard Sabrian in the CRG, and Santiago Valve for Mole Racing. Then it is Morgan Porter for the Argenti crew in KR Motorsport, Damien Drew, Paul Lucier and Matt Provost in front of Simon Billman and Salvatore Toscano. Then Rodrigo Ferreira, Lev Lomko, Christian de Klein, Guillaume Triard and Rowan Grinviz ahead of Noé Munier, Tom Adams and Paul Ribera. All 32 drivers that started were able to come home for the finish, and certainly for David Trevelov, that's one step closer to pole position tomorrow. Excellent work for the German talent. He has been absolutely monstrous here at Le Mans so far, and definitely looking good to continue the bandwagon rolling. There are a couple of KZ2 qualifying heats to continue us on into the evening session, but, well, David Trevelov, the word flawless is overused. He's not far from flawless at the moment. He did obviously lose a race earlier on and dropped to 3rd position, but all going very well. So Guillaume Alvarez is down in pit lane. I wonder who he'll be able to catch up with after a brilliant KZ2 battle.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Well, the one I picked up, obviously, you've been quite used now to see his face on live stream, and so do I, but always with pleasure. David Trevelov, another win in the bag. That's number 5, isn't it? So a pretty good tally for you so far. You've been uncatchable. So tell us, how can you do it?
I don't know. Really, I don't know. We have like a good speed, and we worked really hard for this weekend. So, yeah.
Seems like everybody's scratching their heads behind you, battling along, and forgetting that you are the main focus. We have to stay close, otherwise you're gonna go away and win this one anyway. So, you know, that's good for you indeed.
Yeah, it is. So I can just drive away and look up for my tires.
Absolutely, knowing that we're coming to the end of a big day, the tires must be, as you, I'm sure, quite a bit tired after having been into so much pressure.
Yeah, they really are, and also I'm tired, but we have like one more heat to go. Yeah, so we go for it.
Okay, one last to go, and then a good night of rest. Thank you very much, David Trevelov. Congratulations again to you. Let's try to have one more, as we have a couple of drivers outside of your picture busy with the marshals and the scrutineering area. But David Trevelov, absolutely fantastic so far, with 5 heat wins out of 6 attempts and a top 3 result in the end for him. So one more to go, but you heard him, he's kind of tired as well as the tires. So it's about time for this long day of racing to come to an end, certainly for everybody in the KZ2 category. Let's have a quick word maybe with Leonardo. I don't know if he's... Leonardo, would you be available for a quick question, maybe? Thank you for joining us. Quick question just out of the blue, out of your race. We saw you battling with Carol. It was entertaining to see. A bit of wheel banging, so a bit of danger for you in between teammates. So how was it from the inside of the kart?
Yeah, it was okay, you know. We just start in the rear, so it's difficult to recover, but we are trying. Speed is good, but we also need a bit of lucky. Yeah.
Speed is good, a bit of luck. Are there other areas where you need to improve, or you see that those might be your weaker spots so far?
Yeah, we just have to improve a little bit the pace. So, but yeah, we are on the point.
All right, fantastic. One more to go, and then a bit of rest as well before the big day. Thank you very much. Grazie, Leonardo Massaglia, as driver still, as always, busy with the scale procedures. As always, ladies and gentlemen, if you're joining us, welcome into the chaos of the Parc Fermé. And this time I'll try not to get hit by any trolley or anyone in the way, even though we have to make way for the people busy working. Maybe we can have a quick chat with Daniel Vasile is coming our way. I'll try to see if, and maybe Norton Andreasen as well. Norton, if he's available. Daniel, maybe available as well. Gonna go with Norton first, and then you guys can queue up. And thank you for joining us, guys. Just one quick word after this race, Norton. So it has been a good battle. You just missed for half of a second, second place in the end, but I guess that David was just uncatchable.
Yeah, like it seems to me that he has a bit of a pace advantage, but also our tires start to be quite worn, so it's understandable, I think, and I'm not too upset about it. I think P2 is a great result, and just keep on picking up results, no DNFs, and we'll be a good place for the final.
Yeah, absolutely, no DNF, one more to go, and then the big day tomorrow, so keep the pace indeed.
Yeah, exactly. Just keep working.
All right, fantastic. Thanks for talking to us. Daniel Vasile, thank you for waiting. Thank you for joining us as we are live on the world feed. So this has been another interesting race for you guys. Talk us through from your perspective.
We were a little bit in disadvantage because the others were on fresh tires, new tires on the right side. And yeah, I try to keep it cool, to keep it with them, to try to close the gap, and I kind of succeeded to do it also with the front two guys. So I'm quite happy about the hit.
And about your overall performance, you have won before yesterday in some of the heats. Your overall performance, what can you tell us about it? Pretty much satisfied? Top 3 once again this race?
I cannot say I'm satisfied because on the first 2 hits from yesterday I did some stupid mistakes and I got stupid penalties for yeah, and I cannot say I'm satisfied with that.
Okay, penalties might happen as well. This is part of the race. This is part of kart racing, isn't it? But of course, a bit of luck might help you out for the last one and maybe tomorrow as well. You always count on luck, don't you?
I always do.
Fantastic. Thank you for talking to us. Good. The best of luck for the last one and tomorrow as well. Thank you, Daniel Vasile, for talking to us. As we can get back to you, Jake, as we have some more racing coming our way.
We certainly do. It never stops here at Le Mans this weekend, it seems, and the bandwagon continues to roll on. KZ2 qualifying. Heat B versus D for the groups. 1 minute board goes up, and it's Danilo Albanese that will line up on the front row of the starting grid for this one. He's going to have pressure right from the outset from the European champion, Tom Loyer, who is going to be right behind him on the starting grid. But clearly, we are still not really going to see all that we are going to see just at this point, because there's going to be some determined drivers in KZ2 looking to get themselves into the top 72 in the rankings. There's going to be about 51 drivers, I think, who will be plumb out of luck at the end of today. And suddenly the tally of the drivers remaining in the weekend is going to be cut almost in half at the end of these qualifying heats this evening. So for some of the drivers, this is literally make or break as far as their week at Le Mans is concerned. It's going to be a very tough battle and a very close quarters proximity challenge for them. So Danilo Albanese will go alongside the German talent, Felix Arnold, who already has a victory on his playbook so far. Tom Loyer and Arthur Lehuc are going to be together on the second row of the starting grid. So here we go again. Danilo Albanese and Felix Arnold on the front row from Tom Loyer and Arthur Lehuc. Then Corentin Rousseau and Nicolas Mazel from Loic Vindicia and Natalia Balbo. Oscar Target and Maxi Paul from Matteo Zanchi and Giuseppe Palomba. Moritz Ebner and Archie Tillett from Koen Doorn and Enzo Valente. Then Antoine Barbarou and Nicolas Pigot from Flint Schuring and Tim Logati. Then Nicholas Taylor in front of Kevin Sayar. Florian Kibel and Lorenzo Giannone. Jacob Kadicak and Fotis Soteropoulos, then Axel Matus and Nathan Schaap from Laura Bourget, Brian Berriot and Jonas Salin. So as it stands at the moment, there are obviously 2 more heats to go in this rotation of KZ2s, and then we will show you the highlights from what happened when our European champions in KZ and KZ2 were crowned, and the previous round of the Academy Trophy at Cremona in Italy. Very tough weekend that was for everybody. Nigel Edwards atop the starting gantry, the race director gearing himself ready for the next KZ2 encounter. So many tough challenges for the drivers ahead now, but we are getting ourselves prepared for the challenge of having just 72 drivers in KZ2 remaining at the end of today, and they will just be whittled down to 36 ahead of the final tomorrow afternoon. Very tough racing all the way, and the competitors that make it through to the final can be very proud of themselves, considering they've all traveled far and wide from around the world. 36 drivers will only get the places out of the 123 who have bidded to do so. So getting into that final is quite an achievement in and of itself, when you've got so many competitive racers all within about a second of each other in terms of raw one-lap pace. So Danilo Albanese comes to the front of the grid alongside Felix Arnold. Then Tom Loyer. Alongside him on the grid, as we know, is Arthur Lehuc in the Sodi. And then we have his teammate, Corentin Rousseau, alongside Nicolas Mazel in 6th position in the Birolart. And then we have Loic Vindice, Natalia Balbo, hoping for some more fortune this time from 8th on the grid. And then 9th place for Oscar Target and Maxi Paul. So the drivers getting ready for the start of an exciting battle again in KZ2. Qualifying Heat B versus D. The red flag is going to be pulled from the front of the starting grid. The lights will come on, and when they go out, we'll be racing once again. Drivers geared up and ready for a charge forward. Lights on, we're out, and we're racing. Great start from Felix Arnold. What a start from the German. Charges forward, gets a decent lead initially, and as they go their way through to the first couple of corners already, drivers are getting their way through in good proximity. Everybody trying to keep themselves together, trying to stay out of harm's way as they run through on the opening couple of corners. Everybody just keeping themselves to themselves in the opening phase of the race. But Danilo Albanese has got back through on Felix Arnold. He has worked his way back into the lead after an initial poor start, has now managed to work his way back onto the inside of the German talent. So Arnold is back down to 2nd position. 3rd place for Tom Loyer as they started, and Arthur Lehuc has lost ground, I think, to Nicolas Mazel. So Nicolas Mazel with a good start there into 4th position. Is that Corentin Rousseau that's now behind him rather than Arthur Lehuc? I think Lehuc may have had a difficult start there, but as a result, the top 3 are as they started, but Felix Arnold made a much better getaway. So he will charge forward, and now he's going to try and take the lead into turn 1 as he dives into the hairpin. Danilo Albanese making it as hard as possible.
And here we go, lap number 2 indeed, and a great 4 up to 5 driver battle. Felix Arnold trying to look for the way into turn number 2, the double right-hander by the Oaks. It's not happening quite yet, but Danilo Albanese is shutting all the doors. Felix Arnold in 2nd. Tom Loyer more than willing to take any advantage whatsoever. If the door is open, he's going to dive into it, but so might actually do Nicolas Mazel and Corentin Rousseau. So very close start of the race, isn't it? And we have a long way to go until the checkered flag, but this is the time of the day where it starts to get a bit long for the drivers. And watch out!
Oh, Loyer!
Beautifully made. It's going to lose momentum into the chicane. Takes 2nd place, and Felix Arnold is the biggest loser of the battle. As it dropped a bit of momentum and a couple of places in the way as well. But Tom Loyer just went for the attack. Raised Felix Arnold all the way down to 6th place, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, big mistake for the German. He suddenly felt that Tom Loyer was on the inside line, and he slammed on the brakes trying to avoid contact, because he felt there might have been one, but that shows confidence from Tom Loyer. He just feels at this point, you know what, I've lost a lot of positions. As up the inside comes Palomba to get through on Corentin Rousseau for P4. He clearly feels, Tom Loyer, you know, I've already had some difficult results. I'm not where I want to be. I need to get on with this now. Enough messing about. Boom, down the inside, can't wait around. And that was pure conviction from Tom Loyer, who's already had some difficulties. So now he wants to try and get himself back into position again, and certainly looking very strong for it at the moment, as they continue to make themselves very closely and tightly felt as Oscar Target trying to get in close to Matteo Zanchi and Enzo. It's going to be Enzo Valente, hasn't it? Indeed it has. So trying to dive in on the inside. Tom Loyer currently looking at P21 in the rankings, so outside the top 20. He could really use a victory to stamp out any opportunities to lose more ground. But that's going to be tough. He's got 9/10 of a second to make up on the hard charging Danilo Albanese.
Quite interesting to see, talking about Tom Loyer. He's the reigning European champion, freshly crowned in Cremona. He's only down in 21st. He's not the only one having difficulties in KZ. Oh, there goes for the move around the inside of the banking. 126. This is Giuseppe Palomba on Nicolas Mazel for 3rd place. Beautifully made from the Italian, who needs as well to recover some ground after some DNF and bad luck into the previous races. I was going to say that Paolo Ippolito as well is struggling a lot in the KZ class. He's nowhere to be seen in the upper part of the classification so far. So the European champions having to struggle so far on Le Mans ground. So we'll get back to that. But Palomba is cruising away, trying at least to in front of Nicolas Mazel. Tom Loyer is not a lot in front, actually just right in front of him into the double right end of sector number 2. Watch out for that, because Palomba is maybe on a different set of tires as well. He might have put fresher tires on, or at least the 2 that he had left, because as allowed by the regulation, you can do that at any time you like. And since Giuseppe Palomba didn't have the best of outcome in some of his previous races, he might have decided now it's hammer time and it's fresher compound. Then there he goes through Tom Loyer in turn number 11, beautifully made by Palomba, and as he's trying to fight back Tom Loyer, but this time around he's going to have to wait a little bit more. Palomba up into second place, Loyer down in third, as Nicolas Massel is observing that from afar. A bit of a distance for the Frenchman, down in fourth place. But what a race for Palomba, indeed, on a fresher compound, because he needs the results, he needs the points, and he's not the only one. Felix Arnold was one of the others previously, putting on fresher tires to be able to secure a much better result and a position. So there we go. This is of course very much logical at this point of the day to see some of the drivers going for the gamble, and it seems to be paying off so far for Giuseppe Palomba, considering that the majority of the other drivers, at least playing at the forefront, are still on the same tires as in the beginning of the day.
It's the curse of the European Championship title, isn't it? There's only been 2 drivers in the last decade to win both the European and World Championship in the same season in KZ, and they were Paolo Di Conto back in 2017, and before that it was Max Verstappen in 2013. So only 2 drivers in the last decade have won the European and World titles in the same year. So clearly problems for Tom Loyer and Paolo Ippolito across KZ2, and the European champion Paolo Ippolito in KZ as well. But Tom Loyer still running in third place behind Palomba. But this is again the reaction for Palomba, who has slightly better tyres than some of his compatriots around him, because he's had a difficult run of it. But speaking of someone who should have a better race of it, Natalia Balbo is having yet another difficult race down the order, who has ended up dropping all the way to 21st position, whether that's on tyre pressures or whether she's been forced down the order early in the race. I don't know what it is, but for some reason Natalia Balbo just again not able to maximise the speed we already know she has. Albanese, Palomba and Loyer, but that is a 1.4 second deficit with 3 laps to go. I don't see Palomba overhauling that one anytime soon.
Yeah, we shall see about that, but Albanese is very much on the lead, 1.4 seconds as on your picture. This is the one that was starting further up in the classification. Felix Arnold dropping all the way down to 6 and still unable to get past Corentin Rousseau, still lacking 0.3 of a second. Oscar Target, your fastest in the race so far. Daniel Albanese, your leader. Palomba second. Tom Loyer in third. Fourth place for Mazel in front of Rousseau. From Felix Arnold, Maximilian Paul in seventh in front of Moritz Ebner, Matteo Zanchi and Arthur Lehoucq, dropping all the way down to the 10th as he was starting from row number 2. So not the best outcome so far at the end of lap number 8 as the drivers keep battling along into the chicanes. Here we go back with the leaders on their way to turn number 1, the 126 of Giuseppe Palomba. Still very much holding to second place, but for how long? Tom Loyer has one good shot and maybe finishing runner-up in this qualifying race. It's going to be tight indeed. Tom Loyer has been lapping in 50.3, 50.4 for Palomba, as they have roughly about 2 meters between themselves. Tom Loyer trying his bit at every corner, driving for the Charles Leclerc chassis, always very close on the entry of the bankings in it, as it actually significates a very good exit on the way to the Rutten Straight. And there he goes, Tom Loyer on the very last second, beautifully made for the Frenchman. Fantastic overtaking maneuver on the Italian, and we saw that coming, but Tom Loyer makes his way through to second place. Palomba is going to have to fight back on the entry of the final lap. Danilo Albanese, 1.4 seconds, nothing to worry about for the Italian from the Car Republic factory. But further back, Tom Loyer and Giuseppe Palomba are still very much in the fuss. Loyer is back in second. He's going to have to hold on and close all the doors, but watch out for Palomba. He's on a charge, he's on fresher tires. He needs that result. He cannot afford to lose to Loyer, who is in a similar difficult position, but maybe not as hard and not as fall back in the classification as Giuseppe Palomba, but still Palomba needs that result. And actually those desperate situations can lead sometimes drivers to take desperate measures, and Palomba was a bit too far behind to try to go the same way as Loyer and take the place back.
Well, Danilo Albanese will dance his way to the victory in this one. Great work from the Kart Republic driver. He secures the victory in fine style. Danilo Albanese with the win in front of Tom Loyer and Giuseppe Palomba. That'll do very nicely indeed for the Italian. That's another victory to chalk up to what he has been able to achieve so far. And certainly looking very strong and very, very calm and composed at the moment, Donato Albanese. Not far away from the top 10. And that is his second win of the week so far. So the Czech Republic driver, obviously the bad luck of the start of the weekend notwithstanding, he has been there or thereabouts all day on Saturday. He's just got to hope that the pendulum swings back in his favour tomorrow morning during the superheats and he gets himself a decent position on the starting grid. There's no championship points on offer, don't forget. This is all about where you put yourself into position on the starting grid. It's just a one weekend shot to try and get yourself into the best position possible. Very frustrated Kevin Sayar crossing the line in last place after an incident in the closing stages of the race there, very sadly. So difficult for him, but yet again, for the second race in a row, every driver starting the race crossing the finish line. So everybody trying to maximise their opportunities now. Donato Albanese in front of Tom Loyer and Giuseppe Balomba. Then Nicolas Marzel in front of Felix Arnold and Corentin Rousseau. Maxi Paul and Moritz Ebner from Matteo Zanchi and Art de Lehuc. Then Loic Vindic in front of Oscar Target, Enzo Valent, Cohen Dawn and Tim Locati.
In 16, having gained 8 places throughout the race, Lorenzo Giannoni from Fotis Soteropoulos, followed by Florian Quibel, Archie Tillett, Natalia Balbodon in 20, followed by Nathan Sharp, Nicolas Taylor, Axel Matus, Jakub Kadlak, Antoine Barbarou, Flint Schuring, Brian Berriot, Jonas Sarling, Laura Bourget, as well as Nicolas Picot and Kevin Sayar, running up the top 31, all the drivers, making it to the checkered flag and the Parc Fermé. So it leaves us with 2 races on schedule before the break, as we gonna have next the opposition between Group F and G. This is the last one actually already, so time flies when we're having fun, don't we? So yeah, it's fair to say as well that the schedule has been so busy that sometimes you lose track about how many races you have left or you've done actually. So keep in mind that we have a total of 30 of them today, 56 over 3 days. This must be one of the busiest schedule that we've ever had, Jake, in CIK races, at least for the past few seasons. It's down to the fact also that there's a huge quantity of drivers, close to 270 participating in this event, and of course the new category of the KZ2 Masters adding to the show.
It's definitely the busiest FIA karting weekend I've ever been involved with over the last 5 years of commentating for this championship. It has been a sensational journey, but what a weekend and what a place to do it as well. Le Mans. Of all of the fantastic stories that we have been brewing over the course of the week, one of them has been very pleasant, and we're going to see a continuation of it a little later on today in the KZ2 Masters battle. We've talked about him already. He's taken a win already so far, and that is the Dutchman who has come back after 8 years out of the seat, Nick de Bruin, for the PDB Falcon. Fabulous performance from him so far this week, and who knows, he could end up on the podium tomorrow.
It is an interesting event, you know, with the Masters and everything. You know, some countries have master categories like France, and so a lot of people drive. And then I know also some guys like me or Michael Patrese who just want to come and, you know, have a good time. Didn't race for a long time and then try to make a comeback, you know. Yeah, but I think it is something that is good for the sport, because the sport is focused on young kids at the moment, and why not for everybody? I've been competing in European Le Mans before, in 2015, 16, somewhere around there. And then we managed to get an entry for the 24 hours. We did that one, we finished 9th, 5th in class. Was nice, you know, a great experience. But karting is my passion, you know. It's more active and everything, and it's different than car racing. My wife, she went like, okay, this is maybe something nice for you, you know, you can release your energy and have some fun. So, you know, we took, like, there's no other races this week, of course, and then we can take a couple of days off and just do the race. Of course, I had 3-4 days of practice before, but not as much as I wanted to. I think the whole field is quite close. Like I said, the French people, they have the series, so they're used to compete at the Masters level, and they are good, you know. So I think some of the guys I used to race back in the day, but they never stopped. So it makes it a big challenge. Yeah. Oh, it's always good to be at a World Championship. Even better to compete. Of course, my father, he won in 1980. I never won. I won that year, and I mean, he did a great year at that moment. So he deserved that as well. And but you know, it might be my turn. You know, you never know. Yeah.
Excellent stuff from Nick de Bruin, the Dutchman for the Falcon Racing team, who has made a stunning comeback to racing after 8 years out of the seat. He only came here for a bit of fun. I think he just got a violent shove into Sirius over the course of these last 2 races. Speaking of a shove into Sirius, this man from the front end of the starting grid is going to have a tough run of it, isn't it? Arthur Carbonell, knowing very well now that he is the 2nd ranked driver in the field, and he has 7 points accumulated from the races so far. 2 wins, 2 second places, and a 3rd. So it's been a very tough weekend so far for Arthur Carbonell. As you can see, our schedule is darting towards a conclusion. After this race, we are going to take a quick pause to allow the marshals to get a breather, and that's when you'll get to see how the European Championships in KZ and KZ2 were won in phenomenal fashion. They were in sensational battles all the way through at Cremona. Then we'll have the KZ2 Masters for their 3rd rotation coming back at 7 o'clock local time. And then we will have the last of the KZ2 rotations starting at 7:40 through to 8, then through to 8:20. And at 8:40 we will potentially conclude, although yesterday we did have a red flag, which meant that we got started with racing again at about 5 minutes past 9, which meant we were in complete darkness. But the lights are going to be coming on very soon over the top of the Le Mans circuit, and it really does put a fantastic picture over the course of this circuit. It's a wonderful facility, great to go racing. What I like about this place is that it's a different challenge. It's old school, despite the fact it was built in 2013. You know, this is still quite one of the new circuits in karting to replace the Alain Prost circuit next door, but there is something quite old school about it. It's got a sort of an interesting vibe about it. And it's different in the sense that all of the other karting circuits that we've had on the calendar in recent years have been clockwise. With this being counterclockwise, it really does provide a different challenge for the drivers.
Yeah, different challenge and a different in sort of physical aspect as well in terms of preparation. You know, the neck goes on a different way with a lot more left turns onto the layout as well. The ribs work on a different manner as well, even though most of the drivers in the gearbox class are very well prepared. So they're up to the challenge, and they said that in the end, going anti-clockwise after a while, after a few practices and stuff, you get quite easily used to it, and then it's up to you to maximize your performance. But yes, indeed, a very interesting layout and environment, obviously, as we're just in the heart of the Sarthe region, in the heart of one of the most prestigious track in the world, the Le Mans 24-hour racetrack, just surrounding us, but being hidden at the same time. I think I see what you mean by this circuit and this environment as a sort of magical touch to it, because not only are we in Le Mans, but we're surrounded by a track that we pretty much cannot see because it's made mainly of open roads, and it just adds to the beauty of it, knowing that we're in such a special place. But it's not like those modern tracks that you can see actually flourishing all over the place in some of the new countries. We need those tracks as well in all sorts of motorsport. But when we come to a place like this, full of history, and even though this is, as you said, a recent track, I think it has been built, it has been arranged with that sense of prestige, that sense of history, which is the case for most of the tracks, the karting tracks that we get to see here in France. I have other tracks in mind, like the track of Essay, the track of Angeville or Salbris, where we've been with the FIA Karting Championship in the past, and we will come back in the future. But all those tracks have a sort of old school vibe, but in a good way, you know what I mean? So you can feel, you can smell the history of karting, France being one of those countries where karting goes a long way back, as well as in Germany, in the UK, of course. Just to name a few. So yeah, that adds to the royalty of the event. We're lucky to be commentating, my dear Jake. So for the last time before the break, F against G, the KZ2 drivers are making their way onto the track.
If you'd have told me I'd be commentating at Le Mans one day as a 6-year-old, I would have laughed in your face. The fact that I actually get to do it 30 years later is an absolute privilege. Arthur Carbonell and Sam Lier on the front row of the grid then from Matthias Spergel and Robert Kinderwarter, Thomas Imborg and Siim Liedmar from Jean Lier and Gabin Loyer from Marcus Kayak and Arthur Rojon, Thomas Schipers and Vincent Wanegu from Emiliano Carrara and Maxime Grillon.
Followed by Chelen Galazin, we have Alexander Schmitz, Linus Lagerstrom, Robin Guillaume, Nathan Krang, Hubert Petit, Angelo Lombardo, Ken Oscar Algray, Jeremy Potain, Marc Negrusta, Theo Blin, Gillian Ley, Florian Kutzmann, Joseph Villa, Roman Koedik, and Patrick Janson. Running up the top 30 drivers on the grid, 30 drivers onto the track, 10 laps on the board as usual. You know the procedure. As we can see a bit of a French flag waving in the air, a lot of supporters, a lot of fans are surrounding the track. So thanks again for everybody tuning in all over you are in the world, but also for showing up at the track. If you get a chance, if you're not too far from Le Mans, make a stop. I would say Sunday might be your best course of action, because we can have 10 races, the superheats, and the 4 long expected finals, each by category. So something not to be missed.
I have to say, over the course of the day, the fans have been filling out the bank of the hairpin all the way through the weekend. There's obviously full to capacity very nearly on the main straight, and quite busy up at turn 1, but there's a lot of people watching on the hairpin at the bank, which is wonderful to see. It showcases, you know, it's been tricky. These last 2 years under COVID-19, we've had to do everything behind closed doors with no spectators. It has been very tricky, but now that we're in 2022, that we're coming out of the pandemic and starting to live with COVID-19 as an everyday occurrence, it is wonderful to have the fans come back, and it really has added to the zest and the vibe and the atmosphere.
And I can tell you the paddock is buzzing with activity, with people all over the place, coming back and forth from the Parc Fermé to our box. I might have, you know, died at least 1 or 2 times, at least coming close to an incident, but nothing to worry about.
So on the starting grid then, Otto Carbonell in prime position for CRG. He needs to get a decent result to keep his bandwagon rolling. Sam Luyer, though, wants to overtake him in the rankings. So the two of them now share the front row of the grid. Lights on, lights out. Let's go for it. And it's a good start initially from Matteo Spergel, but he can't quite find a way around Otto Carbonell. It's going to be a decent start for Sam Luyer, but not decent enough to hold those two drivers at bay. So Sam Luyer is going to fall down to 4th position, potentially 5th if Siim Liedmaar can dive in, but he can't. So Sam Luyer limits the damage down to just 4th position. Spergel is through into 2nd position. 3rd is Tim Zimmerg, and there's a car upside down. Goodness me,
that's a big one.
That is the 190 of Gideon Lay tangling with Romain Kuedik, and Robin Gledum involved in that one as well. So it is full course yellows, and the kart has been recovered quickly already by the marshals, but we are under full course yellows around the circuit. A few of the drivers haven't really noticed it yet by the look of it, but now they do. Yellow flags down at the back straight as they're so busy dueling for position, but fortunately the kart is recovered. It looks worse than it is for Romain Kuedik. He was actually thrown out of the kart as he went upside down, but fortunately he landed on the grass, so it wasn't too big an issue. He'll be a little bit shaken, but he's perfectly okay.
Yeah, all the drivers on their feet. That's what we like to see in that sort of incident. But yes, indeed, it was quite impressive to catch that image. But everybody is in safe hands right now. Full course yellow, the drivers have to respect the same speed, of course, and it kills a little bit the opening lap because everybody is back with back together. The gaps actually reduced to nothing, so it's really down for the restart, really down to the drivers who missed completely the start. Thinking of Sam Luyer, this is a golden opportunity for the Swiss driver to try to make things up. They try to recover the ground that he lost.
Thomas Imborg is holding up Sam Luyer on this rolling lap behind the yellow flags, and Sam Luyer had his hand in the air as if to say, what are you doing? Why are you dropping that far back from Carbonell and Spergel, who are a good 14 kart lengths up the road from Sam Luyer? You look, Sam Luyer is gesturing to Thomas Imborg. What are you doing? Why are you playing this game? You are a long, long way behind the two leaders. Get on with it. And there's a good chance here that Thomas Imborg may actually get the book thrown at him, because obviously, look, the two leaders are on the main straight. Then it's Sam Luyer. Has Thomas Imborg got a problem? I think Thomas Imborg is slowing and coming into the pits to retire. So that might be the issue. Thomas Imborg has now come into the pits to retire. He had a mechanical problem, so it wasn't malicious at all. He had a technical difficulty. So Thomas Imborg is out of this race. That is devastating for the Frenchman. There he is. He's at the back of the field. He's come into the pits to fix something and then gone back out again.
In there, because this was a bizarre situation. We thought in the first place that indeed he was playing some games. It made no sense at all to be that far behind the two leaders, even before one lap before the restart. We are still waiting for the officials' directives to when we're gonna start again over, and the green flag is already ready just in front of us, in front of Nigel Edwards, our race director. So it's about to be going in just a few moments. Restart will take place. And now everybody's back together. All two leaders, Arthur Carbonell and Matteo Spergel, ready to give it a go and to give everything. But Thomas Imborg, unfortunately, is dropping all the way back at the end. And here we go, green, green, green. We're racing again in Le Mans. And now It's now or never for Matteo Spiegel. He has another opportunity to fight back, get close to his fellow countrymen, and Arthur Carbonell is going to have to fight back. And now it's too late already, as Matteo Spiegel lost no time at all to make his way through and take the lead with no time lost at all. Now Arthur Carbonell has to fight as well and close all the doors, because everybody is going to try to do the same behind. Sim Ledma further back in third and fourth respectively, but it was a good move from Matteo Spiegel. Now he can actually try to build that gap on and on and on.
So it looks like Carbonell and Sam Louyer are going to struggle to win this heat by the moment, and that's a piece of, well, that's of somebody's front fairing that has come off the kart completely in the middle section of the course. So somebody is missing a front fairing in the back end of the field. I can't quite make out who it is, but it's one of the SRPs, I think, down at the back end of the field. It might be. I'm just trying to have a look and see who it is that comes through in position without a front fairing on the kart, because obviously they're just going to carry on without a front fairing on the kart. It's the kart that's right down at the back of the field. That's Patrick Janssen, the Swedish driver. So Patrick Janssen in the 198. No, that's the 198. That's Josep Veja. So Josep Veja, the 198, has come through in dead last without a front fairing on the kart. So I'm afraid his race is going to be over in minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be shown the mechanical flag with this is the black flag with the orange disc on its center, and he has within 3 laps to obey and get back to the pits, unfortunately for him. But I gotta say, this is a cool way of cooling down your feet if you feel the need of. But here it goes. Joseph confirmation. Joseph Veja is gonna have to retire, unfortunately, for this race. So here we go, halfway through already. Back with the leaders. Matteo Spiegel extending his lead as much as he can. There you go, 198. This means coming back to the pit as soon as possible. But Matteo Spiegel,
I think he's already done it. Oh goodness
God.
Me! 2 karts absolutely locked together. Now that is Giorgio Carrara and Maxime Grillon. So big problems for those two, and their karts absolutely wedged together at turn 1. So that's yet another incident for KZ2 at the first corner. But this time it looks to me as though they're going to be able to remove those karts from the scene quite quickly without going to another full course yellow situation. Sam Louyer diving in on Carbonell. That is critical, because those two are fighting for the front row of the starting grid in the superheats tomorrow. So that is a very important moment for those two, as through comes the 138 of Matteo Spiegel. He leads the race, but in second place now is Sam Louyer.
Yeah, quite funny enough, we have the 2 Louyer brothers in the same race, with Sam in second and Jean in fourth, trying to attack Arthur Carbonell. We have the Pex brothers in KZ and the Louyer brothers in the KZ2 category. Here we go, Matteo Spiegel taking advantage of the battle behind him to extend his lead up to a half of a second now. Will it be enough? This is lap number 7, and we know how fast things can be turned around, especially with now Sam Louyer. And there goes his brother on the inside of the banking, and it takes third place from Arthur Carbonell. Carbonell having to defend because Sim Ledma is coming back at him as well from the X Racing team. Sim Ledma, one of those sort of wild cards, the one that we don't expect all the time, but fights at the front, and one of his teammates further back as well. This is Marcus Kayak, isn't it? Having a good
well, that was Gavin Loyer getting past Kayak, so Gavin Loyer got the move on the inside line.
Yes, indeed.
What's really interesting is in the middle of the pack, you've got several drivers trying to make an impression. Nathan Krang just meant the fastest lap of the race. The New Zealander going very well in 13th place. He's been making a terrific comeback in the Paralin. He didn't get the qualifying performance he wanted to do, but he's charging his way back, making up places in every single heat pretty much. Matteo Spiegel gets the fastest lap of the race though, out in front, 50.5 for him, as he goes half a second clear of Sam Louyer in front of Jean Louyer. So the 2 brothers running second and third. Now, not only are there no team orders in karting when they're running in the same team, because obviously they're both teammates at Tony Kart, but there's definitely no love lost between brothers in karting. We saw the Pex brothers dueling earlier on in KZ, and I'm sure that Sam and Jean Louyer are going to be looking out for their own race weekends when they get together. You would not be surprising at all to see Jean Louyer send it up the inside of his brother Sam. Even though Sam is higher up the rankings, Jean Louyer is in danger of being knocked out of the running because he's in P29. He doesn't want to have any problems further in this race, so he'll be going for Sam Louyer. He needs to save some points.
Yeah, the question is, will Sam let him through, or actually will this look like a fair battle between the brothers? We'll see about that, but indeed Jean Louis is in much more trouble than Sam at the moment in the classification, so he needs that position as much as possible while defending against Sim Ledma. And watch out for Arthur Carbonell. As we said, he put the fastest lap in this race, and is having to defend against Thomas Suppers in 6th from Gabaloye, Robert Kindewater, Alexander Schmitz and Markus Kayak running up the top 10 at the moment. But you can see the ex-racing drivers have been being very competitive in this field. It was nice to see, as we said earlier in the interviews, the sort of David against Goliath sort of story, with smaller private teams going against the big guns and the factories from Italy or France. So this time around, ex-racing team doing a great job as well, but sometimes some of them are just too strong or too far ahead. Arthur Carbonell once again in the fastest on track, but the man in the lead is Matteo Spiergel, and with almost half of a second advantage, that could be enough in this last lap.
And he's lost his chance to get past Sim Liedmar. He made a mistake in the chicane and ended up having to bail out of the throttle, so Carbonell is going to have to settle for 5th position. If you're David Trevelov watching on the sidelines, you are grinning from ear to ear. All he needs from his last heat to seal pole position is a top 10 finish, and he's got this done. It's a victory for Matteo Spiergel. That's an important one for him. That puts him closer towards the top 10. So Matteo Spiergel doing a great job there in front of Sam and Jean Louis. Excellent work from them. Sim Liedmar in 4th position from Arturo Carbonell and Thomas Schipers. Excellent work though from Matteo Spiergel. An important win for the Sodi car driver. That will definitely give him plenty to be happy about. Sam Louis though taking a big scalp out of Arturo Carbonell, and will close up on him to the tune of just 2 points deficit.
Yeah, impressive indeed. Carbonell in 2nd, Bertuca in 3rd in front of Sam Louis. So it was a good race indeed to hand up not the program of today, but this run of races. As ladies and gentlemen, once the classification is done, we're going to have a short break, and we'll be back in no time as the drivers cool themselves down in the out lap. Still a bit of maybe that's a way to impress one another, just to show yourself.
Mind games a little bit there.
Mind games indeed, or showing, maybe some disbelief for the fact that I wasn't particularly happy about what you did in the race. So here's a bit of wheel banging, quite soft, but still, watch out for me in the next race. And what a beautiful sight it is, with the grandstands of the Le Mans track in the background. So here's a classification with Matteo Spiergel winning in front of Sam and Jean Louis. Sim Ledma taking 4th place from Arthur Carbonell, Thomas Schipers, Gabaloye, Robert Kindewater, Alexander Schmitz from Vincent Wanneger, Markus Karak, Linus Lagerstrom, Nathan Gregg, Angelo Lombardo and Arthur Ronjon in 15.
Behind them it was Mark Negrutzer, the German, for CBB Sport alongside his teammate Hubert Petit. Jeremy Potain, the privateer, in 18th position in the end, in front of Theo Blin and Thomas Imborg, way down in 20th place, Thomas Imborg, after his problems. Céline Galassin, and then Ken Algre from Patrick Janssen and Florian Kunzmann. The retirements, well, we saw Giorgio Carrara and Maxime Grillon on each other's karts. Josep Weyer had a loss of front fairing, and Robin Glerum, Guillaume Lay and Romain Cuadic were all victims of the first lap incident. Tough racing in KZ2 then in qualifying heat F versus G. There are just 6 races to go this evening, and it is just gone 6 o'clock local time. Well, it's just gone a little further on than that now, just gone past 1/4 past, so it's going to be an interesting battle. You've got 40 minutes now until the next race of the day. KZ2 Masters qualifying heats B versus D and A versus C, and then a rotation of races for KZ2. Continuing on in the battle. Just a reminder to all of the competitors who are maybe watching that if your race is over for the day, then you need to return your transponders and collect your race licenses. So just a reminder to all of the drivers, if your weekend is finished, return your transponders and collect your race licenses. However, for all of those of you who are still watching and waiting to hang around till 7 o'clock to see what happens in the final 6 races of the day, it is time to see what happened in the FIA Karting European Championship weekend in KZ and KZ2, along with the Academy Trophy, when we visited Cremona for the first time.
The FIA Karting European Championship heads to a new venue, Cremona, on the Angelo Bergamonti circuit, named after the great motorcycle racer of the 1960s. It's a brand new circuit for the sport, and this is the first international karting meeting on the track of any kind. The Academy Trophy is ready for its second weekend, and the KZ and KZ2 classes will crown a European champion each, with the intense Italian heat set to become a huge factor in the event. For the 164 drivers racing this weekend, it's a new experience, as the drivers all come into the meeting completely blind, with the track providing increased grip on the racing line and very little off it. Drivers are going to be tested more harshly than usual. Mistakes will clearly be punished, but the promise of victory will keep the competitors motivated all the way to the checkered flag. Let's ride with Paolo Ippolito for Kart Republic. Flat down the start-finish straight into a pair of very fast right-handers, keeping the kart firm at the apex. Head into the right-hand pair of corners and keep it very smooth. Then connect the kart to the outside, ready for turn 5, and delicately balance the throttle on exit. Now the square left immediately into a square right, where the kart can easily snap away from you. Then along the back straight and heavy braking into the right-hand hairpin, past the pit lane entry and exit. Now a very tricky and punishing complex, a sequence of left-hand turns that really start to put pressure on the tyres. Once the slowest hairpin is negotiated, you turn back to the right, accelerate again through the next kink as the corner opens, then carry as much speed as possible through the final turn and return to the line. With tyre degradation and temperatures high, it's a tough circuit to master. It takes a certain type of character to race at this level, whether you are male or female, experienced or a rookie. A physical training routine that pushes you harder every day, mental focus and agility that requires the patience of a saint, and a teamwork ethic that brings you closer to your mechanics and coaches. There's an old saying that attests that racing drivers should treat their body like a temple and have a mind like a monk. And never is it more true than at this level. It may be a solo discipline of sport, but it's worth remembering that it takes a really strong team of people to make you a champion, and you can't do it alone. For the academy drivers, there's almost as much work off-track as there is on. Formula Medicine looks at many different areas of the sport, introducing the competitors to educational tools regarding nutrition, anti-doping, brain training, and fitness.
The programme is going throughout all 3 rounds of the Academy Trophy. So in Genk, we already did the part where we were doing educational programmes on nutrition for drivers. And here at Cremona, we're doing mental training. And when we go to Le Mans, we're going to be doing the athletic side. So it's a really 360-degree kind of educational programme for these young drivers to try to give them that extra impulse, the extra push, the extra knowledge that they need to step up their level of competitivity.
It's clear that the drivers are using these lessons to take the next step from developing racer to professional athlete. Drivers such as Charles Leclerc, George Russell and Esteban Ocon have all come from this platform to Formula One. So who knows what the future holds for our young stars. At the first round at Genk, the conditions favoured the Frenchman Arthur Dorisson, whose consistency on Saturday led to a controlled and strong drive on Sunday to clinch the first win of the season, ahead of William Go of the Philippines and Guillaume Bouzard of Luxembourg. But the title fight is only just getting started. It became clear quite quickly that Dorisson would be unlikely to make it a double, as the contenders at the front in Cremona had changed. Through the heats, Matthias Orjuela of Colombia and Thibaut Ramekers of Belgium had been the most successful winners, with Bouzard also scoring on Sunday morning. But with Ivo Besterda and Alexander Bogunovic also in the mix, there's every chance of a completely different podium in Italy. Orjuela would lead from pole position, as Bouzard beside him was overtaken by Besterda, Ramekers and Mark Dubnitsky. The battles continued throughout the field, with drivers trying to get into a rhythm. But the opening lap would claim a couple of victims early on. Lochil McGregor of New Zealand would end his first final of the year halfway round the lap with a spin. And local hero Riccardo Cirelli would suffer a disappointing walk home after a similar moment off track. Santino Panetta's brilliant start was undone after the Argentine ran wide in the final sector, but he moved back ahead of Caleb Gafrara before the lap was over, as McGregor tried and failed to rejoin. Nicolas Roos duelled with Adrien Ferrer down the back straight, as the Spaniard won the duel for the time being. Luco Horton was about to lose out to Megumi Suzuki and then immediately to Hamza Al-Fayez, Aditya Wibowo and Mies Huben. Wibowo would then pass Al-Fayez as he set his sights on a charging drive through the field, Huben also moving ahead in unison. Ramekes made his bid for second and he couldn't pass Besterda, which gave Buzar the line and the overtake up into third position. But as the Luxembourger showed his intentions for a podium finish, Horton was out of action and fed up with retiring on only lap 5. Panetta began his comeback drive as he surged ahead of Dino Storescu of Romania, but would he be able to look after the tyres well enough to challenge for the podium? Timofey Mikhailov of Malaysia wouldn't have to think about it any longer as he retired with technical problems. Kian Gauchi's exit was more dramatic. A spin on the home straight caused a mild scare. His kart was left abandoned on the circuit itself, but the drivers were able to take avoiding action. Storescu would then join the growing list of casualties as the marshals cleared the track. Huben was now battling with Wibowo and the young Turkish ace Batty yielded him. And it was finally a frustrating end to a tough weekend for Genk winner Arthur Dorisson, who would now have to wait for Le Mans for another chance. Roos managed to take the position away from Dubnitsky as he made haste to climb his way up the order. But nobody could keep in touch with Orjuela, who after a difficult weekend in Belgium was in perfect dominant form here. Behind him, Besterda was working hard to defend from Buzar, who could take the lead of the standings if it stayed like this. Finland's Joel Pajola had dealt with William Go and was now passing Dubnitsky, who lost out to Go in the same breath. Buzar worked gradually to close in on Besterda, and when he made his move, he made it count to gain second position and the lead in the driver's standings. As the Luxembourger made progress, sadly the two ladies that reached the final would end their races together. Chiara Batig and Elise Rolfsen would tangle in the final sector. Storescu recovered from his earlier demise, but it wouldn't last long as he parked up for good. Roos and Gafrara continued their battle right to the end of the race, as both drivers showed their flair with great overtakes and supreme defending. But up ahead, it was clear that Matthias Orjuela had thrown himself into the title fight with a perfect weekend. The Colombian had soaked up all the pressure and not made a single mistake since time qualifying, as he had gone from pole position to lead every lap of every heat and the final. Buzar grabbed the lead of the standings in second ahead of Besterda, who scored his first podium. Ramekes finished fourth ahead of Panetta and Roos, whilst Pajola would be seventh ahead of Bogunovic, Go and Gafrara. Besterda picked up where Maciej Gladys left off last year to put Poland back on the podium. Buzar's consistency now makes him the Academy Trophy leader, and he'll want to go one better in France. But the shy and quiet Matthias Orjuela is now a contender for the crown, and if he's fast again at Le Mans, he could be the first Colombian ever to win an FIA karting title.
Today has been extremely incredible. I never thought that this would happen. It started off great. Warm-up was fine. First heat, P1 of the day. And then the final, I put my head down and tried to go every lap perfect. And at the end, it worked out. I think I have a good chance in France. I think I have a good chance for the title as well. But you never know with karting, so we'll have to see.
So today was a great day because at the beginning I was only 12 and I managed to come back at second for the final. Then poor start in the final, but I managed again to come back at second. For Le Mans should be okay because I know the track. I've been driving there a lot of times, so should be okay.
Today was pretty good. I finished a heat at second position. In the final, I started at third. I finished at third, so I'm still in this position, and I'm so excited. And yeah.
Tom Lhuillier was the dominant force in the season opener at Genk, and whilst he was unbelievably fast, 5 heat wins and second in the superheat, followed by an astonishing win in the final, was the perfect comeback after his horrific crash last season. He's stronger than ever and a very popular winner. But can he become champion, or will his rivals catch up in Cremona? The Birolart Group have been on the pace from the outset on this new circuit, with Moritz Ebner and Alessio Piccini on the front row. But Tom Lhuillier only needs to stay where he is to become champion. So, with the stage set for a close fight for victory, how will it all play out? And who will triumph in the ferocious Italian sun? Piccini blasted into the lead ahead of Ebner and Christian Bertucca in the early stages. But things had gone terribly wrong for Arvid Lindblad, whose dreams of becoming European champion had already fizzled out. CPB Sport driver Tim Gerhardt also had an unfortunate opening lap, and his podium aspirations were over in an instant. The Birolart trio remained in front, whilst Lhuillier was having to defend from Daniel Vasile to remain in 4th place. By the 3rd lap, he was up to speed, and the Leclerc by Lennox driver made his way onto the podium by gaining 3rd place. Incredibly, it only took him one more lap to close up on Christian Bertucca and then make a decisive overtake once more. That promoted him to 2nd place, with plenty of time to catch Piccini. Whilst Birolart had been strong all weekend, the only other chassis to keep the pace had been Sodikart, so Thomas Imborg and Arto Carbonell sliced inside Vasile in a bid to maintain that performance. Lindblad had rejoined the field and was setting multiple fastest laps in a bid to catch the pack and show what might have been. Despite the tricky nature of the hot weather, the racers were on exceptional behaviour and driving standards were higher than usual. By lap 16, Lhuillier was finally close enough to make a move, and he didn't hesitate. The Frenchman was now in the lead at last, and Bertucca had crept into 2nd place too. But the leader was now on course to take both final wins over the season in 2022. After a sensational qualifying effort, Gerhardt would retire in Cremona in disappointing fashion. And he was soon joined by angry teammate Carbonell, who had his own views on the matter. Michael Rossiner came unstuck battling with Oscar Target and Michael Paparo, but the TB kart driver kept his engine running and rejoined. Tim Troger was doing his best to keep the Maranello dream alive, with his teammate David Trevelov now unable to become champion. And Alex Marigliano had pushed his Drago Corsa chassis as far as it could go. Down in 16th, there was a monumental train of drivers, which kept Danilo Albanese out of contention after only just scraping into the final. But there were no such stresses in the lead, as Tom Lhuillier not only won the race in Cremona in majestic fashion, but became the only driver in recent history to win both European finals. The Charles Leclerc chassis had won a European title for the 2nd time in 3 years, and Lhuillier had bounced back from a devastating accident over a year before. And of all the people to celebrate with him on the victory lap, who better than his twin brother, Gabi? Bertucca and Piccini shared his podium joy, whilst Imborg eventually eclipsed Ebner for the top 5. Vasile came home ahead of Jean Liette, Michael Paparo, the impressive novice Oscar Target, and the vanquished David Trevelov. Piccini was perfectly satisfied with a podium to round out the season, and it looks like he could be a title contender himself in 2023. Bertucca finally seems to have thrown his bad luck over his shoulder, and is scoring the results he richly deserves. But nobody could deny Tom Lhuillier as a worthy champion after a tough rehabilitation and an exceptional effort. Nobody could match him in 2022, and now he's the clear favourite to win the World Cup on home soil at Le Mans in September. It was a great weekend all throughout, and to win this race after the recovery from last year is so satisfying. It's a team effort, so I'm very grateful. I'm quite confident We won the 2 European races, so it's pretty good now for us to win the World Cup.
Pour faire mieux au mondial.
I think it went really good, and the final I started P4 and I was confident with the chassis, so I just wait the right moment to come up to P2 and do my race with my pace, stay behind Tom and arrive P2. I feel really confident. I always been competitive since Genk was my first race, and we will see, everything can happen.
We were all fast. For sure the track condition was not easy because there was a lot of rubber on track, and from the first day was really hard to find a good setup and to find a good pace to do a race of 25 laps. I want to win the race, but I mean I'm still happy with the result because I also closed in P3 in the championship, so I think that's not bad for the next race in Le Mans. We will see what happens there. I'm happy because we all were there with the BLR TM. We were quite strong on track, so I'm confident for the next race.
Just the relationship that Tom has created with the team, with myself, it really meant a lot, and it was one to the heart for me, and I think to everybody in the team, that Tom took the championship. Not only are we happy for Tom, but for the whole of the Birol Art and the TM group. It's an outstanding day, and I mean, yeah, hopefully we can have more races like this. You can never really know what's going to happen. We can only prepare ourselves for any kind of condition. We will obviously go testing and make sure that we find a good balance and anticipate what will come for the race.
In the Premier KZ category, Belgium was a terrific spectacle, completely dominated by Emilion Denner and the Sodicart team. But with pressure from Italian stars Paolo Ippolito and Matteo Vigano, there's no chance of easing off the throttle. As in KZ, anything can happen. It's clear that Sodicart have a winning chassis, but do they have a champion in their awning when everything is so close? It's Pedro Hiltbrand that showed up in style during the heats, and with Senna van Waalstein equally as quick and the title contenders struggling, there's an unbelievable 8 drivers who could potentially become champion today. Last time that happened, there was chaos at Sarno in 2019. So will this battle be tame or ferocious? At the start, Van Waalstein and Ippolito jumped ahead of the Birol Art of Hiltbrand, who would drift wide and lose several places. Van Waalstein was now leading and hoping to give Sodicart 2 wins in a row. Vigano was still a title contender, but he would have to catch and pass Ippolito to do so. So Valtonen would be an easy target to start the attack. Denner was desperate and impetuous as he dived inside Francesco Salenta at the hairpin. He was out of contention and he needed a comeback drive. Then came a surprise as former world champion Jeremy Iglesias elected to wave Pedro Hiltbrand through. A friendly gesture or an intriguing tactic? We still don't know the answer. Denner was still making late braking moves as he surged ahead of Stan Pex, but took a tarpon and found the gap to pass them both as the Renzo Travasanuto cleared Pex. Once again, the laps ticked down, and the drivers realised that the race would be decided by who managed their tyres best. Van Waalstein was doing a masterful job of that, and was on course for his maiden KZ win. Matteo Segreid performed a 4-wheel drift to pass Quentin Voria, who tried to retaliate. They banged wheels, allowing Lewis Speck and Victor Gustafsson the chance to move ahead. It turned out that the contact had damaged Voria's car beyond repair, and he was out. Ippolito was keeping his Kart Republic in second place, ahead of Simo Puhaka. If he continued there, he would become European champion, a perfect tonic after the agony of Lonato 2 years ago. Davide Fore made his move on Marijn Kramers, but post-race he would be demoted to last for a technical infringement. Denner's chances of the title ended dramatically after Stan Pex pirouetted over the top of him. Both men were out and Denner's championship win was gone. The Frenchman was devastated. Then Puhaka spun out of third place, a victim of the changing grip levels off the racing line. So as he returned to the pits, Ippolito and Vigano were back on the podium again. But try as he might, Vigano just couldn't catch the Kart Republic, and not for the first time, he would be left painfully close to becoming champion without the ultimate reward. And Valtonen and Hiltbrand would pressure him all the way, just in case a spot on the podium became available. Van Waalstein, however, was about to clinch his first KZ win on only his second attempt, and with it, he would seal third place in the standings. But despite not taking a win over the 2 weekends, a pair of second places in the finals were enough to give Paolo Ippolito a chance to set the record straight after years of hardship. So the Dutchman came through to win and to set up a World Championship attack at Le Mans, which could be Sodi Kart's first ever in KZ, in their homeland. But behind him, the glory belonged to the new European champion, Paolo Ippolito, who becomes the 20th Italian to win the title since its inception back in 1972. A very popular win by a very popular racer. Vigano joined the two victors on the podium with Valtonen, Hiltbrand and Iglesias in the top six. The Tony Kart trio of Noah Milel, Tuka Tarpanen and Lorenzo Camplese were joined in the top 10 by Lorenzo Travasanuto. Vigano appeared philosophical in defeat, and in his fourth year in KZ, he'll be hoping that Le Mans is finally the chance to become a champion. Ippolito wipes away the memories from the past to take his rightful place in the FIA Karting Hall of Fame as a European champion. And Senna van Waalstein emerges as the new Netherlands warrior in KZ. And with Le Mans only 2.5 months away, he could join Marijn Kremers, Jorrit Pex and Max Verstappen as a Dutch world champion.
Yeah, of course, coming in today, yeah, we were lacking a bit of pace yesterday, so we know it was going to be difficult. But I think, yeah, most important thing was the start, and we knew that before the race. So yeah, the start was good. I was a bit lucky with Pedro; he didn't come off the line very well. So yeah, that made everything a little bit more easy for me. And yeah, in the race, the kart felt amazing. Like we haven't been there so far this week. And yeah, no, it was good. We kept doing the laps together, and yeah, we managed to win it.
Yeah, for sure. I feel really good, and for me, it's the first European Championship, so it's something also new, something special, because it's not easy to gain this kind of result, especially at this level that is really high. I'm really happy, and everything was perfect during this weekend.
To be fair, we didn't expect to struggle so much Thursday and Friday. After qualifying, to be fair, the minimum goal was to manage to arrive to get to the podium, because after the P14 was for me really hard trying to recover. To be fair, I'm quite happy for the end of this, how it ended this championship, how it started the weekend. And I have to thank Jordan and all the team to find the good setup for recovery after Friday.
So we come here the beginning of the weekend trying to win the European Championship with Denner, but it was a very difficult, challenging week, and we worked very hard with both drivers and were able to stand on the top step again. So yeah, to win in Genk with one driver and win in Cremona with another, so a little bit disappointed to win for the team to win 2 races and not be champion, but we'll push hard for the World Championship, that's for sure.
The heat and excitement at Cremona rounded off a phenomenal European Championship campaign in KZ and KZ2. Matthias Orjuela has joined the Academy Trophy title race with a dominant display. It'll conclude in September at Le Mans with an incredible showdown. And Tom Luyer and Paolo Ippolito have become triumphant legends after 18 months of adversity. So with 2 heroes crowned, we look forward to awarding the OK and OK Junior European titles in 3 weeks' time down the road at Franciacorta. So until then, we'll let Van Waalstein enjoy his winning moment and Luyer and Ippolito to soak up the glory as 2022 European champions.
It's going to be an amazing battle for the World Championship. Come on, we're ready. Here we go. Oh, what an overtake. Dives in on the inside. Magnifique. What a brilliant result. Absolutely majestic. It's a wonderful achievement. It's a brilliant result. The new world champion. We are back at the MondoKart.com FIA Karting World Championship weekend, and there are 6 races to go on Saturday evening here at the Circuit International Karting Le Mans. It is the epicenter of world motorsport. More forms of motor racing have taken place in the hallowed town of Le Mans than pretty much anywhere else on the planet, I would fashion to say, ever since 1906, when the first ever Grand Prix of any kind took place here in this fabled city, all the way through to the 24-hour sports car race, which has been going on every year since 1923. Pretty much. There's been a few gaps in between, but it's certainly next year will be the centenary celebration of the 24-hour classic. And here, for the first time since 2015, the World Karting Championship returns to this hallowed ground. Counterclockwise, 1.384 kilometers in length, and we have 6 races still to go today in the KZ2 and KZ2 Masters categories that will finish off our day of activity. I'm Jake Sanson, beside me, Guillaume Alvarez. It has been quite the week so far, hasn't it?
There's been a fantastic week so far, and we still have the big day coming up tomorrow as well. Don't miss it, as we're going to have 10 races, the Superheat and the finals, long expected biggest races of the year for the drivers competing here in Le Mans. Close to 270 competitors in all 4 classes, KZ2 Masters that we're about to have for the last 2 qualifying races of the day, and of course the youngsters of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. A bit of, as you can see, rubber and a bit of oil maybe on the racing line outside of turn number 1. So thank you once again for our Orange Army, the marshals down to the track for the work being applied. And as you can see, the drivers are waiting in line on the free grid, waiting for the flag and the authorization to make their way onto the track. Those drivers competing in the KZ Masters category have 2 races upon their hands, and then we will conclude today's program. This has been a busy day indeed with the KZ2 once again. And then from this point on, we'll have a clear review of the classification in each of the classes. But from tomorrow morning, it goes down to 0 base once again. We take the same actors and we play the piece all over again.
Yeah, full credit to the marshals who are still working on the exit of turn 1, just blowing that cement dust off the circuit there after clearing the oil from the historic karts that have been out for their 2nd demonstration. But a massive thank you to the Orange Army, les vrais héros du Mans, the true heroes of Le Mans. They have been absolutely fantastic. And they don't just help out in the karting events either. They get involved with everything in this part of the world. So they'll be there for the 24 hours in the summer. They're there when the MotoGP come to play, when the trucks come out for their big bonanza, and when all of the local events take place on these fantastic roads as well. The marshals, very much the heroes of the hour, and they are the reason we can go racing at all. Their voluntary efforts and their passion and their dedication and commitment. A massive thank you to you guys. Merci beaucoup. So, on to the action again, and it's KZ2 Masters that will venture us out onto the circuit once again. It's been a fascinating opening weekend for this discipline, and the competitors in KZ2 Masters, we've had 4 different winners so far. Johan Renault, Nick De Bruyne, Davide Foré, and Jeroen Bos. And interestingly enough, not only have we had 4 different winners, but we've had 3 different chassis take the victories over the course of the weekend as well. Red Speed, Falcon, and Berylart have come forward in these first 4 races. There is a bit of an end-of-term atmosphere for the FIA karting community here, as obviously this is the final weekend of their year, until of course we get to the FIA Motorsport Games, when several of the drivers will be back in action once again at Paul Ricard for the fabulous end of season bash, which is essentially our Speed Olympics, if you like, the FIA Motorsport Games. And of course there will be another FIA Karting World Championship event that takes place in a fortnight from now, which will take place just a few miles from the foot of Mount Vesuvius in the center of Napoli. It's going to be a fabulous opportunity to watch the competitors out in force. So 11 laps of the KZ2 Masters for qualifying Heat B versus D, and it'll be Eric Ramon alongside Davide Foré, then Johan Renault and Nick De Bruyne from Thomas Le Tailleur and Valder Belazzaru Jr.
Francois Kahn and Samuel Gaffner, from Roberto Profico, Arnold Roseo, Jindrovac, Mirko Mizzoni, Paul David, Alexandre Vassondet, Gregory Ledier and Thomas Domoy.
Then we have René Frelsberg, Cliff Kuhala, Guillaume Franchat, André Martins, Victor Jimenez, Patrick Madsen, Davide Melo, Julien Lebrigant, Diogo Teixeira, Enzo Pirovano, Antonio Pellegrino, Emmanuel Villani, Valerio Giambattista, Claudio Ambroghi, Claude Ball and Bertrand Groten. I don't think that Claude Ball is with us because he went missing as well from the previous qualifying heat, and confirmation that the Belgian driver won't take part into this last qualifying race. As the drivers are about to make their way onto the start-finish straight. This is a standing start as always, and you can see some familiar colors, quite recent in the karting world. These are from Lando Norris car, the brand new brand that has been created between Lando Norris, the current Formula 1 McLaren driver, and the OTK group with the partnership of the Tony Kart factory. So a brand new name on the in the karting world, competing at all sorts of levels throughout the international competition, and it was nice to see them. It was nice to have, you know, famous Formula 1 and also previous karting drivers involved in the current form of kart racing.
And there's only one driver in the entire meeting that is running on the Lando Norris chassis. That of course is Bertrand Groten. It should have been Claude Ball as well, but after he has had to pull out of the competition, it is now just Bertrand Groten who is running the Lando Norris chassis in number 308. We'll keep an eye on Bertrand Groten from the back of the grid, but he's already been making good progress in each of his heats. The lights are coming on for Eric Ramon and Davide Forte. Ready? Let's race! And a terrible start from Davide Forte, a pretty good start from Nick de Bruyn. So into the first corner, Eric Ramon is going to run in first position, but round the outside, Nick de Bruyn is going to have plenty of grip attraction, almost gets the lead, nudges the front fairing a little bit, and there's a problem further back. That is Dormoy, I think. Dormoy has gone off at turn 1. So Nick de Bruyn up at the second, and he's not the only one in trouble. So Dormoy went around, but so too did the 301 going off the road there, I think. Or was that the 307 actually? Going off the road. In fact, that was 321. That's Andre Martins for the second race in a row. The Brazilian dropping off the road. So very unfortunate for him. But Eric Ramon is your race leader in front of the fast-starting Nick de Bruyn, with Davide Forte already trying to make a comeback from P6.
And once again, Davide Forte not managing the best of starting procedures, having to climb back the field after losing a few positions into the opening lap. So something needs to be fixed for the Italian multi-world title winner. So it remains to be seen whether to what point he will be able to climb into this field. The one lap completed, Eric Ramon trying to pull away and keeping a very fast Nick de Bruyn at bay, but not for long, as Nick is going around the inside of turn number 2 and takes the lead. Beautiful switch of position, and further back as well we have Thomas Letailleur, who was trying to do the same, but he has to back out and stays in third place because Eric Ramon, his fellow countryman, was there to shut the door. So it was merci et à tout à l'heure, mais it's going to be certainly another attempt into the banking, not quite yet. If he get a good exit, Thomas Letailleur, he maybe have a shot in turn 11, but in the meantime that could actually go all the way of our new leader Nick de Bruyn. Watch out between the two Saudis, but it's not happening quite yet in making their way into the chicane. So Nick de Bruyn in the lead, very strong pace indeed that the Dutchman has been able to show on the track of Le Mans, even though he had little preparation. And there comes the switch for second place. Thomas Letailleur waited for the start finish straight, going around the inside. That was clean, nothing to say about that. Letailleur up in second in front of Eric Ramon, or Eric Ramon is still in second place. No, there comes the switch confirmation on your screen as well. That's going to be interesting between those two, while Nick de Bruyn is trying to pull away, but not so much at the moment in this lap number 3. As you can see, the driver is flowing across one of the 4 chicanes that there is on this Karting International of Le Mans, including that very famous and quite elevated banking as well. Very good spot for overtaking, sorry. And there comes, there could have been a switch over there for position. Davide Forte was very close indeed as he went past Johan Renault, but the Italian is going to have to wait a little longer.
We've had a spin in the background of the hairpin there. That was Valde Belisario Jr. is up to the lead. Comes Letailleur. So Letailleur gets the move on Nick de Bruyn.
I did feel there was a sort of a sense of urgency from Nick de Bruin getting into the lead and trying to check out, especially considering there was a light bit of contact with his front fairing, so he doesn't yet know whether he's got a loose front fairing or not, and he can't really predict it while he's driving, so he's got to try and get into the lead and stretch away by 5 seconds to secure it, just in case there is a penalty coming his way. So you can kind of sense the urgency from Nick de Bruin as Davide Fore tries again to get past Eric Ramon. Not going to get through there, so Ramon is definitely making it very difficult for him as they come onto the back straight once again, past De Vieux Chêne, the 2 old oaks, and up into the hairpin. This is going to be a line on the inside line. Good overtake from Profico. So Roberto Profico gets the move on the inside of Arnold Roseo. And a very interesting challenge as they come onto the home straight once again. And it is Thomas Lataya who leads the way from Nick de Bruin, and then Eric Ramon from Davide Fore and Johan Renault, who is trying to get close to them. The top 5 very close together, but it looks like it could go all the way down to the line in this particular battle. All 5 drivers giving good quality and good race pace at the moment, so there is an even challenge between them all.
Challenge indeed, as Mikko Mizzoni bangs in the fastest lap in this race. Lap number 5 out of 11, as we keep following the progression of Davide Fore with the Birlard machinery prepared by Renda Motorsport, the 307 into the banking on the tail of Eric Ramon in 3rd place. We're going to certainly see a switch coming up very, very soon, at least an attempt from Davide Fore. Here he comes in the braking zone of turn 11, and there he goes through for Davide Fore, who is being able to keep that momentum going into the chicane. We've seen that happening in more than one occasions, where drivers threw themselves into the corner, but having lost the momentum or going too wide, couldn't actually hold the position long enough into the chicane, or lost all momentum into the exit of the last corner. Didn't happen this time around. Davide Fore is back in 3rd position, and Nick de Bruin might be actually his next victim, because de Bruin, who was actually trying to pull away and got overtaken at the same time by Thomas Letayer. So double switch of position. We missed that one for the lead, but Thomas Letayer is very well up in the front, and is trying to pull away almost 3/10 in front of Nick de Bruin, having to defend against Davide Fore down in third, watching over his shoulder. Let's see a move coming up. I think he might be missing one slight half a meter certainly, and there he goes through. Beautifully made by Davide Fore. Wow, what a move that was. This time around, is this one through? Oh, and one driver in trouble outside of the chicane. 2 drivers actually coming together just before the banking on the right side of the track, just close to the public watching along. So
that is Valdir Bernassario Jr. having a second incident, the Brazilian, and he's gone off there with Emanuele Villani. So the 2 of them together, double waved yellows on the approach to the hairpin then. So Thomas Lataya is going to have a little bit of pressure from Davide Fore, but they're going to have to slow up under double waved yellows to the hairpin. I think Villani is very unhappy indeed with that. But you can see just how close they are to the incident as they go through. Double waved yellows, so no overtaking at that point. And oh, it looks as if there has been some overtaking just behind this bunch. So that's obviously going to come back to bite a few of the drivers. As there goes Ramon, gets his move on Nick de Bruin, and he's not the only one. As round the outside comes Profico. That was a daring manoeuvre from Profico. He manages to get himself up into 4th place there from what was P6. So great work from Roberto Profico, and that's now up 5 places.
And we're back with the leaders. With in the lead Thomas Letayer, but for how long? Davide Fore is really cruising his way and really catching up with the leader right now with the fastest lap as confirmation of the strong pace that the Italian is being able to pull off. And it's such a shame that he actually misses out on his starting procedures every time. Last time out as well, he had to climb up the field. Once again, he's having to come back from further back, but he does so brilliantly with fastest lap after fastest lap. And there he comes, he's preparing his move. The attack might come this way, not quite in turn number 11. If he gets the momentum going into the chicane, fast flowing, keeping close, the foot close to the door, foot close to the ground as well. And there he comes Davide Fore, still a bit less than 2/10 of a second at the advantage of the Saudi driver. But I was going to say Davide Fore managed a beautiful overtaking in the same spot, remember, in his first heat, where that failed actually because he was attempting on Jordan Mercer, the 2 coming along together, and the American having to retire. This time didn't happen as he made that click beautifully, and now he's going to try certainly to do the same. We will see if he will be in the chicane once again, or maybe in another spot. But Davide Fore as well is, you can feel the experience of the multiple world champion. He's playing with his head as well. He's not throwing himself way too soon into the open door. He's waiting maybe for the good opportunity. Maybe it's a bit too soon as we're about to conclude lap number 9, or he's gonna maybe give a bit of a surprise overtaking like he did the way before.
Well, Lataya certainly knows that Davide Fore is there, so he doesn't want to give him any opportunities. He doesn't have to. Into the penultimate lap. Davide Fore looking for 0 points rather than 2, which is what he currently has, going to add to his score. So it's going to be an interesting challenge for the competitors as they run in formation. But Thomas Lataya hoping to hold on from Fore and Ramon. And then Profico, Renault, De Bruyne, Mezzoni, Roseo, Gaffner and Vasha. So some good progress made up through the field. Bertrand Gruten, by the way, who we mentioned earlier, starting dead last, is now up to 16th. He's gone through half the field. Look at Lataya, desperately trying to hang on in front of Davide Fore. They come off the hairpin and onto the back straight once again. Up through the gears, trying to go for the move on the inside of the left-hander, and Davide Fore is not actually close enough to throw it up the inside of Thomas Lataya in that particular run. So they're going to go into the last lap, and is Lataya going to be able to hang on and become the 5th different winner from 5 races?
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, final lap with Thomas Lataya and Davide Fore still close within each other, 0.3 of a second. And as you said, not maybe the best of momentum for the Italian driver in second place outside of the banking. So maybe can you make it click in the last lap? Still very, very close indeed. We would have thought that maybe on the lap before he would have been able to make that move, but anything still can happen. Third place further back for Eric Ramon, Roberto Profico as well, doing a good recovery, 5 places gain. Watch out for Davide Fore. Very close indeed on inside of the banking, keeping a close watch, keeping the racing line. The momentum is important here, and there might be, there will be a back marker just in front. Will it be a danger for Lataya? Watch out in the chicane! Oh, he's going to be in the way, but hopefully he can go through without too much difficulties. Oh, Davide Fore is going to be actually in the way for the Italian driver to make it through, and this will be victory for Thomas Lataya. Davide Fore having to remain in second position for 3/10. Unfortunately for him, the back marker was maybe a tiny bit in the way for him to really throw himself into that bend, but anyway, it was a bit too late, unfortunately, for Fore. He's going to have to make do with second place, but still not a strong sign of things to come for Fore. He's not here for the numbers, and as soon as he gets that starting procedure right, and actually he can cruise away in the front, he will be unreachable.
That is a real feather in the cap for Thomas Lataya. I just went wheel to wheel with Davide Fore and I beat him. That is a big moment for the Frenchman at Le Mans as well. It doesn't get much sweeter than that for the Sodi Kart driver. He can be very happy indeed with that one. So Thomas Lataya, excellent performance from him, and the Sodi Kart man manages to hold off a 4-time world title winner in the FIA Karting paddock. Davide Fore did everything he possibly could, but he wasn't able to get one over on Thomas Lataya in that one. So it was a good effort, a very, very strong charge from Davide Fore, but Lataya was just able to keep him at bay. So that is now 5 different winners from 5 races. Thomas Lataya in front of Davide Fore and Eric Ramon, from Roberto Profico and Johan Renault, Nick De Bruyne in front of Mirko Muzzoni, Arnold Roseo, Paul David, Sam Gaffner, Jindra Fatscher, Francois Kahn, Cliff Kujala, Gregory Lieder, and all the way from the back of the grid, Bertrand Gruten.
Climbing 17 places up to 15. Impressive performance from the Belgian. Guillaume Fauchin finished 16 from Julia Lebrigant. René Fresber, Alexandre Vecande, Victor Jimenez, Antonino Pellegrino, Patrick Madsen, Enzo Pirovano, Davide Melo, Diego Teixeira, Andre Martins, Claudio Ambroghi, Valerio Giambattista. The last one crossing the finish line. We went missing Thomas Dormoy, Valdir Belisario Jr. and Emanuele Villani at the end of this penultimate qualifying race for the KZ2 Masters, the last one for the B and D group, as we're preparing ourselves for the A versus C to round things up for this new category, welcoming drivers from minimum 35 years of age with machinery of 180 kilos maximum compared to the lighter machines that we have in KZ, 10 kilo difference. So we have the basics, the basic ingredients of this new category. Keep in mind that it's full of experienced champions. I'm not going to say old, but experienced champions, and experience, they have a lot of it, and a lot of achievements, a lot of awards and titles that they've been able to collect at all sorts of levels, most of them on national ground here in France, but some of them, like Thierry Delray as well as Davide Fore that we've just seen on track, have been some of the big names over the past few seasons. Davide Fore, as you said, 4-time world champion, a name that has been around for like, I don't know how many years, I don't want to vex him, but he's been here since the 90s, and he's the first one to admit to himself that it's been a while since he's been competing at his best, and still at 47 years of age, really giving a lesson to everybody.
Very diplomatic, I have to say. Well done. That was very good work. Making sure nobody offended in any slightest way. Well, we've got one more KZ2 Masters race coming up this evening, and that is going to be for Groups A versus C. And one of the drivers hoping to take the victory in that one, starting on the even side of the grid, is the talented Belgian Thierry Del Rey, who has won here several times in past competitions. Now he's got a chance to continue that flavour here at Le Mans.
Yeah, for sure. For me personal, I have to lose a lot of weight, so I have to lose 8 kilos to be ready for this race. So no, that's okay. We try to test as much as possible, but with the team and everything, it's not so easy because we have a lot of races. So I don't drive so much before the race. It's really intense, honestly, because there is a lot of grip on the track. I'm a bit surprised. I don't expect this here in Le Mans, but no, it's physically it's difficult. You have to have a good condition, and then every detail has to be perfect because for 2-3 tenths you lose 20 places. So no, it's intensive on all point of views. Yeah, honestly, for the driving point of view, it's not so huge difference. I'm lucky because I have pain of my ribs on the left side, so I'm happy that we drive on the other side. So no, but for the rest, it's not a big difference if you drive clockwise or not. It's my opinion. Honestly, if we are a bit realistic, I think if we can do a top 15, should be a really good classification, because I don't drive enough to be quick enough to fight for the win. But every driver will do his best, also me. So even if I say that top 15 is great, I will try to go as best as possible. Yeah, for sure, it's the biggest event of the year. It's huge important for every team, every brand of chassis. Know with our own brand that we are doing, if we can do here a good result, top 5, top 10, it will be very important for us that we can show that at this level, with all the other big factories, we can be competitive. It would be great. So we will do our best to achieve this.
Great to hear from Thierry Del Rey of the Mach 1 crew, and it's going to be a really interesting challenge for him as he tries to go for glory from the front of the grid. However, we're going to get to see the two fast men on the front row of the grid, Jeroen Bos and Charles Fiot. Monsieur Le Mans, is this going to be his moment to get a heat victory? Because he hasn't actually done it yet. He has taken a second and a third, so he's had a very strong run so far, has Charles Fiot, and he's obviously kept himself very consistent, which, if you're going to win a 24-hour karting race at Le Mans, you need to be. So whilst others have had difficulties, Charles Fiot has actually kept himself right up in the sharp end. If Jeroen Bos has a difficulty and Fiot picks up the win, then Fiot is actually going to get pole position.
Yeah, interesting indeed. As we've noted, some of the drivers, you know, every race we got a different winner, but some of the favorite that on paper we had expected to win those races. The first one being, of course, Charles Fiot, as well as Davide Forre or Thierry Del Rey, just to name a few. Those guys have been, you know, as you said, keeping a low profile, so to speak, because they went into some trouble into the races, but their name is not popping up yet on top of the charts. So they might actually wait for the golden hour, which means tomorrow, and the superheat and the final to really unleash the lion in themselves and give everything. And this will be, of course, a key performance they're going to have to give. So it's always about being consistent, as you said. So being performant in the qualifying races is one thing, but being able to translate that into the same pace and same performance when it counts for the finals, that's sometimes an entirely different challenge. And we've seen in the past some of the drivers being so dominant and so consistent, always at the front on the Saturday, and not being able to put out all together and keep on that same pace when it counts for the final and to step on the podium. So, you know, one day is not the other, especially in a FIA karting competition and karting in general. So we'll see how this will play out. But Charles Fiot might have a good shot at this one, even though Jeroen Bos, who has one win already under his name, is going to be starting from pole position. So on the right side of the grid. Interestingly, as we're turning left in turn number 1, pole position is logically your best advantage, but the position just behind, so third on the grid, is always one that drivers tend to quite appreciate.
Yes, indeed. You can get a massive bonus from being in that position on the starting grid. So the contenders are heading out for the last of the KZ2 Masters qualifying heats, A versus C. 273 drivers started this week. By the time we get to the finals tomorrow, there are only going to be 144 left across the 4 finals. We are getting dangerously close to business end of the weekend. Jeroen Bos and Charles Fillot from Sebastiano De Matteo and Thierry Del Rey from Jordan Musser and Leo Stein. Brice de Grey and Eduardo Martins from Ricardo Nelon and Mathieu Legout. Then Julien Ducomont and Emmanuel Ducrot from Alessio Lamartina. Michael Patrizzi, then it is Roberto Avanzato and Michael Curran.
Followed by Mark Wollerhanser, Adam Matarughi, Andrea Tonoli, Paolo Gagliardini, Sven Salzman, Carlos Medina, Sarunas Vasquelic. Then we have Marco Raimundo, Carlos de Souza, Adriano Amaral, Daniel Escher, Rodolfo De Vito, David Malcolm, Jürgen Schmal, Sebastian Leder and Julien Guillon. Everybody onto the track, as we have a total of 32 drivers. A lot of them showed up in the KZ2 Masters, showing that there's a huge interest for that new category, allowing the drivers above 35 years of age to compete at the highest level. A bit of a trouble for the 331 at the back end of the grid. Oh, Julien Guillon was a bit slow catching up with the rest of the field. At the back end of your picture is only getting into the banking as we speak, as the rest is making its way very soon onto the start-finish straight. I think it was just a slow start for Julien Guillon, and he will be able to compete with the rest, doing some practice starts on the return straight. Always impressive to see that where the drivers get in gear, try to get themselves ready. That may be something that David Defori might need to do a bit more, just joking aside. But here they come with Jeroen Bos on the right side of your picture, starting from pole position, and Charles Fillot by his side.
The Charles Fillot fan club are out in force, as their man is going to be on the front row of the starting grid, alongside our pole sitter Jeroen Bos. Sebastiano De Matteo and Thierry Del Rey on the second, Jordan Musser and Leo Stein, and then we have De Guy, Martins, Nallon and Legout. We're going to wait for the last couple of karts to get into position. There is Guillaume, who now moves himself into the tail end of the grid. The lights are coming. Oh, there's a repeater light. Someone in trouble. Someone has risen in the kart. It's the Intrepid that has made the move to get up into the kart. So that is Sarunas Vasquelic, I do believe, who's had some problems there off the start. So yes, Sarunas Vasquelic is not going to go any further. I think there's been a problem as well for the Australian Michael Patrizzi. So Michael Patrizzi having a problem as well, but certainly that looked to me like the Intrepid that was having problems of Sarunas Vasquelic trying to start the race. Now he's got to start, of course, from the back of the grid. He can't take his original grid position because he's the reason for the lack of race start. So he's now trying to fight his way, look, to get himself back into his original grid position. I think he's going to find out after the end of the race that he's in for a nasty shock. You're not supposed to take your grid position back again.
Yeah, unfortunately not. You have to be at the back end. That's the punition to pay. You're already paying a punition for having in some mechanical trouble, and to force the others to go for one extra warm-up lap, and double the price you pay by having to start from the back end, just at the back of the others, which didn't prevent some of the drivers to fight their way through, showing the pace. So we'll see what this will be about for this unfortunate driver, but there's a heated moment, isn't it, when you're in the middle of a pack, especially on the gearbox grid, then you feel like you have a problem, but you're like, oh.
He's now been told by Pasquale Lupoli, the assistant race director, that you have to start from the back of the grid. You're not allowed to take your original grid position. So he was given the gesture there, you've got to go to the back. He said, what, right to the back?
There's your response,
You were the reason that we went to a false start, so you've got to go to the back of the grid. It's amazing how many of the drivers haven't sat in a race driver's briefing for about 8 to 9 years, some of them, and so a lot of them are forgetting the basic start procedures. It's fascinating. But there is an absence of Michael Patrizzi on the grid. That's a real shame for the former Supercars driver and Australian star. But now the competitors are getting into position. Jeroen Bos and Charles Fillot. The lights are coming on and we are ready for another epic start. Is this going to go the way of Fillot or Bos? Let's find out. Thierry Del Rey gets a decent start. Up to the first corner, he's going to get alongside Charles Fillot. He then tucks back in behind him. So the top three with a relatively good launch off the line. And as they go through the first hairpin, everybody just trying to keep it nicely tidy together. Up to the inside, Charles Fillot takes the lead. Excellent run from Monsieur Le Mans. Charles Fillot gets into the lead of the race in front of Jeroen Bosch and Thierry Del Rey.
And disastrous start for Leo Steins, the German driver. In the same time, he was 6th in the grid, but actually was pretty much stuck onto the track, and I think he fell down a couple of positions in the meantime. But well done from Charles Fillot. 1 year later, halfway through this opening lap of the KZ2 Masters. A against the C. This is the last of all the qualifying races, the one that counts. Watch out for Thierry Del Rey going defensive because of pressure from behind. Sitting in 3rd position after a strong start as well from the Belgian. This time around, he needs to keep the pace. He's shown us that in before. 2nd place for him as they come across in front of opposition. But it's going back and forth as well. Del Rey protecting the position behind Charles Fillot for 1.2 seconds already behind. Charles Fillot just went targeting. He just went massive on that opening lap, pulling one fantastic gap and having no trouble at all. While further back, we have a lot of business going on with Jeroen Bosch, Thierry Del Rey, Sebastiano De Matteo, Jordan Musser still in 5th, which is a good place to start from. And I was searching for the German driver Leon Stein, actually, who lost 9th position from 6th to 15 after his very bad start.
Oh, we've got a kart coming off at the hairpin, just pulling off to retire. That's one of the Birolats pulling off on the front part of the course. And that is Paolo Gagliardini. So Paolo Gagliardini pulling off and up the inside of Jordan Musser, who nearly loses the kart altogether there. That was a big run from Ricardo Nallon. So Ricardo Nallon managing to get through on the inside line and take the position away. So Charles Fillot leads. Jeroen Bosch in 2nd from Thierry Del Rey, and then Sebastiano De Matteo. And that's a problem for another driver in the field there. That's the Charles Leclerc chassis of Alessio Lamartina. So Lamartina is out of the race. He can't move that kart from the edge of the circuit, so the marshals have got to do it for him as the leaders are approaching the hairpin, and there are yellow flags still there for the kart that was left behind by Paolo Gagliardini, but I think that has now been withdrawn. The big question now is Charles Fillot out in front to the tune of 1.2 seconds. Jeroen Bosch cannot afford to fall out of 2nd place because at the moment he has 4 points predicted ahead of Fillot on 5, and Mattia, who was in the last race, of course, who is also on 5 as Gagliardini walks away. Now, big problem for Jeroen Bosch if he loses 2nd place, because if he drops to 3rd, he will still be in pole on countback because they'll have 5 points apiece. But if he drops to 4th behind Sebastiano De Matteo, he will lose pole position for tomorrow's Superheat.
So there's your challenge for Jeroen Bosch. He might be certainly aware of those calculations as he's made them before the start, and he responds. We just heard you, Jake. Jeroen Bosch, the fastest lap in this race, to secure his position as much as possible. 6/10 on Charles Fillot in the lead, so he was able to decrease that gap in 2 laps from half, actually 1.2 seconds in the opening lap, while they were, struggling to find the pace to one another and battling along. But Jeroen Bosch has been able to find his space. He's lapping in 52.2 and 52.8 for Charles Fillot. So maybe that's actually a huge difference. And there's your response to how that gap has decreased so quickly. There's your answer on the picture. Charles Fillot that sees his gap decreasing lap after lap. So I wonder, maybe he was caught sleeping after that, or maybe he's being in a bit of a mechanical trouble, I don't know. But losing 6/10 in the course of 1 lap and seeing your opponent really getting close that fast is quite impressive at this stage of the race.
I'm keeping an eye on Charles Fillot, and he doesn't look particularly smooth on this particular lap as well. He really struggled to get the braking zone done nicely in turn 1. He was a little bit twitchy on the exit. So I don't think Charles Fillot is quite at full speed here. There might be some kind of niggling problem developing for the Saudi up front, but he's definitely trying to get himself further forward as Jeroen Bosch is still giving it plenty of good work up at the front end in his Birolat for Solgat Motorsport. Onto the main straight again. Jeroen Bosch still trying to put Fillot under pressure. Well, he's starting to pull away again. He's just banged in another fastest lap and gained 3/10 on Jeroen Bosch. So clearly that was a lap where something didn't quite go according to plan. He had to change a setting or 2 here or there, or whatever he needed to do behind the wheel, and now he's found that electrifying pace. But Sven Salzman has gone even quicker on this lap. He's made 11 places, as has his his Mexican rival, Carlos Medina. They've both gone back through the field 11 places each, while Julien Guillon has actually gone up 15 places to 17th. So good work from Julien Guillon, as again, that is Jordan Musser trying to shake off the attentions of Emmanuel Ducreux.
Back with the leaders. Oh, good move around the inside from 311. This is Ricardo Nallon gaining ahead of Sebastiano De Matteo for 4th just before the chicane. Clean move, nothing to say about that. As Charles Fillot keep on extending, or at least trying to extend his gap. Another fastest lap for Charles Fillot, 51.2, already beaten by Sven Zalman from 10th in the classification. But still, the gap keeps on getting bigger, 0.8 of a second between the two leaders. Fillot and Jeroen Bosch in second, trying to keep Thierry Delray at bay. As confirmation on your screen, we still have in 4th place Ricardo Nallon, Sebastiano De Matteo. Around the top 6, Brice de Gay, followed by Jordan Mercer, Emmanuel Ducrot, Julia Ducommun, and Sven Zalsman. About Charles Fillot, I think, you know what, he has the wolf feed in his ears. He's listening to us, listening to advice. So every time we say, okay, time to push, he responds actually.
He's banging in purple.
Yeah,
he's banging in purple sectors again as Jordan Musser gets back on the inside of Brice de Gay. So Brice de Gay loses positions there to Jordan Musser out of the final turn and onto the home straight again. So Brice de Gay just following in the wheel tracks of Jordan Musser, the American, who is still doing a fantastic job through turn 1. He's there in P6 trying to chase down Sebastiano De Matteo. But Jeroen Bosch is doing everything he needs to do to secure the victory in the interim rankings. Charles Fillot looking for win number 1 and to become the 6th different winner over the course of these KZ2 Masters heats. We were hoping it was going to be even and competitive, but we couldn't have hoped for better than 6 different winners from the 6 races that we've had so far. That really is spectacular. We didn't get that from KZ, and we just about got that in the end from the Academy Trophy. It couldn't have been tighter in the end to do it. But Charles Fillot is definitely working incredibly hard to hold on to his accolade, his moniker of Monsieur Le Mans, as he comes off the final turn and onto the main straight. A brilliant performance from him over the past 6 times a winner of the 24-hour karting race on this very circuit. So there's not many drivers that know this place and how to master it quite as much as this man Charles Fillot does. But considering he is in the KZ2 Masters category, he is still alive and kicking, and this is practically his back garden, so he's just out for a cruise.
Thierry Delray putting his fastest lap in the race, still in 3rd place, trying to get as close as possible. 3:10 still down on Jeroen Bosch. I was going to say that Charles Fillot's best hope of maybe securing what could be the pole position for tomorrow's superheat. His name is Thierry Delray, actually. If he's able to, get ahead of Jeroen Bosch, and might actually break the rhythm of the Netherlands driver, and maybe give a shot to Ricardo Nallon to try to get close and reverse the classification all over. Of course, still very much in theory as the race is coming to an end. This is the penultimate lap for our French leader on his way to secure what will be a front starting position for tomorrow's superheat. In the meantime, Thierry Delray is trying to do the same as well, because he's sitting in 5th place at the moment. This won't be enough, unfortunately, to get past the Johan Renault classification, but still, this is always good for the confidence, a little bit of a booster, knowing that you have the pace and what it takes for tomorrow's big day. But at the moment, the gap, has decreased of almost a 10th, and you can see that he's very close outside of the banking, while the light is decreasing more and more, which is going to give a bit of a heartache actually for the drivers in terms of visibility. And let's see, they're very, very close indeed on the entry of the chicane. He knows that we're getting to the last lap, so there won't be much time remaining for the Belgian.
But what it would do for Thierry Delray if he finishes where he is it would put him 3rd on the starting grid going into tomorrow's superheat. So 5th position in the rankings will put him 3rd on the grid in the superheat tomorrow, behind Jeroen Bosch and Thomas de Tailleur. So every opportunity really for Thierry Delray to make a move of it as he continues to battle in position as he runs forward. Charles Fillot running out in the lead of the race from Jeroen Bosch and Thierry Delray. Delray still trying to get close enough, but I don't think he's going to manage it. He's got about 5 kart lengths at the minimum to try and make up on Jeroen Bosch on the last lap. So Thierry Delray should consolidate in 3rd position here, which is where he is going to start from tomorrow's superheat. An excellent run though from Monsieur Le Mans. He waited till the last moment, and Charles Fillot is going to come out of the final turn to take the victory, much to the delight of the Charles Fillot fan club on the home straight. Allez Charles, he gets the job done in fantastic fashion. He takes the victory in front of his supporters. Excellent work from them, and a great run from Charles Fillot. Monsieur Le Mans triumphs once again, but this time it is one of the most prolific victories of his career so far in front of the FIA Karting community. He bangs in a heat victory and secures pole position for the 2nd superheat tomorrow. But the 1st superheat goes the way of Jeroen Bosch. He is the interim leader 4 points accumulated compared to the 5 accumulated by Charles Fillot. Great work. And the Frenchman comes through in terrific fashion. The privateer doing an excellent job once again. And so he will come through in majestic fashion to become the 6th different winner from the 6 heats so far this weekend. Brilliant stuff and a wonderful end to the week, a wonderful end to Saturday for Charles Fillot and the crew. And there are now just 4 races to go this evening. All of them are in the KZ2 qualifying heats coming up. So Charles Fillot triumphs in the last race of the day for the KZ2 Masters. Then Jeroen Bos and Thierry Del Rey from Ricardo Nelon and Sebastiano De Matteo. Brice de Guy in front of Jordan Musser, and then Emmanuel Ducreux in front of Sven Salzman, Julien Ducumon, Adam Matugi, and then Carlos Medina in front of Mark Wohlhauser and Andrea Tonoli. Then Leo Stein in front of Roberto Avanzato, Julien Guéon in front of Sebastian Lider, and then it is Mathieu Legu who comes home in 19th place in front of Rodolphe De Vito, Eduardo Martins in front of David Malcolm from Daniel Ascher and Jürgen Schmal, Michael Curran in front of Adriano Amaral, and then Sarunas Vasquez comes home ahead of Carlos Eduardo de Souza. The retirements, well, Marco Raimundo, Alessio Lamartina, and Paolo Gigliardini all out of the race. On the very first lap, though, we lost Alessio Lamartina and Michael Patrizzi. So big difficulties then for the drivers who couldn't quite make it to the finish line, and that's going to come back to bite them when they come to the starting grid for tomorrow's super heats. Everybody's going to make it through, but only 36 of the KZ2 Masters are going to make it to the final tomorrow evening. So obviously it's really important that they make good use of the situation and give themselves the best possible chance of success as they move forward. So, terrific work so far from the KZ2 Masters, and there'll be some very happy drivers down there after an excellent performance, particularly Charles Fillot and Jeroen Bos. They're going to be very happy indeed. So let's head down into pit lane. It's going to be an interesting one for Guillaume Alvarez to unpick. Hopefully Charles Fillot and Jeroen Bos are going to be down there to grab.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, in the mix of the Parc Fermé, as always, where there's still a lot of work going on to finish the day, as I'm with Mr. Le Mans himself, Charles Fillot, multiple winner of the Le Mans Karting 24 Hours. Congratulations for this win. Another strong result. And so far, you ended up second overall in the classification by the look of it. So it means pole position start for the Super Heat tomorrow. So you must be happy.
Yes, I'm happy, even if we have to enhance a little bit the chassis, the engine, and we will work again tonight in order to win a lot of tenths, maybe 2 tenths, and I hope for tomorrow for the victory.
So this is pretty much your home track. You've had so much success over the years here, so you know that layout, I mean, eyes closed, don't you think?
Yes, I know the track, but it is the first time that I drive with these tires. And it's a little bit different, even if it is the same track. It's not exactly the same corner with this tire. Even if you said that is my garden, yes, in endurance, because I won 6 times, but it's a bit different. So.
Yeah, different it is in this class, a brand new class. What do you think of the level of competition? Because there's not only you, there's quite a lot of big names involved from all different series.
Yes, the level is very high. It is a world championship, so we have all the best drivers, even if we have older than others. But it's a good idea for the CIK to organize for people like me. So.
Absolutely. Maybe one last word in your own language to your friends. Quel effet ça vous ferait de gagner ici, à l'occasion de ce week-end, dans votre jardin au Mans?
Ça serait forcément un rêve, puisqu'on a gagné des championnats nationaux, internationaux non, parce que j'ai jamais fait un championnat d'Europe ou un championnat du monde complet. J'ai fait le championnat du monde ici, je crois que c'était en 2015, chez les jeunes. On était en tête en pré-finale, on avait fait 3 en pré-finale, mais en finale, bon, il y a des aléas dès le premier tour. Donc forcément, ça serait un rêve pour toute l'équipe. D'ailleurs, je remercie encore LM Events, le team d'Hervé Leray, Mathieu Cheminot, Yann Genuel, le mécanicien, Saudi Kart et également Cédric Sport pour les moteurs, sans quoi je ne serais pas là aujourd'hui.
Voilà, merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Bonne chance. Good luck for tomorrow. Merci beaucoup. Charles Fillot, of course, Mr. Le Mans, saying that it would be a huge dream, an honor to be winning in his garden in this World Championship. He competed, don't forget, in 2017 and 2015 at a time where the World Championship was here in Le Mans already. Didn't have the result that he expected in a final. So this different sort of beast this weekend. Of course, he knows this track, you know, eyes closed from start to finish. In endurance, he's been the master of this place for quite a number of years now. But as he said, different vibes, different sensations on this LeConte tires and a different level of field. So all those challenges make it even better for the dream to be achieved and to reach maybe for tomorrow for Charles Fillon. So back to you, Jake, as we have some more KZ2 races coming our way.
4 more to go before we wrap up for the day here at Le Mans. It's going to be a sensational challenge, that is for sure, as the contenders are gearing up, ready for an excellent show. David Trevelov and Arthur Carbonell on the front row of the grid from Valentino Fritsch and Mathieu Spergel, then Carlos Martinez and Thomas Imburg, Jonas Civico and Jean Lier from Marco Torman and Marcus Kayak, then Leonardo Marcellier and Thomas Schippers from Paul Lussier and Giorgio Carrara, Oscar P. and Cyrien Galassine from Jean Nomblot and Linus Lagerstrom, Kasper Radowski and Nathan Krang from Guillaume Triard and Angelo Lombardo, Lev Lomko and Jeremy Potain from Salvatore Toscano and Theo Blin, Noé Meunier and Florian Kunzmann from Tom Adams, Romain Cuedic and Paul Ribéret. Now it looks like there's only one driver not out there on the circuit, and that is Romain Cuedic. I do wonder if that crash that he was in the previous race when he rolled over, I wonder if that might have done some damage to the chassis, and that might be his weekend over, because obviously if he hasn't made it through by now, he's not going to get an opportunity to in the super heats tomorrow morning, because of the 123 drivers taking to the starting grid in these races over the course of the day, only 72 of them are going to be in the super heats tomorrow morning, spread out against 2 grids, and then only the top 36 aggregate drivers are going to be the ones that progress through to the final. So we started this weekend with 273 races. Only 144 are going to be left by the time we have the 4 final races of the weekend. And it is going to be sensational to see who comes through to win our 4 finals tomorrow. It's been wonderful to have your company all the way through these last 2 days of motor racing, and we're going to finish off in fine style here on Saturday night. And it is going to be a great situation now for the 2 drivers on the front row of the grid. This is the moment David Trevelov's been waiting for. All he has to do is finish 9th or better, and he will be in pole position for tomorrow's super heat. He is just 24 hours potentially away from becoming the winner of the 2022 FIA Karting World Cup. But he still has to get the job done. All he has to do, in theory, is finish this race in 9th or better. Oh, it is a false start. False start. We had somebody not ready on the grid by the look of it. So they will go round again. Now, who was the cause of the false start? I'm not entirely sure there was one. So certainly nobody causing a bit of an issue there. So a very strange situation, but on that particular occasion, I didn't really see anybody that was the cause of the incident. So a bit of a difficult one there for the competitors, and still more drama, still more competition to come from the competitors, but it's a really strange situation now, as David Trevelov is just 1 step away. A top 9 finish will do, and that will put him on the top. The floodlights are coming on. It's time to race under the lights.
Welcome back to Le Mans, ladies and gentlemen. If you're joining us right now, this will be the last 4 races of the day. We've had 30 in total, 26 done, 4 more to go. And this concerns only the KZ2 class, as the drivers go for 1 extra formation lap. And you can see the lights indeed just 1 on, and the lights keeps on decreasing, natural light that being, as if you stay with us until the end, you might see, maybe for the first time in your life, a kart race by nighttime and without the natural light, which is always a great visual spectacle, as well as kart racing itself, as the drivers again make their way back onto the start finish straight and to the grid under the orders of the race director and the officials along the track. The red flag is on, not to interrupt anything, but just to make sure that the drivers make their way safely onto the grid, and once everybody's in position, we'll be good to go. 10 laps, A versus F. David Trevelov on pole position on the right side of your picture with the Maranello machine. Arthur Carbonell with the CRG by his side. Valentino Fritsch, Mathieu Spergel and all the others. I think we're going to be good to go this time around. And as you said, Jake, David Trevelov only needs a 9th place finish maximum to secure tomorrow's overall pole position for the first super heat Are we going to go? Yes, we are. Green, green, green. We're racing in Le Mans once again. All two drivers going off just before the first turn. There's a perfect start for David Trefilov going around and taking everybody with him. Yeah, pretty much safe passage for pretty much the field, despite those two drivers who just went wide before the first braking point. But David Trefilov managed to stay from pole position into the lead. Great start. Arthur Carbonell as well. I think still in second. Valentino Frisch managed to stay within third as well. As further back, we have a great start from Carlos Martinez Escuela, the Spaniard driver with the Pragacos up into fourth, making their way into the banking for the last time out for those two groups, A versus F. 1.4 kilometer on this track of Le Mans, and David Trefilov once again, fantastic start. He didn't let himself being impressed by a stronger position behind. Let's remember that this is the 7th and last qualifying race for those drivers, and out of the 6 first, David Trefilov was able to win 5 of them, so that gives you quite an impressive resume of the level of his team and this young German driver ever since the weekend kicked off here in Le Mans. But the opposition is trying to fight back, and beautifully made by the 103. This is Jean-Louis getting ahead of Carl Martinez Escuela. This is for 4th place, the Swiss driver with the Tony Kart colors, making his move just in turn number 2. So he was quite clean, he made us stick beautifully, and now he's leading the second wagon. Here is the first, David Trefilov, 2nd place for Arthur Carbonell, Valentino Frisch down in 3rd. So the top 3 remains unchanged at the end of the second lap from the starting procedure. And then you can see how close are the rest of the field. And we have Jean-Louis leading the pack, the 103 in 4th, followed by Martinez Escuela. Then we have further back as well, this is Matteo Spiergel, the 138, Thomas Inbourg down in 7. There's Jenny Civico in 8, Marcus Kayak down in 9, and we have as well the 136 in 10th place, Marco Torman for the top 10, very much provisional as we enter lap number 3 out of 10. But this is once again a very strong start of proceedings for David Trefilov, but still under reach from both Arthur Carbonell and Valentino Frisch. So it remains to be seen if those two chasers will be able to catch on with their prey. And two drivers off, one driver off actually, the other one was able to get going. It just happened in the first chicane after the 2 Oaks right-handers. And there comes the move for the back, the 128, beautifully made. This is for the back in the classification, isn't it?
That's Frisch and Carbonell.
Yeah, my apologies. Yeah, back in with the leaders. Thank you, Jake. Indeed, switch of position. Valentino Frisch, I was searching for the numbers. This is 129 as the light is decreasing and the visibility as well for us from the speaker booth. But Valentino Frisch, the young German, make his way up to 2nd. Arthur Carbonell is going to have to fight back. He holds on to the German in 3rd, and it all goes the way of David Trefilov, pulling on the fastest lap in this race and putting away 6 tenths at the moment for him.
So the contact on that last lap came from Mo Nunier and Nathan Krang. So they have come through down at the back end of the field, unfortunately. But Arthur Carbonell trying to get himself back into position ahead of David Trefilov, but this is actually even better for David Trefilov than he first realised going into this one, as Angelo Lombardo now has an investigation flag. If it keeps going like this, and obviously Arthur Carbonell is going to finish where he finishes, then all that Trefilov is going to need is a top 10 finish now, and he will get the job done. So perfectly well as far as he's concerned, and he's leading at the moment. Look at the feistiness of the battle as up towards the challenge. We've got Marcus Kayak trying to get through on Thomas Inbourg, with Marco Torman swarming all over the back of them, and that is Oscar P, the Frenchman, making his debut in FIA Karting this weekend, trying to get himself into that mix as well. Kayak tries to get in on the inside of Inbourg, and he gets through. So feisty, ruthless, but Marcus Kayak makes the move.
Yeah, this is the sort of battle that we like to see. And once again, warning flag for Thomas Inbourg in the heat of the battle. But once again, that's what we like to see from the privateers, as Marcus Kayak, one of the standard bearers of the X Racing team, private team compared to the factories. Once again, right in the mix, making his way up to 8th place at the moment. So, well, another name to keep an eye on all throughout the weekend. The big day tomorrow. Back with the leaders, making their way into turn number 1. And it seems to me that David Trefilov at some point had extended his gap to more than 6 tenths, and now it's reduced to 2.5 tenths, meaning that both Valentino Frisch and Arthur Carbonell are doing quite a good job together, so to speak. They keep on working towards their own and same objective, which is the lead. Frisch pulling out the fastest lap, with Arthur Carbonell right on his tail, 50.6 as well for the Frenchman in 3rd. So they're working together, not overtaking, not attacking each other at the moment, waiting for the right time and the right spot maybe to try to go for the move, maybe a double move, and watch out, Arthur Carbonell wanted to go first, but Valentino Frisch said, no, me, I'll be the one, and there he goes into the chicane. That was fantastic from Arthur Carbonell. He just went for the first attempt into the left-hander. Valentino Frisch shut the door, but maybe he wasn't expecting Arthur Carbonell to cross the line and go around the inside of the first turn and closing the door in the chicane. It was beautiful strategy from Carbonell, who just responded to Frisch. You might have seen that as well, saying, stay with me, I'm the faster one of the two. And in the meantime, while we were fighting against each other, while we were, going like kids, David Trefilov is pulling away, and that's not what we need. 7/10 up, so the prey is actually going away. We need to stay together, stick together, and do this all over again.
Sensational move from Arthur Carbonell to get into second place. That really limits the damage to get himself in a second position now. So he is looking good for a run to 11 points. So that is going to help him out, to 12 points, I should say, in terms of the tally. So he's very much in the strong position now and is looking likely to stay where he is. David Trefilov also looking likely to stay where he is, although Arthur Carbonell is going to try one final trick up his sleeve to try and take on David Trefilov. Is up the inside. Oh, Marco Torman had to bail out of that move on the way to try and get past Carlos Martinez. Further back, we've got Savico. He's made the bid and made his way through and made an overtaking move as Marco Torman dueling away with Thomas Sipers and Carlos Martinez. That was very marginal. Just about managed to get away without too much of an incident there. But we're on lap 8 out of 10. And so far, so good for Arthur Carbonell. He is trying to get that gap down to David Trefilov just to see if there's anything he can do to get under his skin. At the moment, he knows that even if he passes Trefilov, Trefilov will still be pole position for the first superheat, and he is still the favourite. But if he can just get in his head a little bit, if he can just kind of go, well, I can beat you. You are not going to dominate this weekend. I can beat you in the final. If he can just get under his skin a little bit, that's all that Arthur Carbonell wants to try and do. Just to remind David Trefilov, I'm here. You haven't got this all your own way.
Mind game, isn't it? It's not just about tires in the karting world and in motorsport in general. The mind is certainly as or equally important as the physical aspect of the sport. And once again, I wonder what David Trefilov might be thinking, because he obviously knows that he's comfortable in this piece, knowing that a top 10 will be plenty enough for him to start on pole position for one of the superheat tomorrow. But still, he's a competitor, and he had pretty much a clean sheet, unless for that top 3 finish in one of his races. So he wants to finish on a high. He wants to be on top of this, so to speak, podium in the qualifying race, because this would be another strong sign to the opposition that I'm the man in charge here, and I've been the one, at the forefront, and you guys have been quite unable to defeat me. So this is a strong sign for tomorrow's. Again, Sunday is not Saturday, and we'll see how the transition will go. But David Trefilov is here for the taking, and the crown taking I'm talking about. And as I'm saying that, he responds by putting out the fastest lap. So he's being able, on those very old and very tired tires, to be even once again the faster of them all in this race.
Very impressive from David Trefilov as he will come down the back straight and past De Vieux Chêne for the last time, the 2 old oaks, and into the square left and up to the final section of the course. This has been a terrific run from David Trefilov. The German has been mighty right from the outset, and he will come through to take his 6th win out of 7. David Trefilov will start tomorrow from the front of the grid, no matter what happens from here on out. Excellent work from David Trefilov, no issues whatsoever. He was commanding his troops out there and did a sensational job of holding on against all opposition. He has been able to cement himself as the pole position sitter for the first of our superheats tomorrow. Carbonell has cemented himself as pole position for the second one. So now the rest of the 3 races are all about finishing strong and trying to stay out of harm's way and booking yourself that seat in the superheats, because there are only going to be 72 drivers of the 123 that started this week in KZ2 that will be able to do so. So you've got to stay strong, you've got to stay focused, and you've got to bring it to the table in the last race of the day.
And boy, we have so many races left on the table, but the most important ones for tomorrow. As you can see, a lot of people still with us on the sidelines of the track. This part is where the banking is. Then number 9 just in front of us on the other side of the circuit. This is one of the best spots, certainly, not only for overtaking, but for sunbathing and viewing. So there you go. If you have a spot to pick tomorrow, that would be the choice. Here we go for the classification. David Trefilov winning from Arthur Carbonell, Valentino Frisch in third, Jean Leuillet, Matteo Spiegel, Marcus Kayak, Denis Civico Espona, Marcos Tormen, Carlos Martinez, Thomas Sippers in 10th, from Jean Lomblot, Leonardo Maseglia, Lev Lomko, Paul Ribeiro and Oscar P.
Paul Lussier in 16th place in front of Angelo Lombardo, and then it is Theo Blin who comes home in front of Chelian Galassin, then Florian Kunzmann and Giorgio Carrara, who had a problem mid-race, Jeremy Potain in front of Salvatore Toscano, then Kasper Nadolski, Guillaume Triard and Noé Meunier. The retirements, well, Thomas Imborg was out of the race, as too was Tom Adams and Nathan Krang. Linus Nagerstrom we lost on the opening lap, and unfortunately we did not get a start from Romain Kuidik, which we may think is related to his role earlier in the day. We think that the chassis may have taken a bit too much damage to continue. So, interesting stuff from KZ2. There are 3 races to go. One of the men who went from KZ2 to become one of the prolific drivers in KZ, we managed to catch up with on Thursday in the hope that this week is going to go his way. It's looking tenuous at the moment, but you never say never in this sport. Matteo Vigano.
It's always nice to come here. It's, as you know, a special place for a race, famous for 24 hours, etc. And I was happy to come back in this track because in the past I always have been like fast. Not always make one race, but the race I made, it was good in terms of speed. But also I have to say that every race is one story apart. So at the end we don't have to look so much at the past, but concentrate race by race. But overall I'm quite happy to be here. Personally, not so much, to be fair. Just a little bit the neck, obviously on the other side, in the test. But overall, I don't think that changed so much. It's always very important to drive like often. Let's say at least 2 times in a month for me to arrive in the race for a decent condition, especially when you're not 15 years old anymore. When I'm not racing, I just try to go with a road bike or do something to at least to arrive in decent condition. Well, I have to say that this weekend didn't start so good. So for what you said, that I've always been like fast like Christian Stad and also Adria last year, then something happened. This time I'm happy to not be the favorite for the moment, so I'm happy to be not the fastest now, so maybe it should be different Sunday. Will be hard for sure, many drivers are fast this weekend, but we will try to be there as always.
Excellent work so far this week from Matteo Vigano. The results haven't quite matched his effort, but he has certainly come out of the KZ2 class over the last few seasons. His last year, when he got the job done in fantastic style in 2018 on the Genk circuit, when he came through to win the International Super Cup, that was the last piece of the jigsaw puzzle to step him up into KZ. This is the end of his 4th season. He's looking at 23rd on the grid so far. From the KZs, so that is going to put him, I'm going to quickly do my math, 12th position on the starting grid for his Superheat tomorrow, so he's really got a lot of work to do from that position, and only the top 36 drivers, of course, are going to be the ones that will progress through to the finals tomorrow, so it's a tricky situation for him. But now we know the identities of the drivers that are going to be starting from pole position in the KZ2 heats, because they've just been confirmed. David Trevelov and Arthur Carbonell, who are first and second in that last heat, and that books them in position. Nobody can catch them now. So essentially, the rest of today becomes about the fight for 3rd position. You've got Bertucca in 3rd, tied on points with Sam Leuillet. Jorge Pescador has 16. Lindblad has 21. So he's actually been very consistent in the second half of the week. And then Felix Arnold, Daniel Vassile, Danilo Albanese, and Valentino Fritsch, who has dropped back into 10th position. But if the other rivals around him have difficulties, he'll go straight back up again.
Yeah, there's still a couple of places and points to be taken in the last 3 races that we're going to have together, ladies and gentlemen, as the drivers are ready onto the pre-grid. So the marshals are on the track, the orange army, the red army being Birlacht, the structure, the factory from the sun. But the orange army is always here when it counts. They're always here at every race, every event in Le Mans, not even in Le Mans, but on all over the world, in all sort of circuit, in all sort of motorsport events. We couldn't actually underline enough the work that is being done behind the scene, not only on track, but as well as preparation for these events by the marshals. Wherever you are in the world listening, maybe you are a marshal yourself, maybe you're part of a motorsport community, and I'm certain that you guys are also very much active in your own part, on your own track, doing your best at helping out others and making sure that motorsport can go through and can be a celebration of the driver's skills and human skills, as well as on track and off as well. So motorsport would not be anything. There wouldn't be no motorsport without the Orange Army, without the marshals, wherever you are, whatever you do. So once again, a big thank you to everybody involved into the making of this Mondo Kart FIA Karting World Championship back in Le Mans for the first time since 2017 and 2015 for the World event.
So out they come for the anti-penultimate KZ2 qualifying heat. Danilo Albanese and Sam Luyet from Tom Loyer and Robert Kindevater, then Corentin Rousseau and Sim Liedmar, Loic Vindice and Gabin Loyer, Oscar Target and Arthur Rojon from Matteo Zanchi and Vincent Wanegu, Moritz Ebner and Maxime Grillon.
From Koen Doorn, Alexander Schmitz, Antoine Barbaro, Robin Glirum, Flint Schering, Hubert Petit, Nicolas Taylor, Ken Halgray, Florian Kiebel, Marc Negrusta, Jacob Kadicha, Kilian Ley. We have also Axel Matus, Joseph Villa, Laura Bourget, Patrick Janssen and Jonas Salin. 31 drivers on our grid. Do we have everybody onto the track? Let's wait in the end of the formation lap as always, but Danilo Albanese starting from pole position, the Car Republic driver with already some strong results to his name. One victory earlier in the B versus D confrontation, another one earlier as well, B versus F. So this will be 3 victories so far for Danilo Albanese. More than willing, of course, to have more, to have maybe a 4th one to his tally. That would mean a better starting position in one of the 2 super heat he will fight himself in tomorrow morning.
So going to be an interesting one as obviously now we look at the 2 main protagonists in this particular field as Danilo Albanese and Sam Luyet. They are on the front row of the grid together. Albanese has 25 points, tied with Valentino Fritsch, and is currently sat in 9th in the rankings. Sam Luyet is on 14, tied with Bratuka for 3rd in the rankings. So it's very critical that both these drivers do not mess this race up, because it could pay dividends. It could put Sam Luyet on the front row of the starting grid for the next heat, the super heat tomorrow. He's either going to be on the front row of the grid with David Trevelov or Artur Carbonell if he takes the win in this one, depending on what happens to Christian Bratuka in his super heat. But obviously he's got to stay out of trouble, because the likes of Danilo Albanese and the other rivals that will come out in their later heat, the likes of Bratuka, Pescador, Lindblad, Arnold and Vasile, are all going to want to try and steal something away from this last super heat. So no more mistakes, no second chances. You've got to make use of the opportunities given to you in this final heat of the day, for these 2 groups at least. There are 2 races after this one, but it's now or never. The lights come on above the starting gantry, and we're racing at Le Mans. Good start from Luyet. He tucks in behind our pole sitter Danilo Albanese. It's very clean from everybody as they run their way through to the first corner. Will they get through turn 1 without incident? They're all trying to get through without too much drama. They have just about made it. It was pretty tight at a couple of points, but now Danilo Albanese is streaking away out front. Sam Luyet has got a monster of a challenge from Tom Loyer in the Leclerc, and also from the Birolat of Robert Kindevater, who slices through past Tom Loyer, and in 5th position that is Corentin Rousseau.
Yeah, strong start indeed. Sam Luyet was able to really get himself out of the pressure from Kindevater and Tom Luyet. It was very tight indeed into the 2 Oaks right-hander. And Tom Luyet is going to have to wait a little bit more, maybe a lap number 2 or 3 to make his move. But Kindevater very close indeed into the chicane. Look at how close Tom Luyet is. He's not waiting any longer. Actually, he wants that move to be done in order not to let our leader, Danilo Albanese, pulling away. And as I'm saying that, look at the gap already pulled by the young Italian. 1.9 seconds already. This is a massive gap in just the course of 1 lap. So it's pretty much done and dusted for anyone willing to attack Danilo Albanese, because he's so much away from the rest of the field. It's all going to go down to 2nd place fighting, isn't it? With Sam Luyet being chased by Kindevater, Tom Luyet in 4th, Clément Rousseau down in 5th, Corentin, sorry. Then we have Sim Ledma in 6th, followed by Gabin Leyer, Oscar Target, Matteo Zanchi, and Vincent Vanneguet running up the top 10.
I don't think you're going to see Danilo Albanese again in this heat the way he's currently stretching out, as up the inside of Zanchi. A couple of places lost there, unfortunately. First Gabin Leyer, and then also in the battle there, Oscar Target, I think, trying to assume his way up the inside. And there's the move on Sam Leyer once again from Robert Kindervater, who now puts himself in a second place as Oscar Target now goes to battle with Tom's brother Gabin Leyer. So they're going to run off the final corner. But Danilo Albanese 2.1 seconds clear of Kindervater after 2 laps. There was an incident on the opening lap as well, I noticed. Ken Algra came together with Maxime Grillon. Grillon has retreated back to the pits. Ken Algra has elected to continue in the hope that he can recover. But certainly out in the middle of the pack, you've got a lot of jockeying for position. Albanese from Kindervater, Leyer and Leyer. And then in 5th position, it is Corentin Rousseau in front of Sim Liedmar and Gabin Leyer, who is there in front of Oscar Target. But Target, the Australian, is trying to make his bid around the outside of Gabin Leyer. But that backfires big time because Vincent Wannegue in the Sodi car is able to stretch his legs and get past the Australian. Now he's going to try and defend from Matteo Zanchi, who gets up the inside. No, you don't, says Oscar Target.
Yeah, quite an interesting bit as well between all those 2 drivers into the chicane. One last corner, making their way past the start-finish straight. As we're going to see another attack, another move, the 152 for the by Sim Ledma, Corentin Rousseau. Can he make that bit outside of turn number 1? Gonna have to wait, but sometimes you can actually surprise your opponent in those 2 right-hander. But Sim Ledma, for the time being, is gonna have to wait a little bit more, as Danilo Albanese is once again showing supremacy with the fastest lap. 2.2 seconds now on the Robert Kindervater. There's no worry in the world for the Italian driver. He can actually allow himself to put quali lap after quali lap, but watch out for the mechanic. Of course, you don't want to have a bad surprise. Anyway, we're back here in the middle of the pack with the 159 on your picture. This is Antoine Barbarou trying to get close to Loic Vindice with Hubert Petit by his side. Hubert Petit with the Saudi colors very close indeed. The 220 on your picture. Vincent Vanneguet just in front in 8th place with a 4-driver battle with Sim Ledma and Gabin Leyer just in the middle as well. So 6 drivers, and it could actually go one way or the other. The 136 on your picture right now. This is happening for the back as well, as Sim Ledma is trying to hold on to position of 130. This is Sam Leyer and Thomas Leyer, not to mix the names in here. The one is from Switzerland, the other one is from France, and still Sam Leyer has the upper hand on Tom Leyer at the moment. They split by nothing, run the inside, and there he goes, the European champion. Beautifully made by Tom Leyer on Sam, who's having to back out, the Tony car driver dropping into 4th, and seems like he's saying to him, you know, at least trying to tell him, okay, let's stay with me and let's keep it going, because the gap has increased in the meantime. Not talking about Danilo Albanese, but almost a second down from Robert Kindervater, who actually couldn't enjoy more his time to try to put away as much as he can.
Now this is a problem for Sam Leyer, because he's now dropped back into 4th position on the road behind Tom Leyer, and Leyer is down to 5th position in the rankings as a result of that. He's now on 18 points accumulated, so he's dropped back behind Bertucca and behind Jorge Pescador in the provisional rankings. So if Bertucca and Pescador win their heats, then Sam Leyer can only cope with a 3rd place start, and he will fall off the front row of the starting grid. Now in gearbox racing, the 2nd row start is not as preferential as the front row, as Zanchi comes through to the inside line and gets past Vincent Wannegue. I was going to say there that in OK racing, you certainly get the outside line when it's a rolling start. The outside line of the front row is not the most advantageous place to start. 3rd place is a better place to start. But in gearbox, you want to be as high up the grid as you possibly can, and being on the front row is the most advantageous position. It doesn't matter which side of the track you start, but you want to be on that front row of the grid because it's a standing start procedure. You want to clear a track in front of you to launch off the line. And unfortunately for Sam Leyer, he is now looking at what is potentially 5th position in the rankings by dropping back behind Tom Leyer, and that is going to drop him off the front row of the grid for the superheats as it stands at the moment.
The trouble also that we have here in Le Mans with the configuration of the track is that the part from the start-finish line and the braking zone is quite short. Actually, it's not quite straight. If you've been to Le Mans, you know that the entry on the corner is bended as well. So it means that in terms of toe, this is not the most ideal part of the track to get to a good start, even if you're starting from the 2nd row of the grid trying to get the toe from the pole situ. So, which makes it even more difficult into the gearbox class. We had a bit of a trouble between the 2 Saudi car drivers over there, and Corentin Rousseau dropping all the way down to 10th, and Loic Vindice as well losing a pile of position, 10th in total, all the way down to 17th. So a bit of a trouble over there for him, and we'll get back to that in a minute. Now, here the 194 on your picture. This is happening further up in the classification. Loïc Vidic, we were just mentioning, trying to fight his way through in a very hectic and agitated midfield, but there's a big queue of drivers making their way into the banking over there. The 148 from Birelard. This is Alexander Schmitz trying his bit on Hubert Petit, that not so long ago, last year, now he stepped on the podium, is first in within 3 years in CRK FIA races.
Oh, goodness me!
That was close from Hubert Petit, wasn't he? He almost lost control of his car on the way to turn number 11.
I think that was one of the Sodis just a little way further back. I think that might have been Antoine Barberou. Oh no, it was Marc Negruzza, I do apologise. So a couple of drivers slipping down the order, but that was desperately trying to get the kart slowed down. He just got on the brakes, locked up, and the back end started to overtake the front. He was lucky that the kart stopped travelling in the apex, because that could have been very nasty indeed, and it was almost contact with 2 or 3 other drivers.
We've just seen that. It was very brief, but because of the light decreasing, oh, there he goes on the inside. Beautifully made. The 169, Matteo Zanchi on Oscar Taguet, getting the position in 7th place in the banking. So nothing to say about that, but very brief, and you might see that again, but because of the darkness coming our way into Le Mans, you can see the sparkles of the chassis actually scratching the curves, which makes quite a very interesting visual show.
Every photographer that is accredited here this weekend is going to be out there trying to get some spicy shots at the KZ2 drivers as they rumble over those curves. But we're into the final lap. So Danilo Albanese in there with Robert Kindervater and Tom Loyer. And for Danilo Albanese, this is the best he can really get from the situation. 25 points scored alongside Valentino Fritsch. He's not going to increase his tally, but he is going to stop himself adding any more points to the ranks. So Danilo Albanese making his way a second and a half clear of Robert Kindervater. He hasn't really lost any time over the course of proceedings, so he is going to book himself a top 5 start for the Superheats. At the absolute worst case scenario, it'll be 5th on the grid for the first Superheat, and that's not bad going for Danilo Albanese. Checkered flag comes out and he gets the job done. Great work from the Kart Republic. He's been so smooth in this one. Robert Kindervater was 1.8 seconds away, and 3rd place for Tom Loyer in front of Sam Luyet, and that drops him behind Jorge Pescador to 5th place overall in the rankings. Now the pressure is on Christian Bertucca and Jorge Pescador to end their heats in victorious fashion so that they limit the damage to what has been shown by Danilo Albanese. So the Italian doing a fine job in his Kart Republic, keeping it nice and tidy all the way through. And it's been very smooth and very, very solid as far as the competitors there are concerned. Danilo Albanese in front of Robert Kindervater and Tom Loyer, with Sam Luyet ending up right down in 4th position. Not exactly where he wanted to be. That's going to cost him a front row start, potentially, on the grid. It hasn't been confirmed yet, of course, because we still haven't seen what's going to happen to Bertucca and Pescador in their final heats. But obviously we know the identities of all of the drivers that are going to be starting their super heats from pole position tomorrow now. So a lot of excitement and a lot of good stuff coming their way. Drivers putting on a really solid charge forward. So some good performances from all of the competitors. Danilo Albanese taking the win though in front of Robert Kindervater and Tom Loyer. Sam Luyet in front of Sim Liedmar. Gabin Loyer, Matteo Zanchi, Oscar Target and Vincent Managu from Corentin Rousseau and Hubert Petit. Antoine Barberou in front of Alexander Schmitz and Jacob Kadicak. From Koendorn, Marc Negruzza, Flint Schuring and Moritz Ebner. Then in 19th position behind them, it was Patrick Janssen ahead of the Frenchman Arthur Rojon. Then Loïc Vindice, Josep Weyer, Robin Gledum, Guillaume Lay, Nicolas Taylor, Axel Matus, and then Florian Kibel from Jonas Salin, Laura Bourget, and Ken Algra. Just the one retirement on the end, and that was the man who pulled out on the first lap. That was Maxime Grillon. So another fantastic KZ2 race comes to an end. There are only 2 races to go in the battle now for the final positions and the last few drivers trying to salvage something from their FIA Karting World Championship weekend as they bid for the World Cup in KZ2. And in qualifying heat C versus C, it's going to be fascinating. Down there in pit lane for the last time today, it is going to be a strong run from Guillaume Alvarez to grab the runners and riders.
Welcome back, guys. You choose your order, and we're going to start with Danilo Albanese. We're going to have Robert Kindervater first, but let's start with the victor, Danilo Albanese. That was one heck of a last race, wasn't it? The opening lap, almost 2 seconds advantage, and then you kept pulling away, so the perfect end to a busy day.
Sì, è stata un'ottima manche, sono partito veramente bene, poi penso per un po' di lotta, diciamo, dei miei rivali ho preso subito un bel margine, e ho gestito tutta la gara e sono riuscito a vincere anche l'ultima manche. Ripeto, come ho detto oggi abbiamo fatto 3 vittorie, stamattina solamente ci ha tolto la possibilità di partire in prima fila domani nella Super Heat, però ancora la gara è lunga e noi ci crediamo.
So a long day, we said. Tomorrow is the big one with a super heat final, a good night of rest, but the confidence is there, the pace as well, so everything okay.
Sì, domani diciamo è il grande giorno, ecco, come si suol dire. Stasera riposeremo bene, oggi è andato tutto bene, come ho detto prima, peccato solo per la manche stamattina, e domani daremo il 110%.
All right, grazie mille, thank you very much. Robert, if we one quick word, one last of the day, and then I'll leave you alone until tomorrow, depending of where you finish, and then I might see you again, hopefully. So, good conclusion of a busy day, another strong finish for you, second place, even though I guess the chase for the victory in the end was out of reach because of Danilo being uncatchable, so you had to stay alive, and in a way you won the race into the race.
Yeah, I mean, like in the first lap, Danilo got a quite big gap, so it was really impossible to catch up to in the end. But I think I had overall quite good pace. I think I even was fast in the mid-section of the race, and in the end he was a bit quicker, but I think overall the pace and the performance wasn't too bad. And yeah, really happy again to show that the potential is there to drive on the front.
Now the biggest of all challenges is to translate that remarkable pace of today into even better pace for tomorrow's.
Yeah, it will be really hard regarding the starting grid for the I don't know what's the name of
the superheat.
Yeah, the superheat. Bit unlucky that I lost a lot of places in the last heat, so I could have been starting out of the second row for tomorrow. But yeah, I don't know where I am at the moment. I think I dropped some positions unluckily because the whole day went really well. And even now I could get a P2 again, showing the performance and the speed we had the whole weekend. Hopefully I can translate that tomorrow. It will be really hard because a lot of strong drivers in the front. But I will do my best and try to push again like I did the last heat.
Absolutely. Good luck to you tomorrow, and have a good night in between. Thank you very much. Danke. Robert Kinderwater, ladies and gentlemen, for one last word after today's program, which has been a busy one. Still 2 races to go for the KZ2 race, and then it will be good for now at least, because tomorrow 10 more races, superheat and the final. So stay tuned. All information on fiakarting.com as always. So let's see if we can have one more at least reaction. Gideon Ley, Maurice Ebner maybe. Let's try to see if anyone. Moritz, available for a quick word? All right, fantastic. Let's see. Maurice Ebner from Birrelaarte talking to us for the first time actually. Maurice Ebner, nice to see you. So quite a difficult end of the day for you. Not the result you wanted, I guess, at the end of this heat.
No, it was definitely not the result I wanted. Yeah, starting at the back is always difficult. Yeah, it was not our weekend. I hope we will come back stronger the next time. Yeah.
Yeah, all in all, so far, not the results you wanted all throughout the heats. Having to start from the back, you said. So actually the trouble started from qualifying, right?
Yes, so it started from qualifying. We didn't have the pace to go at the front, and yeah, it was not the best.
That happens, and motorsport can be cruel sometimes, but thank you anyway for dropping by and talking to us. All right, see you. Bye-bye. Thank you very much. So we have 2 more races, as we said. It always happens, you know, to have a bad weekend. That's quite cruel when it comes down to the World Championship. But in the case of Maurice Ebner, what can you do? And sometimes qualifying is so crucial at this stage, at this level of kart racing, that once you screw up qualifying, or once you get into some trouble, going through the heats is always a very, very difficult mission. Despite having 7 of those, you know, with the field that we've been battling all throughout the day, that's sometimes an impossible mission. And in the case of Maurice Ebner, seems like this was his case, unfortunately. So this will be next time. That's the spirit. Keep it high as possible, and hope for the best next time. Back to you, Jake.
Thank you, Guillaume. The KZ2 drivers have been working incredibly hard over the course of the weekend. Good to hear from a few of them to finish off the day. But there are 2 races still to go. The 1-minute board goes up, and it is 20 past 8, very nearly local time here, which means we have just 2 races remaining before we finish up our Saturday extravaganza of karting excellence. The best drivers in the world challenging to go for the FIA Karting World Cup in KZ2 and the World Championship in KZ, as well as the International Master Super Cup in the KZ2 Masters. And of course, the youngsters are out there for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy this weekend to finish off their 3-weekend campaign. But 2 races remain here as the dusk starts to draw in here at Le Mans, and we could well be completely dark by the time the final checkered flag falls. But for Michael Paparo and Christian Bertucca, the 2 Italians on the front row of the grid, this is their last chance to book themselves a decent starting position for the Superheat tomorrow. They want to be there, and they want to be square up at the front end of the field, square in for the shout out of the front end of the field. KZ2 qualifying heat for groups C versus E. So it's Praga and Birolart that will share the front row of the starting grid. That is Michael Paparo and Christian Bertucca. Then it's Norton Andreasen from Jorge Pescador, Daniel Vasile and Andrea Dale, Brandon Nilsson and Pavel Tonteri from Martin van Leuven and Alessio Piccini, Karol Pazovic and Igor Nosov from Jacob Bergmeister and Ivan Kelchik, Damian Drew, Alessandro Buran, Santiago Valve and Enzo Le Cruz from Morgan Porter, Nathan Edwin, Gerard Cebrian, Andrea Bossetto, Christian de Klein, Kevin Stehauer, Matt Provost, Clement Pierrat, Rowan Grinwiz, Michael Stevens, Simon Billman, Spencer Schinner and Rodrigo Ferreira at the back of the grid. 31 drivers trying to get themselves to the front end of the dais in the hope that this is going to go beautifully well for them. Not easy to predict how this is all going to play out, but certainly a tough race in the offing. Qualifying heat, D versus H. Oh, that's Morgan Porter! Morgan Porter has got a mechanical problem. So Morgan Porter on the exit of turn 2. The Argenti driver is going nowhere. What a shame for Morgan Porter. So that will pretty much, I think, spell the end of his race weekend. I don't think he's accumulated the points to be running up in the top end. So I'm afraid Morgan Porter is out of this race and could well be out of the week. So very unfortunate for the English driver Morgan Porter of the Kart Republic Motorsport team, running in the Argenti colours. But it's all done and dusted for him. Very unfortunate indeed for the Gearbox superstar. But he will not take the start of this last race of the week. He gave it a good shot. It's just not to be for him this year. Maybe he can try again in 2023. So, Michael Paparo and Christian Bertucca, front row of the starting grid. Norton Andreasen of Sweden, then Jorge Pescador of Spain, and then it is Daniel Vasile and Andrea Dale from Nilsson, Tonteri, Van Leuven and Piccini. But as we've already seen, the driver not taking the start is the British driver Morgan Porter, having had a mechanical problem on the formation lap. So he is out of this one. Very unfortunate indeed for the Argenti driver. But now the contenders just giving themselves up in position for the penultimate time. We're going to banzai down the straight into turn 1. 0 to 60 in comparable times to the most powerful supercars on the road today. A couple of millimeters off the floor. You're not strapped in. You're feeling every bit of G-force. Here we go. Are we ready? Yes, we are. Off we go. And it's a good start from the 105. Christian Bertucca, who gets into the lead. A terrible start from Paparo as he drops down into what could potentially be 4th place by the time Norton Andreasen sorts himself out around the outside. And he has managed to hold 3rd for the moment. So Andreasen still there in P4, but Bertucca is out in front of the very talented Spaniard Jorge Pescador. Pescador trying to get himself back into position, but he's obviously going to have some pressure. And also up there, Andrea Dale trying to work his way forward, but he has lost ground. There's a spinner in the middle of the pack. That is the 213, the Sony car, I'm afraid, of Matt Provost. So Matt Provost is off the road, and it looks like there's been another incident further round. 1 or 2 of the drivers are now down in the pack, but already Pescador trying to make his bid on the inside of Christian Bertucca, and he's not quite going to make it at the back straight.
Yeah, that was a close call. The first one, certainly of many to come, from Jorge Pescador. One lap completed already, and watch out for the second move. Maybe run the outside, crossing the line on the way to turn number 1. That's going to be tricky, isn't it? But Christian Bertucca, after such a strong start and opening lap, is having none of it. He's shutting all the doors. He's here for the victory, taking that one. He has one already. Giorgio Pescador has a couple. And this is now or never for them, as Pescador is 5th in the ranking on equal points to Sam Luyet. At the moment, Bertucca is 3rd with 14 points. He could have a good shot at stepping ahead of Arthur Carbonell, but that means he needs to win this one, which is right now the mission. The target is on. Further back, the 2018 in the banking, beautifully made. This is happening further back. We'll go back to that in a minute. Christian Bertucca leading your way. As you can see, the weight 85, the 105 over the Birella driver. Giorgio Pescador just behind. And he's going to go for the bid. Oh, there was a mistake. There was a mistake from Christian Bertucca. Dropping from 1st to all the way up to 5th or 6th. 5th place for Christian Bertucca. What on earth happened there? He went wide into the last corner and dropped all the way down, losing all the advantage he had built so patiently to the opening lap.
That was the worst timing in history for Christian Bertucca to make that mistake, and he is now down to 5th position. Disastrous, as Paavo Tonteri has crept through into 3rd position now, getting his run on Norton Andreasen. So Paavo Tonteri now into 3rd position, and he can really do with a decent result. Round the outside, that is a big bid from the Formula K chassis of Igor Nosov. Couldn't quite make his move there on the inside line of Alessio Pacini, and a big dive to the inside comes the comes the CRG of Paavo Tonteri, trying to get his move there on Michael Paparo, who has been gifted a 2nd place run, but his teammate in front of Paavo Tonteri, that is Jorge Pescador, has now locked himself into 3rd position. That has cost Bertucca dearly. That now drops him to 5th in the rankings at the moment, not just 5th in the race, and that's given Sam Luyet a 2nd chance of being on the front row of the starting grid for a superheat.
5th place at the moment for the young Italian. That could get worse because Daniel Vasil is right there, just on his shadow, ready for the taking as well in 6th. But watch out for what's going to happen. Not on anyone the fastest on track, as Michael Paparo is suffering under the pressure of Paavo Tonteri. A bit of a touch around the inside of the banking, on the outside on the way to the left-hand straight, but it was a bit short. Maybe it's going to be a 2nd attempt. But watch out for Norton Andreasen. He might want to take advantage of the situation. On the inside as well goes Christian Bertucca. What a tussle that is between 5 of them, but Norton Andreasen is losing places in the process as well. Bertucca, this is Daniel Vasili who made it through as well. There is Norton Andreasen dropping 2 places, which means that we have still Paavo Tonteri ahead in 2nd, Paparo down in 3rd, and taking the place back actually in front of Daniel Vasil, Andreasen, and Bertucca just in the middle, coming back to 3rd place. What a race that is. This is the penultimate of a long list, but you can feel the driver is still very much angry for results. Pescador, the fastest lap in this race, pulling away 2.6 seconds, 2.1 seconds at the moment, so nothing to worry about for the Spanish driver. But further back, this is where the battle is raging.
Well, just to give you an idea of how important it was for Christian Bertucca to get into 4th position, that now puts him 4th in the rankings again. Joint on points for Luyet, but it would go to Bertucca on countback as he dives back in on Daniel Vasile to hold on to 4th position for the moment. He does not want to let the Romanian Daniel Vasile move his way back into position, as off the final turn, this is a little further back, we've got the CRG of Brandon Nilsson trying to shake off the attentions of Nathan Edwin, and then you've also got Jacob Bergmeister, Santi Valve and Enzo de Cruz in there with Kevin Stahauer and Andrea Bossetto, as Bertucca still holds on in front of Vasile. Vasile getting a little bit more heated though, so the Romanian is trying to book his way in the inside line, but Vasile is going to have to really pull out something spectacular to get through a feisty Christian Bertucca. But out in front it is the CRGs of Pescador and Tonteri from Paparo, Bertucca, Vasile and Andreasen.
Something spectacular as well that Paavo Tonteri is quite busy pulling out at the moment is his space. He just lapped in, a beautiful move, Daniel Vasile around the inside of Christian Bertucca in turn number 11, just before the chicane at the right time. But Norton Andreasen just tried to get himself in as well, but it was too late and the door was already closed. But for how long, as the Italian seems to be suffering. Daniel Vasile is gesturing to the others not to attack just right now, just stay together, and Norton Andreasen is not listening, trying to go around the outside of the turn number 1, entering the 2nd sector. That might give some ideas to Norton Andreasen, Dalip just behind, as well as to 104 of Alessio Piscini. So there's more than one driver with maybe a slightest chance of getting more points and a better starting position in tomorrow's superheats. There we go for the taking. So this is the last race for those 2 groups as well. So it's now or never.
Well, this is why you've got to be so careful earlier in the week, looking after your tyres, because you come to this 7th heat And no matter how little traction you have, your opponent is always going to try and prove they've got more. Big dive at the inside for Piccini. He gets through there past Andrea Dale. So that's a nice overtake. Martin van Leuven has got Igor Nozov right in behind him as they come across the line again. 3 to go. Pescador, Tonteri, and then Paparo. And Paparo is actually getting back on terms here with Paavo Tonteri. But Tonteri has really good tyres, don't forget, because he had a DNF in the very first race of the day yesterday on the first lap. So he's actually got better tyre life than the likes of Pescador, Paparo, Vasile and Andreasen. So he's done a very good job of looking after them. Vasile, new fastest lap, 50.36 for the Romanian in the DR. So Daniel Vasile trying his best to check away. But there's 2 Birolats going wheel to wheel. Up at the top in front of Andrea Dale, that is Piccini versus Bertucca. And I think Piccini has got through. Christian Bertucca is plummeting down the order. This is not good news for Bertucca at all.
Yeah, he's currently 5th in the classification, but it's gonna get worse outside of the chicane. Look at Martin van Leeuwen trying to resist as well from Igor Nozov with the Formula K chassis. Nozov is gonna try his bit as well. He sees the opportunity, but Martin van Leeuwen is going defensive halfway through the straight already. It's not gonna work.
Oh!
Yes, it does! Beautifully made from the Formula K driver. Igor Nozov going ahead in 8th place in front of Martin van Leeuwen, who's gonna have to do it all over again. He's got a bit of a gap behind from those 3 drivers, as we have Andrea Dale, Ivan Elknish and Brandon Nilsson as well, 11 and 12 respectively. So there's battles happening all over the place, as in the meantime Paavo Tonteri set the fastest lap. I was going to say that Tonteri has been impressive on his freshest set of tires, as you said, but he's been pulling out very fast lap after fast lap, 50.1 to 50.6 for Jorge Pescador, 5/10 of difference lap after lap, which means that we went from more than 2 seconds to less than 7/10 of a second between those 2 leaders. So it might not be enough for Tonteri to get close to this young man in the lead, Jorge Pescador, who's on his way to another heat victory. But this would have been a strong demonstration still.
And that's one of the KH Racing drivers. That's Simon Billman. So Simon Billman, I'm afraid, has dropped out on the final lap but 1. So he does not make it round the final reckoning, but Jorge Pescador is going to be 6/10 of a second in front of his teammate Paavo Tonteri. Great news for Pescador. This is going to promote him to 3rd position in the rankings, as there is the 2:19 out of the action. And that is Michael Stevens. The American is walking away from his kart as well. So Billman out. Vasile is going to try one last trick in the book here to try and get past Paparo to get into 3rd position at the bottom hairpin. He has not made that stick, so he's not going to get there. But Jorge Pescador will, and that's going to put him 3rd in the rankings after a brilliant 2 days. Jorge Pescador, the Spanish driver, doing an amazing job. And that is another victory for the Spaniard. And he will share the front row of the starting grid for the first superheat with David Trevelov tomorrow. Bring it on.
Bring it on indeed. And if you're just joining us, this is the appetizer of the feast to come tomorrow with the 10 races that we have on schedule. And for the KZ2 class, Superheat A, Superheat B and 1 final. You don't want to miss that at all. And this was a great spectacle to end this program. We have 1 more race to go, don't go anywhere. This will be the opposition with the group D versus H. This was the last one for those 2 groups C and E, and Jorge Pescador managed a beautiful drive all the way to the checkered flag. He was very much in control mode, even though Paavo Tonteri tried everything that he had, pulling lap after fastest lap after fastest lap to try to get as close as possible. He would have needed maybe 1.5 lap more to try anything on his teammate, but it wasn't just quite enough for him. As you can see now, the darkness is more and more surrounding us. The floodlights, came at the right time as the classification appears. Let's go through it. Jorge Pescador, winner on the road in front of Paavo Tonteri, Michael Barbaro in 3rd, from Daniel Vasile, Noto Andreasen, Alessio Piccini, Igor Nozov, Christian Bertucca, Martin van Leeuwen, Andrea Dale, Evan Ekelschik, Brandon Nilsson, Enzo Lacruz, Santiago Valve, and P15 for Nathan Edouin.
Kevin Stahauer in 16th place in front of Damian Drew, and then Jacob Bergmeister in the 2nd of the DR chassis in this field. 19th place going the way of Karol Pazovic, a very tricky day at the office for him. Christian de Klein in front of Andrea Bossetto, then Rowan Grinviz and Rodrigo Ferreira up from the back end of the grid. Alessandro Buran in front of Spencer Schinner, and then Clement Pierrat ahead of Matt Proverst, who did get started again after his problems. Sadly, Michael Stevens and Simon Billman did not. And then, of course, we lost Gerard Sabrian and Morgan Porter on the opening lap of the race. In fact, in Morgan Porter's case, we didn't even get him to the starting grid. So KZ2 is almost wrapped up and done for the day, but there is one race to come. We've seen him out in qualifying already over the week, but we couldn't resist speaking to the European champion who sealed the deal at Cremona in Italy a few weeks ago. Our last word from our drivers comes from the European champion who was hoping coming into the week to lift the World Championship title on home soil as well, Tom Loyer of Leclerc by Lennox.
We race at home, finally. It's nice to race here. You have a lot of French people. It's nice to speak with him. It's always better to come to have one race in the country. Feel better every time. Of course, when I come here, I want to win this race, but I win the European, I win at Genk, also at Cremona. So it's a nice comeback, especially after last year. So for sure, I hope for a good result, but if I have one top 5 for me, it's nice. Yeah, it's nice to finish this year like this. Much better with the win, but it's okay. It's a nice track, not my favorite track, but it's okay. When I come here, it's always nice. Yeah, we need to work, don't make a mistake. So yeah, we need to every time to finish at the top of the heat. So it's really intense. With 7 heats, it's a lot, so I think it's a difficult weekend. We start the day at 8, we finished at 21, so it's a long day, very long day, physically, mentally, so let's see. I don't want to say, yeah, we can win, we can make a good result, but yeah, I think it's possible.
And of course, then if I can present my country, I like the motorsport games because all nations are there. The vibe is there.
So I think when you include the karting driver in the FIA Motorsport Games, it's like a dream for them. It's like such an important event, such an important race.
For me, representing my country in something that I love doing is really the most rewarding thing, and surrounding yourself with all the others that are coming to fight and do the same. It's a really nice atmosphere, and the feeling is really motivating.
I mean, you don't really get a chance to represent your country with the motorsport. So it was a very rare opportunity for me, and it was very pleased to be there.
I'm really looking forward to it, and I'm looking forward to meeting everyone. And I think this year is going to be different. It's going to be bigger, better, action-packed, and full of surprises, I hope.
This event is slowly becoming the starting point for many countries for a sport activity.
While preparing for the next edition in Marseille, we saw a lot more interest from the national sporting authorities wanting to be there, having a real team, all dressed in the same way, carrying the flag.
So we will make it as big as we can. Number of categories increasing will mean that we will not be only on the track, we will also have an event located in Gap for the cross cars and for off-road activities. We will have the rally happening on the roads of the south of France. The location with the track of Paul Ricard is just perfect to have something great.
So what an event that is going to be, the final weekend in October, and many young racing drivers will be able to represent their countries in the karting disciplines. It's going to grow bigger and better even than it was the first time around at Vallelunga in 2019. When the first event took place. We haven't been able to do it subsequently, obviously, since the world pandemic, but it'll be great to welcome it back at Paul Ricard at the end of October. I can't wait. I'm getting goosebumps already thinking about it. Right, there is one race to go, and we are told that there is an investigation going on into one of the previous heats. We don't know who it's related to. We don't know whether it's going to change the ranks or order yet, but it's not official. It is still being investigated, and it could relate to one of the drivers in the top 3. Now, that is going to be David Trevelov, Artur Carbonell, or Jorge Pescador. We don't have any official report on who it is, but if any one of them has got a penalty or some kind of transgression, that is going to ruin their weekend at this late stage, because they will only have 2 races left to do anything about it. The Superheat tomorrow, and if they make it through, then the final. But that could be catastrophic timing.
Yeah, that's something you never want to happen to yourself or to anyone, actually, because it's happening at such a...
Our timing screen has just been updated in front of us.
Indeed.
And it's a classification change. So David Trevelov has disappeared from our timing screen at the top end. Now, that is catastrophic if that is the case. Now, he is still showing on our sheet in front of us as being on the top spot, but that has now just changed. So, well, that is interesting. Unofficially, he is still showing as the winner of qualifying Heat A versus F, but that might change, so you'll have to stay tuned with us overnight, FIAKarting.com. Things might have changed. So for the moment, it is Felix Arnold and Arvid Lindblad on the front row of the grid for this one. After the Hoek and Yannick Julius Bernhardt, from Nicholas Marsel and Chris Harnan, then Natalia Balbo and Tim Gerhardt, from Maxi Paul, Ivan Klemenko, Giuseppe Palombo and Daniel Mathia, from Archie Tillett, Michele Fontana, Enzo Valent and Alex Marigliano.
Then we have Nicola Pico, Henri Johnstone, Tim Locati, Francesco Leone, Kevin Saya, Olivier Ard, Lorenzo Geroni, Victorian Sabatova, Fotis Sotiropoulos, Enzo Luxel, Nathan Schab, Vincenzo Marinov, Brian Berriot, and Pedro Ibrahim. 30 drivers on our list. Let's see if we got everybody out. And one big information that will need confirmation, but we kind of have half of it, is that the classification, if you go on apextiming.com, on the FIAKarting.com, our official partner, the name of David Trevelov has indeed disappeared from the top 10, meaning that he might have actually undergone a penalty for whatever technical infringement that might be. We will need confirmation to go through more details, but as a result, on our screens is no longer the overall leader and no longer the pole sitter for the Superheat Hay tomorrow in the KZ2 class.
It's got to be a post-race scrutineering, because we haven't seen anything happen to him on the circuit. He hasn't got into any driving incidents with anybody that we can recall that would bring that up. So whether it's a non-compliant component on the kart, whether he's showing he's underweight or something along the lines of that, whether they've used the wrong tyres, which has also been something that's come up in the past before, whatever it might be, it looks to us as though David Trevelov may have been given a post-race penalty and he has plummeted from the intermediate classification. That is provisional. We can't confirm anything, but obviously you need to stay tuned to FIAKarting.com overnight, because that will explain everything and clear things up when things have been made official. But certainly for the moment, Artur Carbonell and Jorge Pescador are now showing up as the leaders in the interim, and Arvid Lindblad on the front row of the grid is looking like a potential challenger. Now, we've gone for a false start, so somebody is in some difficulty. Can't make out who it is, but we've gone around again for a false start, and it looks like the driver there in well, I can't quite make out who it is, but I noticed that Marigliano and Hart are once again conspicuous by their absences. So I don't think they were the cause, but I think for whatever reason, the race has just been given a false start and they will go around again. But yeah, according to our timing screen, which you can view as well on apex-timing.com/live-timing /FIA Karting /index.html. That's the longest website I have ever read out on a broadcast.
Can you repeat that 3 more times, please?
No.
Going faster each time, please.
Nice try. If you want to follow it, you can do it so on FIAKarting.com and hit live timing. That's quick. Anyway, Artur Carbonell and Jorge Pescador are currently leading the intermediate classification according to the timing screen we've got in front of us. 10 points for Carbonell, 16 for Pescador, 18 for Luyer, 21 for Lindblad, 22 for Bertucca, 24 for Arnold, 24 also for Fritsch, 25 for Albanese, 28 for Daniel Vasile, and 33 for Spergel. Now, the name that's missing from that top 10, of course, it should be David Trevelov on 3. But if he's been given a penalty, then he's obviously going to drop outside the top 10. If he's been excluded from a race, then he's going to get more than 32 points, because you have to give more points than were competitors in that race for the disqualification to impede you in the rankings. So that is a catastrophic potential if that's the case. We cannot confirm anything, obviously, at this point, because it's not been made official. But once the name has been removed from the intermediate classification, you pretty much know that something is going to happen to the general rankings. So we're left with Felix Arnold on pole position for this last race of the day, and Arvid Lindblad in second position, potentially in the ranking to get a front row start for the superheat, now that the removal potentially of David Trevelov has been completed. The lights are coming on for the last time on Saturday. We are going to be racing at Le Mans. Great start from Arvid Lindblad. He shoots past Felix Arnold. Arnold is going to draw level though and get alongside and get back through onto the inside line. Yannick Julius Bernhardt is going to tuck into third position, and there's an off. Further back, it's one of the Birolats that has gone off the road there. That is Henry Johnstone, the Australian. So Johnstone going off the road. So far, so good over the front end of the field. It is still Arnold from Lindblad and Yannick Julius Bernhardt crawling all over the back of the SP Motorsport kart. And Chris Harnan has worked his way through into fourth position. Fifth place, that looks to me like the Sony kart of Arthur Lehuc.
Oh, a little bit of trouble in the banking. All two drivers coming together. Chris Hannon, unfortunately, and the 192 being Nicolas Mazel. Such a disaster for those two drivers, and are they going to try? Yes, Chris Hannon, the first, is going to try to get back into the race. Let's see if Nicolas Mazel will be able to do the same.
Neither of them.
Stuck. Neither of them, indeed. This is a yellow flag, double yellow flag being waved at the banking on the other side. And
that's Klemenko. That's Ivan Klemenko, the Ukrainian. So Ivan Klemenko, that looks mechanical. I don't think he's had an incident with somebody. I think he's lost a chain or something similar. He has come to a stop on the last corner. Look at the sparks flying as the night sets in once again here at Le Mans. It's Arnold, Lindblad, Julius Bernhardt, Lehuc, and Natalia Balbo now up at the fifth place in front of Tim Gerhardt. Then Balomba, he's on the comeback charge as well. From Fontana, who has come up 6 places. Then Paul, Picot, Valent, Leone, Mathia, Sabotava, Lucati, and Marinov.
Yeah, that could be down to some fresher tires as well. Palomba we knew, but Michele Fontana certainly climbing 6 places up to 8. Natalia Balbo, that could be her best result so far into this World Championship in the qualifying heats. But let's wait until the checkered flag. Lap number 2 is about to be complete right now, as we have the leaders still very close contention. Just 1 tiny tenth between Felix Arnold and Arvid Lindblad. He has 1 already under his belt. He could have a second. And we can see once again the marshal being very efficient here in Le Mans. Thanks again. Third place for still Yannick Julius Bernhardt. He's going to try to go for the second, but Arvid Lindblad will be one to overtake. Not an easy one, that's for sure. Making their way into the chicane as the top 3 is really pulling away, putting themselves out of reach from the rest of the field. Arthur Lehuc is still in 4th with Natalia Balbo. Let's keep an eye on Natalia Balbo as well, because she's very close from the Frenchman. She's going to go for the move as well, at least trying to. And I think she did. In 5th place, at least she's still sorry, my apologies, Natalia Balbo.
She's defending. She's actually defending from Palomba.
Yes,
so Palomba
indeed.
trying to come through in the final turn. Natalia Balbo holding the CRG at the apex to stop Palomba trying to get through into 5th position. But Natalia Balbo, she's got herself a good start. But again, it's just trying to maintain this position, maintain this speed. She's got 1 lap pace for definite, as Victorian Sabotava has got a mechanical flag, and I know what that's for. The marshal was running away with a side pod, so that's going to be Sabotava's side pod that they were removing from the scene. So I'm afraid he is going to come past our position on the main straight and realise, I don't have a complete racing kart anymore. I've got a technical flag.
Yeah, hang on, I'm lighter than usual. What's happening? So there you go. So back in with the leaders. As you can see, the 2 teammates from Maranello. Felix Arnold in the lead. Yannick Julius Bernhardt in 3rd. Surrendering, taking in sandwich. Arvid Lindblad, the young Red Bull prodigy with the SP Motorsport, is being really progressing through the ranks. Arvid Lindblad having a much better start than when we began this weekend, and now is all over the place in the shadow of the leader.
Now these 2 drivers are in a critical position here, because if Arvid Lindblad takes the lead, which he's trying to do from Felix Arnold, and he has done so, kicks up the sparks in the night time, but that's critical because Felix Arnold is going to drop 2 points. That's going to drop him to 26 behind Fritz and Albanese. If Lindblad finishes 2nd behind Arnold, he's going to drop behind Christian Bratuka off the front row of the grids for the superheats. So that's how critical it was for Lindblad to take the lead. But now Yannick Julius Bernhardt is going to try and take on his teammate Felix Arnold. And obviously, no team orders in karting. If there's a place and I can go for it and improve my score, I'm going to go for it. I don't care who the guy in front of me is.
Yeah, let's see what's going to happen between those two indeed. But while they're arguing, explaining themselves, okay, who's going to go first for the lead, for second place, or who's going to pull the move first? Arvid Lindblad is pulling slightly away, almost half of a second advantage for the SP Motorsport driver, the young British driver, European vice champion of the world in the deer drive classes some years ago. And now trying his bit in the gearbox class with success and progress, and as a result pulling the fastest lap out in the lead, while the teammates are explaining themselves. So down in fourth, still Arthur Leroux, Natalia Balbo defending against Giuseppe Palomba. She managed to get herself a bit of a cushion, half of a second in front of the Italian. Then we have Fontana, Gerards, Valente, and still Maximilian Paul in the top 10. Not changing quite a lot as for now, but the struggle, the battle for second place is yet to be completely written down. This is the conclusion of lap number 6, and Harvey Lindblad can already start to smell certainly the odor of victory, even though only 7/10 of a second. If those two start working together much better than they are right now, this could mean trouble.
Well, David Chervolov managed to get a race victory last night, and it looks as though this evening it's going to go the way of Arvid Lindblad. Victorien Sabotava has gone through for the 3rd consecutive lap with the mechanical problem flag and has not pulled in to retire. Oh, that is a problem for the DR. That is the 165. That is Maxi Paul. So the German Maxi Paul has come off the road in the middle of the circuit there. Disastrous for Maxi Paul. Now, if Victorien Sabotava has not peeled off into the pits to serve the technical flag, then he is going to get the black flag, and that really is running the gauntlet. You don't mess with the officials. You don't run the risk of having the book thrown at you. And up the inside, is that going to be a move past the inside of Natalia Balbo? I think it is. Is that Giuseppe Palomba making the overtake? I think that might have been. Oh no, that's further back in fact. So that looked like a battle between Marcellia and Soteropoulos. In fact, no, it was Nathan Schaap in front of Lorenzo Giannoni. So this is an absolutely crazy situation for the contenders as they continue to battle for the position. Leading the race, it's Arvid Lindblad in the 1-1-2. Then it is Felix Armand going through in 2nd and 3rd positions. You are watching the battle for the third back in the pack as the field works its way through. Fabulous racecraft as they dive through for the position. Amazing racing. And here in KZ2, absolutely extraordinary. The driver's going down the back straight heading towards us now. You can see the duel as there is the 126 of Giuseppe Palomba battling away with Katie Fontana. Here come the Eagles. This is Arnold and he is there on 2 teammates in SRP Maranello. Still having a good race in 2nd and 3rd positions. We've got Natalia Balbo and Giuseppe Palomba. Can't quite get close enough to Natalia Balbo to challenge for 5th position. And similarly, Tim Gerhards has got more pressure from Enzo Valente than he's giving to Michele Fontana.
So battling all over the place in this last race of them all on this Saturday, 30 races in total. The last one for the KZ2. Lindblad begging on another fastest lap in this race, pulling away with no chance at all for any of the two following to catch him up. 2 seconds. He is really on his own, isn't it? And we saw him struggle, especially at the starts at the beginning of the weekend, but then he kept progressing on and on and on, and each race becoming stronger. And as he said, I feel more at ease with my mechanic, my machine, and with the track itself. And this is a clear demonstration that Arvid Lindblad, the curve of progress from this young driver that we knew of his talent already as far as the dirt drive classes, but ever since he went on to tackle gearbox karting, as any karting driver should do, to my opinion, that he's been really putting himself to another level. And now you can quite actually show the level of driving skills he's being able to put out, with a 2.3 second lead on the last heat on very used tires. That's a sign of things to come for Arvid Lindblad tomorrow.
I mean, when you consider what he has done in 2022 compared to the other KZ2 drivers out there, you expect the Trepolovs, the Palombas, the Paccinis, the Albaneses to be fast. They have experience. Lindblad has come in as a new boy, and he's just won his 3rd heat of the week at Le Mans in the FIA Karting World Cup. That is astonishing, and certainly the most able Red Bull Junior to come through in gearbox karting probably since Max, which is quite an incredible thing to say. But Max Verstappen, 9 years ago in KZ, won the European and World titles in the same season. He's probably the most impressive Red Bull Junior in gearbox karting since that point.
when you consider the fact that Verstappen wasn't even backed by Red Bull at the time. He was killing everything in karting. That just after that Red Bull decided, okay, this one is interesting, we may actually give him a future, and then the rest is history. But you might be right indeed that ever since the Red Bull detection program has been on for quite a few years now, and with the likes of Daniel Ricciardo, Sebastian Vettel, and as well as Jean-Eric Vergne, Jaime Alguersuari, and many others through the ranks of history. But the latest of them, Arvid Lindblad, has been absolutely impressive over the years, and another demonstration of his potential here in Le Mans. So tomorrow is the big day. As you can see, we're finishing at night. We didn't lie to you, and if you stay with us all the way through the last qualifying heat, here's your reward: kart racing at night under the beautiful floodlight of Le Mans. There's no better than that.
Arvid Lindblad taking the final heat of the day then from Felix Arnold and Yannick Julius Bernhardt. Arthur Lehuc in front of Natalia Balbo, Giuseppe Palomba and Michele Fontana. Enzo Valente, Tim Gerhardt and Daniel Mathia round out the top 10 from Nicolas Pigot, Francesco Leone, Vincenzo Marinov, Fotis Soteropoulos and Nathan Schaap.
Then we have the back in 17th, Tim Locati, Lorenzo Giannoni following in 18 from Enzo Ruxel, Arno Johnstone, Kevin Sala, Brian Berriot, Pedro Ibrahim, Nicolas Marzel, and quite a long list of retired drivers. I mean, 4 of them: Maximilian Paul, Victorin Sabatova, Chris Hannon, and Ivan Klimenko, as well as Alex Margaglio and Oliver Hart, who didn't start this last race of the day.
So what a fantastic 2 days of racing. We now have just 10 races to go in the MondoKart.com FIA Karting World Championship. It's going to be an exciting battle tomorrow as we have super heats for the KZ2 Masters, KZ2s and KZs, and then we will have the finals, starting with the Academy Trophy live on Eurosport Player, motorsport.tv, and of course the FIA Karting YouTube and Facebook pages, as well as the FIA Facebook page. You'll have the Academy Trophy finishing their season, then the finals for KZ2 Masters, KZ2 in the World Cup, and KZ in the World Championship. Join us tomorrow morning as we start with the Super Heats from 10:35 local time. It is going to be a fabulous day at the races. You will not want to miss it. From myself, Jake Sanson, and my colleague Guillaume Alvarez, and everybody here at Le Mans, it has been a fantastic 2 days of racing. Just one more to go. À demain.
It's going to be an amazing battle for the World Championship. Come on, we're ready. Here we go.
Oh, what an overtake. Dives in on the inside. Magnifique.
What a brilliant result. Absolutely majestic. It's a wonderful achievement. It's a brilliant result. The new World Champion.